Chapter 76 Speciality. When Sandy was speaking just now, Leon could clearly see the uncovered look that Sandy had cast to her, as if she was hinting that she had something to talk to herself. Because there were many people, Leon did not put the Galaxy watermelon knife into his backpack, but just held it in his hand and returned to Sandy's store with the three girls. When Sandy returned to the store, she prepared cold camel milk and ice cream for everyone as soon as possible to relieve her body that was dehydrated in the hot outside environment. After the four of them sat together for a while, Sandy suddenly said, "Leon, do you want to come and see the rare seeds that are unique to me? Maybe you will be very interested." "Yes." Leon immediately stood up when he heard this. Sandy was the same. She comforted Emily and Abigail first. After confirming that the two of them would stay in the chair and would not get up to watch the fun, Sandy took Leon to the front desk of the store. After the two arrived at the front desk, Sandy took the lead and said, "Mr. Leon, there is a question about faith. What do you think? If you believe, you don't believe it, you won't." Leon was stunned for a moment, and then gave himself an answer. Interesting point of view. Sandy smiled when she heard this, then looked at the watermelon knife held by Leon. "So what about this galaxy weapon? What do you think?" "Oh, Sandy, you seem to know this weapon very well, you can actually know its name." Leon did not directly answer Sandy's inquiry, but instead asked Sandy's words. "After all, it is a ruin that has existed for a long time. Even if I am not interested in it at all, I will still inadvertently learn some information," Sandy said slowly without covering up. "You are not the first person to get the galaxy weapon, and you won't be the last one. It just surprised me that I have seen galaxy sword, galaxy dagger, galaxy hammer, but I have never seen a weapon of your style. This is a brand new discovery. I want to report it to my boss. You don't mind it?" "I don't mind, I just want to ask, can I meet your boss?" Leon guessed who her boss was when he heard Sandy's inquiry. Sandy's club is upstairs. The distance between the two is upstairs and downstairs, and Sandy now says she wants to report to the boss, so it is obvious that this boss is Mr. Chi. Sandy shrugged, leaning on the cabinet at the front desk with one hand, replied, "If the boss wants to see you, the moment you come to the desert, he will appear in front of you. Since he has not appeared, the result is self-evident, but I think you will definitely have a chance to meet him." Leon also felt that what Sandy said was fine. Mr. Chi would see it sooner or later, and it would be no short of this time. Leon wanted to meet Mr. Chi just to get some information. After all, there are too many secrets in Stardew Valley, especially the farm he inherited. "So, you proposed to eat barbecue together for this matter?" After waiting for a long time, I didn't see what Sandy was saying, Leon asked speechlessly. "I want to eat the barbecue, and Emily brings her friends to see me. I have to entertain her. But the question is just one question. Do you have any questions to ask me?" Sandy laughed when she heard this, then looked at Leon with her eyebrows raised and teased. "For example, am I single? Have you ever considered finding a boyfriend or something?" "Sorry, I don't have this idea," Leon denied without hesitation. "Why? Am I not pretty?" Sandy stood up straight in dissatisfaction, and even stood up with her chest out, showing her confidence in saying this. "Beautiful, but I'm not sure about your age, which scares me a little." Leon shook his head and then complained directly. "H? How old do you think I am?" Sandy unconsciously bit her lips and asked Leon viciously. "It should be much bigger than me," Leon replied seriously. "Where did you see it?" Sandy immediately withdrew her previous expression and returned to her calm posture and asked Leon. "Your bracelet." Leon pointed to the silver wavy cross bracelet on Sandy's arm. "I have seen this style in the museum in Zuzu City." The introduction said that this is an accessory often worn by a noble lady 300 years ago, symbolizing the blessing of Yuba. "Is it possible that it is a family-born or imitated style?" Sandy subconsciously hid her hand behind her back when she heard this, but in the blink of an eye, she stretched out and placed it in front of Leon, showing it openly in Lion's eyes. "I originally had this kind of guess, but based on your words just now, I'm sure this is genuine, but what I'm even more curious is that you have really lived for more than 300 years. Leon asked with a glance at the bracelet. "Who can live so long? This bracelet was actually left to me by my mother. I have always carried it in my hand since she passed away 40 years ago." Sandy put her eyes on the bracelet and said softly. But what was said made Lion's expression a little complicated. After his death 40 years ago, his bracelet was in Sandy's hands. So Sandy conservatively estimated that she was 40 years old and plus. As for the amount of plus, only Sandy himself knew. Lion's expression also made Sandy, who had left her memories, laughed. "What's wrong? Do you think I'm like a witch in a fairy tale? I'm so old, but I still look like a girl. I'm even more curious about your secret to prolonging your life. No one doesn't want to live longer, and Leon is no exception. Is the secret? If you want to know, explore it yourself. I won't tell you because it's meaningless." Sandy looked at Leon with some surprise, but chose to speak perfunctorily. "I hate Ritter man." Leon gave Sandy a speechless look and complained, then continued to ask, "By the way, Sandy means Sandy, and Sand Covert. It should not be your real name, right? This is just for the convenience of work. After all, there must be a name that matches the atmosphere of the desert in the Calico Desert. As for the real name, I have long forgotten it." Sandy explained, and at this moment, her face actually showed vicissitudes that were not in line with her youthful appearance. "Then why did you know Emily?" Leon immediately changed the topic, because he felt quite inconsistent with Sandy's expression. "Of course she met when she came to Oasis store to shop. We have a good personality, so we can easily become friends," Sandy replied. "It's not because of her particularity?" Leon asked back with his eyes narrowed. "Oh, do you know a lot? Who told you what you saw?" Sandy looked at Leon in surprise when she heard this, her eyes full of curiosity. "In addition to Emily, this girl Abigail should also have some kind of hidden special talent." Leon didn't expect that his temptation actually got some answers, and immediately asked another question that he had been curious about for a long time. "It's not wrong to say this, but she is different from Emily. You'd better not interfere with this girl's special nature. Just take her as an ordinary girl and get along with her." Sandy looked at Leon meaningfully and reminded. Chapter 77 Backpack Expansion. After the conversation with Sandy, Leon took the opportunity to purchase a wave of boxwood peaches. As well as beet seeds, although star fruit and beet need to be planted in summer and autumn respectively, they are all here, so it would be a pity not to buy some. Of course, the main reason is because of the first meeting, and Sandy's good sense of Leon. The seeds sold by Sandy were discounted. For example, the most expensive star fruit, the original price of one seed is 400 yuan, and after a discount, it only costs 280 yuan per piece. Leon simply bought 10 pieces and could plant a total of 100 star fruits. The star fruit on Earth is an evergreen tree. Although the growth cycle is long, it is harvested many times at a time, and the number of fruits harvested is astonishing. This is not the case with star fruits in Stardew Valley. The star fruit plants here can only grow to 1.5 meters high, and the star fruit plants will wither quickly after each maturity and bear fruit, and the yield is very sparse. One star fruit can only produce one star fruit, but the growth cycle only takes one natural month, that is, 30 days. All of these were told by Sandy. After all, she kindly reminded Leon that the fruits of star fruit should not be rushed to be sold after harvesting. It is best to prepare enough wine barrels before this. The first time after harvesting, the star fruit should be placed in the wine barrel to ferment and brewed into the star fruit wine to maximize the benefits. Of course, this suggestion is not for free. In return, if Leon brews star fruit wine, he should bring a bottle to Sandy. Then, as Sandy suggested, the four of them set up an indoor grill in the oasis and tasted a barbecue feast with the charcoal and beef provided by Sandy. After the banquet, they formed a group to return to Stardew Valley. On the way back, there was a car driven by Leon, while Emily and Abigail sat in the back row together to rest, returning to Stardew Valley without any trouble. The three of them parted at the station. Of course, the palm fossil placed in the back seat was taken away by Abigail. Abigail will donate it to the library's collection room in the name of Leon and her. Leon naturally accepted this kind of good thing that could avoid a special trip to the library. When Leon returned to the farm, he threw the Galaxy watermelon knife that he had been holding in his hand into the system backpack. Because Abigail and Emily were there, Leon was carrying this knife all the way, so it was so troublesome. And every time when he swept the watermelon knife in his eyes, Leon felt that he was going to find fault with him. Every time he had this idea, Leon wanted to throw this watermelon knife out. Fortunately, reason stopped Leon from his idea of wasting his resources, and in the end the watermelon knife was left behind by Leon. I don't know when I can try to go down the mine, and the problem of expanding the backpack is also a big problem. After carrying tools and weapons on the 12-frame backpack, there are not many places left. After storing the seeds of star fruit and beets into the box in the house, Leon leaned against the eaves of the wooden house and looked around his farm and complained. Of course, it was not that he was talking to himself idle, but to use words to hint the system. After all, this backpack is different from in the game. You can go to Pierre to purchase upgrades and expand the business from 12 to 36. The reality is that if the system does not open its mouth, Leon is not sure whether his backpack can be upgraded, or the system can only provide 12 grids of reserve space. The host has the need to expand the capacity of the backpack, and the backpack expansion task can be collected. Is it acceptable? Want to do the task? Leon was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then hurriedly opened the personal panel after the system notified it and found a new column that appeared in the personal panel. Name, Leon, Liang. Farm, Red Star Farm, activated. Favorite thing, CN. Farming, 0. Wild picking, 1, bonus of tree species drop when logging. Mining, 0. Battle, 0. Fishing, 0. Special abilities, forest magic, rough green onion processing technology, ancient mystery. Backpack items, axe, pick, watering pot, sickle, hoe, galaxy watermelon knife, upgradable on June 12. Manufacturing recipe, scarecrow, treasure chest, bonfire, torch, wooden fence, wooden door, wood trail. Stone trail, spring seeds, work snacks. Task list, backpack expansion, I. Backpack expansion, collect 5 void essence and 5 sun essences, and upgrade the backpack space to 24 grids. There are no additional changes. There are more task lists and there are backpack expansion tasks, so the task content is not complicated. Although the void essence and sun essence need to go down to the mine to kill monsters with corresponding attributes, such as ghosts, squids, shadow shamans of the same clan of Korobs, there are other means, such as Korobs in the sewer, which can supply these 2 magic materials. Since there is a way to upgrade the backpack, Leon naturally doesn't know how to trace it. So as soon as he saw the upgrade needs, he immediately pushed the bicycle out of the house and headed towards the coal forest in the south of the farm. Because I have been here several times, Leon is familiar with the road and quickly rushed to the outlet of the sewer. No one has paid attention to or repaired the gap that was broken out last time, so Leon easily drilled into the sewer. What surprised Leon was that when he came to the sewer this time, he actually found that in addition to the light provided by the luminous moss above his head, there were actually braziers placed on the channels on both sides of the sewer. The light provided by these braziers was far greater than the brightness provided by the luminous moss, dispersing most of the darkness in the sewer. And along the direction of the braziers, Leon quickly found it. Korobus is located in the center of a circle of eccentric statues. Leon, you are here again. What do you want to buy this time? Looking at Lion's appearance, Korob's empty facial features seemed to squeeze out a smile-like expression. Hi, Korobus, did you prepare those braziers? Leon asked directly after greeting Korobus. Yes, I made it with some materials in my hand and used some premonitional magic. As long as someone enters the sewer from the outlet, they will burn automatically, so that you can come to me quickly without fumble in the dark. Korobus replied. Leon was a little moved when he heard this, but this convenience may also cause some trouble to Korobus. I'm sorry, but what if someone else comes to the sewer and finds out because of these braziers? It doesn't matter. Except for guests with special needs, basically no ordinary person will come to the sewer. Even if someone mistakenly enters the sewer, as long as I don't want to see him, he will not find my trace. It is absolutely safe for me to stay here. Korobus was obviously very happy that Leon would think about himself, and his expression on his face became even more exaggerated. Although it seemed very ferocious to those who were unknown, Leon could still see from the cracked curve of the corner of his mouth that Korobus was smiling. So my friend, what are you going to buy? Chapter 78 The Secret of Forest Magic. 5 parts of the Void Essence and 5 parts of the Sun Essence. Leon reported his needs. and Korobs began to sway inside the surrounding statues after hearing Lion's purchase list. I don't know where Korobus hid his goods. After he swung around the statue, he came to Leon with 2 cloth bags. The essence of void is 500, and the essence of sun is 500, and the essence of sun is 400, which requires a total of 900, and there is no bargaining price. Friends are friends, and business is business. Korobus did not give Leon a friendly discount like Sandy, but instead gave Leon a quote based on the actual price. However, the price of 900 yuan made Leon overjoyed. In the game, the 12-frame backpack upgrade to 24-frame backpack requires 2000 G. G will be used instead of currency units in the future, so that you can feel more comfortable to watch, and I will write more comfortable too. Now you only need 900 G to complete the first upgrade of your backpack, which can be considered as saving half of the money. He paid the money directly, and after taking the money, Korobus counted it, and handed the 2 handbags to Leon. Leon took the opportunity to open it and saw what was placed in 2 bags. The essence of void is a pure black spherical crystal with vortex patterns. There is also a thick, liquid-like unknown substance flowing inside the crystal. But when it looks, Leon feels his goosebumps gushing out unconsciously, which is a fear from biological instinct. The sun essence is different. This golden crystal, similar to the sun's shaped one in the totem culture, looks like a warm and peaceful feeling. In this dark environment, these sun essences can also emit a soft orange-yellow light by themselves. If the light is not too low, Leon thought this thing could replace the light bulb. In that case, you can save some of the electricity bills. The power of the essence is very strong, so don't give it to ordinary people, otherwise they may be corroded by the power of the essence and cause some illness. After collecting the money, Korobus saw the 2 essences of Leon in the ornamental bag and kindly reminded Leon. What if I hold these essences in my hand? Leon stopped and asked when he heard this. It's okay. You have good physical fitness and are protected by forest magic. The infectiousness of the essence has no effect on you. Korobus explained, and then asked Leon in confusion. Have the guardian taught you how to master forest magic? Hasn't he explained this knowledge to you? No, can you explain it on your behalf? Leon shook his head. Not only was Razmedi's mage, but even the system's description of forest magic was a nonsense. In terms of understanding forest magic, Leon only knew that he could rely on the plant perception provided by forest magic to find some wild items. Although forest magic is not our Shadowman magic faction, I still know some things. As one of the core elements of the 7 elements, forest magic is also called life magic, the word of nature. People who practice forest magic are children of nature, so creatures in nature will basically repay goodwill to the users of forest magic. By the way, forest magic users can also talk to animals, but not all animals can do it, they must have wise creatures. Korobus answered Lion's question enthusiastically. It's understandable, but why is forest magic called life magic? Leon combined the content in the game with his speech, and he could understand Korobus's statement, but what he was even more curious about was that forest magic also has a name called life magic. It's very simple, because the breath of life emitted by the holder of forest magic will be fed back to nature. This is a two-way rush to both users and nature. The animals and plants in nature will be healthier and grow faster around the users of forest magic. The users of forest magic will live around natural animals and plants, and will also receive feedback from their vitality and become stronger. The most important point is that if a user who has practiced forest magic encounters fatal damage, he will naturally provide him with shelter. The earth will extend its roots to send the user of forest magic to a relatively safe position to avoid the fate of the son of nature's death immediately, but the injuries that should be endured will still be maintained. If he is not treated in time, he will still die. Korobus continued to explain. So that's it. Does this mean that as long as I can get treatment before I die, I won't die? Leon asked. Natural rescue is not without cost. Every moment of dying, forest magic will forcefully activate the potential in your body. So although you can escape from danger under the protection of nature, you will also lose part of your life due to overdrawing your vitality. So if you can, I hope you won't use this kind of protection. Korobus hurriedly reminded Leon when he heard this. It is already a profit to avoid dying in one go, only paying a portion of the lifespan. Although Leon was a little surprised when he heard this, he did not feel unfair. After all, there is nothing left after death. It is already an outrageous ability to overdraw the future and ensure the present. Yes, but there is no way to remedy. As long as there are vitality animals and plants around you, the feedback they give you can make up for your lost vitality. Moreover, your farm is special. As long as you can patiently study the ability to cultivate and use the fertile land to cultivate high-quality crops, those crops can also make up for this part of the lack after eating. Korobus once again explained the special features of forest magic to Leon, and added his statement, theoretically, as long as you can ensure that the protection mechanism is only triggered once per natural month, then you will not be exposed to danger in the next month and stay with more than 20 independent plants for an hour every day, and you will be able to rely on the vitality of these plants to make up for the lost vitality. Then if I don't encounter danger and rely on the particularity of high-quality crops and forest magic, do you think I can achieve immortality? Leon asked curiously when he heard this. Eternal life? No, birth, old age, sickness and death are natural rules. Even if the holder of forest magic is a natural child, it cannot violate this rule. However, if you can maintain a healthy life and high-quality crop intake, there is no problem living until 300 or 400 years old. I have seen several holders of forest magic. The highest record is that they live to 360 years old, and they are healthy and have not looked too old. Thank you for your favorite farmer for your coin reward. The boss is generous, thank you for your support. Chapter 79 Interesting News. What about you, Shadowman? Regarding the question of lifespan, Leon is actually more curious about the upper limit of other creatures in this world, especially the Shadowman race where little black Korobus is located. We don't have the concept of lifespan. We are born in shadows and also belong to shadows. Most of the shadow mads are extremely warlike because we are the product of the shadow element. Even if we are killed, it doesn't take long for the shadow to reshape our bodies, but the reshadows are still the ones they used to be, so I don't know. Korobus replied. Leon looked at Korobus after hearing this. If he remembered correctly, Korobus was also a shadow madman, but what he showed was not as warlike as he said. Korobus also realized Lion's thoughts. You may wonder why a wary shadow madman hides in the sewer of a human town. In fact, I don't know if you ask me. I only know that after I condensed in the shadows, I appeared here. There was no sunshine or anyone disturbed me. Later I met the Guardian, who taught me the language and lifestyle of humans, and signed a contract with me that would not interfere with human life. In other words, when you are conscious, you are already living in the sewer. Yes. Korobus confirmed, I have also discussed my origin with the guardians, but he just told me that I am special. I have tried to find my tribe underground, but they don't like me, and the older ones also told me not to get closer to the underground and tribes. They do not recognize me, and they also told me to remember the meaning of my name. Korobs? What does this mean in your language? The bridge passer means a person who crosses the bridge, and also means traveling through two worlds. This is a special talent that other shadow people do not have. I can freely enter the spiritual world and the city of elements, which is also my capital as a businessman. Korobus replied. He didn't seem to care about his intelligence being asked about by Leon. Instead, because he was able to chat with Leon more, he seemed to speak out. Do you know the spiritual world? It's very beautiful. It is said that all those who have mastered forest magic will enter the spiritual world after death and wait for the next reincarnation. There are aboriginal creatures such as fairies and Zunimo in the spirit world. You may encounter them in the future. They are all very friendly. As for the city of elements, it's not very friendly. I was almost caught by a smuggling merchant where I was selling it as a commodity, because I was the first shadow madman to appear in the city of elements. Fortunately, I have the contract of the guardian, and the smuggling merchant let me go. What an interesting experience, but I probably can't go to these places for the time being. Lion's eyes lit up when he heard this. The city and other world on the side of the mysterious are really attractive for people to curiosity and yearning. I don't want you to go to the spiritual world, He is the only human being who chats with me in addition to my transactions. I hope you can live longer. As for the city of elements, if you are interested, you can ask the guardian to take you to see. My abilities can only provide me with the world alone, but the guardian can open a portal to the city of elements. Colobus suggested. Forget it, let's consider these things if you have the chance. What I want to do now is to run my farm first. Although Leon was a little moved, considering the mage's attitude towards him, he felt that the other party would not agree to him easily. If he went to the mage and said he wanted to go to the city of elements, he might first tell himself to farm honestly, and then throw himself out of his mage tower without hesitation. After all, when the two met for the first time, the mage would say without hesitation that he did not have the talent for casting. He also clearly stated that his grandfather would not agree to go this path. Now he had to leave the farm and go to the supernatural circle. The mage would probably beat him up and then give a good reputation for teaching a lesson to his incompetent grandson in the name of his grandfather. Did the mage teach you your magic? Thinking of this, Leon asked again, on the one hand, to learn more about the information of the supernatural circle. After all, he was really interested in the derivatives and culture of these supernatural forces. On the other hand, it is also to try whether we can learn magic from the honest man Korobus. No, this is the talent of our race, which is innate. Korobus explained. What a pity. Leon sighed, then thought of another question as an excuse to continue asking. In the book, I have seen dwarves and shadow men fighting each other for hundreds of years because of the competition for the living space underground. You are not the shadow men born under the ground. So if a dwarf appears in front of you, will you attack him? Are you talking about the elemental war? It's over. With the intervention of multiple guardians, we signed a treaty, but I still hate the dwarves. This seems to be a sense of disgust engraved in instinct. After all, the dwarves want to build a city with bright lights underground, and what we shadow men hate the most is the strong light. Korobus replied, and at the end he couldn't help but tempt it to Leon. You won't collude with the dwarves and kill me, are you? I have never seen a dwarf. Leon looked at Korobus speechlessly and complained. Oh, by the way, you can't speak dwarfs either. Korobus also realized that he had asked a stupid question, scratching the back of his head with his bean sprouts, as if expressing embarrassment. But I don't hate dwarves so much. After all, I have never fought with them, but they are particularly hated to Shadow Madman. In their eyes, I am no different from the Shadow Madman underground, so I am worried that after my traces are exposed, there will be a dwarf who will hire a killer to kill me. It shouldn't be that, after all, Master Rasmades is still in Stardew Valley, and he won't sit still and see you be hurt. Leon comforted. But the Guardian is a big shot, how could he care about small characters like us? Korobus's face collapsed, as if he was expressing humility. As you said, you are special, and the mage cannot not pay attention to you. Moreover, it is a big deal for dwarves to appear in human towns, even the killers hired by dwarves. You have obtained a residence permit, and there are no killers and dwarves, so do you think the mage will let this threat appear in the town? Leon continued to comfort and helped Korobus analyze it with reasonable evidence. Sure enough, after listening to Lion's analysis, Korobus also felt that what Leon said made sense, and his expression returned to his cheerful smile. Thank you, Leon, I'm very happy to chat with you. As long as you are willing to come to me, I will always welcome you here. Can you get a discount in the future? Leon asked. No. Korobus shook his head with a little embarrassment. This is the prescribed price. I must abide by the content of the contract, and the same is true for the price. Then Korobus thought of something again and quickly added, but occasionally I can use my friend as a friend to attach some small gifts after the transaction is completed. This behavior is not within the content of the contract. Chapter 80 Remarks on the Shelves. It was quite surprising that I received a notice that it could be put on the shelves. However, after looking at the word count, it seems that it is almost done, so let's go on the shelves. It's time to wait for the exam results. Actually, I came here according to my own interests at the beginning. Although I am a newcomer at Kidian, I am also an old man in other places. However, when writing things outside, I always want to be close to commerciality and pleasure. I basically don't have my own private goods, just how to cater to the market, and the rewards I get are enough to cure my literary and youthful illness, and there is nothing to complain about. When I started writing this book, I wanted to write it casually. As long as someone criticized me, I immediately tried. What surprised me was that the brothers with ideas were so friendly, and I was shocked. So before I knew it, I actually wrote it on the shelves. On the way, my brothers gave me recommendations and comments to encourage me, and helped catch insects. I also had rewards and support from rich guys, which made me, a man who was in the third place, a little at a loss. But it has reached this point, so let's write it down, in order to give back to everyone's support and to the Zinged who has been playing with for so long. Valley 1 reward. I really like this game. It is worth more friends who like farming games to enjoy it. The game author is a real game producer. He will listen to the demands of players and will continue to update this game that has been released in 2016 for free. It was also after the new content of version 1.6 that I opened this farming masterpiece that has not been opened for more than half a year after it appeared. I found the novelty of fighting day and night. This game will always have some fun that you have not found waiting to take you to explore. There is only one thing I have to complain about, that is, after the 1.6 update, I opened Stardew Modding API and it was really breathless. However, the next day, the Nitmod bosses basically started to update. This may also be the charm of this game. Many players who like this game have not forgotten this game and are still providing it with a better gaming experience with other players. I don't know how to make mods, but I can write something, so I plan to join in, so I have this Stardew Valley fan. I hope this book can bring more farmers to this game and let more people feel the fear of 627 after working in 996. That's all I can say. I hope everyone can continue to support this book. Just like the final perfection of the game is 100%, let's go to the last top of the mountain together. By the way, I will make a comeback 1 month after it is released. It should be about 5 chapters every day. If the standards are not met, it will be filled in later. However, this amount of updates may cause some reading troubles, such as typos, etc. I hope everyone can help me catch the insects and improve the reading experience of this book together. Thank you again for your support and encouragement. I look forward to walking with you again. I won't say much. I'm going to write, hoping not to be caught by the leader, otherwise my buddy will be in trouble. Chapter 81, A Life of Yearning 4. After saying that, Korobus took out a small bag from somewhere. For example, this. I don't want it if the value is too high. Looking at the small bag, Leon was not in a hurry to take it. Friendship is priceless and valuable. If it is a gift of high value, Leon would not accept it. It's either expensive items or unknown seeds washed down by rain. Don't you have a farm that can be planted to see what can grow? Korobus explained. Let me see. After hearing this, Leon took the small bag, opened it, and immediately recognized the seeds in the bag, which were mixed seeds, which looked about 8 parts, and it was indeed not an expensive item. So Leon happily accepted the gift. Then I will accept it. Thank you, Korobus, I will bring you a gift when I come here again next time. Okay. Korobus did not reject Lion's kindness. He was looking forward to Lion's gifts, which proved that Leon did regard it as a friend. It was very good to have a friend give gifts. After chatting for a few more words, Leon said goodbye to Korobus, returned to the outlet of the sewer on the same road, and then took out his bicycle and rode home. No wild plants were found for collection on the road. However, I found that the small animals in the coal forest became more and more active. Leon even saw a squirrel jumping on his bicycle handlebar, and after a while of a ride, he jumped out of the car next to a pine tree. As Korobus said, the holders of forest magic will always be loved and kind to the natural creatures. For example, this squirrel will not be afraid of himself. Leon, who watched the squirrel leave, was thinking about whether he wanted to try the taste of squirrel meat. Could the squirrel, who was not afraid of accepting the request to sacrifice himself to satisfy Lion's appetite? However, although I have never eaten squirrel meat, Leon is not very interested in it. There is too little meat, and there may be some dangerous viruses and bacteria hidden. Cherish life and stay away from wild game. Back at the farm, Leon parked his bicycle and returned to the room to take out the rhubarb seeds purchased from Sandy. This crop is suitable for spring planting. When he bought it, Leon thought about planting it when he came back. Now that the mixed seeds given by Korobus were harvested, Leon simply opened up a row of soil again, buried the rhubarb seeds and mixed seeds evenly into the soil, and watered them. At the same time, Leon did not forget to inspect other crops that had been planted and had already taken root and sprouted. Most of the crops have basically sprouted and are growing well. There is no threat of pests and diseases. The overall plant is in excellent condition. However, some of them are not so strong. If Leon remembers correctly, they are the seedlings of green beans, all of which are lying on the soil and are a little wilted. I almost forgot that green bean vines are vine-climbing plants and need to climb other support to grow better. Thinking of the habits of green beans, Leon realized his problem. He made the problem of treating the content of the game as a reality. When the green beans are planted in the game, a bracket is provided with green bean climbing. The shelf in reality must be set by himself. Fortunately, this is not a complicated matter. I took out some wood from the box and used an axe to slightly modify it and process it. This is how a simple climbing rack was done. Insert it into the land bean seedlings next to the green bean seedlings, and Leon also took the lead and manually supported these green bean seedlings and gently wrapped them on the bracket. There was nothing left to Leon who could help me, so I could only leave it to green beans' own habits and desire to survive. With the lesson of green beans, Leon recalled the growth habits of other crops and found that except for green beans, which are more special, the other crops in the land are basically good children who can grow by themselves with soil and water. Leon doesn't need to pay too much attention. After completing the planting of a new batch of seeds and checking for the missing green beans, Leon returned to the wooden house and washed it briefly and changed into a clean set of clothes. He sat leisurely on the wooden steps outside the wooden house, enjoying the lazy time of doing nothing. In fact, there are really not so many things to do in pastoral life, especially under the unique natural conditions of Stardew Valley. You only need to plant the seeds and water them every day, and you don't need to worry about other aspects. Lions have basically never been found in their own plants. The only thing that threatens their growth is the crow's purchase of 0 yuan. However, because of the scarecrows, crows don't dare to get involved in the fields and eat self-service buffets. Therefore, for lions today, the farmer's life is quite comfortable. Of course, this does not mean that Leon has nothing to do. Going out to log and stock up on wood, mowing grass, and harvesting fiber and mixed seeds that may fall and expand the scale of planting are all things that Leon can do. However, Leon did not want a lot of work to occupy his leisure time. He had already gone to the countryside to be a farmer. What's wrong with enjoying the quiet and lazy life of a farmer? Grandpa's soul will return to the farm in the third year of the game to evaluate the player's scores in the past 2 years, but even if you have been lying in bed for 2 years and the farm is completely abandoned, Grandpa will not blame you for being lazy. He will only tell you that as long as you live a happy life. After all, as the heritage of grandfather, what he wants is not that players can make the farm run prosperous. He just wants to bring a new choice for players in the repeated and tired work and the already numb life, and provide a safe haven away from these troubles. This is also when Grandpa handed over the letter to the player. He clearly informed the player that he felt crushed by the burden of modern life and that emptiness occupied your heart before he could open the letter containing the news about this farm inheritance. Instead of telling players immediately to have a farm at home and to go to business quickly before leaving. In other words, if the player lives a happy life in modern life, has a relaxed work, a happy family, and a rich life, perhaps this letter will never have the chance to be opened. The same is true when brought into reality. If the reborn Leon had not known the secrets of the farm and the specialness and beauty of Stardew Valley in advance, Leon might not have opened the letter. After all, he had long been used to the social animal life of 996. The working environment of Hoja's family is not much different from his previous working environment. The salary of 2,000 is enough to make Leon live in Zuzu City. Everything is not much different from before traveling through time, it is just a little dull. It was because of the meaning of this farm that Leon chose to leave Hoja and come to Stardew Valley, and to Red Star Farm. He inherited this old farm that had been abandoned for many years and lived another new life that he had never experienced. A kind of food and drink, having friends gather around to chat, can make fun of dogs and horses, without complex workplace relationships and external pressure, can lie in the shade of trees and blow the wind when the sun shines in the sky, and only follow your own ideas and yearn for life. Chapter 82 The Ever-Changing Watermelon Knife. When his hair that had just been washed was blown dry by the wind, Leon stood up and patted the dust on his butt, looked around for a while, and confirmed that there was no outsider. He took out the Galaxy watermelon knife from his backpack that he was extremely disliked. The watermelon knife was held in Lion's hand, and Leon had the urge to split the melon. He shook his head and drove away this ridiculous idea. Leon carefully looked at this different Galaxy weapon. The lightweight and the blade that conforms to human mechanics are combined with the cold light that shines with the blade, which makes this watermelon knife look very intimidating. The special color scheme of dark purple has improved some of the style of the watermelon knife. If you observe this dark purple coating carefully, Leon can even see the starlight hiding the blade. Holding the watermelon knife tightly in his hand, Leon slashed in the air twice, and Leon could hear a subtle sound of breaking through the air. I took out a piece of wood and Leon inserted it lightly into the land. It only took a light push to push it. I used it to test the sharpness of the Galaxy watermelon knife. If you can cut off while ensuring that the wood does not fall, it can prove the sharpness of the watermelon knife. On the contrary, if you do not cut off but chop the wood down, then Leon has to consider other ways of using this watermelon knife. After everything was ready, Leon placed the blade horizontally and rushed forward with a backhand lunge. At the same time, his wrist exerted force to drive the watermelon knife to pass through the middle of the wood. The resistance feedback was very weak. When the blade crossed the wood, it actually gave Leon a feeling of cutting tofu. What surprised Leon even more was that when he held this watermelon knife, Leon could feel that his action had become faster. This improvement was obvious, just like someone pushing him behind his back, and it was not uncontrollable. Leon could control all the force he exerted. This seems to cater to the attributes of the watermelon knife plus 6 speeds in the gain. The wood cut by the blade has now been divided into 2 sections, one of which is still stuck on the ground, but it is a little tilted, and the other section falls directly to the ground. Leon stepped forward and observed it, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. When I picked up the watermelon knife to check the blade, there was no change, and even the wood chips were not stained. This is a sharpness, good. Seeing this situation, Leon finally had some good impression of this Galaxy watermelon knife, which was not very powerful. After all, if a weapon is not sharp enough, even if it looks good, it is just a handicraft. But how to trigger the expansion and contraction? After experimenting with the sharpness, Leon began to think about how to use the characteristics of the Galaxy watermelon knife. This is the first time Leon has seen this weapon with special abilities, so he has no idea. However, when Leon had the idea of stretching and contracting, the blade of the Galaxy watermelon knife began to stretch, and the blade grew rapidly like a spring bamboo shoot after the rain. In the blink of an eye, the blade of the adult's forearm extended to more than 1 meter in length. The changes in the watermelon knife not only bring about changes in length, but also changes in added weight and attributes. Galaxy Watermelon Knife, Level 12 Knife 5070 damage plus 2 speed plus 1 critical hit plus 10 weight characteristics and retractability. So that's it. It's a bit of a stretch based on the holder's idea, and then redefine the properties of the weapon according to the stretched shape. Leon, who noticed these changes, looked at the long blade in his hand that could no longer be called the watermelon knife, and his expression was a little excited, and then defined the form of the Milky Way watermelon knife again. Under Lion's conscious command, the blade that caters to the watermelon knife began to extend again, the length became more and more amazing, and the burden on the weight of Lion's wrist was also intensified. In the end, Leon was unable to hold the handle that could already be grasped by 4 or 5 hands in one hand, and instead held it with both hands. But the whole knife could no longer be lifted by Leon. At this moment, the watermelon knife had been changed to a length of nearly 4 meters by Leon, and the width of the blade body was also increased. In addition to the long shape of the base without changing, the Galaxy Watermelon Knife has become a Galaxy Gate panel. Galaxy Watermelon Knife, Level 12 Knife 110,150 damage 5 speed plus 200 critical strength plus 100 weight characteristics and retractability. After checking the attributes, Leon took a breath. The damage value has crushed the attributes of other galactic weapons. The plus 200 critical strike power means that as long as a critical strike is made, the attacker will have to bear an additional 4 times on the basis of the original 3 times critical strike, which is a total of 7 times the critical strike damage. The special effects are terrifying. However, this exaggerated attribute increase is also accompanied by the recommended effect of weight changes and shooting speed, which means that Leon is basically impossible to wield the door panel watermelon knife to attack normally, because the weight of this form is too outrageous and has left the scope of normal use by ordinary humans. Fortunately, the size of the watermelon knife can be changed at any time according to Lion's needs. Under Lion's control, the door panel began to shrink and finally scaled to the model of the Chinese kitchen knife used in normal kitchens. Galaxy Watermelon Knife, Level 12 Knife 3050 damage plus 8 speed plus 20 critical strike plus 50 critical strike power characteristics extension and retraction. Leon is the favorite of the current Chinese kitchen knife style. The kitchen knives bought in Pelican Town are basically narrow-blade Western-style kitchen knives, and there are many types. The corresponding kitchen knives are required to handle each ingredient, highlighting the cumbersomeness. As accustomed to the convenience of using Chinese kitchen knife with one knife, Leon had long wanted to create a Chinese kitchen knife to provide his daily food processing. Now with this retractable and free-shaped watermelon knife, it saves a lot of trouble. As for whether using a rare weapon like Galaxy weapon as a kitchen knife is somewhat derogatory, Leon doesn't care. After all, the meaning of a weapon or tool is to be used, not as a decoration. This way of use is common in my hometown. For example, the keyboard can not only be used with a computer, but also used as a torture tool. In addition to cleaning up kitchen dirt, steel wool can also bring happiness to people, etc. These are all additional uses given to tools by artificially giving them excellent results. Your new weapon seems interesting, but I hope you don't expand its usage into the kitchen. After all, if you use it to deal with those monsters, you won't want to taste the ingredients that are not the ingredients in the ingredients you use it. Just as Leon was thinking of entering the kitchen with a Chinese kitchen knife-style watermelon knife and cutting something, his sudden proposal almost cut towards the place where the sound came. Master Razmedes? Why are you here? Fortunately, Leon suppressed this instinctive impulse in time, and then asked after seeing the face of the speaker clearly. Let's see you and remind you some things. Master Rasmides is still dressed in a wizard robe and wizard hat, but compared to when he first met in the tower, Rasmides changed into a pair of high boots on his feet this time. What's the matter? Leon asked in confusion. I found that the outlet location of the sewer was artificially damaged. Of course, I was not here to hold accountable, I just decided whether you entered this way. Rasmides asked Rode. It's me. Leon did not hide it either. After all, even if he lied, as long as Rasmides went to Korobus to ask, he could get this answer. It would be better to deceive the boss for this little thing. Chapter 83 Grandpa's Letter. That's good. The mage breathed a sigh of relief, and then added, you should have known Korobus. I hope you keep your kindness to it. It is a special shadow madman, but it will not pose any threat to you and the residents of the town. Of course, we are now friends. Leon nodded. Master, you came for this. I just asked by the way. In fact, the most important thing is to do something that my old friend asked me to do. The mage said, then stretched out his hand and looked down. The next moment, the land under the feet of the two began to roll, and balls of soil gathered into a flat four-sided model that floated into the tumbling soil. Then the soil was then poured into the model, and finally formed a small house and a sandbox model style of a miniature vegetable garden. At just one glance, Leon recognized that the sandbox made of the soil was the shape of his own Red Star farm. He was surprised by the mage's superb skills and was also curious about the reason why the mage got it out. It's not just to be cool in front of you. When your grandfather passed away, he sent me a letter. I cremated his body left in the material world as he arranged and buried it near my mage tower. Now you have inherited this farm, so I plan to send his shrine back to this land he once loved the most. After completing the shaping of the farm model, the mage spoke directly and explained. I need you to decide now what area of the farm he sleeps in. After hearing the other party's explanation, Leon was inexplicably a little troubled. Not to mention that Grandpa's funeral was handled by the mage. It was difficult to understand just the other party's understatement that he wanted to relocate his grandpa's cemetery at will. Especially for local rabbits born in the East, the concept of being buried in the ground is basically an obsession with DNA. Relocation is a big deal. At this moment, the mage is so casual, which really impacts his three views. The Wizard of Leon didn't know what he thought, and thought Leon was worried about, you are not afraid of a cemetery problem on the farm. If that's the case, I don't mind letting that old guy continue to be my neighbor. After saying this, the mage frowned slightly. If Leon answered yes, then he would not have any intersection with Leon from now on. I'm not afraid, I just feel that your behavior of moving the cemetery at will is not respecting the people who have been buried. Why don't we choose a zodiac day and find a professional burial team to hold a ceremony? Leon hesitated for a long time, and still expressed his thoughts. Haha, Leon, you don't understand the way of thinking of people like us. In our opinion, the body is just a medium for living in the material world, and the soul is the core. But I'm very happy that you have such an idea. You respect your grandpa very much. Hearing Lion's words, the mage's frown relaxed instantly, and his eyes became much more kind. Although your grandfather passed away, his soul still shines. He doesn't care how I treat his remaining body, because your grandfather and I are the same kind of people. After saying this, Master Razmedes took out a letter from his body and handed it to Leon. This is the letter he asked me to hand it over to you. Is it strange that an old guy who has been dead for many years can still write a letter? But as I said, your grandfather's soul is still shining and he is paying attention to you in the spiritual world, but you don't need to worry. This is the care of the elders for the younger generation, not a terrible thing. Lion's expression was a little strange when he heard this. He was not afraid. He knew that his grandfather's soul would come back to visit him, but his current development was obviously more outrageous than visiting him. However, he still received the letter, but before he could open it, he was urged by Master Razmedes, please choose an area that will not interfere with your future farm planning and place his shrine. I can't leave the Mage Tower for a long time. You can wait for the end of this letter to read slowly. Let's put it here. Leon accepted the letter after hearing this, and then clicked a location on the farm model, which was exactly where Grandpa's shrine was located in the game, next to the mountain wall on the edge of the farm in the northwest corner. I understand here. Seeing Leon making a decision, the mage immediately reached out and pointed the position Leon pointed on the farm's model sandbox. Then, in the area where Leon pointed, a shrine model made of soil appeared on the farm's sandbox model. Okay, my business is done, I won't bother you next. After saying that, the mage disappeared directly in front of Leon. At the same time, the sandbox model of the farm was reintegrated into the land under his feet. Leon looked at the intact land. If it weren't for the letter in his hand, it would be like an illusion that happened just now. I was in a hurry and didn't know at all the laws and regulations that are inviolable in private territory. Leon could only complain about this and then headed towards the northwest of the farm. There, Leon saw the shrine belonging to Grandpa who had moved to the mage. In the shrine around the surroundings, a kind of blue-grey stone paved floor was paved. In the center, Grandpa's shrine was embedded in the mountain. The spiritual platform was made of stones of the same type as the floor tiles, and it was wavy. Although it was very rough, this shape inexplicably reminded Leon of Yuba's logo. Behind the spiritual platform, there is a tombstone, without the name of Grandpa, nor the tombstone, but only a simple epitaph, stand on the shoulders of nature and seek the shining sun from the land. In addition, there are 4 stone lamps embedded on both sides of the tombstone, but the 4 stone lamps did not light up at this moment. Standing in front of Grandpa's shrine, Leon stopped silently for a long time before finally bowing deeply in front of the shrine. No matter what, he has to thank the old man for the letter he gave him. After all, he allowed him to inherit the farm. Although he was a time traveler, he still agreed with this grandfather who encouraged him to accompany him in the game. After all, the characters in the game are also the self in another world. Any behavior you do when you manipulate the game characters depends on your thoughts and ideas. After bowing, Leon sat cross-legged on the floor in front of the spiritual platform and opened the letter handed over by Master Razmedes, which was said to be written by the old man in his soul. Dear Leon, I haven't seen you for a long time, and you have grown up and opened that letter. I feel sad for you and happy for you. What is sad is the oppression given to you by modern life, and you are happy to choose the same path as me. I was once as confused as you, so I escaped from the city and found the magical place of Stardew Valley during my journey. I believe you have known these in the previous letter, so I won't go into details. This time I wrote to you because I realized some special circumstances that happened to you, but I don't think these are bad things. No matter what, you will always be my grandson, which will not change. At the same time, I sincerely hope that you can live a good life in Red Star Farm. This farm was accumulated by me, and it has buried my sweat for most of my life. It is a pity that it has been abandoned, but I don't want you to take it as a burden, just live the farm life you want to live. Your own happiness is always the most important thing, just remember this. Also, when you come here for the 3rd year, I will find an opportunity to come back to see you. I hope you won't be too scared by that time. Of course, I shouldn't be that scary either. I will make an assessment based on your situation in the past 2 years. If you can get a score that satisfies me, I will have a special gift for you. Come on. Love your grandfather. Chapter 84, System, You Deserve to Die. After reading the letter, Leon folded it and stuffed it into his pocket. There was not much content in the letter, but some potential information hidden in the letter made Leon unable to help but think. The old man seemed to know that he was not the grandson he was familiar with, but he didn't seem to care about this. Instead, he emphasized that he would treat himself as his grandson, and he didn't know why. At the same time, judging from the words that Master Razmedes talked to Leon when he visited before, the old man's soul now lives in the spiritual world and is paying attention to himself, which is very interesting. According to Xiao Hakorobus, the spiritual world is the soul return of the forest magic holder after death. The old man can live in the spiritual world, which means that the old man is also the owner of forest magic. Although I don't know if the forest magic is the same as the one I have mastered, there should be no big difference. Korobs said that the holders of forest magic are relatively long-lived, but Grandma Evelyn, who once had a special relationship with her grandfather, was only in her 80s or 90s at most. Why didn't the old man live like this normal human? Leon had no idea what accident happened in the middle, but based on these known situations, Leon thought of a more interesting question. That is, behind the sacrifice mission in the community center, there may be the shadow of Grandpa. After all, everything required in the sacrifice mission involves all aspects of the items that can be produced in the Stardew Valley. If you want to collect all the gifts you need to sacrifice, you must explore most areas of Stardew Valley and experience various different lifestyles, such as fishing in the waters, mining in mines, and fighting monsters. At the same time, you must not forget to run a farm project well to ensure you obtain a gift list for animal husbandry and agriculture. The requirements of these gifts seem to have purposeful guidance and help Leon become familiar with life in Stardew Valley, allowing him to experience the fun and challenges of the existence of Stardew Valley in the process of exploring and collecting gifts. The farm facilities restored in this way can make you live on the farm more conveniently. At the same time, the public facilities and community center of Pelican Town can also bring a lot of local reputation and favorable impressions to Leon. No matter how you look at it, it seems like the old man is using the sacrifice activity as a medium to help Leon pave the way for his life in Stardew Valley. As for whether the old man can do this, Leon has no doubts. After all, he can be called the same existence by Master Razmedes, and Grandpa may not be a big shot. After all, if someone's family is gone, the soul can still write letters to his grandson. From this point of view, Grandpa is not an ordinary farmer. But these are all Lion's own imagination. He is not sure whether the fact is the case, but he feels that what he guesses should be without any logic. It seems like a coincidence that all of this is put together. Unfortunately, I couldn't talk directly with my grandfather to ask if this matter was as I thought. However, judging from these things, the old man is still very concerned about him. It is also a heartfelt idea to hope that he can live a good life on the farm. Thinking of this, Leon stood up again and bowed deeply in front of his grandfather's shrine, before returning to the wooden house. After carefully putting the letter written by Grandpa, Leon took out the 10 magic essences he bought from his backpack after a short rest. He poured all the essence out of the small bag, and as he watched them roll on the table, Leon felt relieved after seeing nothing happened. I almost forgot that light and shadow are opposites. Fortunately, I didn't cause a crisis like an exclusion phenomenon due to the release, otherwise I would have to go to the hospital for a few days. When the sun essence and void essence were poured out, Leon thought of a possible crisis, but his mind reacted but his hands did not. Fortunately, there was no accident. However, even if an accident occurs, Leon will not worry about his sudden death. After all, after knowing that forest magic will protect himself from the danger of impending death, Lion's fear of death has dissipated a lot. But this incident still taught Leon a lesson. When facing unknown existence, he still ensured a cautious attitude and a sense of awe. Even if you don't die, you still have to bear the price you should bear. Leon is not shaking and he doesn't like to suffer hardships and losses. I examine myself 3 times a day, and the words of my ancestors always make sense. System, the materials are all collected, please upgrade the backpack. After reflecting on it, Leon couldn't wait to urge the system. As soon as Leon spoke, 10 essences on the table began to melt directly, and the golden and black liquid gathered together, and then consciously rushed towards Leon. Leon frowned and subconsciously wanted to get up and avoid it, but the next second he realized that this move should be a system operation, so he put down his guard and quietly observed what the ball of brown liquid wanted to do. What surprised Leon was that the moment when the liquid was approaching Leon, it was absorbed by a crack that suddenly appeared in the air. Then Leon heard the system prompt sound. The backpack expansion task has been completed, the backpack upgrade has been successfully upgraded, and the backpack space has been increased to 24 square meters. Backpack expansion, 2, has been released. Backpack expansion, 2 collect 7 colorful fragments and upgrade the backpack space to 36 grids. Fuck, 7 colorful pieces. If the materials needed for 12 grid backpacks to 24 grid backpacks make Leon feel like he has made a lot of money, then the cost of upgrading 24 grids to 36 grids to 7 colorful pieces makes Leon realize the abnormality of the system. Not to mention the difficulty of obtaining channels for colorful fragments, the value alone is much more expensive than the 24-liter 36 backpack in the game. Clinton once proposed a 2500G acquisition plan after he opened the colorful fragments. The specific market price of the colorful fragments is not clear about Leon, but as a blacksmith, Clint can offer a 2500G price, and the price is definitely only low or not. Even if a piece of colorful fragment is priced at 2,500G, it will cost at least 17,500G for 7 yuan. Even if the investment of this money is not yet reached the thought of paying, Leon is already feeling pain now. Not to mention the rareness of the colorful fragments, I am afraid that it is not easy to buy 1 yuan if you have money, let alone 7 yuan. System, you deserve to die. The price is too dark. The system did not answer Lion's resentment, or if it did not involve some matters related to the system, it would not react at all. But Leon felt that the system was in a disadvantage, so he didn't dare to speak. However, Leon could not bargain with the system for such a thing, so he could only recognize this slightly outrageous task requirement. However, Leon did not plan to consider upgrading his backpack in a short period of time. It may take a long time to accumulate 7-piece and colorful fragments. During this period, just pretend that he had never seen this task. Thanks to Dimension for giving away a total of 10,000 yuan in Kidian coins twice. The boss is healthy and everything goes well. Your heroic posture makes me a little scared. You won't want to play wiping with me, right? Okay, just kidding, thank you Brother D for your encouragement, I love you. Chapter 85 Girls Must Protect Themselves. After watching TV in the wooden house, Leon had been salted fish until dinner time, and then he began to search for ingredients for cooking tonight from the refrigerator. At noon, I had a hearty barbecue meal under the warm hospitality of Sandy in the Calico Desert, so Leon did not consider obtaining meat in a short period of time, so he simply took out a bowl of rice and planned to cook porridge or something to satisfy his belly. Anyway, Leon comforted himself so much, not because there was nothing good in the refrigerator, and he would not admit that he was too lazy to cook because of lazy cancer. The ignition was initially completed using hay as fire. The wood chopped on the rack was used as firewood. Leon hung a soup pot with a determined ratio of water and rice on the flaming fire pit and sat quietly aside. Listening to the crackling sound of firewood burning in his ears and admiring the sparks flying with the upward airflow, Leon felt really comfortable at this moment. There is a kind of village with companions. When I was a child, I used discarded jars from somewhere to fill them with water, stuffed some weeds into them, used matches stolen from the stove at home to light firewood, pretending to be the joy of pretending to be a wine shop when I was busy in the kitchen. What's even more wonderful is that you just need to raise your head and you can see the stars in the sky. The sky without light pollution is so pure and the starry sky is so eye-catching. If you have a pair of soft thighs around you at this moment, you can lie down and look up at the starry sky, it will be a decisive victory. What delicious are you making? Just as he was thinking about such a beautiful thing, Abigail's figure appeared beside the fire pit, and naturally lifted up the unboiled soup pot. When he looked at it, there was only simple water and rice inside. He complained to Leon with disgust. Just eat this at night? Do you really have the energy to deal with tomorrow's farm work? You have to eat well in the morning, eat full at noon, and eat less at night. Don't you know this simple truth? Leon rolled his eyes and complained. I haven't heard of this kind of saying, I only know that dinner is the most hearty meal of the day. Abigail replied at Leon in confusion. Leon continued to complain, then why don't you eat dinner at home? Why do you come to my broken farm? I've eaten it. I came to your place because I wanted to take a walk and digest food. I was worried that I would gain weight. Abigail said, and leaned against Leon and added. I just didn't expect that you would eat so easily at night. I had known that I would invite you to dinner at my house. My mother really wanted to meet you, a new resident. She was still complaining at the dinner table at night. Among the participants in their dance and aerobics meeting, everyone except her had met and greeted you. Is this a meeting with parents? Leon subconsciously complained. But unfortunately, Abigail didn't get this point and looked at Leon in confusion. What does it mean to meet parents? It's nothing. If I go buy seeds next time, I will visit your mother." Leon didn't explain anything, and just casually said, and began to add firewood to the flames in the fire pond. Abigail did not continue to ask, but just squatted quietly as he watched Leon pull the flames, allowing the air to enter the semi-burning firewood to make the flames more vigorous. Leon was watching the temperature of the fire pit and looked at Abigail. In an instant, Leon noticed the amazing background exposed by Abigail due to his posture, so in the moral entanglement of whether to continue watching, he chose not to watch it. "If you have anything to come to me, just say it. I'm under a lot of pressure when you squat by my side as a supervisor." In order to relieve his embarrassment, Leon had to remind Abigail that it was time to tell the truth. "I have nothing to do." Abigail was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then hurriedly denied it. "Are you sure?" Leon raised his brow and looked at Abigail with disdain and complained, "From the moment you appeared, you looked at my wooden house from time to time. It was obvious that you were not walking here, but came here with other needs. Maybe it was because of something in my wooden house." Have you studied psychology?" Hearing Lion's judgment, Abigail lowered his head awkwardly and complained, "Are you a pervert who likes to stare at girls? You can even notice such small moves." "I'm just good at observing and thinking." Leon shrugged his shoulders, "Tell me, I'll love anything in my room. As long as it's not too much, I can satisfy you, but I need to pay the price. After all, I'm poor now and need some financial support." "Is that true? Then, can you sell me the straight sword I practiced with you yesterday? I can buy it for money." Abigail first glanced at Leon worriedly when he heard this, and then expressed his original intention. "Oh, it turns out you came for that straight sword. If you like it, why didn't you mention this yesterday and have to go there again today?" Leon was not surprised when he heard this. After all, this girl is keen on taking risks and secretly practiced sword skills for it. It is understandable that she is interested in straight swords. After all, it's your weapon. You were just that kind of weapon at that time. How could I ask you for it? Abigail explained. So you thought about this when you saw that I got a new weapon today? Leon laughed indifferently when he heard Abigail's answer. Abigail looked careless, but in fact he was quite careful. Well, weapons made from Ba's casting table are always easier to use than iron weapons. You have better ones, so I think that ordinary straight sword should not be used. Abigail nodded. How much do you plan to sell? I can buy it at a higher price. How much does it cost? Let me consider that. Leon shook his head and pretended to be thinking, then stood up and entered the wooden house under Abigail's expectant gaze, then took the straight sword given by Clint and joked at Abigail. How about you say I want 10,000 yuan? This price is very reasonable. Although it is an iron weapon, it is also a master craftsmanship. What I sell is not a weapon, but an art. You should be able to understand the higher prices of artworks. You are crazy, you sell a sword for 10,000 yuan? Why don't you grab it? Abigail looked at Leon speechlessly, and she knew that Leon was teasing himself after all. If Leon really wanted to sell this weapon at a high price, he would never have quoted such an outrageous price. Robbery is illegal. 1,000 yuan per hand is not worth it. Leon returned to Abigail's side and placed his straight sword next to Abigail and joked. Forget it, I can't afford it, you can keep it yourself. Abigail shook his head, obviously not wanting to cooperate with Lion's joke. Then I'll change the offer, how about a sweet kiss? Leon saw that Abigail was not playing, so he had to change his statement and continue to tease Abigail's emotions. "Are you sure?" Abigail's face turned slightly red when he heard this. He didn't know if it was the fire or other reasons, and his voice became much weaker. "I'm teasing you, I'll give it to you. I don't have money. We are buddies. Talking money hurts our relationship." Leon noticed Abigail's changes, realized that Abigail was serious, and quickly extinguished the ambiguous atmosphere that spread. "And girls must protect themselves when they go out. With this sword to defend themselves, I believe you will definitely achieve the record of being unable to get close to you. Take it as an adventurer and look for hidden treasures. Thank you for the 500 rewards from the boss who was so sorry for finding books. The boss is generous and the boss is in good health." By the way, Chapter 5 was finally done. The daily 4,000-year-old who was used to ideas was suddenly increased by tens of thousands of yuan per day. It was a little too late. I had to slowly, my back hurt. Chapter 86, I treat you as my brother, are you actually guarding against me? What a mess. Abigail rolled his eyes at Leon when he heard this, but he didn't stop picking up the hilt of the straight sword handed over by Leon. When the straight sword was held in Abigail's hand, Leon couldn't help but look at it. Against the backdrop of the fire and the moonlight, Abigail holding the sword seemed to have a bit of majesty and beauty like a Nordic Valkyrie. "Although it's given to you, I hope you don't take it for fun, at least don't take it out easily in the town." While Leon, who had recovered from calmness in an instant, he provoked the fire, he did not forget to remind Abigail to pay attention to safety issues. "I'm not a child, of course I know the right way." Abigail made a face at Leon, and then put the straight sword in his hand. "By the way, this sword should not be passed down from your family. The family tradition is not that new. I went to Clinton last time, and he gave it to me." Leon waved his hand and explained, "So you don't need to thank me. If you want to thank me, thank Clinton, after all, this is a weapon he made." "Clinton, I don't have much interaction with him." Abigail muttered with embarrassment after he raised his head and thought for a while. "Forget it, I'll tell him next time I meet you." Leon didn't expect Abigail to come to Clinton to thank him. Clinton's character who was squatting at home was afraid that he wanted to run away when he saw Abigail. "Thank you, Leon." Abigail patted Lion's shoulder happily when he heard this. "I knew you were the most reliable, and it was indeed my good friend." "Yes, yes." Leon nodded and perfunctorily, then saw white foam starting to emerge from the soup pot, so he quickly picked it off the fire pit. "Do you want to come some?" He lifted the lid of the pot, and there was still white porridge blending with water inside. Leon showed it in front of Abigail and invited him. "Did your life be hard? Are you really full if you eat only these at night?" Abigail shook his head, then looked at Leon with some concern and asked. As long as Leon nodded, she went back and opened her piggy bank, took out some of her private money, and gave it to Leon for use in the name of borrowing money. As for when Leon would pay back the money, Abigail had not considered it. "No, I'm just too lazy to cook." Leon waited for the white porridge in the pot to cool down, and did not forget to answer Abigail's question. "That's it." Abigail breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and then sat next to Leon. "I thought you were so poor that you couldn't afford to eat." "That won't be." Leon thought about the money he had left. Although he had consumed some today, he still left more than 1,800 yuan on hand. This money was enough to support himself in spending the time before the crop matured, and the money for the green onions and some spring collections sold last time should be about to arrive. When the porridge in the pot had almost cooled down, Leon found a spoon and started to enjoy his simple dinner. Abigail was chatting with each sentence beside Leon. Because he was eating, it was basically Abigail who said it, and Leon was listening. As a listener, Leon heard many things about Abigail, such as conflicts in the family, discipline by his parents, and his own confusion about the future. Leon did not give Abigail any advice on these issues. After all, it is difficult for a clean official to make a decision on household affairs, and there is no reliable idea about Abigail's future. Even so, just listening to Abigail's words after saying these things, Abigail's face became much cheerful. He did not feel ignored because Leon did not say too much. Instead, he was very grateful to Leon for being able to listen to his troubles. It's getting late, it's time to go back to bed, otherwise you'll have to be nagged by your parents again. After glanced at the time on your watch, it was already past 9 o'clock. While Leon washed the soup pot a little, he did not forget to let Abigail go back early. Yet, Abigail also knew that he had been out for too long. If he was dragging on, his father might have to come out to find him in person, so he also, without saying anything more, he stood up and planned to leave the farm. By the way, do you need me to send you a ride? I have a bicycle. Although it is not a sports car, it is also a means of transportation. Thinking of Abigail driving to pick him up the conversation, Leon couldn't help asking him. Forget it, I haven't seen your bicycle, and there is no seat. If you take me with me, I have to lean against the frame. Isn't it a loss if you take advantage of it? Abigail said with disgust, and said Leon with disgust. Haha, I treat you as my brother, you are actually guarding against me and walk slowly but not seeing you. Leon looked at Abigail speechlessly and retorted. Hee, let's go. Abigail waved at Leon with a smile, then clenched his straight sword and left the farm with big strides. Looking at Abigail's back, Leon sighed. He didn't know if it was only Penny who knew that the private farm was forbidden to break in when the owners did not allow it. 1 or 2 people come to their own farm just like visiting the park. Even if you don't say hello, you don't even bring a gift without invitation, and you don't have any respect for your farmer. If they could buy guns, Leon would have to set up a machine gun battery for the farm. When they encountered such a trespassing guest, they would hit him in front of him and let them understand what hospitality was. After extinguishing the embers in the fire pit, Leon returned to the house and fell asleep in his clothes. The biological clock played an excellent role the next day. Basically, Leon woke up naturally not long after dawn. After washing up, Leon immediately went out to put some water, and then after washing his hands, he started looking for ingredients in the refrigerator. Just as Abigail said, white porridge cannot fill your stomach at all. It feels good to have enough water last night, but after digesting overnight, except for the longer urination in the morning, it is really hungry. After Leon had enough food and drink, he had time to water the crops in the fields. What made Leon happy was that the green bean seedlings, which were half dead yesterday, had recovered their vitality after Leon prepared a climbing frame for it, and he was tightly wrapped around the bracket for one night. I have nothing to do, it seems that I can try fishing today. After watering, it was only 7:30, but there were basically no things to do on the farm that needed to work on it, so Leon returned to the house and took out the bamboo fishing rod, and embarked on the fishing trip that he had not successfully experienced last time. Start, target the beach pier. Accompanied by the middle school 2's shout, Leon, who was riding a bicycle, held the bicycle handlebar in one hand and the fishing rod in the other hand, facing the sun, rod towards the East Pelican Town. Chapter 87 The First Battle Won. Pelican Town was quite peaceful early in the morning. Most people were still at home and they were basically rushing to their workplaces, so Leon did not meet any acquaintances on the road. The bike was unobstructed all the way to the beach. Because of the portability of the bike, Leon could even ride the bike onto the dock. Hi. Good morning, Willie. As soon as I got on the dock, Leon saw Willie standing in the corner of the dock facing the sea, with a water tank placed beside him. Haha, Leon, I finally saw you take out the fishing rod. I thought you almost forgot about fishing, which is good for physical and mental health. Willie turned around and saw Leon, and at the same time noticed the fishing rod that Leon carried on his shoulder, and his eyes lit up in an instant. Hurry, now is the best time for fish love. Take out your fish rod and experience the fun of playing with the fish. Faced with Willie's urging, Leon did not make any sense. He parked his bicycle next to Willie's sea fish house, and then came to Willie's side. Although the bamboo fishing rod that Willie gave him looked quite simple, the line fishing hooks were basically tied on the fishing rod. You only need to take the hook out of the groove at the top of the bamboo fishing rod and loosen the damper switch of the line, and you can hang the bait throwing rod into the sea. Here, use the bait here as you like. Seeing that Leon was ready to throw the rod, the bait was just short, Willie immediately kicked the small box beside Leon. Leon squatted down and found that there were 3 different types of baits in the small box. One was pink and glutinous worms, one was thumb-sized shrimp, and the other was oyster meat peeled from the shell. Actually, the 3 types of baits have similar effects and their ability to lure fish is excellent. However, if you want to catch big fish, I would recommend you to use worms. Watching Leon staring at the bait and falling into choice difficulties, Willie suggested. Then what kind of bait are you using? Leon first pinched a worm and hung it on the hook, then threw the hook into the sea in front of him. The lead sinker on the hook instantly sank into the sea with the hook. Finally, under the buoyancy of a row of soybean-sized bean floats, the fishing line stopped and continued to sink into the water. Gus ordered 20 fish from me, so I chose to use oyster meat as bait. Willie replied. What is the main target of the worm? Leon glanced at the fish float swaying on the water, and found that it had not sunk into the water, so he withdrew his gaze and continued to chat with Willie. Of course it's big fish with carnivorous fish like herring and halibut. If you fish for the first time, you have to choose a big guy, so that you can have a memorable first experience in sea fishing. Willie introduced to Leon with a smile. Catching big fish should be very skillful, right? Leon was a little nervous when he heard this. He remembered that when he first came into contact with Stardew Valley fishing, he was tortured by the fishing game. No, it's strength. I remember that I told you these skills. As long as you still remember, as long as you don't encounter the embarrassing scene of hanging up the line, you can easily lift the wealth swimming in the sea. Willie encouraged Leon. Leon nodded, recalling some of the skills he explained to Willie last time on the sea, and felt a little confident, but talking on paper was not very reliable. For the specific situation, it was better to wait until the actual combat to gain serious experience. Fishing is actually not just a game with the fish, but also a test of patience. Sea fishing is different from Taiwan fishing. What Taiwan fishing requires patience. What sea fishing needs is to fiddle with the hooks that tease the fish hanging, and stimulate the hunting habits of foraging fish in the sea. Because unlike fish in the freshwater field, most sea fish are carnivorous, so they are more aggressive and moving prey are more attractive to them. So Leon was devoted to fishing at this moment, so he had to keep fiddling with the fishing line to drive the bait under the water to move. Of course, it doesn't need to be too frequent, otherwise the fish may not get caught in the hook. Willie has been helping Leon stare. After all, Leon said a long time ago that he is not very skilled. How could Willie, who is determined to develop a fishing partner, make Leon give up fishing because of the feeling of loss of nothing, so he can be said to be extremely concerned about Lion's first fishing. Hear you. Seeing that Lion's bean float was pulled into the water, Willie reminded Leon directly. Leon naturally noticed this. Before Willie opened his mouth, he had already lifted the fishing rod. The tight fishing line and the pulling feeling from the fishing line made him understand that he had caught the fish. Although most fish are not big, in the water, the strength of these fish may be 2 or 3 times their weight, so at the moment they were caught, Leon saw the fishing line on the reel being pulled away quickly. Cut the line and close the line, don't put the line all over. Remember to lift the pole against the opposite direction of the fish's escape. Willie observer Lion's reel at the same time reminded. Leon nodded, then held the rod in his right hand and placed his left hand on the handle of the relay wheel and rotated clockwise. The struggle of the fish that escaped from the hook made the process of retracting the line a bit difficult, but the excellent quality of the fish line still allowed Leon to force the pulling down by relying on brute force. As more and more fishing lines were retracted, the raised fish rod finally dragged the greedy fish out of the water. The splashing water and the tumbling scales were very conspicuous under the reflection of the Sunshine Mountain. It's pretty good, it's a halibut. Willie recognized the species of this fish at a glance. Leon had no time to speak, as if he was aware of the life and death crisis he was on the verge of. The halibut used no less strength than a wild dog that had broken away. Fortunately, Leon has good physical fitness, especially recently, his physical fitness is still growing. Although the tug-of-war with this halibut is a bit difficult, it is still within the range of being able to fight a long battle. Come on me. Looking at the halibut getting closer and closer to the dock as he pulled down, Leon locked the damper on the reel, then stepped back and exerted force suddenly, holding the rod in both hands to pull the line hard, and the halibut on the hook was directly lifted from the sea, drew an extremely perfect arc in the air, and finally fell beside Leon. Willie hurried forward and helped Leon take out the hook from the halibut's mouth, grabbed the gills and lifted the flat big fish and displayed it in front of Leon. It's good to catch halibut of this size near the sea. Congratulations, Leon, the first battle won. Willie, who told Leon about the length of the halibut, celebrated at Leon happily, and reached out to Leon to signal to Leon to take it over and feel it. Leon did not refuse, hugged the halibut in front of his chest, and looked at Willie happily. Assess the price, Willie, how much is it worth? I don't recommend you to sell the first one. According to the tradition of our fishermen, the first fish is either released or taken back to eat. This symbolizes good luck and rewards for yourself. However, if you really want to sell it, I can give you a price of 100 for this body shape and appearance. Willie praised Leon Coco, but he didn't have the interest to sweep Leon. After all, he knew that fishing was just a hobby and extra money for Leon, and his main job was the farm work. Thank you for the 500 starting point coins reward from the boss 13162211. I wish you good health and good luck. Thank you for your support. Chapter 88 Pelican Town is indeed a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. 100 is not cheap anymore. Leon was a little moved when he heard this offer, but he was just moved. As I said to Willie, this is my first fish. It is a pity if I sell it, and it is even more impossible if I put it on. There is no reason to spit out the meat at my mouth, so the best way to deal with it is to eat it. Just swallowing it into your stomach is not a romantic way of commemoration. After all, they all blended together. Forget it, what a perverted idea. Shaking his head and interrupting his random thoughts, Leon then spoke to Willie, then respect tradition and keep it for food, but I'm afraid I can't eat such a big one, and I have no experience in cooking sea fish. Willie, why don't we eat it together? Okay, but I don't cook much. In fact, I can give this fish to Gus. He will definitely not waste such good ingredients. And as long as we leave one for him, he will not even charge us for processing fees. I occasionally take the fish to Gus, and he also likes to eat fish. Willie suggested. Then let's go now? Otherwise, if you get out of the sea for a long time, this halibut will probably smell. Leon complained at the halibut who had intaken more and had less air. Not for that. Willie stepped forward and took the halibut and threw it into the water tank. What surprised Leon was that this water tank that looked just the size of a basin could actually hold a halibut that was longer than it, and after the halibut entered the water tank, it shrank, and it changed from half a person to a pocket-sized body size of a palm. Isn't it very magical? This is the secret fishing box of the old Willie family. My grandfather's grandfather learned special skills from the mermaids. Willie showed off to Leon with great pride. Magic! Leon sincerely exclaimed, thinking that he was already very special, but he didn't expect Willie to be talented, and Pelican Town is indeed a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. But it's quite troublesome to make this kind of fishing box, otherwise I'll make one for you, but if you can collect good materials, I can't help you process it. Willie obviously didn't treat Leon as an outsider, and for this special prop he passed down from family, he actually planned to help Leon make one. What materials are needed? Although there is a system backpack that can store live fish to achieve the same effect, Leon is always interested in this mystical prop. We need 3 types: cave gel, sea gel, and river gel. These require fishing in the corresponding water areas. Gel is the essence of the water source and has a special effect. If you catch it, don't throw it away. You also need 2 aquamarines, 5 rainbow shells, 1 pearl, and 2 iridium ingots. I can help you with other materials, and you have to collect these materials I mentioned yourself. Willie reported the materials he needed. Tell me this, aren't you afraid that I will learn secretly? Leon was a little moved by Willie's frankness. In order to relieve this emotion, he joked with Willie. Ha ha ha, let's not talk about other materials yet. You can't learn it simply by creating the craftsmanship needed to create this kind of fishing box. Willie laughed and teased Leon, unless you can also get in touch with the mermaid. Mermaid, I've never seen it before. Leon shrugged his shoulders and complained, I don't know if it's really that beautiful. Of course, if you want to see me, you will see me every 3 nights from December 15th to 17 every winter. It will be the Ocean Night Market Festival in Pelican Town. Cargo ships and mermaids from all over the world will appear during this period. If you want to see a mermaid, you can see me by participating in the mermaid show. And I promise you that the mermaids singing will really make you remember for the rest of your life. When Willie heard Lion's words, he immediately said to Leon Kopp, "I will definitely come and support you at that time." Leon remembered this festival, but he didn't expect that this festival also exists in reality, and even mermaids dare to come out to perform on the stage. It seems that this world is quite inclusive of the mysterious things in existence. Then let's continue. I'm still a dozen fish left. You should have nothing to do, right? Willie asked after chatting. No, today I plan to catch fish for the whole day. Leon replied, shook his head. Then keep going, haha. Willie was very happy to hear Lion's plan, so the old and the young stood on the dock and started a fishing journey. When I first fishing, maybe it was because of the added bonus of luck, so I didn't let Leon wait for a long time to catch the fish since I threw the rod. However, in the following time, waiting patiently became the main theme of fishing time. In this case, Leon can understand that if fishing is really so easy and can catch fish by throwing a rod, then the fishing market will have collapsed long ago. If you really want to obtain fish on a large scale, going out to sea to catch is the main channel. However, this did not dispel Lion's enthusiasm for fishing, because the moment of getting on the fish was really satisfying. Feeling the fish wrestling with you in the water, pulling it out of the water to watch it rolling and splashing, and the joy of finally dragging it ashore are all wonderful experiences that make people feel excited. Perhaps this is why many fishermen will not miss every opportunity to fish even if they are continuous. This kind of fun is really addictive. In front of this, there is no harvest. However, compared to the first halibut, the subsequent hooked fish are basically little guys with chopstick lengths such as fish and sardines. Although it is also a bit fun, this little thing that can be easily lifted is really weak in combat power. However, Sardine Leon also specially left one in the backpack for sacrifice. After all, it has its place in the sea fish collection bag. Of course, Willie didn't notice it when he was put into his backpack, because Willie was fighting a herring at that time. Throwing the fish hook into the sea again, Leon fiddled with the fishing line in a row, trying to catch a halibut to reminisce about the exciting wrestling journey, but the fish float was calm and teased for a long time without any movement. It's almost done here, and time is it's almost noon, let's close the pole and go for dinner. Because of Lion's help, Willie has completed the order for 20 fish at this moment, 6 of which were contributed by Leon, and there were 4 sardines and a flounder that were not outstanding in size. Willie helped Leon remember these harvests. Good. Leon nodded, then began to close the line and prepare to go to Starfruit to taste the halibut he caught. However, halfway through the line, Leon suddenly felt that the closing line was subject to resistance, and this resistance was different from the fish that was caught. Except for feeling heavy, there was no force to resist. I seem to be hanging the bottom. After pulling it again, Leon had to admit that his fish hook was indeed hanging a heavy object that could not move. It's okay, take your time and sway the fishing rod left and right to see if it can be dehooked. If not, just tangle the line. Anyway, the hook is not expensive. Willie was not surprised by this situation. As for fishing, hooking is the norm. After all, the environment in the water is complicated and anything may exist. Chapter 89 Ancient Seeds. I'll try it. If you can't tangent the line, don't cut it. Leon nodded and then tried to close the line again. Although he was a little sluggish, he would not be completely stuck and could not be taken back. As the fishing line became shorter and shorter, Leon felt that he might not be hanging on the bottom, but seemed to have hooked up something that had sunk under the sea. This guess made Leon feel energetic. So Leon's movements were more careful. While ensuring stable retraction, he did not violently swing to make the fish hook escape the undersea trash at this position. Willie also noticed something was wrong. If it was hanging on the bottom, Leon would not be able to pull the fishing line. Now the fishing line can still be retracted, which proves that Leon may have caught some kind of sediment in the ocean. It may be wood, old fishing nets lost on the seabed, or seaweed and marine garbage, but if it is not pulled out of the water, Willie cannot make a judgment. Hear you. When the fishing line was completely straightened, Leon knew that the sediment hanging on the fishing hook had been dragged into the waters under the dock. Take it slow and see what it is. Willie leaned over and lay on the dock. As long as Leon could drag the thing out of the water, he could pick it up. Leon took a deep breath and then continued to roll the reel. As the sediment on the hook became closer and closer to the water surface, due to the influence of gravity and the weakening of buoyancy, Leon clearly felt the weight on the hook being increased. I saw it. The moment the sediment was dragged out of the water, Willie noticed it and immediately reached out to help Leon grab the fishing line. The two of them worked together to drag the sediment out of the water. When Willie was able to catch this thing, Willie got started without hesitation and finally successfully pulled the thing up. It's a treasure chest, this is a good thing. When the things got ashore, Willie and Leon watched the thing hanging on the hook. After careful observation, Willie made a judgment. Naturally, it can be seen that this thing is a treasure chest. Although the surface of the sea water has become corroded and is parasitic by barnacles and some starfish seaweed, it can be seen that this is a wooden box. The Gem Sea is the largest sea area on this planet, spanning 2 countries and countless archipelagos. There are countless ships and ferries traveling back and forth on the Gem Sea every day, not to mention earlier voyage merchant ships and pirates who make a living by plundering. Therefore, since humans began sailing, countless ships have sunk under major factors such as wind, waves, and reefs. This box may have come from these wrecks. Looking at the box, Willie couldn't help but complain to Leon, I have caught this kind of box and harvested some interesting things from it. Basically everything is there. Opening this kind of box is like opening a crystal hole, but unlike the crystal hole, I even opened underwear in this kind of shipwreck box. Men's or women's? Leon couldn't help but gossip. Ahem, you'd better look at what's inside this box first. It's very corrosive. If it's food or fruits inside, it's worthless. But if it's a packaged wine, as long as it's not eroded by sea water, you may make a lot of extra profits. Willie coughed dryly and then urged Leon. Leon sighed regretfully, and then hesitated without hesitation. He squatted down and fumbled on the box. Although he could find the lock, it was already rusty and it was impossible to unbox normally. Leon had to violently break the box. When the box was opened, Leon and Willie were stunned at the same time, because there was only a small woven bag the size of a palm in the pumpkin box. The bag was wrapped in a waterproof plastic box, so there was no water in it. After opening the box, Leon took out the bag, and then he saw what was in the bag. It is a spherical object the size of 5 walnuts. Although Leon cannot distinguish its function, the system marked it very proudly. Ancient seeds, antique, the dried old seeds of an ancient plant, it obviously died long ago. The thing I have never seen before seems to be some kind of plant seed, but this is the first time I have seen such a big seed. Willie also came over to look at the things in the bag. After looking at it for a long time, he could not find any relevant information from his knowledge base. He could only pat Lion's shoulder and comfort him. This is how the undersea treasure chest is. What can be opened is full of unknowns, although the harvest this time is such unknowns. The seed of name, but I believe that next time you encounter something better, you can develop something better. Yet. Leon nodded, without explaining anything. After all, Willie is a fishing tycoon, not an agricultural tycoon. It is normal not to know such seeds. Even if Leon makes it clear, Willie probably won't care. But in fact, these 5 ancient seeds are definitely the most surprising gain for Leon, and their value is absolutely no less than the colorful fragments blooming in the crystal cave. You should know that although the ancient seed has been sentenced to death in the systematic description, if Gunther delivered to the museum, I wonder if Gunther can deliver the recipe for resurrecting the ancient seeds into ancient seeds like in the game? Leon carefully took the bag of ancient seeds, and Willie was not surprised by this. Although it seemed of no value, it was caught by Leon himself, and it was still a bit commemorative. It was understandable to hold it away. Let's go to Starfruit, and let Gus cook your first big fish for us. I'm so hungry that I'm pressed on my back. When Leon had collected the bag of strange seeds, Willie suggested to Leon enthusiastically. Yet. Leon was happy at this moment, happily accepted Willie's proposal, and walked towards Pelican Town with Willie arm around. Although the two were quite old, as long as they could play, there was basically no gap between them. I'll calculate the fish catch this time. Do you plan to take it back by yourself or sell it to me directly? On the way, Willie asked Leon with a fishing box. Sell it, it's useless to keep it. Anyway, I'll sell it if I take it back. The sardine Leon used for sacrifice has been put into his backpack, so he naturally has no value for the remaining harvest. Then I'll count you as 300 G. Although the price is a little lower, you can get the money directly. Willie gave his own offer. 300 is 300, I believe you won't cheat me. Leon was not too disappointed with this price. The size of sardines and fish is slanted, not to mention the huge population base of the two fish. Can it be sold at this price because one of the halibuts is supporting the price? Well, it's not much worse, about 10 G, but you have to refrigerate it if you take it back. The dead fish can't be sold at any good price. I'm also worried that you don't have relevant experience and may suffer some unnecessary losses. Willie couldn't help explaining as he listened to Lion's words. Ha ha ha, you don't need to explain it so clearly. I believe you, Willie, let alone a dozen G, it doesn't matter if you have a few hundred G. The bait you provide also taught me the fishing skills step by step. This knowledge cannot be measured by money. Leon quipped as he patted Willie on the shoulder. Willie didn't say anything when she heard this, but just looked at Leon beside her with a bright smile on her face. Although you guessed it was a treasure chest, can you be bolder in your ideas? What kind of rag is Neptune's great sword? Chapter 90 Mysterious Friend. Because there is no seat on the bicycle, Leon cannot let Willie sit on the frame. The scene of men and men is probably no one can feel the romance except Brother G, so basically the bicycle is pushed by Leon. Fortunately, the beach is not too far from Pelican Town, and it is not boring to have Willy on the road to chat. When the two of them arrived at the Starfruit bar, Gus was still leaning against the bar as usual and wiping the wine glass. "Oh, Willy, you're here, and Leon. I'm so happy to see you two appear together. Are you going to go out to sea again today?" After the two entered the door, the ringing of the bell driven by the push-opened bar door made Gus raise his head. After seeing that it was Leon and Willy, Gus smiled and put down the wine glass in his hand and greeted him. "I'll deliver the order to you." Willy raised the fishing box in his hand and said to Gus, "I didn't go to sea, but Leon and I caught a fish for a morning. This guy caught a halibut for the first shot today. To celebrate, we plan to give it to you for cooking." Gus immediately rubbed his hands when he heard this. "Okay, hurry up, let me see the quality. If the body size allows, I will make you a halibut meal." "Go to the kitchen first, take out the fish here and you have to clean the floor again," Willy reminded Gus, and at the same time he did not forget to greet Leon. "You find a seat first, I will give the fish to Gus and come over." Yet, Leon didn't go to join in the fun either. After finding a 4-person table to sit down, he began to wait for Willy to return. Not long after, Willy came back with the fishing box, sat opposite Leon, and spoke to Leon. "Your halibut is of good quality, Gus is very satisfied, so we have a good taste today." "Have Gus been invited to have a meal together?" Leon asked, which was why he chose a 4-person table instead of a 2-person table. "Of course, after all, I don't want to pay the processing fee," Wei complained in a joke. Then the two of them talked about fishing again, and basically Willy said it again. Leon was listening. Before Leon could wait for long, Gus came on with a tray. Halfish sashimi, raw fish sushi, fried halibut steak, spicy fish chunks, and fish bone soup. "I have all the food on this fish. I took advantage of the recipe, eat while it was hot." While placing the halibut dishes on the table and introducing the names of these dishes, Gus also sat next to Willy after putting down the last pot of soup. "Guess, eat first, otherwise you won't have a chance to eat when the guests come later," Leon reminded Gus. Gus and Willy smiled at each other when they heard this, and Leon was confused. It was not until Gus explained that he understood why the two of them were laughing. In fact, the business hours of Starfruit are after 4 p.m. Apart from that, there are basically no guests at noon, so you don't need to worry about this problem. "Then I came to have lunch before, did you disturb you?" Leon asked awkwardly when he thought about the day before yesterday when he invited Penny to lunch. "No, although the business hours are 4 o'clock in the afternoon, since I choose to open the door at noon, it is also to allow the guests to eat hot and delicious meals," Gus comforted. "But usually no one will come to Starfruit for lunch at noon, but this guy always feels that he missed the guests who want to eat, which is disrespectful to the guests, so he always maintains the habit of opening the door at noon." Willy, who was standing beside him, added. "Don't you, old guy, often appear in the bar at noon?" Gus retorted with a smile and scolding at his old friend's complaints. Then Gus called Leon and Willy to try their skills. I have to say that Gus is worthy of Gus. His treatment of ingredients and seasoning is perfect. He is obviously the fish meat from a fish, but through cooking methods and making techniques, no taste of 4 dishes and soup is repeated. In addition, each dish also retains the slightly sweet flavor of the halibut meat itself, which shows that Gus can be called the chef in the research on the cuisine. It's so delicious. Gus, it's a pity to stay in Pelican Town. After eating 90% full, Leon finally stopped the spoon and fork in his hand and exclaimed at Gus. Nothing is a pity. I am old and can't work as a chef in a star-rated restaurant for many years. It's better to make use of my remaining energy in my hometown. Gus waved his hand and replied. That's right, and the city can't get such fresh sea fish. Willie echoed. I think you just think that I'm leaving, and you can't find a chef who can cook for you for free. Gus complained to Willie. You have eaten a lot, and don't forget that you are the one who places the most orders here. If you come to me, Willie, to buy fish, it's not your own home. You only need me to deliver it to you in person. Willie sarcastically at Gus without hesitation. Gus laughed, not angry. After all, he and Willie are really old friends and partners. The dialogue and jokes between them will not anger each other no matter how they go. That's because in the past, you were the only fishing supplier, and now Leon can finish fishing. Next time I hand over the order to him, I'll see how you can scare me. That's the best. I save trouble. Leon made money and killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Willie didn't care about this, and was even a little happy. Leon hurriedly refused and said, no need, my main business is a farmer, and fishing is just a hobby, but without Willie's profession, you should hand over your order to Willie. That's true, you can't delay your farm work. Gus remembered Lion's identity after hearing this. The young man in front of me is the only farmer in Stardew Valley and the largest farm. Willie was not talking about something convenient, but just mentioned the order issue and thought of one thing. By the way, Leon, you have been to Pierre's grocery store. Have you noticed the bulletin board at the door of Pierre's shop? I really didn't pay attention. Pierre's grocery store. Leon has only been to Leon twice. Every time he bought something, he slipped away and didn't stop for too long, but he knew the bulletin board, but it was just in the game. He really didn't pay attention to whether there was any on the wall in reality. That bulletin board not only posts some local news and important notices, but also entrustment requests from residents in the town. If you have time, you can check it out. If you happen to own the goods required in the entrustment request and plan to sell, you can tear off the entrustment notice and deliver it to your door. While giving you an additional income, it can also enhance your reputation in the town and gain additional friendship. Willie gave Leon a detailed introduction to the uses and benefits of the bulletin board. At the same time, Gus, who was standing aside, also added, and every month, Louis will also select the most popular neighbor awards. Those who complete the most commissions within a month will receive 3 special lottery tickets. They can go to Louis to get special rewards. This is an activity planned at the beginning of this year. I also learned about it when I was chatting with Louis. I heard that Louis has prepared many special rewards in the lottery machine, including the top tea such as starfruit tea. Oh my god, if someone gives me a cup of starfruit tea, he will be my eternal friend. Where did Louis get such a good thing? Willie, the name of starfruit tea, also heard of it, and when he heard the name, he swallowed unconsciously, and obviously looked very greedy. Louis said it was provided by a friend of his, and the mysterious friend said that life in Pelican's Town was too boring and wanted to bring some fun to Pelican's Town. Anyway, all the awards, the products are all provided by that mysterious friend. This mysterious friend must be a big shot. After all, he was so luxurious that he actually used starfruit tea as one of the prizes for fun. The governor probably never drank starfruit tea several times in his life. Gus added. Leon, who was listening to the side, thought about it when he heard this. This was the first time he had heard of these news, especially the lottery machine, which did not have this function in the game. What is starfruit tea? It sounds very precious, and this name inevitably reminds Leon of the most mysterious starfruit in Stardew Valley. If it is a tea made from starfruit as a raw material, then even Leon can't help but want to use it for evaluation. The world version is set after 1.6, and Lion's cognition remains before 1.6, which is a small bad taste. This passage is worth noting, so don't panic. Chapter 91 The Passionate Gunther. In the game, the starfruit is a top-level fruit that can improve the player's ability value. Players need to obtain it in various ways, and they can only obtain 7. The acquisition channels are one that opens a treasure chest of 100 layers of mines. After marriage, they reach a 14-star favorability with their lover. The travel merchant purchases rare seeds and plant them on the first day of autumn. After the gem sweet berry harvested on the last day of autumn, they go to the statue of the old man in the secret forest to sacrifice them. There is also one given by Brother Willie after catching the entire picture book fish, one reward for the library collection room, one can be purchased at the special merchants at the Stardew Valley exhibition in autumn, and the one that was finally bought from the hands of little black Corobus in the sewer. It is not sure how many lions can be obtained in Stardew Valley, and it is even more up to date whether the acquisition channel is as debatable as in the game. Except for Corobus's side, there is no way to confirm the other lions for the time being. But the starfruit tea has traces to follow. Leon believed what Gus said. Then Lewis had the starfruit tea used as a lottery prize in his hand. After all, it was a new thing I had never heard of. Leon really wanted to get this good thing that was just a word from the starfruit. Are there any commissions on the bulletin board available every day? Leon of course knew the functions of the bulletin board, but he was not sure whether the tasks on the bulletin board were as frequent as in the game. Of course not, but there are still 2 or 3 commissions a week. You can pay attention when you pass by Pierre's grocery store occasionally. As a person who goes to Pierre's grocery store to purchase bar supplies every day, Gus is very clear about the situation of the bulletin board. That's it. Leon was not too surprised when he heard this. It was similar to the refresh frequency in the game, but he didn't know whether the order return required by the commission was the same as in the game, which was 3 times the price of the item. However, Willie said that he could make a fortune and there were lottery tickets rewards. Leon did not plan to let go of these tasks. It would be a big deal. It would be a shame. Who would be unable to get over money? We ate, drank, chatted, no one disturbed the lunch this time, and the dishes were rich, and Willie and Gus were chatty good people, so we ate this meal for more than an hour, until the food on the plate was almost finished. Gus stood up and started to clean up. Willie and Leon also joined in to help. When everything was done, Willie and Leon said goodbye to Gus and left the starfruit bar. Willie, who was standing at the door, did not rush to leave, but took out a pack of cigarettes and lit one, and asked Leon, "Do you want one?" Come on. Leon in his previous life smoked. Because he was a new body in this life, he was not addicted to smoking, so he didn't consider buying cigarettes in the past. Now Willie suddenly made such a move, Leon couldn't help but want to try it. So Willie naturally handed one to Leon and helped Leon ignite it. Leon took a habitual breath and coughed in an instant. Ha ha ha, looking at your posture, I thought you were a veteran, how could you choke like this? Looking at Lion's embarrassed look, like a newbie who had just come into contact with tobacco, Willie couldn't help but complain. I haven't twitched for a long time. Leon smiled bitterly and waved his hand. This is what the brain can understand, but the body is resisting. Then don't suck it, it hurts your body. Willie dissuaded Leon. Yeah. Leon nodded and squashed the cigarette butts and threw it into the trash can outside the Starfruit bar. Since this body is not addicted to smoking, there is no need to pick up this bad habit. Do you still go to the beach to fish with me? There are no merchant ships near the dock today. I plan to catch fish for the whole day. Willie, who was smoking, asked Leon after vomiting a big mouthful of cigarettes. No, there are some other things to be busy with, but thank you for your teaching all morning. Leon thought of the bag of ancient seeds on his body and refused Willie's invitation. Okay, after all, you still have a farm that needs to be managed. Although fishing is interesting, you still have to work. Willie did not blame Leon. After saying this, Willie took out 300 G of currency from his body and handed it to Leon. Your fish money. Then I'll accept it. Leon was not polite either. Haha, this is what you deserve. Willie laughed and patted Lion's shoulder. If you have time, you can go to my fish house to check it out. I not only collect fish, but also sell some fish-related tools, such as fishing line, bait fish, float fish gear, etc. Yes, see you next time, let's go first. Nodding his head, he said goodbye to Willie, rode his bicycle and headed straight to the direction of the library. When Leon parked his car outside the library, as soon as he entered the door, he saw Gunther walking towards him. Mr. Leon, I am very happy to see you. I have put the palm fossils sent by Miss Abigail yesterday in the collection room. This is a good start, and I am grateful for your cooperation and help. As soon as they met, Gunther held Lion's hand and sighed. The palm fossil has a very good quality, high research and ornamental value, and is an excellent collection. Mr. Gunther, you don't need to be so polite. Leon hurriedly let go of his hand. If Gunther hadn't had his hands touched directly with gloves, Leon probably would have avoided Gunther's handshake gift as soon as possible. After all, no one knows whether those seemingly enthusiastic men are gay, and there is always no mistake in preventing them. Mr. Leon is here to read this time. Gunther didn't care about Lion's shyness, and instead asked about Lion's purpose. If so, you can tell me what book you want to find, and I can help you get it. I have kept the location of each book in the library in my mind, which can save you a lot of time. No, it's because I brought something that seemed to be an antique. While Leon was speaking, he took out a bag of ancient seeds from his pocket, took out one from it and handed it to Gunther. Oh, this is a good thing, whether it is for the collection room or Mr. Leon. As soon as Gunther took the seed, he pushed his glasses, then came to the front desk with the ancient seeds, took out a magnifying glass, observed it carefully for a long time before speaking. It is indeed an ancient seed, the fruit core of an edible plant in ancient times, but unfortunately it has lost its vitality. Why did Mr. Gunther say that it was a good thing to me? Although Leon knew that Gunther could restore the activity of ancient seeds, he still pretended to be ignorant and cliched Gunther. Because I happen to know how to restore its vitality. Gunther replied with a smile, then turned to the bag in Lion's hand. This one was donated to the collection as a collection. In return, I will give you the thing that restores the vitality of the seeds. What do you think, Mr. Leon? It was originally an antique brought to the museum's collection room. Leon replied with a smile. Then I would like to thank you for your support and donation to the collection room. I have received this ancient seed. Of course, it is meaningless to keep the thing that I promised to restore the activity of the seeds. I will give it to you, Mr. Leon. Chapter 92 Yuba's Blessings. After saying that, Gunther took out a dark green strip from under the counter. It seemed to be a stone, or a kind of gem. Anyway, Leon couldn't tell the material. Hold it, it is the key to giving the vitality of ancient seeds. Gunther handed this thing to Leon, who took it curiously and held it in his hand. The touch was very silky, like a piece of jade that had been plated for a long time, and it was a bit heavy. Obviously, the density of this thing is very high. At the same time, just like I got the bone piece from Gunther last time, the system prompts also followed when I started this thing. Yuba's Blessings? A gift from the ancient gods. The holder can call the power of nature to awaken the vitality of life, which is only effective for non-intellectual life. Just like the last ancient mystery, after the system prompt appears, this dark green item weathered into pieces and appears in Lion's personal panel in the form of special abilities. Gunther was not surprised by this, but instead urged Leon, pick up other seeds and try it. I'm very curious about what the ancient seeds look like after they have recovered their vitality. Leon nodded and took out another seed. As soon as the seed was bought, Leon felt a faint desire conveyed by the seed. It was almost an instinctive reaction. Leon held the ancient seed in his hand. The next moment, a green fluorescent light emerged in Lion's hand. The ancient seeds held by Leon actually conveyed joy to Leon under the package of fluorescent light. When the fluorescent light dissipated, Leon expanded his palm and found that the ancient seeds that had originally dried seed shells had cracked, and an extremely slender bud emerged from the crack. Ancient seeds, ancient seeds that have already sprouted, but can they really grow? The system's annotation changed the name and type of ancient seeds at this moment, and changed from antiquities to seeds. This is really a miracle, just like a phoenix reborn in the fire. Gunther stared at the ancient seed held in Lion's hand, with a very happy expression. I don't know if I can plant it. Leon complained with the ancient seeds. After all, the system's notes are really scary. You'll know if you try it. After all, Mr. Leon, you have the most fertile land in the Stardew Valley. I believe that these plants from ancient times will regain new glory under your care. Gunther encouraged Leon. Compared with this seed, what I'm more curious about is that Mr. Gunther knows the origin of the thing you gave me. Leon smiled, and then the ancient seed that had been restored to life was put into his backpack, and he performed a few things and disappeared out of thin air, while observing Gunther's reaction. Unfortunately, Gunther shook his head as if he didn't see it. I only know that there is a very powerful vitality in it, so I don't know what it is. This is also something my friend gave me and does not belong to me. So it's like then I will not disturb Mr. Gunther. As you said, I will go back and plant these ancient seeds to see if they can be replaced on my farm for the second spring. Goodbye. Leon didn't take Gunther's perfunctory Leon seriously. There were no such many coincidences in the world. He took out the ancient seeds, and Gunther took out the blessing of Yuba, which could awaken the vitality of ancient seeds. But if Gunther didn't say it, he couldn't force him to say it. Anyway, the one who is cheaper in the end is yourself. What is the truth? Who cares? When smart people get along with each other, they will always avoid many unnecessary troubles. Goodbye, Mr. Leon, I wish you a smooth work. Gunther took off his hat and put it on his chest, bowing slightly. Leaving the library, Leon rode his bike back to the farm, and converted the ancient seeds in the bag into plantable ancient seeds. After finding a separate area to plant the seeds, he created a scarecrow for the seeds to protect them. Compared with other seeds on the farm, the value of these 4 ancient seeds is too great. Leon doesn't want the ignorant crow to eat these 4 seeds, otherwise he is not sure if he will decide to genocide the crows in the entire Stardew Valley. After planting the ancient seeds, Leon opened the panel and stared at the newly appeared Yuba's blessing in the special ability column. He found that his introduction was the same as the first marked by the system, without any change. The effective limit on non-intelligent life in the description makes Leon feel a little regretful. If there is no such limit, does it mean that he can rely on the ability to awaken the vitality of life given by this ability to bring the dead back to life? After all, it is abilities related to the creation god Yuba of this world. It should be able to do this. Unfortunately, there is a limitation, but it is not clear how big the scope of this non-intelligent creature is. After all, in addition to humans, animals seem to have weak wisdom. Does that mean that this ability is also ineffective for animals? Although curious, Leon was not so cruel that he went to the forest to catch a small animal and kill it to try this range for the sake of experiments. He could only temporarily abandon this idea, and it would not be too late to experiment with it next time he encountered a related incident. After planting the ancient seeds, Leon returned to a state of nothing to do. He looked at the time and found that it was still a while before nightfall. Leon was idle, carrying a fishing rod, and rode his bicycle toward the coal forest. The fishing time in the morning made Leon experience the joy of fishing. In other words, he seemed a little addicted. It was nothing to do anyway. Why not throw 2 shots? If you catch it, you can not only have a meal at night, but also have an extra income. Why not do it? When Leon arrived at the lake pier located in the southern coal forest, Leon was embarrassed to find that he seemed to have forgotten to prepare the bait. The baits for fishing in the morning were provided by Willie, and Leon himself did not prepare any baits. Looking at the empty hook, Leon wondered if the fish in Stardew Valley would bite the hook directly without caring whether the hook had bait, and actually heard someone say hello to him. "Hi, Leon." Leon looked at him and found that in the northwest direction of the lake, Leah was sitting by the lake, with a painting board in front of her, and she was waving her hands at her with a paintbrush in her hand. "Oh, it's Ms. Leah, good afternoon." Leon greeted Leah across the lake. Because the two were a bit far apart, Leon shouted out, "Good afternoon." Leah also shouted loudly, then realized that such communication was a bit difficult and hurt her throat. She took the initiative to put away the easel and put it in the creaking nest, and walked towards Leon. Chapter 93, The Wishes Take the Bait. When Leah also arrived at the dock, Leah was a little confused about why this girl who had not had much interaction with her would take the initiative to worry, so Leah spoke first. "Are you here to fish?" "Well, yes." Leon had to answer the question first. After all, this was a question of etiquette in interpersonal communication. The natural scenery in Stardew Valley is very good, the lake is very clean, and the fish should be very plump. Leah said, then looked at the fishing rod in Lion's hand, then looked at the empty appearance beside Leon and wondered, "But why don't you bring a fishing box?" I'm just here to see the situation, not really planning to fish here. Leon replied, you can't tell the other party that the fish you caught will be thrown directly into your backpack, and there is no need to prepare the fishing box or something. Okay. Lee said a little embarrassedly when she heard this, then stood there, not knowing what topic to look for. This strange atmosphere made Leon feel uncomfortable, so he could only take the initiative to break the atmosphere. Are you here to sketch by the lake? Well, you may find it strange to say it. Actually, I am an art lover. When Lee heard Lion's inquiry, she breathed a sigh of relief. She was still thinking about how to break the embarrassment. When Leon spoke, there was a topic immediately. Artist? That's so cool. Leon sighed. After all, those who engage in art sound quite tall. I'm not an artist. After all, I don't have any excellent works or fame. I'm just in my personal hobby. Lee lowered her head awkwardly and explained. You are still young and have a lot of future time, there will always be one God, you will shock the world with your excellent works. Leon comforted Leah. Of course it was not just a comfort, after all, Leah in the future did make some achievements in the field of art. Thank you for your encouragement, I will work towards this goal. Leah nodded seriously and thanked Leon for her encouragement. After all, until now, including her family and friends, she has not supported her artistic pursuits. Leon is the first person to be so sure of her efforts. I'm optimistic about you. By the way, when you succeed in the future, can I talk to people about the stories I had with you? This may be one of the capitals I will brag about with others in the future. Leon was stunned for a moment when he saw Leah's heart-wrenching smile, and then came to his senses and couldn't help but quip. No need to brag, you are my friend, you can tell others this fact openly. Lee replied immediately. Are you already friends? Leon was a little surprised. It was just the second time they both met. Lee nodded shyly when she heard this. Of course, at least I think you are my friend, but you can make it clear if you don't want to. Who doesn't like to be friends with beautiful girls, let alone a great artist in the future? I'm honored. The other party said this, and Leon naturally had to give face and immediately said firmly. Ha ha ha, you're so funny. Leah was amused by Lion's words and her expression became much more relaxed. I'm very happy to know you, Leon. In fact, when I first met, I thought we could chat. What do you mean? Leon asked curiously. Because you also moved from a big city. Although you want to inherit the farm, life in Stardew Valley is not as convenient as that in big cities, so I think you must yearn for a free and peaceful lifestyle. Lee explained, and then he was determined with some concern, I should have guessed it right. You are not wrong. I do like this kind of lifestyle for myself. Leon nodded. Although the city is convenient, the pace of life is too fast and the work pressure is also very high. Many times, what I do is not in my own will, but drifting with the flow under the influence of life and economy. So too. In my eyes, the skyscrapers are like cages, tying our thoughts and behaviors. Only when I come to Stardew Valley can I find the long-lost peace and my restrained soul is released. Lee sighed. Leon smiled when he heard this, then sat on the edge of the dock, with most of his legs hanging in the air, looking at the lake in front of him and speaking, Are you planning to settle in Pelican Town? Well, the scenery here is very good, and there are many plants in the wild that can be used to make salads for picking. This kind of living with nature is my dream lifestyle. Leah put down the drawing board and sat on the edge of the dock like Leon, but her feet were still about half a meter away from Lion's position. "That's pretty good," Leon agreed, then felt that there was no topic to talk about, but it was embarrassing to sit like this, so he directly raised the rod and threw the hook without the bait into the water, pretending to be fishing. But Leah had long noticed that there was no bait on Lion's hook. Seeing that Leon was fishing with just empty hooks, she couldn't help laughing. "What's wrong?" Leon turned to look at Leah in confusion and asked. "You didn't tie the bait," Lee reminded, covering her mouth, not wanting Leon to see her uncontrollable smile. "Ahem, I'm just here to try the depth of the water." Leon coughed twice awkwardly when he heard this, and casually asked for a reason to deal with this behavior that made him look stupid. "So that's it. I don't like fish very much, so I don't understand fishing skills. Sorry." Leah believed in Lion's statement and apologized to Leon for her ignorance. "It's okay." Seeing that Leah really believed it, Leon breathed a sigh of relief and then started to retract the rod. However, when turning the reel, Leon noticed that the hook seemed to be hooking. "It's not a fish, because there is no feedback on the fish hook that the fish wants to escape and pull. It feels like when I caught the treasure chest in the morning, it seems that something dead is hanging." "Wow, you actually caught the fish with an empty hook." Lee also noticed Lion's tight fishing line and the fishing rod that was pulled into curved curves, and immediately exclaimed. "I didn't catch fish, I just hung something," Leon explained, and then began to pull the string slowly, trying to see what his hook anchored. "It should not be a treasure chest. After all, the treasure chest is not a weed on the roadside, so it is easy to encounter." Moreover, when Leon retracted the thread this time, it felt quite heavy, much heavier than hanging the treasure chest in the morning, which made Leon very difficult to pull. It was only when Leon slowly retracted the fishing line that Leon saw what he had hooked. It was a round black log close to the height of an adult. "It's actually a gloomy wood. This is a good sculpture material," Leah exclaimed when she saw the logs that were taken out of the water by Leon. Her eyes widened, her eyes full of desire. After all, this kind of wood is rare even in the market, and each one is very expensive. Leon stood up and dragged the log out of the water, then picked it up. It was quite heavy when he bought it, which made Leon a little difficult. Fortunately, Leah had a hand on the side, and he fished out the gloomy wood and stood it on the yard. On the head. "I went to have a meal and I was writing the other 2 updates in the afternoon." Chapter 94. Why don't you take off your clothes? Sinking wood, garbage. A piece of wood that sinks to the bottom of the water. The system's prompt was marked when this gloomy wood came ashore. If Leah was not on the side, Leon would definitely have a good argument with the system. The gloomy wood is also known as ebony, which has both the elegance of wood and the charm of stone. It originates from earthquakes, floods, mudslides burying all the plants and organisms on the ground into low-lying places such as ancient riverbeds, and some trees buried in the silt. Under the condition of hypoxia and high pressure, under the action of bacteria and other microorganisms, it has been formed after tens of millions of years of carbonization, and is known as plant fossils. In the last life, the value of a piece of gloomy wood was hyped up to be comparable to that of gold and jade. Now, in the eyes of the system, it actually marked a garbage item classification. If the rich people who spent a lot of money to complete an ebony furniture know, it will be of great importance to your family tree. However, the system actually marked it like this. Leon realized that the price of this gloomy wood might not be as high as he thought. He looked at Leah's eagerness to appreciate jewelry and said, "A piece of broken wood that is useless, if you like it, take it." "No, this is too expensive. Leon, you don't know the price of this kind of gloomy wood in the art market. It has such a good quality, and a large gloomy wood can be sold for tens of thousands of yuan at the bottom. It is not a broken wood." Although Leah likes this gloomy wood very much, if she really deceives Leon from her conscience and takes it away, she may not dare to say a word to Leon in her life. "Are you tens of thousands of yuan?" Leon was a little moved when he heard this, and then looked at the floating sign in the system again, confirmed that there was no change, and thought for a moment before speaking. "You also say it's an art market. Pelican Town does not have excellent buyers in this regard. And I don't want to bear the time and cost of shipping such a large piece of wood, let alone whether it can be sold out if it is really sold. So if you don't want it, I will throw it back into the water." "That's too wasteful." Lee covered her chest with some distress and looked at Leon and persuaded her. "So if you want it, I'll lose it." After Leon said that, he acted as if he wanted to push the gloomy wood back into the water. Lee hurriedly opened her hand and blocked Leon. "Okay, I accepted it, but I will carve it into a sculpture and give it to you. I hope you don't refuse this. I do like this precious wood as the raw material for carving, but I just like the process of carving it." Lee agreed to accept this piece of gloomy wood, but she also put forward her own ideas. "No problem." Leon didn't expect that he could use this piece of gloomy wood to carve for free. Although he was not sure whether this piece of gloomy wood was worth it, once it was carved by Leah, she could be placed as a decoration on the farm, and she would not suffer any loss if she had to do anything about her own hands. "By the way, you won't charge me for processing, right?" Although I could have sex for free, Leon always felt that this was a bit bullying the girl Lee, so he tried Lee's thoughts in a joke. "Why do we need to charge processing fees? We are friends, aren't we?" Lee looked at Leon in confusion and asked. "And you are willing to give me such a good dark wood, and I am not allowed to refuse, so I think you can't refuse if I carve it into a statue." "Of course I won't refuse." Seeing that Leah was voluntarily, Leon felt that his conscience was not condemned, and immediately agreed to Leah's kindness with ease. Yeah. Lee nodded repeatedly, then carefully observed the upright gloomy wood, tapped it from time to time, and even leaned forward with her nose to sniff it. "There is also a little light fragrance that you can smell." Listening to Leah's words, Leon also came over and sniffed it. He did ask for a faint fragrance, which was very elegant. "If this is made into a statue, it can be used as an aromatherapy when placed in the house," Leah said to Leon with a smile. "That's also your experience first. After all, you need to carve it into shape. Then you can tell me if it can really make the house smell fragrant," Leon replied. "Okay." Lee nodded, then looked at the gloomy wood again. "I have to borrow a small cart from Marnie, otherwise it would be difficult to carry this wood." "A small question, hold my fishing rod." Leon waved his hand and then handed the fishing rod to Lee. After Lee took the fishing rod, she bent down and carried the gloomy wood on her shoulder. Before, Lee needed to help her in the water. Now that she has come ashore, this gloomy wood is really not a burden to Leon. "Wow, you are so strong. It seems that farm life can really turn a person into a strong man. Lee covered her mouth in surprise when she saw this. She had experienced the weight when she was fished out of the water. She was definitely not something that ordinary people could easily carry. This made her wonder whether the body shape under Lion's clothes had a golden figure with the perfect proportions in the sculptures of male figures in the art world. Don't sigh, lead the way, and stand here with this piece of wood like this, don't you feel stupid? Leon complained to Leah speechlessly. Oh, come with me, pay attention to your feet. Lee reacted at this time and hurriedly led the way in front. Two people are one before after walking for more than 10 minutes, I finally saw Leah's wooden house next to a river that extended from Pelican Town. The wooden house looked quite elegant, with some beautiful patterns painted by Leah on the brown walls, which did not look abrupt while decorating the walls. And what's important is that the area of this wooden house is much larger from the outside than the one on his own farm, which made Leon ask with some envy. Is this Robin built for you? Well, when I moved here, I found Robin to build it. Her craftsmanship is really great. Lee replied. Then Leah did not forget to open her wooden house. When she opened the door, she invited Leon, come in, the house is a little messy. After all, I live alone. It is both my studio and my shelter, so you know. Looking at Leah's cramped look, Leon smiled and didn't say much. After carrying the gloomy wood in, he found that it was not as messy as Leah said. When you enter the house, you can see a row of oil paintings placed on the picture frame on the front door, as well as books arranged in regular order on the bookshelf. Most of them are related to artistic design. There is a single bed in the corner of the wall, and the free space inside the house is quite large, but most of them are occupied by various tools and paint canvases. It's good to put this piece of gloomy wood here. Put it down and have a cup of tea before leaving. After carrying it for so long, you should be very tired. After directing Leon to put down the gloomy wood, Lee went to the kitchen in the wooden house to prepare a cup of hot tea for Leon. After taking the tea, Leon found that there were some dried flowers soaked inside. He couldn't tell which one was, but it smelled quite fragrant. Leah noticed the wetness and some stains on Lion's shoulders. It was probably because she was carrying the gloomy wood. After all, the wood was pulled from the water, so there were inevitably some attachments and were full of moisture. How about you take off your clothes? Chapter 95 You are so embarrassing. Ah! Listening to Leah's words about tigers and wolves, even veteran drivers like Leon were stunned. This was the second time the two met, and the development was a little faster. Ah! I don't mean that, I mean your clothes are wet and dirty. I'll clean it up for you, and I just need to take off your shirt. Lee also realized the ambiguity in her words and quickly explained. Oh, you said this, it doesn't matter. I'll have to take a shower anyway. Leon didn't care about this. One of the benefits of farm life is that he has become accustomed to his dirty body. This does not mean that he doesn't like to be clean. After all, he can take a bath every day, but it just means that his tolerance for dirty clothes has become higher. But I feel uncomfortable when you are like this, but I don't dislike you. I just feel that I have helped you so much. If I don't do anything for you, I will feel a little uneasy. Lee continued to dissuade her. Didn't you say you wanted to carve this piece of material and give it to me? Isn't this a reward? Leon quipped. That's two different things. Lee said seriously, I'm giving it to you because you gave me an experience in carving gloomy wood, and helping you with laundry is to thank you for helping me move this piece of wood back. This cup of tea is the best, thank you. Leon raised the teacup in his hand. The tea was sweet and accompanied by the fragrance of flowers. After drinking it, you could smell some of the fragrance remaining between your lips and teeth in your nose. Leon liked this cup of tea very much. This is a necessary etiquette for entertaining guests, not a thank you gift. Lee emphasized. Leah, do you know that you have a serious personality? We are friends, aren't we? The relationship between friends needs to be so clear. Don't you think this is a deal? Leon looked at Leah speechlessly and complained. Ah! Leah was stunned by Lion's words. After thinking carefully, she found that she seemed to be a little stubborn. She immediately explained in panic, Sorry, I really don't mean that, but I just want to do something for you. If you really want to do something for me, let me see your carving skills. I am looking forward to the final results of this piece of wood. Leon was not angry because of Leah's personality. After all, getting along with people who know how to be grateful is definitely much happier than getting along with people who hold grudges but not. I will. Lee nodded and breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that Leon was not angry about her awkward personality, which was good news for her. Seeing Leah's obvious relaxed expression, Leon couldn't help but tease, By the way, you asked me to take off my clothes, not only wanted to help me wash my clothes, don't you want to see what it looks like under my clothes? How is that possible? Lee hurriedly denied, but climbed onto Hong Yin's fair cheeks and betrayed her heart. Leon said this without any target. After all, on the way to carry the wood, he noticed whether Leah turned around and peeked at him, focusing mainly on his chest, abdomen, and arms. Men basically look at their faces, chests, legs, butts. Women are similar. In addition to their faces, their figure is also a very worthy option to score. Food, sex, and sex are normal, which is understandable. Okay, the flower tea is delicious, the food is delivered, and the rest is almost done, it's time for me to leave. After teasing Leah, Leon had to consider going back. It was getting late, so it was time to go back early to prepare supper. Yet, this time, Leah didn't mean to keep Leon. After all, Leah hadn't recovered from the shyness brought by Leon's words just now, and she was a little dizzy. Seeing Leah's absent-minded look, Leon didn't say anything more. After waving goodbye to Leah, Leon picked up his own bamboo fishing rod that Leah placed at the door and left Leah's hut. However, he did not go back to the farm directly, but chose to go to the dock to retrieve the bicycle he parked there. After getting the bicycle, he rode back to the farm with his feet. As soon as he returned to the farm, Leon took a shower and changed his clothes. Seeing that the temporary clothes rack he had made was filled with clothes he had changed, Leon shook his head. You have to make more money and refurbish your home. At least you have to install a kitchen and bathroom, otherwise you will live like a wilderness. After sighing, Leon didn't bother to do anything anymore. He went into the house to search for the ingredients for tonight and started to fuck. Yesterday's porridge was not planned to try it for the second time. Although this is really easy to deal with, the sparse rice soup that was so sparse that the porridge that Shangguan would lose his head when he saw it in the disaster year was really not hungry. So tonight, Leon chose to use flour to make hand-rolled noodles, and the rolling pin uses the telescopic properties of the Galaxy watermelon knife. Although it is a bit aggrieved by this Galaxy weapon, it is really useful. The noodles were served with 2 eggs at the same time, and a simple and fulfilling dinner was done. Sitting under the eaves, holding a soup pot filled with noodles and noodle soup, Leon sucked the noodles in front of the sky, and was happily eating when he suddenly noticed that a meteor appeared in the sky. Leon was shocked that the size of this meteor became larger and larger in his field of vision, and was heading straight towards the direction of his farm. Leon stared blankly at the meteor, not that he did not want to avoid it, but that the meteor landed too fast, and he clearly realized that his speed could not escape the range of the shock wave coverage brought by its fall. Do you have to hand over your first blood like this? Fuck it, the ancient seed I just planted today. Leon, who was holding the pot, could only roar and shout out this sentence to express his emotions, and then quietly waited for the meteor to smash it down. Death is protected by forest magic, so there is no need to worry. After confirming that you do not have the ability to reverse the meteor's landing trajectory, Leon was ruined. He was caught in a mud-headed car in his previous life and didn't experience what death felt like. This time he encountered a meteor's face. It was a good experience, and he could feel the horror between life and death. But the fact disappointed Leon. When the meteor was able to see the outlines of Lion's naked eyes and the flames that were rubbing against the air outside, the meteor, with its falling posture, was actually stopped when it approached the sky above the farm. Yes, it stopped in the air without any warning, as if it was caught by a big hand, without any impact from the impact, and the flames generated by friction with the atmosphere were also destroyed, hovering in the air like an ordinary stone. This process lasted for 3 seconds, and then the meteor began to fall again, but this time the speed was obviously not as fast as before. However, under the influence of gravity, the falling speed was still quite fast, and after landing, a shallow pit was smashed. Putting down the soup pot in his hand, Leon walked to the area where the meteor, or the meteorite fell, which was located near the greenhouse on the west side of the farm. Looking at the light purple meteorite about 4 meters in an elliptical shape, and with bright purple crystal strips extending out of the outside, Leon couldn't help but complain. You really embarrass the meteorite family. Thank you for listening to the Chanming Boss's 300 starting point coins for Rhode Island. The boss is generous and the boss is in good health. Chapter 96 The Hoja family is so rich. Of course, this is just Lion's verbal pleasure. After all, he had really made the worst plan just now, but nothing happened now, and this meteorite did not cause any economic losses. It is definitely a good thing for Leon. He knew this meteorite, after all, he had seen it in the game, and it was a super rare event, a meteorite from outside the sky. After crushing the meteorite, you can obtain iridium ore stones and the Vientiane crystal ball. However, because it is too rare, as long as the location is not too close to the planned breeding or planting area, players will generally retain this meteorite as a commemoration. However, if you want to knock out this hard bone that has been rubbing with the atmosphere for a long time and has not lost much volume, you will need at least a golden manuscript. If you hit the ordinary pickaxe in Lion's hand now, it will probably be no different from a canfly shaking a tree. But the great man said that practice is the only criterion for testing truth, so Leon took out a pickaxe and hit the meteorite. Dang 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 dang. Accompanied by a series of sounds made by the knock, the meteorite was broken, and there was no pit at the position where the pickaxe hit. Instead, Lion's hand was numb by the power of the shock. After retracting the pickaxe, Leon shook his hand, then returned to the wooden house, picked up the soup pot that he had put down to check the situation, and continued to suck the noodles. It was as if nothing had happened before, but fortunately there were no outsiders on the farm, so this awkward scene was not seen by others. One after the pot of noodles was eaten, Leon was so round that he got up and washed the soup pot quickly. When Leon was about to go to bed, he saw Louis coming from the eastern entrance of the farm. "Louis, is there anything else that comes here at night?" Leon asked in confusion as he looked over at Louis as soon as he came over. "When I came out of the starfruit bar, I saw a fire in the sky. It should be a meteorite, and the direction it fell was very close to your farm, so I hurried over to see the situation." Louis looked at Lion's intact appearance and breathed a sigh of relief from the previous Red Star farm, which had only grown in size. "It seems that the meteorites did not hit your farm, which is really something to celebrate." "Oh, you said the meteorite, there's there." Leon was a little moved when he heard this. After all, Louis realized that there was something wrong with him, so he just came over immediately. Obviously, the old man cared about him very much. "Did you really hit your farm?" Louis widened his eyes, then looked in the direction of Lion's finger, because it was too dark and he couldn't see too far, but since Leon himself said so, he had to believe it. Then Louis hurriedly asked, "Is there any loss in the farm?" "No." Leon shook his head. That's good, that's good." Louis calmed down a lot when he heard this answer, and then asked Leon, "Can you take me to see this meteorite?" "Let's go here." Leon did not hesitate and took Louis to the abandoned greenhouse. After seeing the meteorite, Louis's expression was very wonderful. After all, Leon said that the farm was not damaged by the meteorite falling. He thought the meteorite had been burned into a small stone when it rubbed against the atmosphere, but the 4-meter big guy in front of him didn't look like a small stone no matter how he looked. This meteorite of this size fell from space. Even if it fell from a building worth more than 10 meters high, it would have to be smashed into a big pit. Now, if it weren't for the appearance of this meteorite lying calmly on the soil of the farm, Louis, who originally existed on the farm, believed it. It's worthy of being Red Star Farm. After a long silence, Louis sighed. This sigh comes from the heart. Louis dared not imagine what the consequences of this diameter of meteorite hit Pelican Town, but it would never be as calm as it is now. Hee, I'm ugly. Leon didn't know how to answer Louis, but since Louis was praising his farm, Leon could only be humble and polite. Louis looked at Leon speechlessly. "It's good to know that you're fine, then I'll go back first." "Wait, Louis, there is a result of King Tang's shipment." "Did you see Louis once?" Leon stepped forward and stopped Louis's departure, rubbed his hands and reminded Louis. "I didn't bring my money when I went out. Let's wait tomorrow. I will deliver the payment to you by email tomorrow." Louis replied immediately. "What is the result of the landslide caused by the Hoja family in the northern foothills?" Leon continued to ask. After all, whether it is his own plan, the backpack task, and the problem of the low level of his tool level exposed by the meteorite today, it is reminding Leon that it is time to go to the mine. So he wanted to know whether Louis had handled the matter about Hoja Furniture's private mining of the northern foothills in time. "I'm almost forgotten if you don't say it. It should be in the past 2 days that Hoja's engineering team will clear out the landslide areas and strengthen the stability of nearby mountains. However, I want to remind you that regarding the incident of Hoja's family, they will notify the residents of Pelican Town in the form of letters in the future, but they will not admit that the landslide incident was due to illegal mining. I hope you can understand this. Speaking of this, Louis' expression was a little awkward. Leon smiled when he heard this. He could understand what Louis meant. The Hoja family in Pelican's Town reached some agreement. The Hoja family's public relations department will not admit this matter, in order to avoid the reputation of the Hoja family supermarket. As the price of maintaining face, the Hoja family should have opened a deal that Louis could not refuse so that the mayor of Pelican's Town can shut up. The people who know about it were not only Louis, but also Leon, who proposed to make a comeback from Hoja's family, and George, etc. When they thought of George, Leon asked, "So what do you do with George? After all, he is the most sensitive to these things." Louis glanced at the bicycle that originally belonged to George, and did not wonder why Leon knew George's past. "I have said hello to George in advance." Although he was a little dissatisfied, considering that this deal is beneficial to the development and future of Pelican Town, he agreed. "What compensation did Hoja give?" Leon asked. "The mountains at the northern foothills are reinforced, and the Hoja family will build several major sections of roads for Pelican Town on the grounds of supporting the development of Pelican Town," Louis replied. "That's all?" Leon raised his eyebrows when he heard this. If only these were them, Leon would definitely despise Louis's petty aura. Louis could understand what Leon meant, and thought of additional compensation. At this moment, the smile on his lips could hardly be suppressed. Even though he and Leon were the only ones on the farm, Louis still came to Lion's ear and whispered, "These are just hiding the hush money for their Hoja family for illegal mining. The real big thing is that I asked a lawyer to read the Natural Resources Protection Law of the Fengyre Republic and find the Hoja family supermarket." "How much did you collect?" Leon became interested. 20 WG, the maximum fine is already the maximum amount. The Hoja family will pay this money in one go, and I will leave this money as public development fund for Pelican Town. Tisk 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 tisk, the Hoja family is so rich. Chapter 97 I hate riddle people. "Of course, there is one of you here." Louis said this and did not forget to remind Leon that he did not forget him. After all, Leon found the head of this matter first and persuaded himself, otherwise Louis would not have thought of this problem. There is no need to be smuggled in public accounts. Although he was very interested in this money, Leon could still tell the difference between saturation and fullness. After collecting the money, Louis had a handle. After collecting the money, Louis took control of his own handle. Although the two were grasshoppers on the same rope, Louis had more than one rope. Therefore, Leon cannot do this kind of thing that takes the initiative to put this handle in Louis's hands, and he must be careful of others. It is obviously a matter of leaving a pit to cause trouble for his future self, and Leon will not do it. "I understand what you mean, but this money is not for private transactions, but will be allocated to Red Star Farm with agricultural support funds in Pelican Town. In order to support the development of local farmers and drive the land capacity economy in Pelican Town," Louis explained to Leon in the tone of the official announcement. "In this case, there is no problem." After hearing Louis's statement, Leon no longer resisted. After all, the difference between smuggling a private account and entering a public account is here. As long as Louis uses this statement as a reason for making money, it is a reasonable and legal allocation of funds, and there will be no hidden dangers. After all, Red Star Farm is one of the indivisible and important industries of Pelican Town. No one will say anything, but I also hope that Leon can run the farm well and feed back the development and opportunities of Pelican Town with high-quality crops. Louis patted Lion's shoulder and encouraged. I will. Leon nodded. This is something that is good for both parties, and he has never forgotten the development of the farm, otherwise there would be no seeds, and planted them in the land as soon as possible. If it weren't for the limited manpower and the tools had not been upgraded and the efficiency was too low, Leon might have reclaimed most of the land on the farm and planted various seasonal crops. That's all. I'll go back first. You go to bed early. It's not easy to manage such a large crop. Although I really hope you can make Red Star Farm famous sooner, I hope you can achieve this long-term goal by ensuring a healthy and happy life, and not put too much pressure on yourself. After Louis encouraged Leon again, he left the farm. Leon was just planning to go into the house to rest after watching Louis leave. It's a pity that God seems to think it's a bit inappropriate for Leon to sleep so early at this age, so as soon as Leon saw Louis away, Mage Rasmides immediately flashed and appeared in front of Leon. I noticed some fluctuations in the ancient barrier of this farm, so come and take a look. As soon as they met, Master Rasmides explained his purpose. Well, a meteorite fell from the sky. Leon looked at Master Rasmides helplessly, but still explained the situation as an eyewitness. The stars are falling, and I don't know if you are lucky or bad. Hearing this explanation, Rasmides's expression was a little strange, and then he spoke to Leon. I need to check this barrier. No problem. No problem, I know nothing about these, you can do whatever you want. Leon shrugged his shoulders and agreed to Master Rasmides's idea. After obtaining permission, Master Rasmides directly broke free from the shackles of gravity and flew to the sky. Then Leon watched the boss hovering around the farm like a bird in the sky. But not only are they flying, but occasionally you can see some light balls thrown out from the hands of the wizard Rasmides. The light balls that were out of their hands dissipated after they touched the air. When Lion's raised neck was a little ached, Master Rasmides explained as he landed in front of Leon and rubbed his neck. You don't need to look up and pay attention to me. I have no malicious intentions and will not destroy this barrier. I'm just simply curious. Leon replied, after all, magic is magic, I want to see more. You have no talent on the road of arcane, and forest magic is your destination. Mage Rasmides made a second judgment on Leon without hesitation. Yes, yes. Leon nodded, and he also knew that he could not learn anything else from Master Rasmides. It's just that people are always in a state of turmoil if they can't get it. If they can't eat pork, can't they let themselves watch the pig run to satisfy their cravings? I have checked the barrier, and I have strengthened some weak links for you. This ancient barrier, it was established by your grandpa and I to protect the entire farm and Pelican Town. Master Rasmides didn't seem to be very busy, so he saw that Leon was interested in this knowledge and did not hide his own ideas about Leon. You may not be very clear about the special nature of Stardew Valley. There are still many monsters outside of Stardew Valley. In addition to the barrier on your farm, Stardew Valley also has a large barrier as a barrier to protect and drive away monster invasions. In the entire Stardew Valley, only the secret forests are not within the protection range of the barrier. So how do you calculate the monsters in the mine? Leon asked. That's the monsters underground. They usually live underground. Even if they dare to run out, the Explorers Union is not a vegetarian. Master Razmedes explained. Then why is the only secret forest not covered by barriers? Leon continued to ask. Because there is a special guy who settled there in the secret forest. It will help deal with the more threatening monsters, which is similar to the Explorers Union next to the mine. After Razmedes said, he looked at Leon and wanted to ask, and quickly interrupted Leon. You don't need to worry about these things. Since I'm settled in Stardew Valley, I will protect this area. You just need to pay attention to the problems of your farm. This meteorite fall is actually a good thing. What do you mean? Leon asked curiously. Its fall activates the characteristics of the farm barrier, and the magic fluctuations I repaired some weak points also made many special existences realize that the farm has begun to regain vitality. In the future, you will encounter many existences who return to Goodwill to visit, and they will leave their own gifts as gifts. These are the fame and connections that your grandfather has accumulated. Master Razmedes replied. For example, I won't tell you, it's a little surprise, you will understand then. After Master Razmedes said that, he disappeared directly in front of Lion's eyes with a teleportation, without any intention of explaining to Leon. I hate the riddle man. Leon complained speechlessly, then silently raised his middle finger in the direction of the Mage Tower, but the next moment, a roaring thunder suddenly came from the sky with the starry sky. Leon raised his head and found no dark clouds. I suddenly realized that this thunder sound was a warning from a petty boss to me. But what if you know? If your arm can't twist your thighs, just bear it. Thank you to the book friend 2023122422393956 for the reward of 500 starting points coins for the bookmaker and the 3 major devil kings. Thank you for your support and encouragement. I wish you good health and good health forever. Chapter 98 2 Letters. After returning to the wooden house this time, Leon finally didn't see the third knight coming to the farm to find his guests. However, Leon, who was lying on the bed, was not in a hurry to sleep, but was thinking and chewing on what Master Razmedes said. For example, the problem of activating the barrier after the meteorite falls, as well as the friendly visits brought by the grandfather's connections and fame. The little fairy who can make Leon think of a person visiting may be the one who can make crops in a small area mature instantly. Of course, it is not the kind of fairy who considers herself very high in a book, but the kind of fairy who is serious, the size of a palm, with wings. By the way, there is also a witch, who seems to be the wife of Master Razmedes, but her visit is to own a chicken coop, which will turn an egg into a void egg. I don't know if it is a gift or a curse. The other lions really don't know. After all, these 2 types of existences in the game can be regarded as visits, and the others are natural events. As for what will happen in reality, we can only know when it really happens. But it should be a good thing. After all, Master Razmedes specifically stated that he came to visit with kindness. It's impossible that the other party's kindness is completely different from the meaning of kindness that one understands. As he thought about it, Lion's eyelids started fighting, and then he stopped struggling. He closed his eyes and slept until dawn. The next day, under the sunlight, Leon naturally woke up, washed and made breakfast with formulas, and drank enough to water it. After finishing these daily tasks, Leon immediately came to the mailbox and took out 2 letters from it. One letter was sent by Louis, and the envelope was stuffed. After opening it, Leon had the most attention to seeing a piece of letter paper. To the Red Star farmer Mr. Leon. The main purpose of this letter is to transfer the payment for the goods sold last time. After transportation and sales, the total value of the goods shipped by Hongsing Farm is 1120 G, and there is also a free assistance fund from the local agricultural support plan, totaling 10,000 G. Please pay attention to whether the inventory amount is incorrect. If the payment for the goods is lost, please contact yourself immediately. Louis. Pelican Town Mayor. Looking at this thick stack of banknotes, Leon immediately began to count them. A total of 100 bills with a total of 100 yuan were used as a support fund that I talked to Louis yesterday, totaling 10,000 yuan. Leon took this money back to the house and deposited it into the treasure chest. Leon did not intend to use the money for private consumption. After all, since it is agricultural support funds in name, it has to be spent on the planning and upgrading of the farm. And if 10,000 G is not up or down, you can't buy the star fruit, such as the fruit is given 20,000 G, then Leon will definitely go to the sewer to find Koro bus to buy the star fruit. After all, improving Lion's own strength also has a far-reaching benefit to the development of the farm. How can it not be considered related to agricultural support? After counting another money with zero or complete money, Leon was put in his pocket. This money was the money from shipping leaks and some spring collections, which belongs to personal labor remuneration. Leon can be spent at will without any burden. I was not panicked when I had money in my hand, so Leon decided to go to Xingzi Fruit for a meal at noon. The signature of another letter is the Customer Satisfaction Department of Hoja's supermarket. After the letter was opened, Leon saw the unique letter paper inside, representing the blue color of Hoja Home, and the content printed on it with a printing press. Dear Hoja supermarket customers, we have cleared the landslide problem located in the northern foothills. This landslide was affected by our company's drilling equipment activities, but we have to ensure that this mining activity is completely legal and compliant. We are deeply sorry for the inconvenience caused by this accident and thank the customers who have always supported Hoja supermarket. Morris. Hoja Customer Satisfaction Department Representative. Oh, has the other side of the back mountain been cleaned up? The efficiency is quite fast. After reading the letter, Leon couldn't help but shake his head. As he said to Louis, in which the Hoja family claimed that his mining was a legal act. However, since the other party had paid the fine and showed enough sincerity, Leon was too lazy to care about the twists and turns inside. What he cares most about was the news that the channel to the abandoned mine caves had been cleared and opened up in the foothills of the northern mountains, which meant that he could finally go to the mine. Mining resources are definitely the top of the main consumption resources for farm planning in the future. Whether it is beehives, sap collectors or small barrels that can be brewed, the main materials required for manufacturing are mining resources. Copper ingots, iron ingots, coal and copper ingots are resources that must be reserved, and the amount required is extremely large. In addition, tool upgrades also require 3 types of metal ingots: copper, iron, and gold, which is also an inevitable consumption, but compared with the above-mentioned industrial equipment manufacturing, it can only be considered a drop in the bucket. Although you can buy it through Clinton, the price is too expensive, so the most cost-effective way to mine yourself Leon has been preparing for this for a long time, otherwise he would not have thought of upgrading his backpack. At the same time, after getting the colorful fragments, he immediately found a way to go to the desert to sacrifice it for the galaxy weapon, so as to be able to show his strength in the abandoned mine cave. Since I learned the news that the abandoned mine cave could be explored, Leon immediately got into the wooden house and put the sprinkler kettle that he could not use for the time being in his backpack, an axe and a sickle in his backpack, leaving only a pickaxe, a hoe and a galaxy watermelon knife. However, considering that the specific situation of the abandoned mine cave is not clear, Leon also specially made 2 torches to put them in his backpack to prevent the threat caused by the environment being too dark after entering the mine cave and being unable to see clearly. After the preparations were over, Leon was about to go out when he suddenly noticed the suitcase and backpack he had brought when he moved to Stardew Valley before, and he immediately had a good idea. Then Leon cleaned up the clothes inside the backpack and then carried the emptied backpack behind his backpack. Although the system's backpack can store items and similar items can be stacked, each item must occupy a grid no matter how many quantity it is. The backpack has a total of 24 grids, and there are more than 24 types of output in the mine. After all, in addition to ore items, there are also messy things such as monster drops, antiques, etc., and 24 grids are not necessarily enough. If you encounter some items with very small quantities and low weight, the backpack Leon is carrying can play a huge role. Everything was ready, Leon rode his bike and set out towards Pelican Town. Although you can quickly reach the northern foothills through the remote forests in the back mountain, Leon cannot take these things to the mines to adventure. After all, in addition to tools, supplies are also very important. Leon is a living person and needs to eat, drink, water and go to the toilet. If you plan to stay in the mine all day, then food and water are essential material reserves. Leon also plans to go to the hospital in Pelican Town to purchase a batch of medicines. Western farmers know that if they want traditional farm tools to work, they have to feed them to ensure that they are willing to work. Although Leon is also a farmer, he is the farm tools himself, so he naturally won't treat himself badly. Chapter 99 Everything is ready, prepare to go to the mine. The transition chapter can be skipped, don't waste money. He rode his bike to Pelican Town. Leon saw the Pelican Town clinic next to Pierre Seed's store at a glance. When he parked the car and pushed the door into it, Leon saw Maru wearing a nurse's outfit behind the counter. Hello, are you a physical examination for an appointment? Hi? It's you, Mr. Leon. When Maru saw that the door was pushed open, she subconsciously said the commonly used greetings, but after seeing that the visitor was actually Leon, she hurriedly changed her words. Hello, Miss Maru, this is our second time meeting. I didn't expect you to work here. Leon greeted Maru. Not to mention anything else, Maru's nurse outfit is really good. Although she is black, her facial features are excellent and her temperament is excellent. It's not an exaggeration to be a beauty in black pearl. I forgot to say it during the last dinner together, but I don't want to tell you either. After all, if I were talking outside, I would be happy to see you, but in the clinic, I really don't want to see you appear. Maru explained to Leon with a smile. I understand what you mean. If there is no pain, who would want to come to the hospital? Leon nodded and echoed. So where are you feeling uncomfortable? I can call Dr. Harvey for you. Maru first looked at Leon. The other person was rosy and had a relaxed expression, and didn't look like he was troubled by the disease. I'm here to buy some emergency medicines, such as bandages, disinfectants, painkillers, etc. Leon explained his purpose. It's fine if you're fine. We have sales of these things, please come here. Maru called Leon to the front desk, then took out a medical bag and opened it. This is a family version of the Universal Medical Kit, which contains all the medicines you need, as well as disinfectant cotton swabs, band-aids, thermometers, and cardiac injections for critical situations. Do you think this is appropriate? That's it. After glanced at the items contained in the medical package, Leon decided to purchase. The small things in this medical package were enough to deal with some small wounds. As for the large wounds, can you expect someone who only has first aid knowledge to perform surgery on yourself in the wild? It is true that large-scale wounds or serious injuries have really appeared. It is true that we wait for the protection of forest magic to escape, and then find someone to send them to the hospital. This medical package costs 150 G. Seeing that Leon had no objection, Maru gave a quote. Leon did not bargain either. After paying, he took the medical bag in his hand and left the clinic directly. I am so anxious to leave, life on the farm must be very busy. Maru muttered in disappointment as she looked at lions hurriedly leaving. She originally planned to talk to Leon. After all, Leon runs a farm and is a serious agricultural worker. She may be able to learn about the growth of some crops from Leon to improve her research on local organisms. After Leon came out of the clinic, Leon threw the medical bag into the system backpack. After all, this thing was quite heavy and it was too heavy in his backpack. Then he went straight to Pierre's grocery store. Of course, he was not going to find Pierre to buy things, but to find Gus. Sure enough, outside the glass door of the store, Leon saw Gus, who was shopping for the ingredients needed for the bar kitchen, so Leon immediately entered the store. Guess, have you bought the things? I've bought it. I'll just wait for Pierre to send someone to me. By the way, are you here to buy things too? Gus naturally smiled and replied. No, I want to order a batch of food from you, the best ones that are portable and can fill your stomach, such as bread, Leon explained. Ah! But I haven't started working yet. If I have bread, I have to bake it freshly. If you are not in a hurry, I will go back to work now. Gus said to Leon apologetically. Why is that? Then I won't bother you anymore. I may not have much time to wait for the bread to come out, so I'll disturb you. Leon said to Gus with some regret. It doesn't matter, but next time you still have this need, please notify me in advance and I will prepare the freshest and delicious food for you. Gus patted Lion's shoulder and promised, and at the end he had not forgotten to remind Leon. If you don't mind the taste and just want to make emergency food, you can go to the Hoja supermarket. They have packaged instant bread. Although the taste is awful, it can still fill your stomach. I'm so kind of suggestion, thank you, Gus. If you still open the door when I come back in the evening, I will keep your bar. Leon received Gus' reminder and also remembered the rich commodity reserves of Hoja supermarket. After saying goodbye to Gus, he boarded his bicycle and rushed towards Hoja supermarket. It's so anxious, are you planning to go out for a long distance? Gus muttered as he looked at Lion's departure back in confusion. Oh, Mr. Leon, long time no see, welcome to Hoja supermarket. On the other hand, Morris was discovered by Morris as soon as he entered Hoja supermarket. Morris was still very enthusiastic when facing this former colleague who was also the only farmer of Stardew Valley. However, if he knew about the illegal mining of the Hoja supermarket in the northern foothills, it was Leon who woke Lewis up to attack their Hoja group. It would be impossible to know whether Leon could still maintain this enthusiasm. Anyway, Leon would not take the initiative to tell Morris about this. "Hello, Mr. Morris, I'm just buying something." After Leon said hello to Morris, he entered the shelves and began to select what he needed. Leon bought 10 bread with ham at once, and at the same time bought a box of mineral water, and then brought these to the front row to check out. At the time of checkout, Morris came over again, looked at the things Leon bought, and asked with a smile, "I see you came on a bicycle, so it may not be convenient to bring these things back. Do I need to arrange someone to help you deliver these things to the farm? We have a special delivery staff, of course, there is a fee." "Don't talk to me about the service you want. You can pick up this little thing with one hand." Leon looked at Morris speechlessly. Faced with this standard businessman who could not afford to get up early, he did not how much favorable is there. Morris still kept a smile and was not angry about Leon's words. When Leon left Hoja supermarket, Morris could even wave goodbye to Leon with a smile. "It's a talent, but unfortunately I entered the Hoja supermarket." He responded politely to Morris' farewell. Leon rode a bicycle with one hand and held a 16 bottles of mineral water box packed together in his other hand, and then when no one was around, he stuffed the box of mineral water into the system backpack. As for bread, such a low heavy thing is naturally stuffed into the backpack. "Everything is ready, I'm ready to go to the mine. I hope I won't pay the first blood this time. After all, the medical expenses are not cheap." Chapter 100 The Shocked Malong. The fully prepared Leon rode his bicycle straight to the northern foothills. He encountered no accidents on the road. He only occasionally had to come down and carry his bicycle on his way when he encountered steps connecting high and low slopes. But overall, it was much faster than walking. When Leon saw the only house in the northern foothills, Leon knew that he was about to reach his destination. The terrain of the northern foothills is actually very complex and mostly cliffs, so Leon did not continue to ride a bicycle. Although he is very confident in his skills, he is not very optimistic about his luck. Once you encounter a small stone and knock the wheels, Leon is not sure about the handlebars. The fun will be great. However, the bicycle Leon did not directly put the bicycle into the backpack, but pushed it to continue moving forward. Now, Leon is not sure about the harvest of the mine this time, so if you can leave more space in the system backpack, try to keep one as much as possible. Although it is not clear whether the route to the abandoned mine cave in the northern foothills is similar to that in the game, there must be no problem following the edge of the lake in front of the mine cave. So Leon quickly followed the mountain lake and saw a giant mine cave that was manually dug out in the middle of the northern mountainous mountains and reinforced the columns. What surprised Leon even more was that he actually saw Linus on the bridge near the entrance of the mine. "I noticed that the landslide here was cleaned last night, and I knew you would definitely choose to come here today." Seeing Leon pushing his bicycle, Linus raised his hand to signal to Leon. As Leon walked over, Linus spoke first. "Your intuition is very accurate," Leon replied to Linus with a kind smile. Facing this wild boss he identified as, Leon naturally would not neglect because of his sloppy appearance. "I just made an analysis based on your grandfather's personality. It's obvious that you are indeed his grandson. You are basically the same personality and are both keen on adventures. Linus also smiled at Leon and continued. I have informed Ma Long to wait for you in the mine. He heard that you might enter the mine and specially prepared a gift for you, which will help your mine journey. Ma Long? Leon asked, pretending to be puzzled. Well, the president of the Pelican Town branch of the Explorer Association, an experienced and excellent explorer, and a battle-hardened warrior. You can have a good chat with him about the mines and keep in mind the advice he told you, which will help you protect yourself in danger. Linus explained patiently. Thank you for your help, Mr. Linus. Leon thanked Linus seriously. The old man looked quite introverted and difficult to get along with. But Linus is really concerned about himself. Don't call me sir, just call me Linus. Linus shook his head, and then his expression became much more serious. Although there are rich minerals in the mine, there are also many monsters. I hope you can do what you can and escape as soon as you encounter danger. This is not a manifestation of a coward. Only smart people can live long. Remember, safety is the first priority. I will. Leon nodded, then pushed the bicycle in his hand to Linus. Linus, can you entrust you to save this bicycle for me? If I go to the mine, it will be inconvenient to bring him. Leave it to me, I will wait for you to return safely in my camp. Linus did not refuse Lion's request. After stepping forward to take over the bicycle, he encouraged Leon, come on, I wish you a satisfactory harvest in the mine. After completing the bicycle arrangement, Leon no longer wasted time. After saying goodbye to Linus, he crossed the bridge across the mountain lake and arrived at the entrance of the abandoned mine cave. Looking out from inside, it was pitch black, and the sun seemed to deliberately avoid the mine, which made Leon unable to use the sun to see the inside of the mine entrance. But Leon was not scared away, but made great strides into it. Forest Magic's life insurance gave him enough confidence. After entering the mine, Leon discovered that the inside and outside of the entrance were completely different. It looked pitch black from the outside, but at the top of the mine inside, there was a chandelier hanging, and the light provided by the chandelier could even allow Leon to see the specific situation inside the entrance of the mine. A good young man, very courageous. Usually, people who try to explore this abandoned mine will retreat because of the fear of the unknown when they can't see the inside of the mine outside the door. You can come in without fear, proving that you do have it. The courage to explore the underground. While Leon was still looking around, a man wearing a green top, a red cloak, white hair and a one-eyed mask walked in from outside the mine and praised Leon. You are Mr. Ma Long. Leon looked at the old man and did not dare to look down on him. After all, the boss didn't hear any footsteps before he spoke. Even when he was looking directly at Ma Long, he actually felt a strong sense of crisis. This made Leon unconsciously take a half step back, and his body leaned forward, his free right hand muscles were tight, and he could take out the Galaxy watermelon knife from the system backpack at any time and then attack Ma Long. Oh? Can you still notice my threat? The combat sense is excellent, and the defensive posture is also very good. If you have a handy weapon at this time, as long as I take a step forward, you can use your strength to attack me with weapons. Ha ha ha, you are such a good explorer seedling, and you are interested in joining the Explorer Union. When Ma Long saw Lion's alert posture, the joy in his eyes was almost overflowing, and he asked Leon with a big smile. Of course. Leon nodded and replied, relaxing at the same time. His actions just now were all subconscious behaviors. Even he was a little surprised that he would make such a standard defensive counterattack posture. However, Leon could also guess that this subconscious reaction should be derived from the combat entries in the system's skill panel, although Lion's combat level is 0. But this does not mean that with the support of the system, Leon is a slag with 0 combat power. What is lacking in the middle is just a matter of proficiency, and there should be talent in combat. Okay, but not everyone can go in the Explorer Union. Let's do this. I will take your mine trip as a preliminary assessment. As long as you can reach the 5th floor of the mine and return safely, I will officially issue you an introductory assessment. Yes. Leon nodded, then asked, Linus, tell me, you have a gift for me, don't know what it is. A weapon I used was a bit worn, but it was actually quite useful. Ma Long said, and took out a somewhat old short sword from behind. There are some monsters in the mine cave, which is quite dangerous. While you mining, you must also be careful to deal with those monsters, so it is not possible to not have a handy weapon. Thank you, but I'm ready for the weapon. Leon politely declined Ma Long's broken sword. After all, if he got that thing, he really had no other value except occupying the backpack lattice, and it was far from the galaxy watermelon knife in his hand. You have prepared a weapon? Where? Is it a dagger-like portable equipment? Ma Long looked at Leon after hearing this and found that he did not carry a weapon, so he speculated that Leon might be carrying a small weapon that is small and extremely concealed. Leon did not cover up and took out the galaxy watermelon knife from the system backpack. The weapon that appeared in Lion's hand did not scare Malone. Instead, Malone saw the appearance of the weapon clearly, as well as the iconic purple and the dots of light distributed on the weapon, which scared him. You actually have the galaxy weapon. Chapter 101 Mission Expert Ma Long. Experts. Leon couldn't help but sigh. After all, Malone was able to recognize this unique watermelon knife as a galaxy weapon at first sight, which gave Leon a lot of face. If you encounter someone who doesn't know anything about it, you will first pay attention to the shape of the weapon, and then say some words you don't want to hear but are considered factual. That is really uncomfortable. After all, it is the top weapon that every explorer desires. But I didn't expect that you already have a galaxy weapon. Can you tell me whether it is a family inheritance or forged by yourself? Ma Long was still staring at the galaxy watermelon knife in Lion's hand, and at the same time he did not forget to inquire about the source of this weapon. I went to the Calico Desert myself, forged it. Leon replied. It seems that you know a lot about some secrets, which is really surprising. After some tests, Ma Long confirmed that the weapon was indeed made by Leon himself. After all, he did not say where he could forge the galaxy weapon, but Leon accurately revealed the correct location of the Calico Desert. At the same time, Ma Long did not forget to take back the old short sword in his hand that he had originally planned to give to Leon. After all, if Leon was unarmed, this short sword would become Lion's good partner in exploring the mine in the early stage, but when Leon took out the galaxy weapon, Malone knew that he was embarrassed. To cover up this embarrassment, Ma Long continued, "You are the fourth person I have ever seen to build a galactic weapon. If it were not for the rules and regulations of the Explorer Guild, with the potential of you being able to forge the galactic weapon, I could let you directly enter the Explorer Union. Is there any threshold for forging the galaxy weapons?" Leon asked curiously. Of course, such a powerful weapon cannot be exchanged for it with colorful fragments. It is a manifestation of a person's fighting will, and it is also a gift from Ba to the pride of heaven with infinite potential. Those who can get the galaxy weapons can eventually become the top warriors. Ma Long explained proudly. Seeing Ma Long's expression, Leon immediately inferred that the other party was also the holder of the galaxy weapon, and immediately asked, "Then President Ma Long, what is your galaxy weapon like?" "Mine is an ordinary long sword, but I didn't carry it with me. For me, these monsters in the mine are enough to deal with," Ma Long replied with the old dagger. "Long sword, it's so good." Leon was quite envious when he heard this. Although the expansion and contraction characteristics of the galaxy watermelon knife are very useful, Leon yearns for the serious galaxy sword. Your short weapon is actually not bad. The internal structure of the mine cave is complex. Sometimes it is a burden to be too long. This weapon can be used in narrow aisles or wide places, and it is no worse than a long sword, Ma Long explained to Leon. It is not comfort, but an analysis made by an old soldier about his understanding of combat. I understand the truth, but after the successful forging of this weapon, it was just that there was a little difference between what I expected, Leon complained. Then you have to find the reason for this problem yourself. Galaxy weapons are like the fruit of the star. They will present the most subconscious result according to your inner desire. You subjectively feel that you don't like this weapon, but in fact, deep down in your heart, you are eager to have such a weapon, Ma Long said to Leon Kopp. I understand if I say so. Although Leon expressed his understanding on his lips, he felt extremely regretful. It must be that Huaqiang, the ghost animals who bought melons on b.c.com, have brushed too much, otherwise how could he subconsciously think that the shape of the watermelon knife is the most suitable weapon shape for him? With the galaxy weapons, the threat to you by monsters in the mine cave has been reduced a lot, especially the dozens of floors in front. You can basically crush them all the way. I won't tell you the more. Just remember a little, be careful of the shadows and do not get too close to the walls and soft mud land, because there will be monsters lurking in these places. After saying this, Ma Long took Leon to an elevator entrance. In addition to the monsters' precautions, there is another thing I want to tell you, that these elevators. Although they were installed when the mine was not abandoned, they can still run, but you need to reactivate it. There is an elevator every 5 floors. Every time you see such an elevator, you can find the switch that controls its power supply and lift it up. Then you can use these elevators to quickly travel to the surface and the depths of the mine. Where did the electric power from this elevator come from? Leon asked curiously. Provided by the Explorers Union, Ma Long replied. When I first came here, I took people to repair these elevators. Then why don't the elevator run directly, but I need to activate it? Leon asked. Of course it's because of the trial. After all, it's hard to find such an area full of monsters but will not pose too much threat to the human living area as a place for trial. So after I repaired the elevator, I turned off all the switches, Ma Long explained. Then no one went down before me, Leon complained speechlessly. No, I thought there would be one, but the guild seemed to have forgotten Jill and me. Not to mention sending people to trial, except for Jill and I, the Stardew Valley branch has not yet visited the third explorer. You may be the first guest to explore the mine and experience the elevator after the elevator is repaired. Ma Long's expression was also quite helpless at this moment. Then why are you still repairing the elevator? Leon complained. I have to do the tasks arranged above. Ma Long replied, the reward is high, the danger is not high. There are also professional repairmen. I just need to escort them to the bottom of the mine. I want to do such tasks every day. I have another question. Are you afraid of monsters taking the elevator or maliciously destroying the elevator? Leon continued to ask. Then what do you think is the meaning of me here? And even if they really dare to take the elevator, they cannot get close to the elevator because there is barrier protection around the elevator, so if you encounter an emergency or want to rest, just find the location of the elevator entrance and you will be safe. With this elevator entrance, it's still a safe area. Leon felt that his views were impacted at this moment. Why was there no such convenient setting in the game? He died several times in the elevator entrance just to dig the bee-breaking radioactive ore. After all, the enhanced version of the mine monster is too strong. It's not wrong to understand this way. Ma Long nodded, after all, it's a trial ground, not a slaughterhouse. You have to give those little guys a little bit of life. Unfortunately, it was not used in the end. Instead, it gave you a big advantage. However, when you complete my enrollment test, you are considered your own person. It's legitimate to let you use these elevators. I understand, then I'll take a step first and go down to see the situation. After hearing this, Leon had no objection and felt even more at ease. Because of the safety area of elevators, your mine trip may be much easier than you imagined. Go, be careful. The mine cave is actually not as harsh as you believe. Apart from the 31st to 39th floors, due to monster habits, we did not add a lot of lighting devices to these floors, so if you want to find the stairs leading to the lower floor, it is best to bring some lighting tools yourself. The visual range and care of other areas are quite good. But if you still feel that it is not bright enough and you have extra money, after joining the Explorer Union, you can buy a ring with special magic blessing from me, such as a glorious ring suitable for dark environments. After you bring it, you are a walking light bulb, and the light emitted by the ring will not affect your sight. Finally, he reminded Leon and also sold items specially provided by the Explorers Union. Ma Long left the entrance of the mine casually, and Leon was stunned. Chapter 102 It's not me who is wrong, it's the world. By the time Leon realized, Malone had already escaped. I always feel that Mr. Ma Long is very interested in making money. Leon complained while looking for a floor entrance in the mine. After a moment, he saw a hole with a diameter of about 1 meter under a light. There is a staircase embedded on both sides of the hole. It is made of iron. Although it looks a bit old, it is not rusted. Leon also tried to kick it twice and found that the staircase did not shake, which was obviously strong. So Leon climbed down the stairs. During the stairs, Leon could still feel the cold wind blowing on his butt under the pit, and suddenly felt regretful. If Stardew Valley players are the most efficient way to mine, basically 80% of the players will tell you that it is a mine explosion, while the remaining 20% of the mod players will tell you that it is a tractor. Leon is an ordinary player and a mod player. If you don't consider the convenient module of magically modified stables like tractors, then the only choice for Leon is left to blast. Although Leon has not unlocked any bomb formula yet, Leon is a civilized person who has experienced 9 years of compulsory education. In addition to bombs using gunpowder, there are other ways to achieve the same effect. For example, dust explosion. However, before entering the underground mine, you can feel the obvious airflow by just connecting the stairways on the surface and the underground mine, which means that if you want to use this chemical explosion method in the mine, the conditions are not sufficient. When Leon climbed down the stairs to the bottom and saw the area of the underground mine clearly, he completely gave up the option of dust explosion. There was no way, the space in the mine was too large. The height is at least 4 meters long, and the size of a football field is enough, so there is too much flour needed to create a full dust explosion here. Not only may the effort and the reward be inconsistent, this kind of terrain may easily kill yourself. Knock it honestly. Seeing the irregular divisions in the mine, but the huge number of rocks, Leon silently took out his pickaxe. Lion's impression of mine development is to open a passage in the mountain, and then the opening of the passage is then chiseled on both sides of the passage to find ore buried in the rock walls of the mountain. The mining in Zinged Valley is a scattered large stones that are independent of the mountain in an underground cave space similar to that of an underground cave. In a sense, the mining in Zinged Valley is more like chiseling stones at a construction site. Unlike the game, the stones in the underground mine are all the same color in Leon. I don't know if this layer has no copper ore, or if the copper ore is actually wrapped in these stones. After choosing the one that was inlaid underground, the basin-sized stone was knocked on a pickaxe, and the stone collapsed and shattered directly. Then Leon saw the gravel decomposed by the stone melted into the underground rock formation, leaving only a fist-sized stone lying on the hard rock ground. Stone, resource, a common material that plays a wide range of roles in construction and processing. Unlike the gravel piles that Leon once knocked on the farm, the gravel pile on the farm needs to be knocked 3 times. Each time it hits, the gravel pile shrinks once, and the third time it hits, the gravel pile disappears directly, leaving only stones that are fallen objects. Originally, Leon thought that the stones in the mine should have the same pattern, but now, after only the first knock, the stones will be broken directly. Except for a stone left for Leon to collect, the rest of the gravel will be swallowed by the mine itself. This discovery was very interesting, and of course it also made Leon a little worried. After all, even the stones in the mine could be swallowed. Who knew if they would swallow themselves too? However, Leon speculated that there is a high probability that this situation would not be possible. The behavior of rock formations swallowing gravel slag is more like a recycling mechanism of the mine itself in Lion's analysis. After all, this is Stardew Valley. It is absolutely unreliable to look at the world from the way of thinking and view of the people on Earth. Leon has long been accustomed to the various magical aspects of Stardew Valley. After taking the stone and throwing it into the backpack, Leon chose a larger stone. This one was about half the height of Leon, and it was in a flat shape. If it was counted as a diameter, it was about 5 or 6 meters, which could be considered a huge rock. When the first pick is knocked down, in addition to the force of the recoil, the rock also obviously begins to shrink. When the pick is knocked on again, the phenomenon of the rock shrinking becomes more obvious. Leon continued to wave his pickaxe. When he hit the 8th, the huge rock finally collapsed, leaving behind a piece of collectible stones. However, Leon counted and found that there were only 11 stones. These fist-sized stones were piled together, not even 1/20th of the huge rock that had just been knocked off. I can't understand, but I respect it. Leon stood there, took a bottle of water from his backpack and poured it into a big mouthful, and complained that this mining method always made him feel that he was still playing Stardew Valley games, but it just changed from a computer screen to a panoramic VR experience. If Leon uses the tools provided by the system, this is a very disconnected from reality. Leon can understand the mining experience, but if mining in this world is actually like this, then Leon feels that he should reflect on whether he is a little disagreeable. After all, everyone thinks that something should be like this, and if you only think something is wrong, then you are definitely the one with problems. Abandoning this philosophical question, Leon took back the mineral water and did not choose to continue knocking on the stone. Instead, he began to look for the tunnel leading to the next floor with the help of the light of the electric light hanging on the rock wall. However, after walking around the mines on the underground floor, Leon did not find any pits in that place. Except for the rocks and part of the brown soil that covers a small area, the most visible ones are stones of different sizes and colors. This made Leon realize that the entrance to the pit that might have connected to the second underground floor was hidden under these stones like the game, so Leon was not wasting his time and continued to start the stone-knocking journey. This process is boring. In the huge mine cave, except for a living creature like Leon, there are only cold stones. When knocking on the stone, the impact of metal and stones is the only sound in the mine cave, echoing in the mine cave. Ding! Leon, who was knocking on the stone, suddenly felt that the power feedback from the stone hit by the pickaxe in his hand was a little stronger. At the same time, the sound of hitting the stone just now also changed significantly. It was no longer dull, but rather crisp. Realizing something was wrong, Leon took back the pickaxe and then took out the Galaxy watermelon knife. The obviously abnormal stone also rose up at this moment, revealing the murderous intent hidden under the stone. Chapter 103 Rock Crab. When the things hidden under the stone completely revealed their true form, Leon took a breath. What a big hermit crab! Yes, it was a crab hidden under the stone, but unlike the crabs that Leon knew, the crab's back shell was a solid rock, and its whole body was orangered, and its size was the same as the stone behind it. The diameter of this stone was about half a meter, so this crab was also half a meter wide. When Leon was complaining, the rock crab was not idle. I don't know if it was out of the instinct to protect the territory or because it was unhappy with Lion's pickaxe. The eyes exposed under the rock's back shell discovered Leon, an outsider who was obviously not part of the mine ecology, pointed to the rock crab and rushed towards Leon directly against the rock's back shell. The speed is amazingly fast, and it is walking in a straight line, which does not meet the racial habit of the crab that can only walk horizontally. Leon aims sideways and avoids the charge of the rock crab. Avoiding the collision of the rock crab, Leon would not stand stupidly and wait for the rock crab to launch a second round of attack. He bent down and touched the watermelon knife in his hand. Then he pulled up with a standard one-handed lift, and the blade hit the rock crab's abdomen supported by 8 arthropods. The rock crab saw Lion's movement, and his instinctive sense of crisis made it make a choice in an instant. The rock crab curled its arthropods and body under the stone in the back shell. The rock's back shell that had lost its support fell directly, and returned to the stone camouflage form that was exactly the same as the surrounding stones. Leon, who had already produced the knife, could only look at his watermelon knife on the back of the rock. Under the force of the rebound, Leon frowned and pulled back, and took a small step back, watching the intact rock crab just hit the back of the stone by the silver watermelon knife. The invincible characteristics of shrinking the shell have also become realistic. Although he called this rock crab hermit crab before, Leon still knew its information. After all, he was a frequent visitor to the mine cave. Leon, the sixth monster of the rock crab, killed many of them. He still remembered that the crab he used to sacrifice was dropped by the rock crab that he killed when he went to the mine. This kind of rock crab is actually not conspicuous in the game. After all, as long as it emerges from the rock back shell, it is basically a one-slash. However, in the camouflage state, except for picks and bombs, the damage that powerful weapons can cause to rock crabs in the camouflage state is basically zero. If you take out a pickaxe and knock it, it will take the opportunity to attack you again. The standard behavior of Lao Lu is mainly about disgusting people. If Leon had a bomb on hand, it could blow up its rock shell and make it lose its greatest support. But now only the pickaxe can destroy its back shell. Leon was stumped by leaning over and being attacked again. But in just a moment, Leon thought of a solution. Although the rock crab with a shrinking shell is invincible, Leon does not believe it is really invincible. Since the other party does not talk about martial ethics for the first time, Leon does not intend to be polite to it. Under Lion's consciousness, the galaxy watermelon knife in Lion's hand expanded rapidly, but it did not change to the 4-meter door panel style last time, but was suspended by Leon after extending to a length of 2 meters. But at this moment, the galaxy watermelon knife has also become a half-door panel with a length of 2 meters and a width of 40 centimeters. Although this weight is a bit difficult to hold, it is still within the range that Leon has to bear. "Brother, have you heard of the strong brick flying?" Leon, who was holding a Milky Way watermelon half-door panel knife, stepped forward and used the inertia of forward rushing to rotate his body before approaching the rock crab, and at the same time drove the watermelon knife to draw a graceful arc. Then the blade directly slapped the rock crab back shell in a camouflaged state. Bang! The weight of the galaxy watermelon knife at this moment is inertia and the power of Leon, which directly beats the rock crab. Flying, the whole rock crab rolled and flew out of 5 meters like a kicked ball, and finally hit another rock, with arthropods facing upwards, as helpless as a turtle turning over. At this moment, Leon also shook his Milky Way watermelon knife to a permanent shape, rubbed his hand that was numb. Then he looked at the rock crab that was already on his back and facing upwards, and rushed over and stabbed him. The sharp blade directly cut the belly of the rock crab that was exposed at this moment, bringing out a grey-eyed liquid similar to blood splashed. Fortunately, the angle of the spray was not in the same direction as that of Leon, so Leon avoided the action of avoiding it. This knife obviously directly deprived the rock crab of all its vitality. The rock crab's corpse began to stiffen in Lion's vision. The rock's dorsal shell directly separated and decomposed and absorbed by the underground rock formation, and the crab body began to weather. In the end, a huge rock crab disappeared into Lion's eyes. It belonged to its corpse, and a plate-sized crab remained in place. Crab, fish, a sea-born crustacean creature with 2 strong turtles. Looking at this introduction, Leon was confused. Although this thing is indeed a crab, it fell from a rock crab. Why did it be so popular? Are the system markings all the same template routine? Or is there a sea in the mine, but this sea is the Mongolian Sea, and it can't be seen if it is not a local? There were so many complaints in my heart, but I probably wouldn't respond even if I vomited it to the system, so Leon put the crab into the system's backpack and continued to knock on the stone. Dong! With a muffled sound, another stone was broken, but unlike before, Leon saw the stone disappearing and exposed it to the pit on the 2nd floor of the underground. He still had a ladder, but Leon was used to this unscientific scene, so after confirming that the ladder was very strong, Leon climbed down the ladder directly. When I arrived at the second floor of the underground, Leon found that the terrain here was different. If the first floor of the underground was a wide and flat football field, then the second floor of the underground was a winding maze. The aisles leading to all directions, less than 2 meters wide, are the main theme of this floor. Facing the well-connected passage, Leon hesitated for a moment and chose the one on the left. There are still those stones of the same color on the ground. Leon has long been used to this, so he basically saw one knocking. Although only the stones fell, he could not find the pit leading to the third floor of the underground without knocking. Pu shuo shuo shuo. As soon as he knocked on a few stones, Leon heard a strange sound coming from his ears, a bit like the sound of a person pulling his feet out in the mud of the swamp. Chapter 104 almost burst into tears. Looking in the sound, Leon noticed that at the end of the aisle, a round, green, ball-sized soft creature jumping towards him. After getting closer, Leon also noticed that there was a tentacle made of mucus on his forehead and a small green ball hanging on the top of the tentacles, which looked like a pocket version of the body. Leon instantly took out the galaxy watermelon knife and was ready for battle, but the round green slime actually ignored Leon and continued to jump to the other side, just as Leon was puzzled. He saw that behind this green slime, there was a green slime, and what was outrageous was that the small ball above the head of this green slime was actually in the shape of a heart. Is this a courtship? Seeing two green slimes chasing each other, the one behind them was even more loving tentacles on their heads. The lions were numb. This was the first time he had seen such an outrageous but reasonable scene. Nowadays, even monsters dare to show off their food in front of single dogs? Is there still a moral bottom line? So in order to fulfill the green slimes that had not yet been joined, Leon stepped forward and took 2 blows. The knife is fast, the green slime is very soft, but it will still be cut in half if it is cut with one knife. Both of them are like this. One of them did not run away, and there was no resistance. It seemed that courtship and the courtship that escaped the pervert were what these 2 slimes wanted to do the most at the moment, and they didn't even care about life for this. When the corpses of these 2 slimes were separated by physical separation, weathered and disappeared, 3 translucent glue-like objects appeared on the ground. Slime mud, monster loot, a scentless ball of gel with a glimmer of light. Although I feel a little disgusted, if Leon remembers correctly, the oil-producing machine needs the material of slime clay. In the future, if I want to breed slime, I also need a large amount of slime clay as raw material for compression synthesis, so I still picked it up. However, when Leon got the slime mud, he changed his opinion. This thing really had no taste, and it was soft and had a very stable structure. Although it looked soft and slim, it would not break no matter how hard it was pinched, and it felt extremely excellent, which made people unable to stop. Leon, who had been pinching himself for a long time, suddenly woke up, took a breath and then quickly stuffed the slime mud into the system backpack. When he was kneading the slime mud, many dangerous thoughts flashed through his mind, which were basically indescribable. But it is not that undescribable. As for how it is not described in detail, it is really undescribable. Leon, who had packed the slime mud, continued to start his own stone knocking project. After knocking the stones from one passage, he returned to another one as the same way. Leon was a little tired after knocking on 2 tunnels without seeing the pit leading to the next floor. After all, even if it is a convenient system tool, it still requires consuming Lion's own physical strength. After so many days, he was knocking on stones and playing with rock crab slime. Leon decided to find a place to take a break. I opened a pack of bread, and the packaging after eating was stuffed directly into my backpack, and the mineral water bottle I drank was the same. Although there was no one here, I still had the quality that I should have, and my intuition told him that if I left this garbage in the mine, something bad might happen. After taking a break, and replenishing moisture and food intake, Leon felt that his condition had recovered a lot, so he stood up and came to the third passage to knock on the stone. At this moment, in addition to the crabs dropped by the rock crab and the slime mud dropped by the green slime, the backpack also had 106 stones. Looking at the harvest this time, Leon looked sad. If he had known that there were only these things, he would not have had to prepare so much, so he also cleaned up the backpack space. However, even if you only knock out the stones, Leon has to continue. After all, as a basic resource, there are many places to use stones in the future, such as some buildings and house upgrades on the farm, and a large number of formulas, which require massive amounts of stones as raw materials. After knocking on the third passage, the lower pit was not seen, so Leon had to go to the fourth passage, but this time was different from before. Here, Leon saw more than a dozen stones with obvious brown colors. This discovery made Leon excited and found a stone of this color nearby, which was a pickaxe when it went up. At the moment when the pickaxe was knocking, Leon obviously heard a different collision sound than knocking the stone, and the power feedback from the pickaxe was stronger. As Leon, who was already familiar with knocking the stone, felt the feedback differently than knocking the stone, and was even more excited. Moreover, stones of this color cannot be broken with a pickaxe. With every knock on Leon, a crack will appear in these tan stones. After being knocked 5 or 6 times in a row, the stone cracked directly, and then 2 irregular ores with grey and gold were left behind, and the rest were integrated into the rock formation. Copper ore, resource: a common ore that can be melted into copper ingots. I finally saw the minerals outside the stones. I almost thought this was not a mine cave, but a TM quarry. Holding these 2 pieces of flat copper or rough stones the size of a palm, Leon almost burst into tears. After all, it has been more than an hour since he went to the mine. He had basically never knocked out anything except the stone. If he hadn't thought about going down the 5th floor to find the elevator, he would have given up on continuing to mine. Fortunately, there were finally some other things at this moment. This change has greatly improved Lion's originally sluggish morale. After confirming that stones of this color can produce copper ore, Leon did not hesitate and raised his pickaxe and walked towards other stones of the same color. All were cleaned up, and a total of 21 copper ore raw stones were harvested. While putting them in the backpack, Leon also set his sights on the last stone containing copper ore that had just been knocked and revealed to the 3rd floor of the staircase pit leading to the underground after the disappearance. The latter was familiar with the road and slid down, and the underground THRESTRE mine was presented in front of Leon. The space on this floor is very large, and a large area of brown sand occupy most of the rock formations. There are not many stones that can be seen in the eyes. Most of them are ordinary stones, but some copper-containing ores are interspersed there. Of course, there is no shortage of monsters like slime that jump around. But Leon would not think there was only slime here, because he still smelled the 2 fishy smells in the air that had never been smelled before. Not only is this smell very pungent, but it is also particularly rich. Unlike the smell of rottenness, but more like the smell emitted by excrement. Chapter 105 Don't be slap if you don't live. So Leon did not knock on the stone as soon as possible, but took out the galaxy watermelon knife and deliberately extended the length of the watermelon knife to avoid being too close to this monster that had not seen but had already emitted such a strong stench. If this odor is contaminated with the battle, Leon will definitely return to the mine without hesitation. Then when I went out, I would plunge into a lake outside the mine. I would not dare to go out to see people without soaking for an hour and a half. At the same time, Leon did not forget Ma Long's advice. While moving towards the visible slime, he did not approach the rock wall, nor did he step on the large area of sand, and remained vigilant throughout the whole process. This cautious posture was obviously not in vain. Just as Leon had just walked a few steps, Leon saw with his own eyes a big bug, the size of a head, green, chitin-shaped shell, and a pair of grey-white wings rushing towards him from the shadows on the rock wall. The straightforward flight route and not-so-speech movements allowed Leon to easily capture its flight trajectory. He directly raised the extended version of the watermelon knife in his hand and made a powerful vertical slash. The sharp blade directly cut the chitin carapace that cut through the insect, cut the soft body tissue wrapped in the carapace, and was divided into two. A large amount of viscous green liquid gushed out from the cracked wound, bursting out several times stronger than in the air. Smelly. After killing with one blow, Leon took a step back and moved away from the fallen corpse of the bedbug, while covering his mouth and nose, trying to resist the extremely disgusting smell. But he was still mixed into the air and drilled into the nasal cavity between breathing. The water he had drunk and the bread he swallowed before was churning in Lion's stomach at this moment, which made Leon very uncomfortable. What a disgusting thing! How can it smell so smelly? Have you drunk Ganges water? After taking a few steps back, Leon felt that the air around him was fresher. Although it was only relatively fresh and the smell still existed, at least it would not be so nauseous that it would make Leon want to retching. The corpse of the flying bug on the other side had weathered and disappeared. There was still a ball of pink, sticky meat left at the location of the corpse, but Leon had no desire to pick it up at all because it was too disgusting. At this moment, Leon is more concerned about his galaxy watermelon knife. As a powerful weapon that has just split the bed bug, it is definitely Lion's strongest reliance in the mine. But when Leon felt his scalp numb when he thought of the blade contacting the bug at a negative distance. If the bed bug's body fluid remained on the watermelon knife, Leon wasn't sure if he wanted this galaxy weapon. Of course, this is just a joke. After all, Leon doesn't want to fight with this bedbug naked. When he lifted the extended version of the galaxy watermelon knife, Leon glanced at the blade and found that it was as gorgeous as ever, and did not see any strange residue on it, so he breathed a sigh of relief. This may be the physical manifestation of soldiers without bloodshed in idioms. With previous experience, Leon continued to move forward steadily with the galaxy watermelon knife. Although he had killed a bed bug, God knows if there is a second one. In order to avoid being hit by such disgusting things, Leon planned to go around the entire Trest underground mine first and then start knocking on the mine. Sure enough, after most of the circle, Leon saw this bed bug again. He still rushed foolishly and cut it off with one silly. He removed the stench bug's stench. Leon really doubted whether this thing could be worthy of the noble and evil profession of monsters. As soon as he killed the bed bug, Leon noticed that the green slimes not far away jumped towards him, as if he had discovered that he was an outsider. Unlike his previous courtship, these 3 green slimes rushed towards him straight. The one with the beginning is obviously larger than the 2 that followed, and the body shape is not that round, but apart from the body shape, there is no big difference compared to the other 2 slimes. It's a pity that these 3 little guys looked fierce, but Leon just swept a little and directly slashed the 3 green slimes under the knife. However, in this drop, in addition to the slime mud, there was actually a piece of purple crystal the size of a baby's fist. Amethyst, mineral, a purple crystal. System: if we don't have the ability, don't mark the item information casually. What's the difference between the information you introduced and nonsense? After picking up the amethyst, looking at the information marked by the items given by the system, Leon finally couldn't help but complain, because this explanation was too casual and perfunctory. Unfortunately, the system did not pay attention to Leon, and Leon did not care. He happily put the amethyst into his backpack. If he remembered correctly, the place where this amethyst fell should be where the larger green slime died. It seemed that the big green slime picked up this amethyst from somewhere and swallowed it directly. Originally, Leon thought that this big green slime was an elite monster or leader monster. After a long time, it turned out that there were other things in his body to hold it up. However, Leon also recorded this information. Next time I encountered such a slime that was not round and fatter, I must not miss it. This time I swallowed amethyst. What if the other one I met was swallowed by the colorful fragments? Although the probability is not high, there should be a chance. Just like buying lottery tickets, it is all for a dream pursuit. But Leon is sure that the chance of the big slime winning the colorful fragments is much higher than winning the first prize by buying a lottery ticket. The slime mud Leon was not spared, and threw it into his backpack. However, facing the sticky piece of meat dropped by the bed bug, Leon was a little hesitant. Logically speaking, the thief did not leave the empty space, and he took the risk of shit coming to an end and killed the monster. The things that fell should not be abandoned here in vain. But looking at the disgusting appearance and the unharmonious colors, Leon was still a little hesitant. In the end, reason defeated disgust. Leon used the Galaxy watermelon knife to lift the meat, and the system also introduced it. Insect meat, monster trophy, a small ball of juicy worm meat. The number of words in water is okay, but isn't it a bit too much to add the adjective of juicy? System: did you collect money from bed bugs? This description is a bit conscience-ridden. Leon didn't want to know how juicy this thing was. He just wanted to know if he could put the insect meat into his backpack from a distance. The conclusion is feasible. It seems that as long as you have had contact with Leon, whether it is direct or indirect, you can be earned by the system backpack. So Leon is very glad that he avoided the handheld insect meat. I have to go out to do business in the afternoon, so I used the manuscript to save it. I'm all in the code and there are complaints about typos. I'm also very troublesome. I'll find a free time in the future. I'll proofread it from beginning to end. I'll let it go first, but I haven't had a meal yet. Chapter 106. I dare not watch the picture. Since he had confirmed that the item could be taken into his pocket without direct contact, Leon immediately returned to the position of the bed bug that he had killed initially, and used an extended watermelon knife to pick up the ball of insect meat that had been lying on the ground for a while, and put it in the system backpack. Then Leon continued to wander around this floor. Fortunately, he went around and did not encounter any attacks from bed bugs again. Moreover, the stench smell in the cave was significantly weakened a lot. It seemed that the bed bugs on this floor seemed to have been cleaned up by themselves. While breathing a sigh of relief, Leon also took out the pickaxe again, knocked the copper-containing stone first, and then started knocking the ordinary stone. What made Leon happy was that on the way to knock on the ordinary stone, he actually knocked out the crystal ball in addition to the stone. Crystal ball, crystals wrapped in various minerals, which require specific tools to open. This thing is smaller than the Wangxiang crystal ball, but it is also the size of a bowl, and it is oval, with a smooth outer shell, looking like a shrinking rugby. After receiving his backpack, Leon continued to knock on the stones. When Leon knocked out all the rocks on the rocks outside this layer of sand, he did not see the stair pit leading to the 4th floor underground. He could only turn his attention to the small slit of rock and 3 lonely stones in the center of this large layer of sand. Leon didn't believe it at all if there was nothing in such a large piece of sand. Leon, who took back his pickaxe, took out the Milky Way watermelon knife, looked at the sand in the cave, and finally stepped into it. The texture of the sand is very soft, and the feeling of stepping on it is the same as stepping on the sand. One step is a footprint, and the touch of the soles of the feet is quite comfortable. After walking for a short distance, Lion's eyes staring at the sandy land noticed some changes. A rustling sound of friction came from the ground, and at the same time, the originally flat sand was arched out of a raised mound and extended straight towards him. Interestingly, after discovering this change, Leon subconsciously stopped moving forward and raised the watermelon knife to prepare for the battle. Then Leon noticed that the mound extended towards him also stopped and did not continue to move. Instead, after Leon took a tentative step forward, the mound moved again. Does it determine the traces of prey based on the spread of sound or perceived the vibration of the land? Why does this thing feel so like an alien? Leon complained speechlessly, thinking about the attacking habits of unknown creatures hiding under the sand. Then Leon expanded the length of the galaxy watermelon knife in his hand without hesitation, turned it into a giant blade of more than 2 meters, and then used the top of the blade to hit the sand in front of him for experiments. Then Leon saw the mound moving again and headed straight to the position where Leon hit. Finally, when it was only a few centimeters close to the knocking point, the mound was suddenly broken. A earth-grey earthworm-like creature with a more abstract face similar to facial features emerged from it, but only revealed half of its thick body. After this thing drilled out of the sandy land, its upper body stood up directly, and then it frantically hit the position where Leon hit with the Milky Way watermelon knife. Hiss, so stupid, still a blind man. Leon, who had already put away his knife, looked at the digging worm and shot the open space, and couldn't bear to attack this disabled monster. But listening to the muffled sound of bang bang coming from his ears, Leon knew that he would not feel good if he was hit by this thing, so Leon finally chose a more humane way. That is to turn the galaxy watermelon knife with the back facing down and the blade facing up. At the same time, Leon changed direction and continued to knock on the sand with the back of the knife. The movement immediately attracted the digging insects that were still exporting to the open space. It quickly retracted back to the ground, arched the mound again and rushed towards the position where Leon was hitting, and then broke out from the ground at the closest position to the strike point as before, using its body as a weapon, and hit the upward blade. The ground-digging worm hit the blade's body, and the moment it came into contact with the blade, was evenly divided like cut tofu, and there was no movement. Leon covered his face and couldn't bear to look at this picturesque suicide scene. The corpse of the digging worm began to weather and disappear like other killed monsters, leaving only a diamond-shaped earth-yellow crystal on the spot as a proof of its existence and coming to this world. Grain crystal, mineral a resinous substance found near the surface. After picking up this crystal, Leon received a systematic introduction. Good thing. Leon took it into his pocket, and the earth crystal can be used in many places, such as sacrifice, manufacturing, gift-giving, construction, etc., which have its own use. Leon, who had handled the ground-digging worm, continued to move forward on the sandy land. This time, he did not see the movement of the ground-digging worms, so Leon easily walked to the rock formation in the center of the sandy land. He skillfully took out the pickaxe and started knocking the stone. The first 2 stones were broken directly with one pick, but the third dark stone, which was slightly round, was knocked by Leon 5 times before it began to collapse. This strong stone also brought unexpected gains to Leon. Citron, mineral. It's very common, but it's still valuable because it's beautiful. So it's a gem mine, isn't it strange it's so moist? Recalling the appearance of the stone I just knocked on, Leon recorded this information in his heart. As the last stone on this floor was cleared, the stair pit that Leon could finally appear. However, Leon did not rush, but switched the pickaxe in his hand to a hoe, and then began to walk towards the large circle of sand outside the rock layer. He still needed to confirm something. When the hoe fell, a small piece of land was turned on, and nothing was seen except for the slightly dry sand. However, Leon was not discouraged and continued to use the special effects of the hoe to open the sand and soil. After turning on 4 pieces of sand and soil, Leon finally gained something. Clay, resource used for processing and construction. Sure enough, the sand and soil in the mine can also be shipped. Leon was also surprised to see that he really flipped through something. After all, he was not sure whether the real mine and the game were the same. Now the conclusion that after the experiment, he got was that after the soil was turned, Leon directly accelerated the movement in his hand. Looking at a grey-brown root that turned out from the soil, with slender roots, similar to a radish, but even more plump. When Leon picked it up, he immediately felt the weight of it. It felt rough and had a little skin. It was very hard to pinch it, and it didn't look like it was full of moisture. Not to mention the obvious earthy smell that Leon can smell just by holding it in his hand. Cave radish, collected product, a starch plant growing in a cave, which is the best way for miners who discovered it to replenish their physical strength. Looking at the system introduction, Leon was a little curious. After all, this thing is called a carrot, but in Leon's eyes it looks more like ginseng. Although Leon has never seen newly unearthed ginseng, the ginseng he has seen basically have one distinctive feature, that is, the roots on the main stem are very long, just like the cave radish in his hand now. I don't know what the effect will be if I chew it directly. Chapter 107, Fighting for Not Being Corrected. Of course, Leon was just curious. Leon couldn't do anything about holding this cave radish. After all, the earthy smell is too strong, and the appearance does not look very clean. Leon is not so hungry that he is hungry and eats. If you use this thing to supplement your energy, then isn't the bread you bought with your own money in vain? After putting away the radish in the cave, Leon continued to dig the soil. The harvest of the radish in the cave and clay made him curious about what unknown things were hidden under the other unturned sand. However, there seemed to be not many things buried in the sand. After turning over more than a dozen pieces of sand, Leon saw the third harvest. It is a helmet that looks like the soup pot style you use, but this size is obviously not suitable for adults. It is quite suitable for children to wear. The amount of it is very heavy, and you can hear the sound of golden sound when you knock it on it. Dwarf helmet, antique. This is a helmet that dwarfs often wear. The thick metal coating can protect them from falling rocks. Huh? It's actually an antique, but I didn't see ancient spots. Is it because I'm in a mine? It was no surprise that Leon could dig out the antique in the soil of the mine. What surprised him was that he could not see the ancient spots on the sand where the dwarf helmet dug out. Originally, Leon thought that even in the sand of the mine, he could see ancient spots through the special ability of Ancient Mystery, which saved him time to search on a large amount of sand and directly locate the ancient objects buried under the sand. The current situation made Leon feel the full malice that the mine cave brought him. On the surface, if you see ancient spots, it means that there must be goods under the land. Although it is not necessarily an antique, at least it will not be in vain. There will always be rewards. But now that this ability has failed underground, there are many uncertainties. However, these are not something that Leon can interfere with. After all, Leon has not figured out what the special abilities are. After all, they are all passive. The only way Leon is to use them is the copycat ability of the system-evaluated green onion processing technology. It is a good thing to gain now. Even if it takes more effort, Leon thinks it is worth it. After retrieving the helmet, Leon became even more curious about what good things could be dug out on the remaining land. But what made Leon speechless was that after digging out the dwarf helmet, he seemed to have exhausted all his luck and gained nothing after the digging work. Not to mention the antiquities, I can't even see a clay, which wasted more than half an hour of Leon's time and a lot of physical strength. Sitting near the stairs cave, Leon first poured a bottle of mineral water, then gnawed half a loaf of bread, rested for a while before he recovered some strength. Then Leon, who stood up, looked at the sandy land that had been rummaged over, and raised his middle finger. This is in reality, the pickaxe cannot restore the land that the hoe has turned into a flat land. If this is in the game, Leon high and low have to use the mechanism to repeatedly brush the inventory of this sandy land. The method is also very simple. It is to use a hoe to hoe the ground first, then switch the pickaxe to restore the hoed land, and then use a hoe to hoe the ground. This way resetting the land state infinitely and repeatedly obtaining items that may fall from turning the ground is a routine developed by Leon to brush dwarf scrolls. Especially if you have advanced tools or tractor mods, it is really a large piece of it, easily achieving the freedom of clay cave radish, and it can also produce a large number of antiques. But in reality, this cannot be done. Not to mention that the land that has been turned over cannot be restored, and it is meaningless to knock on the pickaxe. Even if it can restore the original appearance of the land that has been turned over, Leon does not feel that new things can grow out of thin air after the land that has been turned over is covered with soil. I guess so. Thinking of the magic of this world, Leon was also a little unconfident at this moment. There is no way, he has been slapped in the face by the boomerang too many times. To understand the world based on his own three views, there are always some unexpected changes that will make Leon silent. Shaking his head and throwing away these messy thoughts, Leon obediently climbed down the pit of the stairs and took them to the area on the 4th floor of the underground. After landing, Leon was stunned. In this area, Leon could not see a stone at first sight. All Leon could see was a group of green slimes. I don't know how many lions were, but Leon was sure that these green slimes would not be able to make friends with him. Because the moment Leon landed, these green slimes noticed that there was an obviously different existence on their territory, so these green slimes jumped towards Leon like crazy. What surprised Leon even more was that some of the green slimes were actually formed into a ball, and then merged together to form a giant green slime that was even taller than Leon. It jumped towards Leon with a feeling of oppression like a rolling stone on the top of the mountain. The sound of the duan-duan made Leon's heart beat faster every time it landed. Why does the monster lair appear in the novice area on the 4th underground floor? It's so unfriendly. Although he complained again on his mouth, Leon's hand did not stop. The moment he started to grow, it turned into a long blade sword about 1 meter 2 meters away. Leon held the watermelon knife and rushed towards these slimes. Many ants bite the elephant to death. If they were blocked by so many green slimes, even if Leon could kill a child, they might not be able to guarantee that they would not escape unscathed during the encirclement. And he was not sure if these green slimes had any other means besides collisions. If some plots appear in the book, Leon feels that he is afraid he has no face to face the Pelican Town's fellow villagers, so in order to avoid becoming the protagonist of the book, Leon chose to take the initiative. With a knife, he took away the 2 green slimes closest to Leon, like rolling melons and cutting vegetables. Without having time to worry about the fallen objects on the ground, Leon immediately turned around and ran away. While avoiding another wave of green slimes, he met the giant green slimes that were fused with multiple green slimes. While running towards this giant slime, the galaxy watermelon knife in Leon's hand was still expanding. Finally, before expanding to a giant blade of 2 meters, Leon directly took advantage of the inertia of forward rushing and slashed the blade to the giant green slime with a horizontal slash. Puff! The sharp blade directly cut into the huge body of the giant slime. The giant watermelon knife passed through the giant green slime. All the areas covered by the blade were split, causing the giant slime's body to collapse directly and turn into a large ball of mucus and explode. Then the mucus began to condense, but did not return to the shape of a giant green slime again, but instead turned to an ordinary-sized green slime. However, compared with the number of combined, the number of these recondensed green slimes was reduced by half. Leon would not let these little guys go just because they were broken up. The watermelon knife that was 1 meter or 2 long was rest-retched, just like chopping melons and vegetables. These green slimes were cut by one, and then immediately pulled away and ran to another direction. Chapter 108 Miner's Rest Area. It's not okay to run. The time spent dealing with the giant green slime and the ordinary green slime that combines it has already made other green slimes move towards Leon. If you don't run, Leon may have to be arched to the ground by these green slimes. Of course, Leon was not idle when he ran away. When he encountered the green slime approaching, he just took a knife. Basically, no green slime can withstand this knife. Whether it is cut to the front or just the blade brushes through part of the green slime's body, it will easily deprive these green slimes of their vitality. After all, it is a galaxy weapon. Even if its shape is a watermelon knife, it is also a galaxy weapon. Before going to the volcanic furnace to forge it with special materials, the galaxy weapon is already the most powerful weapon in the world. If this cannot be cut over the green slime with one knife, Leon might as well throw the galaxy watermelon knife into the kitchen and let it be honestly a handy Chinese kitchen knife. After pulling and running back and forth several times, Leon finally got the opportunity to take a breath. During this period, he not only had to keep moving at high speed, but also dodge the green slimes that were hitting him. By the way, he also had to give these cute little things a knife. The physical strength consumed by this intense exercise is no tits just a joke. But it is not meaningless to do this. At this moment, the area within this layer of Leon is no longer visible to the green slime, and Leon himself has not suffered any harm. In addition to the physical exhaustion, he almost destroyed all the slimes on this floor without any damage, which can be regarded as helping the slime family reunited neatly. Leon doesn't remember how many green slimes he cut off, but there are a lot of them anyway, because the slime mud drops on this place are the best proof. In addition to slime mud, a slime must-have trophy, Leon also saw some other drops. Green algae, it's sticky. Sap, resource liquid taken out of the tree. Dwarf scroll eye, antique a yellow sheepskin scroll full of dwarfs, with a red bow tied to this one. Dwarf scroll 4, antique a yellow sheepskin scroll full of dwarfs, with a golden bow tied to it. These are 4 other drops. Green algae is a plant that looks very much like aquatic plants. It has some green mucus on the surface, which looks quite disgusting, but it smells unique to green grass. The sap is a bit strange. Although this thing looks like a drop of yellow liquid, it does not sprinkle on the ground like ordinary liquid. Instead, it condenses into water droplets, lying quietly on the ground, as if it is set by some special force. Green algae and sap are the most drops except for slime mud, and compared to these 2 additional drops, the 2 dwarf scrolls seem a little lonely because they only dropped 1 of them. After confirming again that there were no traces of green slimes around, Leon began to collect these drops. Green algae and sap are collected through indirect contact using the galaxy watermelon knife as a medium. Because these things don't look like things that can be played with, in order to ensure that their hands will not become sticky and smelly, Leon can only feel wronged in the battle with the green slime. Of course, Leon took the slime and the 2 types of dwarf scrolls by himself, especially the slime mud. Every time he picked up a ball, Leon couldn't help but hold it in his hand and pinch it. The wonderful touch made his tense nerves relax a lot. Just like stress relief toys, the touch of slime mud is definitely not inferior to those stress relief balls. If you can sell it on Dobayo, Leon thinks it will definitely become the top internet celebrity in the pressure relief industry. As for the dwarf scroll, Leon collected it last, and did not forget to untie its bow while collecting it, and check out the contents. But unfortunately, this special text that belongs to the dwarf civilization seems to be like an Olympiad math problem in Leon, and I can't understand it at all. Apart from the feeling that the characters in these words are square and very good, there is no other understanding. Found that he couldn't understand, Leon used these ties to tie the bow on the open scroll again and threw it into his backpack. After all, this scroll is not heavy, and the 2 scrolls need to occupy 2 grids for the system backpack. It is better to throw them into the backpack. When the mind trip is over, you will go straight to the library and donate them. It is meaningless to keep them in your hands. It's better to use it as a favor and see if Gunther will give out a hidden reward like the dwarf speech collection in return after he has collected 4 different dwarf scrolls. After meeting the shadowman Korobus, Leon was actually quite interested in the dwarves in the mine, but the dwarves don't know how to speak humans, so without the book Dwarves Language Collection, Leon could not communicate effectively with the dwarves normally. After collecting all the fallen items and confirming that there were no missing, Leon began to look for the stair pit leading to the next floor. The next floor is the 5th underground floor, which is the elevator floor mentioned by Ma Long. As long as the elevator on the 5th underground floor is powered up, Leon plans to end this mine trip. In the mine, although there is no need to worry about air circulation, the tense nerves and physical exhaustion caused by knocking stones at all times, coupled with the fierce battle just now, Leon felt physically and mentally exhausted. Now he just wants to leave the mine for a good meal and then have a good sleep. There is basically no need to find this area to fight a large group of green slimes, because when running, Leon had basically scanned the area and did not see the stairs pits, so the main direction Leon was looking for this time was the corners that were linked to this open area. For example, the small passage in front of Leon that can only be used by one person is one of them. Leon actually noticed this special passage before, but at that time he was still chased by the green slimes. If there was also a green slime hidden inside, there would be an Aang that would have to fall into the situation of 2 bread clips. This is a big taboo in battle. Now that the threat has been cleared, Leon can naturally enter and explore it with peace of mind. Even if there are green slimes inside, Leon is fearless. As long as there is no threat behind this terrain, many green slimes will be delivered to the front under the sharp edge of the galaxy watermelon knife. The distance of the passage was not very long. After walking about 10 meters, Leon left the passage and saw the scene behind the passage. This is a place full of traces of artificial excavation. The space is not small, about 100 square meters. Here, Leon also saw some old and rotten chairs and tables. It was obvious that this place was once a rest area dug by miners when the mines were still prosperous. In addition to those corrupt furniture, Leon also noticed the most conspicuous thing here, which is a row of wooden barrels piled up in the corner of the wall. Compared with those furniture, these wooden barrels are quite well preserved. At least in terms of appearance, there is no obvious trace of corrosion from time to time. Chapter 109 Small Magnetic Ring. Leon curiously came over and lifted the lids of these wooden barrels and found that most of the barrels were empty, and only 2 barrels still stored these supplies. One of the barrels is coal, and the other one contains 15 copper ingots stacked together and have been melted. Copper ingot, resource: a pure copper ingot. Just looking at the corrosion of these tables and chairs, you know that no one has come here for a long time, so the things in these buckets are considered unowned. Leon put them all into his backpack with the purpose of not wasting resources. Not to mention, there are a lot of coal, and there are actually 46 yuan in a bucket. With these 15 finished copper ingots, the profits of this trip are almost as good as mines that I dug for half a day. After taking the things, Leon walked around the lounge and found no other places worth noting. So he returned the same way and turned to another location. Finally, he saw a green slime in a remote small space. This green slime is no different from the green slime I encountered before, but the strange point is that the tentacles above its head are spherical, but the shape of a 5-pointed star. Unfortunately, what the slime looks like and whether it has anything to do with Leon. After slashing it out with a neat knife, the green slime was gone so easily. And where its body disappeared, the stairway appeared, and the legacy drops belonging to it also appeared. But this drop is not the common slime mud, but an iron ring with a bright red color. Long-term combat makes you stronger, and your combat level is increased by 1 level. During the battle, you fully realize that in addition to weapons, you also need a strong body, and the strong ring formula has been unlocked. You have received the blessings of the god of war and your physical fitness has been improved. Before Leon could pick up the ring, the system prompt came first, and the meaning of this prompt was to improve Lion's combat level. At the same time, accompanied by the prompts, there is a numb feeling of electric current flowing across the body. This feeling is very wonderful, just as relaxed as if his tired body is soaked in a hot spring. Not only does it eliminate Lion's fatigue, Leon can even feel the subtle changes in his body. It is difficult to describe this change in words, but it is directly told that his bones and muscles have been strengthened. It's great. After clenching his fists and feeling the fullness contained in his bones and muscles, Leon suddenly felt his spirit. Of course, the increase in combat level did not make Leon forget the ring that special green slime just dropped. Small magnetic ring can increase the radius of your collection of items. Looking at the vague explanation, Leon thought for a moment, then put the ring on his index finger. This small magnetic ring automatically adjusts its size when approaching Lion's finger. After Leon easily puts it on his index finger, the small magnetic ring has reduced its caliber. While ensuring that it does not hurt Lion's skin, it can also be firmly fixed on Lion's fingers to prevent sliding and falling off. This adaptive change is quite magical. At least Leon thinks it is very humane, but he doesn't know whether it is the characteristics of the ring itself or the help of the system. However, since the ring was put on, Leon naturally would not treat it as a decoration, but took out a ball of slime mud from his backpack and threw it to a position about half a meter away from him. Then Leon tried to use his system backpack to fill the slime mud. Before that, he did not reach out to contact, nor did he use the Galaxy watermelon knife to make indirect contact, trying to inhale this ball of slime mud from the air. As Leon expected, it succeeded. The slime mud, which was more than half a meter away from Leon, disappeared directly under Lion's wool and appeared in Lion's system backpack. Then Leon took it out again and threw it out. After several attempts, Leon found the maximum storage radius of this small magnet ring, which could store items in the air within 2 meters of the circle centered on Leon. It's a pity that this kind of storage is really stored in the air, rather than being absorbed into Lion's hands. Otherwise, Leon could also use this ring to develop some new moves, such as throwing out the Galaxy watermelon knife, and then using this feature to absorb it back to complete a long-range relay. For specific combat scenes, you can refer to the sword controlling technique. However, there is no other feature, that is, within the same distance, Leon can also place the things in the backpack within 2 meters of any area around the body. This function also gives Leon some unique ideas, but it still needs experimentation. But not now, Leon just wants to end this mine journey as soon as possible with his physical strength recovery. After going down the stairs and caves, this floor looks a bit ordinary. The space is quite large and you can see the surrounding rock walls at a glance. There are no traces of monsters in this layer except stones, which makes Leon feel a little regretful. After all, he has just improved his combat level, and he wants to try how much his current physical ability has increased through a battle. Continue to look around. Leon found a piece of artificially paved stone floor remaining on the rock layer on the ground, but there were traces of damage on it. I just don't know if it was destroyed by the monster or the rocks fell. Of course, the most attractive thing is the elevator located not far from the stairs. There are special steps at the entrance of the elevator. The elevator is mounted within the rock wall, as if embedded in the mountain, and the main color is also very close to the color of the mountain wall. At the same time, Leon also noticed that the wooden elevator door of the elevator was carved with Yuba's marks, and next to the elevator, there was an operating button and an electric box. Leon leaned over, pulled open the lid of the electric box, and looked at the switch pointing to off inside, showing a power outage. However, Leon did not rush to push it to on, but carefully checked whether the line had fallen off. After confirming that there was no leakage risk, he pushed the switch up. With the elevator powered up, Leon also noticed that the indicator light above the elevator was lit up with a green light, which means that the elevator can run. As long as Leon is willing, he can use the buttons on the electric box to control the elevator to sink to this floor at any time, and then take the elevator back to the entrance of the mine on the surface to get out of this depressing and dangerous underground mine. However, based on the principle that he had come, Leon still knocked off all the stones on this layer while he was now full of energy. I don't know if it's because of the increase in luck or the depth of the mine cave that has led to the improvement of the quality of mineral resources. This time, Leon actually mined copper ore and coal that had never been seen in the stone before, and even received all the goods from the crystal cave, and there were only 2. Luckily, Leon also encountered 2 round dark gem ores gathered together, one of which produced citron and the other produced amethyst. Amethyst, mineral a purple crystal. Sometimes Leon doesn't want to read the system's notes, because it has no effect on whether you look or not, and it is absolutely useless. However, the human system will take things in Leon and say it out. You can't even refuse, and you can't angrily expose your own sense of existence. It's time to go back. After knocking off the last piece of copper ore, Leon took the fallen copper or rough stone and walked towards the elevator entrance. Chapter 110 A Joke. Pressing the button marked on the 5th floor, Leon was quietly waiting for the elevator to descend while observing this row of buttons. There are 24 buttons in total, from 120 layers, among which only the 2 numeric keys of 0 and 5 layers are green and the rest of the numbers are dark and dull. Leon naturally knows the meaning of this. Thinking about the fact that I had just arrived at the 5th floor for most of the day, Leon felt an indescribable sense of affliction. Every time I encountered a stair pit leading to the next floor, it was under the last rock on that floor. I don't know if it was set up like this or because I was unlucky. If this efficiency is based on Leon, he doesn't know how long it will take to reach the bottom of the mine. What's even more outrageous is that lions in the 5th mining area have knocked on them, and even the battle has been improved by 1 level. There is no movement to upgrade the mining skills to this day. Is it difficult to improve the mining level? Are the stones and mineral rough stones mined by themselves not meeting the standards? Long-term mining work has given you a new understanding of mining work, and your mining level has been upgraded by 2 levels. Because of the pursuit of mining efficiency, you decide to master a more efficient mining method. Cherry bomb formula and stair formula have been unlocked. You are blessed by the god of forging and your physical strength is strengthened. Listening to the belated notice and the jump-up upgrade method of mining skills directly reaching 2 levels, Leon was silent for a long time before finally complaining. Why don't you wait for me to mine level 10 before notifying me to upgrade? I forgot before. Well. Faced with the rare response of the system to his complaints, Leon couldn't continue to speak. The lethality of the 2 words shattered the resentment in Lion's heart, and he wanted to say something, but the words stuck in his throat and couldn't spit it out. In the end, Leon could only sigh with a full emotional sigh and climbed the elevator that had landed successfully and opened the door. The interior of the elevator is not completely closed, but is the same as the hanging basket on the construction site. The floor under the feet is a solid metal structure, with nothing else except a ceiling and electric lights. The surroundings were simply surrounded by a few metal railings, which could not stop the cold wind brought by the elevator when it was rising, and allowed them to crawl into the elevator and destroy the passengers inside. Seeing such a simple elevator, Leon was not considering safety, but whether he could use this elevator shaft to play speed pass. For example, use the lift rope to reach the 120th floor underground, and then open the elevator there and get it in one step. However, after looking at the smooth rock wall outside the elevator that can act as a mirror and just accommodate the elevator size, and basically only reserved 2 or 3 centimeters of space, Leon gave up this idea. Because he is not sure if he can be so smooth anymore. The rock wall is falling smoothly, and it is not certain whether the final result of this method will lead to the underground or underworld on the 120th floor. For the sake of life and the purpose of getting an elevator to get a mine in the future, I will forget about this speed through evil path. Death should not be dead, but I don't know if the elevator will be damaged because of this. Instead of taking this risk, Leon felt that it would be better to find someone to help him get into the mines with him. Ding! With the sound of lifting the elevator door also opened smoothly, allowing Leon Ngu to walk out of the elevator. Leon, who had left the elevator, did not leave directly, but moved on the spot, in order to restore the body temperature that had been forced to peel off after the cold wind that had just blew in the elevator for more than 20 seconds. When Leon felt the goosebumps that had frozen on his arm shrink back due to the rise in body temperature, Leon then half covered his eyes with his palm and walked out of the mine. The sunlight outside is no longer dazzling, after all, it is almost dusk now. But Leon, who had been underground for a long time, felt the dazzling light. Fortunately, Leon had already covered his eyes in advance and did not fall into a brief blindness due to the sunlight. Standing in the sun for a while, confirming that his eyes had adapted to the intensity of light on the surface, Leon turned around and walked towards the east of the mine. This trip he had already achieved the task of opening the 5th-story elevator of the mine, which had completed Ma Long's initial test. He was going to go to the Adventurer Union to ask Ma Long for the next introductory task, and to check whether he had enough money to buy some equipment or something. After all, I have experienced the special abilities of a small magnet ring, and Leon is quite curious whether the effects of other rings can also bring such surprises to him. By the way, you can also ask Ma Long if he can put a ring on his 10 fingers. In that case, he will definitely become very powerful with a ring with special abilities. Even if he meets a black-bellied man wearing iron lumps, he can even play a big villain. Leon had known about the news that the Pelican Town Explorer branch is located next to the mine. And before entering the mine in the morning, Leon noticed the extremely conspicuous two-story wooden building located in the east of the mine, which is why Leon goes east when he goes out. The Explorers Guild is open from 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. every day. Non-guild explorers are prohibited from entering. Employers who need to find explorers to perform entrusted tasks can directly place the entrusted letter at the email address at the door. It is strictly forbidden to break into the Explorers Guild without authorization. The Adventurers Guild will punish those who enter in accordance with the regulations of the illegal break into the law of the Fengire Republic. Before entering the Explorers Guild, Leon noticed the announcement posted at the door, which made Leon hesitate. After all, he is not a member of the Explorer Guild now. If he goes in, is it considered an illegal entry? But if I didn't go in, I couldn't ask Ma Long to hand in the mission to get the next round of test tasks to join the Explorer Guild, so I was very confused. This kind of black humor, similar to Karazhan, who did not graduate and played Karazhan, is a reality for Leon today. Come in directly when you come back safely. After hearing your approaching steps, I was chatting with Jill about your membership. But after chatting for a long time, I didn't see you enter the house. I thought something happened to you. Why are you standing at the door stupidly in a daze? Just as Leon was thinking about this question, Malone opened the door to the Explorer Guild, looked up and down, and then asked Leon in confusion. I'm struggling with this. Leon replied, pointing to the announcement at the door. Ma Long glanced at him and immediately understood what Leon meant and explained helplessly, these are just scares. After all, many boring guys will disturb us with various reasons, so in order to avoid trouble, I posted this thing. It has nothing to do with you, you can come in directly. Are you sure? Why do I always feel that you want to lie to me and then give me a charge of trespassing into the Explorer Guild, in order to take the galaxy weapon in my hand and become my own weapon? Leon asked back to Ma Long seriously. Ma Long was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Leon quietly for a long time, and finally turned around and entered the house without hesitation. After a moment, he saw him walking out with a long sword that was the same color as the Leon Galaxy watermelon knife, but it was obviously more handsome. Look! What is this? I already have this galaxy sword. Can I fall in love with your weird-shaped blade? Besides, I am also an elder of the Explorer Guild and the president of the Explorer Guild branch of the Pelican Town Explorer Guild. Can I murder you, a junior, for a galaxy weapon? Seeing Ma Long jumping angrily and constantly gestured the galaxy sword in his hand in front of Leon, hoping to stab himself to death with one sword, Leon hurriedly explained. Just kid, don't be angry, President Ma Long, I have turned on the power supply of the 5th floor elevator to hand in the task. Chapter 111. Want money? No. Ma Long took a deep breath after hearing this. After a long time, he calmly withdrew the galaxy sword, stared at Leon for a long time and said, I suddenly regretted that I promised you to join the Explorer Guild. Why? Leon asked in confusion. Could it be that Ma Long was angry because of this joke? Because I think you have a poor mental state and have paranoia for persecution. Although this situation gives you a sharper sense of combat awareness, it's in interpersonal relationships. I'm afraid you will be hacked to death because of this problem. After all, not everyone in the Adventurer Union is as calm as me. Ma Long explained. Leon recalled Ma Long's rage just now, and did not feel that Ma Long's character was calm at all, but considering that he had already joked with him and was almost hacked to death, Leon decided to respect his future president. "Don't worry, President Ma Long, I only like to joke with people close to me. When I meet strangers, I treat them with courtesy, and things you say you are worried about will not happen." "Haha, then we are not that close, and what you guys said is really annoying." Ma Long sneered and complained. "Then can I still join the Explorer Guild?" Leon asked. After all, this was his main purpose in finding Ma Long. "Of course, as long as you pass the test and you have opened a 5-story elevator today, you should have experienced some battles. Let's do this, and after you come back safely, I will let you join the Explorer Guild." Ma Long immediately issued a new mission to Leon. But the number has increased by 5 times. Originally, he only needed to kill 10 people, but considering that he had just been broken by Lion's words and lost his composure in front of Leon, Ma Long felt that he should let Leon know what respect for the elderly and love the young. "Are you 50? Leon glanced at Ma Long and asked back, "If I had killed me before, would it be considered?" "For sure, as long as you can bring back 50 portions of slime clay, even if you succeed, I don't need slime clay. I just used it as a proof that you really killed 50 green slimes." Ma Long immediately confirmed when he heard this. Although he was still a little dissatisfied with Lion's jokes before, Malone also felt that it was a bit too much to let Leon kill 50 green slimes. Not only did he relax the conditions, he also specifically stated that he only needed to see 50 pieces of slime mud to be considered as Leon. As an explorer, Malone didn't know how many things like slimes have been killed. Naturally, he knew how much slime mud can be dropped by a green slime. 1 portion of the less, and even 3 or 4 portions of the more. He didn't care about the items dropped by the green slimes that Leon encountered before, so the difficulty of this task was not too difficult in theory. At most, spend more time, so that you can hone Lion's combat experience and patience, so as not to expand when facing the relaxed battle process with the galaxy weapon. But what shocked him was that Leon actually began to take out slime mud from the void and started counting in front of him. 1 2 3 5 1 5 2 5 3. Wait, enough is enough. Looking at the pile of slime mud piled up in front of Leon, Malone hurriedly stopped Leon from continuing to dig out the slime mud, and then asked in confusion, "Where did you get so much slime mud?" "Dropping," Leon replied. "Didn't you just enter the 5th floor?" Ma Long asked back. "Yes, I encountered the monster lair on the 4th floor, which was full of slimes. Most of my slime mud was obtained from this lair," Leon explained. "You encountered a cursed area on the 4th floor? Your luck. Didn't you check today's divination before going out? You didn't know when you want to go to the mine to pick up the good fortune. You encountered a cursed area on the 4th floor. Your fortune today is probably negative." Hearing this conclusion, Ma Long was stunned. He had never seen a cursed area in the mining area below 5 floors, which means it was full of monsters. Today's divination? Where to watch? TV or newspaper? Leon asked with a confused look on hearing this show. He knew that the TV in the room in the game could be watched, but the key is that he had also searched for this flat track on the TV in the room. Apart from the weather forecast and the cooking queen, he had never seen the appearance of the divination program today. After a moment of silence, Ma Long spoke and said, on TV, you need to enter in a specific way. You need to press 7 sevens with the remote control to jump to the Today's Divination channel hosted by Velvic. After saying this, Ma Long couldn't help but complain, you even know the secret of Yuba's forging station, but you don't know how to watch Today's Divination channel. I really can't understand how your elders taught you. I'm just an ordinary farmer, but I don't know these mysterious information. Leon replied. Ha ha ha, who are you lying to? The secret of the forging of the galaxy weapon and the forging platform of Yuba, even the senior explorers of the Explorer Guild are not clear about it. Ma Long looked at Leon disdainfully, and was very contemptuous of Lion's attempt to pretend to be ignorant. I was lucky enough to open the colorful fragments from the Vientiane Crystal Cave, and then went to the Calico Desert for a trip. After finding 3 stone pillars, I found that it had reacted with the colorful fragments, so I got the galaxy weapon in a daze. Leon made up a half-true reason and responded to Ma Long's complaints. Editor, continue editing. I believe what Linus told you. After all, that guy doesn't watch TV. Malone still didn't believe Lion's statement. On the contrary, when Leon heard the news, he asked curiously, Linus also knows Yuba's forging platform. Of course, do you think that a monster wave broke out in this abandoned mine cave? Before the Adventurers Union arrived, who guarded the exit of the mine cave? Ma Long replied subconsciously, then realized that Leon did not seem to know the information, and immediately shut up changed the topic. It's all old things, I won't mention it anymore. Since the number is enough, go into the house. If you fill out a form and pay a membership fee, you can be considered as officially joining the Explorers Guild. Do you still have to pay? Then I won't go in. Leon immediately shook his head and refused the proposal when he heard this. After all, he is so poor now that he can't pay the wages if he joins the Explorer Union. He also has to pay the membership fee. He doesn't do such a loss-making business. Is it cost no money to apply for a certificate? Without the Explorer's ID, you can't accept the commission for hunting monsters. One commission starts at least 500 G, and the membership fee is only 20 G. If you pay it in one go, will you settle the score? When Ma Long heard that Leon refused the invitation to enter the Explorer Guild due to membership fees, he was almost angry and laughed. Chapter 112 The Status of the Farmer. Can you accept the commission? Then do you need to travel far to accept the commission? Unit, no, is it because the Explorers Guild reimburses the car and horse fee? When Leon heard that the membership fee only needs 20 G and he could earn no less than 500 G, he immediately became interested. No need to go far, the Explorer Guild in Pelican Town only accepts local commissions. Although Malone was unhappy with Leon, she still explained patiently. This is because Leon holds the galaxy weapon, and Leon is a bit imaginative in his way of speaking, but in fact he is quite good. Ma Long doesn't want to miss this excellent seedling. Ong Piao has been dead for half his life, and I only regret not meeting the wise ruler. If you don't give up, Ong is willing to be the president. When he heard that there was such a good thing, Leon immediately bowed to Ma Long with his fists, and at the same time expressed his determination to join the Explorer Guild. Ma Long looked at Leon with disgust. Although he could not quite understand Lion's specific meaning, Leon could still hear his intention to join the Explorers Guild, but the way of expression was just a bit strange. Let's go in and fill in the information first. In the end, Malone signaled Leon to enter the Explorer Guild with him. The interior layout of the explorer did not stun Leon, because the decoration style of the Explorer Guild looked very home style. There was no expected weapon display stand or monster specimens in Lion's Hall, and it was so empty that there was no furniture. The only decoration in the room was a bear skin on the ground. The most common thing lions saw on both sides of the hall were rows of large buckets. They didn't need to think about the things contained in the buckets. The smell of alcohol smelled from the air could guess that the wine was placed inside. There is a lonely counter in the north of the hall, next to it is a fireplace, which burns flames even in spring, during the appropriate temperature season. An old man in a coat sat on the rocking chair and dozed off. Gil, open your eyes and see the newcomer. Malone, who had taken Leon to the day before yesterday, woke up and dozed off Jill. Upon hearing this, Jill opened his eyes hard and glanced at Leon, then withdrew his gaze and commented in a hoarse voice, "The physical fitness is good, the combat quality is not visible, but he has strong observation skills and sharp eyes. He is a good explorer seedling, but his temperament is a bit outstanding, and he is quite suitable for escorts and lurking commissions." "My temperament is outstanding?" Leon asked Jill happily when he heard this. "The old man has a good vision, you can see this." Ma Long added from the side, "The outstanding temperament in Jill's mouth means you are handsome." "That's fine, it's all praise anyway." Leon still had a happy expression, but Ma Long's next words made him silent. "Haha, why do you think Jill said you are suitable for escorts and hiding commissions? It's because you are handsome and can be used as bait, which means you are a little-faced person. You are the ones who are the most popular among rich ladies and noble ladies. You will only pay attention to bait like you, and you will not be bored and will randomly interfere with our combatants in completing the corresponding tasks." "Sorry, I don't take on this kind of task, I don't sell myself for my skills." If it were just a rich lady, Leon would have sacrificed his life for work. If a male client like the young master joins in, Leon would never allow himself to perform such dangerous entrusted work. Pelican Town does not have such commissions, Malone explained, and he just scared Leon. "Come here and fill in the form. After filling in, I'll send it to you at the headquarters. When the review is over there, you will be a formal explorer." After some jokes, Ma Long began to pull Leon to do serious business. Ma Long pulled out a yellowed registration form from the counter and handed it to Leon. Even the pen used to write was a Wardamagad version. "Are our branch so poor?" Leon asked, looking at the slightly shabby documentary tool. "Gil and I are both reckless people. We basically don't know how to deal with paperwork and we don't need to deal with it. So we have never purchased such things, as long as it can be used." Ma Long replied indifferently. Although he wanted to complain, considering that Ma Long is now his immediate boss, he still left some noodles for him. He obediently filled in the information on the registration form, while Ma Long observed it and helped Leon explain some of the information to fill in. "Do you have another farm?" Malone was surprised to see that the personal occupation filled in Lion's personal information was the farmer. "Well, I am now running the Red Star Farm in Stardew Valley, didn't Linus tell you?" Leon raised his head and looked at Ma Long in confusion and asked. "No, Linus only told me that there was a good young man who might come to explore the mine today and asked me to teach him the class. No other information about you had told me." Ma Long shook his head and then complained. "Since you own a farm, I can't arrange many things and training for you. Fortunately, there is a division of labor union here. If you are at the headquarters, your career will not pass the review. What, can't the farmer be an explorer? Leon asked in confusion. No, it's just that the profession of a farmer is much more important than the identity of an explorer. If the big guy above knows that the Explorer Guild has recruited a farmer who owns his own farm as an explorer, he will be held accountable. Ma Long explained. After all, everyone can do it for an explorer, but there are no farmers who own their own farms. In the eyes of big names, farmers give up their farm work and become explorers is a waste of resources and a shame. Is there any professional discrimination? Leon complained speechlessly. He learned from Louis that the farmer's social status is quite good, but after chatting with Malone this time, he realized that it was that high. It's not professional discrimination, but you know, BA prefers farmers. A farmer who can grow high-quality crops, can even be compared with politicians in the upper class. No one does not want health and longevity. The more powerful and rich a person is, the more afraid of birth, old age, sickness, and death. Ma Long complained. But they simply don't understand that without us explorers protecting most of the chaotic areas, they would not even have a normal life. So, can I still join the association? Leon did not agree with Ma Long's words. After all, a culture has a cultural focus. This is the cultural tendency of this world. It is not easy to take sides rashly, let alone he is still on the side of the beneficiary. Of course, after all, you are just joining the Explorer Union of Pelican Town branch, not the headquarters. Here, I have the final say. Ma Long replied very hard. Thanks to the 3 major devil bosses for their 500 starting point coins rewards. The boss is generous and the boss is awesome. Thank you, boss. Chapter 113 Balance. Okay, you'll be tough. Give a thumbs up at Ma Long. Leon continued to fill out the registration form. After filling in, Leon handed it over to Ma Long. Ma Long took a quick look and confirmed that there was no problem, so he put it away directly. Okay, the clerical work has been completed. No matter how you pass the trial there, I will recognize your identity as an explorer, so Leon, welcome to join the Explorer Guild. Ma Long stepped forward and patted Leon on the shoulder. Although Jill and I can still guard Stardew Valley for more than 10 years, the future Stardew Valley will probably still rely on you young people. I am optimistic about you. Will there be any welfare benefits for the standard equipment distribution for entry? Leon shrugged his shoulders and did not intend to deal with Ma Long's painting cake at all. No, if you want to purchase equipment, you need to spend money to purchase it, but you have to pay the membership fee first. Ma Long shook his head and then stretched out his hand first. Leon looked at Ma Long speechlessly, but he still took out 20 G of banknotes and put them in Ma Long's hand. Look at it. Although I need to buy them all, I will make the decision. I can give you 20% off the equipment I bought for the first time. After receiving the money, Ma Long immediately took out a thick picture book and handed it to Leon. After Leon took it, he opened it. Looking at the content above, he found that there were no weapons in the book, all of which were armor, shields, rings and other armors. There are no armor and shields in the game body, only shoes, which belongs to the setting of this game. However, considering that Malone knew about the intelligence that he owned the Galaxy weapons, Leon was not very surprised. Is there a procurement catalog for weapons? After asking Ma Long tentatively, Leon noticed that the hand feel of the book in his hand became heavier, and Ma Long just clicked the book and didn't say anything. After reading a few pages again, Leon noticed that weapons and equipment he had not seen before also appeared in the book. Sure enough, in addition to the unchangeable catalog provided by the serious merchants in the town, these special commodity catalogs have added some special abilities that can be changed, such as the product catalog of travel merchants. Now it seems that the same is true for the product catalog of the Explorer Union. However, after looking through the Leon, I closed it because the price of these equipment is a bit expensive. Even the cheapest iron weapons start at 500 G, and jewelry such as rings start at 2,500. This price is completely unaffordable for Leon. I have a question about wearing the ring, can I consult you, President? Returning the catalog to Malone, Leon spoke. Do you want to ask, can you let all 10 hands carry rings with special abilities, right? Ma Long guessed Lion's problem before Leon could ask. Don't be surprised. Many new explorers have explored this issue. I'm used to it. I can tell you clearly that you can wear 10 rings, but it's hard to say whether you can use all the abilities of 10 rings. What do you mean? Leon asked curiously. For example, the small magnetic ring you are wearing now can absorb some light objects, with an approximate coverage of about 2 meters. If you wear 10 small ones with magnetic rings, the adsorption range will not be increased to 20 meters, and can only be increased to an adsorption range of 8 to 9 meters at most. Malone pointed to the small magnetic ring in Lion's hand as an example. If you only wear 5 rings, you may increase this adsorption range to about 8 meters, so the more rings do not mean that the more powerful the rings are. Because of the mutual interference of special energy. Leon speculated. Yes, you summarized it very well, that's about it. Ma Long glanced at Leon in surprise and then praised. When I wear other types of rings after wearing magnetic rings, will it cause mutual interference? Leon continued to ask. Depending on the quantity, we usually only carry 2 rings and then store other rings with special abilities to replace them when needed. If you only wear 2 rings, even if you are wearing flame rings and frost rings, you can give weapon element attack ability, and the natural attribute conflicts will not interfere with each other, which can ensure that the special effects of the ring are 100%. Marin gave an example again. Why haven't I seen this kind of ring in the catalog? Listening to the 2 rings given by Ma Long, Leon was very envious just by listening to the description. After all, he had never seen this ring that gave weapon element attacks in the game. That's a rare item. Ma Long rolled his eyes and said, Leon, I don't even have it myself, and I'm telling it out to give you an example. So that's it. Leon felt regretful when he heard this. If he could really buy such a ring, he would have to buy one even if he saved money. After all, the ability of elemental enchantment sounds very strong. What's important is that the weapons under this effect will definitely be cool. Equipment is an external object after all. Only by honing your combat awareness and experience can you ensure that you become stronger. Hearing Lion's regret, Ma Long reminded Leon seriously. Leon nodded, without any expression, and Malone was not sure whether Leon had listened to it, so he had to change the topic. By the way, since you have seen the monster in the mine, do you have any feelings? Very weak. Leon replied after thinking for a moment. Indeed, but the further you go, the more powerful and means the monster will become. You must be careful of this. Ma Long reminded. I have another question, will the monster leave a corpse after it dies? Leon asked. No, all the dead monsters will return to their world in the form of energy. Haven't you killed a lot of slimes? Ma Long looked at Leon in confusion and asked. I asked this question because I killed and witnessed their weathering and disappearance. Leon explained, after this monster dies in the form of energy, the cleaned mine caves should appear again. Yes, because the space cracks have not been closed, and the underground mine system is not static. You have arrived at the 5th floor of the mine this time, and you should have broken a lot of ore in the mine area of 15 floors. But if you enter the mine area of the 1st floor of the underground through the stairs, you will find that the mine area after going down the same location may be completely different from the mine area you have experienced before. Ma Long said, with a helpless expression, so far, the Explorer Union has not found out what the reason is. Almost every underground mine is like this. In the end, we characterize this problem as Yuba's setting of this world in order to allow miners to obtain endless ore in the mine cave. If there are too many ores, will it easily cause inflation? But I think the ore sold by the blacksmith is not too cheap. Leon asked in confusion. Because the process of mining ores is very difficult, and no matter how much ore is mined, it cannot withstand the consumption of minerals in various industries. Some abandoned ores and items made from them will be discarded and reorganized into the earth and returned to nature, just like those monsters that have been killed. This is the balance rule set by BA. Chapter 114 Your grandson is crooked. Is it balanced? Leon muttered this word and then looked at Ma Long. What do we think of the legend of the world created by BA? What does it mean? Ma Long looked at Leon in confusion and asked. Do you believe in Yuba's existence? As an atheist, Leon does not believe in the story of God creating the world, but in the special and system-provided abilities of this world. He has more or less noticed various gods and Yuba's feeling of existence. Of course, this may be a myth for ordinary people, but for us explorers who have been wandering in various dangerous places all year round, we basically know that Yuba is real, and there is too much evidence to tell us about Yuba's greatness. As he said that, Ma Long asked Leon, don't you believe it? You used Yuba's forging platform to create a galaxy weapon. I'm not sure. Lion's expression was a little entangled, then let me change my question. There is a god of creation on it. Don't you feel depressed? Everything in the world is controlled by him. Once he is unhappy, it may be a catastrophe for all life in this world. Ha ha ha, it turns out that you are worried about this. I can tell you clearly, no, because we are Yuba's children. Which mother has you seen hurt her child? Long laughed and complained to Leon. I've really seen this. Leon nodded seriously. After all, not all parents are worthy of being parents. Ma Long was a little speechless when he heard this, but he comforted Leon, but Yuba doesn't, because the starting point of human civilization is Yuba himself. For detailed stories, you can go to the library to borrow Yuba's Genesis record. The descriptions in them are basically the stories of Yuba at the beginning, and the authenticity can be guaranteed. I'll go and see it. Leon was not discussing this issue with Malone, glanced at the watch on his wrist, and found that it was already at night, and immediately spoke, it's time for me to leave. Today's trip to the mine has made me physically and mentally tired. I need a good meal and then take a rest. Go back, I will write a letter to notify you when your ID is completed. Ma Long did not mean to keep Leon, but he kindly sent Leon out of the Explorer Guild. Before leaving, Leon expressed his gratitude to Malone. After all, Malone told him a lot of things, and this information was of great help to him understand the world. It seems that you have a great chat with Ma Long. On the way back, Leon found Linus specifically. After all, his bicycle was still in Linus's hands. As soon as he met, Linus spoke first. Yes, Ma Long is pretty good. Leon nodded. So this is the answer you got when you test him? Linus asked. How do you know? Leon looked at Linus in confusion and asked back. Fenger told me. Linus replied. Although it sounds nonsense, this sentence comes from Linus's mouth, and Leon thinks it should be a fact. Just use some jokes to determine some guesses, Leon explained. It's the first time he saw you and didn't know you, otherwise he could see through you teasing him at first sight. This is not a good thing. Ma Long is very powerful, and explorers like them usually have faster hands than brains. Once you do too much, you can't find a reason to seek justice for yourself if he beats you up. Linus reminded Leon. I don't think so. He is very interested in me. He will only tolerate me until his goal is achieved. Leon replied with certainty. Oh? What do you think is his purpose? Linus asked Leon with a smile on his face. Let him find someone to help him take the position of the president of this branch. Leon replied. How did you see it? Linus asked. He likes money very much and is strong. Such a person will not be willing to stay in a peaceful place like Stardew Valley for retirement. Here, except for monitoring monsters in abandoned mines, he has basically no other things to do, and he can't make much money. Leon concluded. You are very keen to observe. You are the same as Jill said, but what he needs is not your position to take over him. He just needs you to grow up. In this way, he can transfer from Pelican Town with the reason why I invited him to teach you some adventure common sense questions, and he agreed so easily. Linus first praised Leon, and then pointed out the answer that was different from Lion's speculation. If this were the case, he would have been able to leave here long ago. After all, with you and the existence of Mage Rasmides, the safety of Stardew Valley is definitely guaranteed. Leon asked in confusion when he heard this. He doesn't know the existence of Rasmides. As for me? I'm old and now I'm just a homeless man who lives on the street and relies on picking up trash and flipping through trash cans to make a living. I can't get on the table. Linus explained to Leon with a smile. I don't believe it. Leon shook his head and complained, I think even if you give me one hand now, I can't beat you. Ha ha ha, what a funny kid. Linus looked at Leon with a big laugh, then said, You are still young, don't think about it and worry too much, young people should have the vitality of young people. Think twice before acting is my motto. This is my nature, so it is not easy to change. Leon sighed. A very philosophical sentence. Linus looked at Leon in surprise and sighed. Okay, take your bike back to the town, eat better, and then have a good sleep, it's appropriate for you now. Can you invite you to have dinner with me? Leon immediately suggested. After all, the person in front of him is already sure that he is a real boss. If you manage the relationship a little, you will have a thigh to hold in the future. No need, I've already eaten it. There are naturally a lot of delicious food in this season, and the fish in the lake next to the mine are also very plump. Linus declined Lion's invitation. Seeing this, Leon was not willing to force it. After taking the bicycle, he rode it away from the northern foothills. Linus stood on the hillside in front of his camp, looking at Lion's departure back, and knew that Leon had disappeared from his sight, so he sat by the bonfire and lit it. As the flames ignited, the fire became bigger and bigger, and finally the half-a-man-high flame began to condense into the face of an old man. "Old guy, is there anything you want to ask me for?" The face condensed by flames actually spoke. "Your grandson is now crooked, do you know this?" Linus he stared at the faces in the flames and complained, "He is so smart that it makes people feel like a politician, and it's so different from you, a silly old ghost." After thinking about it, I might as well fill in the pit in advance, otherwise I would be afraid that I would forget the pit I dug. Chapter 115 You are such a good grandpa. You don't know, I actually picked this child up, right? The old man in the flames suddenly spoke. I just said, how could you, an old guy, have a grandson? After all, you have never invited me to attend your wedding and your son's coming-of-age ceremony. Linus suddenly realized when he heard this. When Leon was still in his infancy, I noticed his abnormality. His soul was extremely powerful and completely incompatible with the soul level of a baby. It was definitely a disaster to match a powerful soul with a baby's body. In order to avoid his premature death, I sealed his soul and used his soul as a reference to shape a shadow of the soul as a substitute to help him survive the growth stage of his body. 2 years ago, I confirmed that the strength of that body was enough, so I unsealed his soul. Then when his essential soul is free, you are already dead. Recalling the death of his old friend, Leonard's expression was a little strange. Did you pass on the memory of the shadow of the soul to Lion's original soul? No, the memory of more than 20 years will be passed on to him, which will bring a great burden to his soul. Before his soul awakens, I eliminated those useless memories and only retained the purest soul power and some common sense knowledge. In this case, won't he have no impression of you, Grandpa? Of course not. Although the memory was removed, I retained the feelings contained in the shadow of the soul. After accepting the fusion of the shadow of the soul, Leon not only became stronger in his soul, but also inherited the bond between our family affection, even if we have never met officially. The old man replied proudly. Are you sure? Linus confirmed. You can see it yourself. After the old man said that, the flames changed, from the old man's face to a scene. Linus could distinguish the above content, as if it was a scene that happened at Red Star Farm. In the picture, you can see the old friend's shrine and Leon who read the letter in front of the shrine. As the picture played, Linus also saw the scene of Leon bowing to the shrine after reading the letter. Look, he still quite agrees with my grandfather's identity. Fire turned into the old man's face again, and the old man's face was only a bright smile at this moment. It's so good. Linus sighed with some envy. Yes, I thought I would die without worries in my life, but after meeting this child, I realized the beauty of family affection. Leon was like a gift from Yuba. When I grew up with him, I felt unprecedented happiness. What surprised me even more was that his appearance was very similar to that of my childhood. If I hadn't been sure I hadn't left behind a child, I would have thought he was really my grandson. Isn't this fate? Seeing the old man showing off his proudly, Linus shook his head and complained, "Then why don't you live in the material world for a few more years? Don't you feel sorry for leaving before Leon awakening?" No regrets, everyone has their own life and future. Children who grow up are like eagles. The vast sky is his destination. I leave the best things to him, and then retreat behind the scenes, and quietly watch him live happily. I am already very satisfied. The old man replied. You are free and easy, but you have suffered this child. You have accepted a basically abandoned farm and came to this strange town alone to start from scratch. Linus complained to the old man dissatisfiedly. Why didn't you leave the money you accumulated when you founded Red Star Farm for him? When I raised Leon, I thought about the future arrangements for him. If he likes city life, I will send the huge sum you mentioned to him, but he chose to come to Pelican Town and inherit the Red Star Farm, so I plan to let him take the path I once walked. The old man explained. So, don't you leave the money to him. There is another inheritance waiting for him. As for our money, Leon inherited Red Star Farm, and his future will not be lacking in such a thing. The old man replied confidently. Leon knows, I'm afraid your shrine can't be kept. Linus couldn't help but complain to the old man when he heard this. No, I believe him. The old man said, and at the same time he did not forget to remind Linus, I have been angry with Rasmides. There is no special situation. Don't give Leon too much help. I want to tell you this too. Can you understand, old friend? Of course, this child has begun to get involved in abandoned mines. If he is in danger of his life, I will still help. Linus nodded, but did not say anything to Death. After all, Leon is the child of an old friend, and even if Leon is not the child of an old friend, just relying on Lion's friendly attitude towards him is enough to be a reason for him to help Leon escape from the threat of his life. He admires Lion's politeness and his habit of getting along with others in an equal way. He has the protection of forest magic, and the power of nature will take him out of danger. At that time, you can recover a little of his injuries and ensure that his vital signs remain stable. As for the pain caused by the remaining wounds, you have to leave it to him to bear it. By the way, I remember to take some money from his pocket after treatment, and even take away some important spoils. Without such a heavy loss, I was afraid that this kid would not take his life safety seriously. The old man agreed to Linus's idea and did not forget to apply a patch. After all, he did not want Leon to feel fearless because of Linus' help. You are such a good grandpa. Linus looked at the old man in the flames with contempt. Although he despised his old friend's ideas, he did not refuse the proposal. After all, only by suffering losses can you get a full lesson, and Linus still agrees with this view. Okay, besides Lion's affairs, do you have anything else to tell me? After chatting for a long time, the old man felt a little embarrassed, and then began to ask Linus if there was anything else to look for him. It's gone, I'm just talking about Lion's problem with you. As for me, I have nothing to talk to you, the old guy. After that, my soul has entered the spiritual world, and I have time to talk about it. Linus teased. Then you can rest early. Thank you for thinking about sharing about Leon with me. The spiritual world always has some restrictions on checking the material plane. With you in Stardew Valley, I feel at ease with his safety. The old man expressed his gratitude to Linus. No need to thank me, after all, it's your grandson. It's my duty to take care of him as his elder. Linus waved his hand indifferently. Linus, you don't need to envy me. Intuition tells me that you will meet your heir in the future. The old man left this sentence and his face disappeared from the flames, and the bonfire was extinguished at this moment. Intuition? Haha, who are you lying to? But can I find a grandson in the future? That's quite interesting. It seems that I have to work hard to live a few more years. Linus muttered to himself as he looked at the extinguished fire, his eyes becoming much more energetic. Chapter 116 I should be under the car. On the other side, Leon was riding back to Pelican Town. At night, Pelican Town has light sources brought by street lights, so it is much easier to ride a bicycle. Unlike the distance between the northern foothills and Pelican Town, Leon could only use the moonlight to rush the road. Because of a mud pit, he almost flew out of the car. When I arrived at the Starfruit bar, Leon parked the car before pushing open the door and entering the store. Hi, Leon. Leon, you're here. Good evening, Leon. Lion's appearance attracted the attention of many customers, and those who greeted Leon were basically familiar with each other. The first one to say hello was Willie, and the remaining two were Louis and Marnie. It seems that every time I see Louis and Marnie, they get together. With such open contact and getting along, it is hard for Leon to believe that anyone else in Pelican's Town doesn't know the special relationship between the two. But these were not what I wanted to gossip, so Leon waved his hand and greeted them before he sat on the stool next to the bar. Good evening, Leon, what do you want to eat? Emily met Leon and asked immediately. A portion of potato cakes, a portion of fried fish strips, and a glass of apple juice. Looking at today's menu, Leon ordered 2 high-calorie foods. Then I'll inform Gus and I'll talk to you later. Emily wrote down Lion's choice, then walked to the dining outlet beside the kitchen, reported Lion's order to Gus. After confirming that Gus had heard it, he returned to the bar, took out the fresh apples and put them into the juicer. Hi, Leon. Just as Leon was admiring Emily's skillful juice-squeezing movements, a dull greeting sounded in Lion's ears. Leon turned his head and found that Clint actually appeared in the bar, but he did not sit down, but just stood behind him. This greeting came from his mouth. Good evening, what to eat? I'll treat you. Leon greeted Clint enthusiastically, and promised. After all, last time Clint not only drove the Vientiane crystal ball for free, but also gave him a straight sword when he learned that he was going to go to the mine. After checking the price of the weapon from Malone, Leon realized that this straight sword was worth at least 500 G, and Leon remembered this favor. No, I'm here to have a beer. If you eat yours, I won't bother you. I like to be alone, so be quieter. Clint declined, then walked to the corner of the bar, near the fireplace in the tavern, and greeted Emily. Emily, the same, a glass of beer. Clint, wait for me, I will make this glass of apple juice for Leon first. When I heard someone calling me, Emily looked up and saw Clint. She did not leave the juicer, but just expressed her apologies in words. Clint didn't think much about it and just stood there waiting. Emily had finished squeezing apple juice before pouring a glass of beer and handing it to Clint. Clint was about to say thank you, but noticed that Emily handed her beer, and left to get the apple juice, and then walked towards Leon without looking back. It's really hard to be so busy. Clint looked at Emily with some emotion. He just planned not to disturb Emily, but saw Emily standing opposite Leon after handing to Leon apple juice, chatting with Leon and talking and laughing, and was stunned. Unfortunately, his position was a bit off. Emily didn't notice it, and Leon didn't notice it either. I heard Gus say I asked him to order bread this morning. Are you on a long journey today? Emily, who brought the apple juice, asked first. Well, I went to the abandoned mine and mined for a day. Leon replied. Ah! Emily covered her mouth in surprise when she heard this, then walked out from behind the bar and looked up and down. She saw that only Lion's clothes were dirty and she didn't see any dark red marks on her body, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing happened to you. There are monsters in the abandoned mine cave. Didn't you encounter them? Of course I met it, but they were all little guys, which was not dangerous. Leon said, and also took a sip of apple juice. It was sour and sweet, and the fragrance of the apples was very appetizing and relieved. I didn't realize you are so powerful. Emily smiled and joked at Leon, then should I call you the brave Leon? I prefer you to call me the Explorer Leon. Mr. Malong, president of the Explorer Union in Pelican Town, thinks I am gifted and kindly invites me to join the Explorer Union. Because he is too enthusiastic, I feel embarrassed to refuse, so I can only agree reluctantly. Leon also replied to Emily in a jokey tone. I didn't expect that I had an explorer friend. But in this way, wouldn't you have to face all kinds of dangerous monsters in the future? Emily was quite happy for Leon at the beginning, but she wanted to fight the explorer's work content and couldn't help but worry. No, I just joined by the way. In essence, I am still a farmer. The farm is my main business. I joined the Explorer Union just because I got what I needed. Leon explained. That's good, you must pay attention to safety. Emily breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this, then returned to the bar and continued to chat with Leon. Clint, who was standing beside him, looked at the familiar appearance of the two, and was a little envious, but he didn't know what reason he should use to join in, so he could only hold the beer in the corner and drink it sipped in one sip. So you were so anxious to go to the Calico Desert to find the forging platform in Yuba, just to prepare for the mine, right? Emily wanted to chat with Leon for a while before Leon had eaten. Leon felt that it was idle too, and it was good to have someone to chat with him, so he started chatting together. That's right, after all, I wasn't sure about the monster strength of the mine at that time, so I had to hurry up and increase the bargaining chips that could ensure my own safety when I went to the mine. It is indeed a good choice to go for an adventure if you are prepared. Leon, even if you don't be a farmer, with this kind of care, I think you will definitely become a famous top explorer. Emily praised. Forget it, I'm not that piece of material, and my main purpose of going to the abandoned mine is to go to the mine, rather than hunting monsters. Leon replied with his hand. Then how did you gain today? Emily chatted with her after changing the topic. It's pretty good. At least there is no shortage of ore for the time being. Leon glanced at his system backpack. The 15 copper ingots that he had freed, 122 unmelted copper ore, more than 70 coal, and 541 stones, were already home full of loads. Then are you ready for the furnace? Emily asked with concern. No, but I will find a way. Leon replied with his shoulders shrugged. It's okay, Clint is here. He is a professional blacksmith. We can ask him. Emily suggested actively, then waved to Clint on the other side. Clint, can you come here? When Clint heard Emily's call, he immediately came over and said, I heard Emily call me, is there anything wrong? Let's talk about the ore treatment I harvested in Lyon today. He doesn't have a furnace, so I want to ask if there is a furnace there that can be sold. Seeing Clint coming, Emily immediately went straight to the point. Have Lyon started to mine? I have a furnace, but I won't sell it. If you have enough materials in Lyon, I can teach you how to make the furnace. Clint said immediately after hearing this. How much does it cost? Lyon asked. No money. Clint replied without hesitation, not to mention that this is what Emily asked for. Even if Lyon asks about this, he will provide the method of making the furnace for free. Before Lyon could speak, Emily said first, Thank you, Clint. Next time you come to the bar, I'll treat you to a drink. Yet. I was quite happy to hear Emily invite her to bring Clint. But seeing Emily helping Lyon thank him makes Clint feel very uncomfortable, because even Clint can tell that the two have a close relationship with Emily's behavior. Lyon has just moved to Pelican's Town for not long, so why has he had such a good relationship with Emily? Clint couldn't figure it out, nor could he understand it, but at this moment he only felt that he seemed to be a little out of place with the two, as if he was the extra one. Thanks to the Butter Sagittarius boss for the reward of 500 starting point coins. The boss is generous, the boss is healthy, and his name is very sexy. It seems that the boss is a decent person. Chapter 117 Something Wrong with You. Emily didn't notice Clint's loneliness. Lyon saw it, but he didn't know what to say, because Emily here. Fortunately, Gus pressed the bell in the kitchen at this time and reminded Emily to serve the dishes. While Emily was leaving, Lyon spoke to Clint. Thank you, Clint. After that, I have prepared the money and mining ingots here, so I have to ask you to help me upgrade the tools. Well, you are ready and you can come to the blacksmith shop to find me at any time. As for the method of manufacturing the furnace, I will send it to you tomorrow. Clint looked up and was not very interested. Okay. By the way, there is one thing I have to tell you, that is the straight sword you gave me, I gave it to Abigail. Lyon looked at Clint's appearance and felt a little embarrassed, but continued to speak. What should I do if you encounter a monster when you go to the mine? Clint didn't pay attention to Lyon's transfer of the things. After all, it was already something for Lyon. How to deal with it is Lyon's business. He was more concerned about how Lyon, who had no weapons, dealt with the monsters in the abandoned mine. I have better weapons. Have you heard of galaxy weapons? Lyon replied. Clint's righteousness made him feel that this honest blacksmith deserves close friends. Of course, the most powerful weapon in the world is only the reward given to followers by BA, and only the most talented and powerful can hold the top-level weapon. As a blacksmith, Clint is naturally familiar with the galaxy weapons. While talking, Clint also realized the subtext in Lyon's words, so, have you got the galaxy weapon? Yet. Lyon nodded, this is also the reason why I handed over the straight sword to Abigail, but it is not because I am tired of the old, but because Abigail is adventurous, but she doesn't have any reliable weapons. With that straight sword with excellent craftsmanship, she can deal with it better when she encounters danger. Listening to Lion's explanation, Clint smiled. It's okay, Leon. Giving the weapon to you is your thing. No matter how you want to deal with it, it's good to give it to Abigail. She came to my blacksmith shop several times and wanted to ask me to make a weapon for her, but because of Mr. Pierre's warning, I can't help her. Now if you give that weapon to her, it's a matter of helping me solve the problem. So, I might be blamed by Mr. Pierre for free. Leon didn't know about this and suddenly had a headache. Then I don't know. Clint replied with a happy smile, holding the beer. Forget it, let's take a look one step at a time. Pierre and I have a cooperation in seed procurement. He shouldn't cause trouble for me because of this. Leon shrugged his shoulders, and also began to think about having time to visit Pierre's seed store as a guest. On the one hand, we are looking at whether Pierre has found that Abigail has obtained a dangerous weapon from him, and on the other hand, we are also to say hello to Abigail's mother Caroline. After all, Leon is still very interested in this lady's private tea room. He was not interested in coffee or something at all, but tea was one of the indispensable drinks in his life. What are you talking about? At this time, Emily had already come over with the potato cakes and fish fried rice sticks ordered by Leon. Seeing that Leon and Clint seemed to have a happy chat, she asked. Talk casually. Leon said perfunctorily. Clint looked at Emily, thought for a moment, and finally returned to the corner before him alone, drinking the beer in the glass. Looking at Clint leaving, Leon sighed. With Clint's personality, if he wants to pursue a girl, his basic success rate is 0. However, Leon does not intend to interfere with such private matters, and it is probably useless to interfere. He did not forget what Emily said last time he went to the Calico Desert. Emily knew that Clint had a crush on her, but in Emily's view, Clint was not Emily's dish at all. The falling flowers are intentionally flowing water is ruthless. After summarizing Clint's situation in his heart, Leon picked up the knife and fork and started working hard to make a living. The potato cakes are made of potatoes and have been fried and have a crispy texture. With fresh fried fish, the meal was very satisfying. The high-calorie combination of carbohydrates and fat perfectly fills the shriveled stomach of Lion's bread that he had been gnawing for a day. Leon is not afraid of getting fat because of these foods. Life on the farm will always make him consume as much as he eats, not to mention that Leon is still a person who can't sit still. What are you looking at? Leon, who had enough food and drink, noticed that Emily had been staring at her and asked in confusion. It's nothing. Emily retracted her gaze and replied casually. After eating, are you going back to rest? Well, after all, I've been busy for a day. Go back and wash up and lie in bed early. I will have enough energy to face the work of the farm tomorrow. Leon replied. It's time for you to have a good rest. By the way, can you come to my house tomorrow? Emily said suddenly. What's wrong? Leon looked at Emily in confusion. That's right. The roof of Haley and I have a leaky house, but Haley and I don't know how to repair it. I want to ask you for a favor. Emily explained. Why don't you look for Robin? Leon asked back. Because it's just a small problem, you just need to change a few tiles. Emily said, of course, in return, how about I prepare a big meal for you at noon? What's wrong with you? Leon looked at Emily. If it were just changing the tiles it's enough to have hands on it, but I have to have a big meal for a few tiles. Isn't this just a dumpling for vinegar? Hi. Emily looked at Leon in confusion, not quite understanding what Leon meant. Then I'll go after I finish my work at the farm tomorrow. Considering that he could have a good meal at noon and didn't need to cook by himself, Leon agreed to this matter. By the way, he also wanted to see what Emily had. Okay, then I'll wait for you to come. My house is at number 2 Liuxiang, next to Jody's house. If you walk south along Pelican Town Square, you can see that we are decorated with sun pendants at the door. When Emily heard Leon agree, she immediately told Leon her address. Leon nodded and said that he had written it down. After paying the money, he said goodbye to Emily and rode his bicycle back to the farm. Connect the water pipe, hang it under the eaves, take off your clothes and put on shower gel, and wash it carefully. Only then did Leon change into a new set of clothes and lay on the bed. As for the things in the backpack, Leon plans to clean it up tomorrow after Clint sends it to make the furnace. Chapter 118 The Furnace. Nothing meaningful, please skip. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning spread inside the house, Leon opened his eyes. Last night's sleep quality was very high. I didn't even say that I had dreams all night. Leon didn't even turn over and slept very sweetly. After getting up and moving for a little while, Leon obviously felt the changes in his body. In this regard, Leon speculated that the physical ability rewarded by yesterday's combat and mining upgrades should be improved. After a night of precipitation, his body has completely absorbed these enhancement effects. After a simple wash, Leon took out a piece of bread from his backpack and paddled his stomach, carried a squirt and went out to water the plants. After a round of water, Leon did not rest as he used to. Instead, he took back the squirt and tried Tai Chi for a while. The increase in physical strength has greatly increased his current physical fitness, and his current body is in a very excited state. Leon, your farm is much more beautiful than I thought. Leon, who had just finished Tai Chi to adjust his breathing, noticed that Clint came to the farm. Beautiful. Leon was stunned when he heard this, and then looked at the farm. Except for the area close to the wooden house that had been reclaimed into fields, the rest of the place basically still maintained its original appearance. Leon didn't understand where Clint saw it was beautiful. This is the manufacturing drawings of the furnace. Take a look. If you have any questions, please ask me. Clint did not answer Leon's doubts, but took out a brand new piece of parchment from his body and handed it to Leon. Leon just took the drawings and heard the system prompts. The furnace drawing was detected, recording is being recorded, and the record is completed, and the furnace formula has been unlocked. Thank you, I think I've learned it. The system prompt made Leon a little happy, but he still pretended to look at the drawings. After looking at them for a few minutes, Leon said to Clint, "Have you learned this?" Clint looked at Leon in a daze. Well, the information described in the drawings is very detailed, and the instructions are drawn, which is easy to understand. Leon replied unconscientiously. If it were not for the help of the system, he might have to study the details of the drawing, and then follow the steps of the drawings to explore slowly. If you are worried about wasting my time, I can tell you that you don't need to care about these, because I have a backup of this drawing, so I can give you this one, and you can study it slowly by yourself. Clint thought that Leon didn't want to delay himself, so he roughly recorded the general content so that he could go back to work and explained immediately. Okay, thank you, I've helped a lot. Faced with Clint's kindness, Leon did not refuse. After taking the drawings, he suggested to Clint, "Have you had breakfast? I'll make one for you." "No, I have to go back to take care of the blacksmith's business and leave first." Clint politely declined Lyon's proposal. "Go back?" Leon asked. "No, I have a car, so I parked outside the farm," Clint said, then waved his hand to say goodbye to Leon, and then left in a hurry. Looking at Clint's back, Leon shrugged, not quite understanding why Clint was so anxious. He also wanted to ask if Clint could help him mine the meteorite in the farm. After all, Leon now has no choice but to do anything about it. However, Leon, who sent the furnace drawings, wrote down the favor. He will definitely help Clint in the future. Of course, he also needs to be able to help himself. For things that are too outrageous, Leon will not sacrifice his life to accompany the gentleman. He sent the drawings of the furnace to the house and found a place to pack them. Leon opened the system panel and checked the furnace recipe unlocked on the system. Milt furnace, smelting ore and coal into metal ingots requires consuming 5 ore and 1 piece of coal at a time. Raw materials for making, copper ore *20 stones *25. This material consumes a bit too much. Looking at the materials used to make the furnace formula, Leon felt a little distressed. After all, the stones were fine and he had sufficient reserves, but this still requires copper ore as a material, which is a bit luxurious for Leon. After all, Leon had been busy in the mine for a day and had only collected 122 pieces, which was only enough to make 6 furnaces. If it weren't for the 15 molten copper ingots obtained from the miner's rest area, Leon would never be willing to make multiple furnaces. Improve work efficiency. However, considering that this is a one-time investment, the furnace will help it melt 4 types of copper, iron, gold, and iridium in the future. Leon gritted his teeth and chose to directly manufacture 5 furnaces. This is the consumption of 100 copper ore plus 125 stones. Although it is distressing, the 5 furnaces are enough for Leon today. The formula provided by the system is very simple to make. You only need to select the items you need to make in the recipe bar, and then store enough production materials in the system backpack to complete the conversion of materials to finished products in an instant. Looking at the sharply reduced copper ore and stones in the backpack, as well as the 5 additional grey and black ones in the backpack, it looked like a furnace of a drum washing machine. Leon took it out of the backpack. 5 furnaces were placed in front of Leon in sequence, with the same style. The overall shape was like a stone tablet, with a 20 cm diameter hole in the middle. Above the hole was a large drawer equipped with a pull ring that could be pulled out. It looks quite weird, and it is very different from the image of the melting furnace seen by Leon from the drawings provided by Clint. However, appearance is not the focus, and whether it is easy to use is the basis for evaluating whether a tool is excellent. However, Leon did not rush to experience the effect of this strange furnace first, but instead put it back in his backpack, then selected a location not too far from the wooden house, released the 5 furnaces one by one, and placed them in a row. After all, the location of the furnace was placed too close to the wooden house and the farmland. If the furnace was directly opened there to melt the metal ingots, Leon was afraid that the high temperature emitted by the furnace would affect the growth of his crops or burn his house. Anyway, the farm has a lot of space, so it is just a matter of walking a few more steps away. Production safety should be put first. After confirming that the smelting here would not affect other places, Leon was ready to try to smelt his first copper ingot. But facing this new thing, Leon didn't know where to start. After all, the system unlocking formula does not even have an instruction manual, and the shape of this furnace and the style of the furnace provided by Clint are completely different. The magic modified version of the furnace naturally does not use the instructions on the drawings provided by Clint. Fortunately, the system provides timely ways to use the furnace. Put coal in the hole, and stuff the rough ore that needs to be smelted into the drawer above the hole. When Leon heard this, he immediately took out a piece of coal and 5 pieces of copper ore from his backpack and stuffed it into the hole and drawer. Then Leon noticed that there was light in the cavity in the furnace, and then the surging flames filled the cavity in the furnace. At the same time, the heat emitted from the furnace also made Leon unconsciously take 2 steps back, away from this heat release source that was like a small sun heater. But Leon did not leave too far. He also wanted to see how the furnace melted the copper or rough stone into a serious copper ingot. Chapter 119 Provocation. But after watching for a long time, Leon had not seen anything special except sweating. Thinking that he had agreed to Emily to repair the roof for her, he gave up the idea of continuing to observe the smelting process. However, before leaving, he threw the remaining 15 pieces of copper ore into other furnaces, thinking that when he came back, he could directly harvest the melted copper ingots. Before leaving, Leon washed his face with sweat left, and then stepped on his bicycle and set out towards Pelican Town. Emily said that her home is located at number 2 Lou Lane, but Leon is really not familiar with the specific situation of Pelican Town. He could only follow Emily's description yesterday and rode his bike to the south. But soon Leon found the house between Emily and Haley. Because he saw the door sign with number 2 Liuxiang. Most of the buildings in the town are typical European-style huts, but the house with the number 2 door sign of Liuxiang is a very generous villa. It is surrounded by fences, so you can't see the inside clearly, but you can see all kinds of flowers and plants hanging on the fences. After walking around the fence and coming to the front yard, Leon saw the sun pendant hanging above the door of the house. After completely confirming that it was indeed the house of Emily and Haley, Leon parked the car at the door and went up and knocked on the door. "Welcome, Leon, come in and have a rest." The one who opened the door was Emily. After seeing Leon, Emily warmly invited Leon into the house. "No, just tell me where the water leaks. By the way, there are ladders at home to spare tiles." Leon looked at the clean wooden floors and pure wool carpet inside the villa, and had no idea to enter the house. He directly asked Emily about the materials and tools needed to repair the roof. "It's in the storage room." Emily replied, "Why are you so anxious? I'm still making breakfast here, and I've prepared one for you. End early and have a break early," Leon explained. "Okay, I'll take you to the storage room, right in the backyard." Emily had no choice but to change into the shoes she wore when she went out, took Leon around to a small single room behind the villa, opened the door lock, and signaled Leon to go in. When he entered it, Leon noticed the neatly arranged tools inside, and most of them were instruments that he didn't know and looked very sophisticated. This made Leon very curious. Are these tools your parents? Well, they are jewelry merchants, so most of the tools here are used to process and polish jewelry, Emily explained. I didn't expect you to be a rich daughter. Leon joked to Emily with a smile when he heard this. That's my parents' money. I'm very grateful to them for being able to provide a house for me to live in. As for my own expenses, I earned from working in Gus Tavern. I don't like using their money very much. Emily replied modestly. Leon smiled when he heard this, and did not complain that Emily was born without knowing her blessings. Instead, he admired Emily's lifestyle very much. Of course, if he had such good family conditions, Noan would definitely choose to be a rice worm. After all, not everyone likes to struggle. After finding the folding ladder he needed and the roof tiles specially used for replacement stored in the storage room, Leon climbed up the roof with the ladder and tiles. Where are you in? After getting on the roof, Leon looked at the large tiles, and couldn't find any damage to the tiles. You are about 3 meters ahead of you. Emily below shouted loudly. Leon crawled over according to Emily's prompt and found that some tiles were indeed broken. After cleaning up the broken tiles, Leon also found that the waterproof layer underneath was also broken. If the tiles are laid separately, they may leak. They need to add some tarp, and the waterproof layer is broken. Leon described to Emily after getting off the roof. If it is a tarp, there should be a storage room. Emily immediately took Leon back to the storage room. After searching for a long time, she finally found a large roll of tarp. This kind of treatment can only be done roughly. If you really want to ensure that there is no water seepage, I recommend repairing it with professional asphalt waterproof coils or plastic waterproof coatings. Leon reminded Emily. Robin should have a say in this regard. Preparing it first, it may rain tomorrow. I am worried that it will rain. Haley will find that the house leaks will make a big deal. Emily said helplessly. Ken. Even if he was trying to swipe a tarp, Leon did not refuse. After cutting a large piece of tarp, Leon climbed up again with the tarp and tiles, and soon completed a simple repair. As long as the rain is not heavy, there should be no problem, but when it comes to heavy rain or heavy rain, it's hard to say. Leon, who had fallen down the roof, waved his hand and added to Emily, it's better to come and have a look. I will, thank you, Leon. Now that I'm done with work, go in and have a coffee. I've also made sandwiches and fried eggs. Emily invited to Leon. Forget it, I'll go back later. Thank you for your kindness, Emily. Thinking that I hadn't changed my shoes yet and the mud on my shoes was covered with mud, Leon didn't plan to go into Emily's house to cause trouble for her. But didn't you agree yesterday? Emily asked in confusion. Don't you know that men's words cannot be easily believed? Leon rejected Emily's proposal again in a joking tone, and Emily had to give up. After convinced Emily, Leon took a ladder to take him into the storage room. Just as I walked out of the storage room, Lion's Outlook saw Haley blowing her hair with a hairdryer in the window of the room in the corner of the villa. What's even more terrible is that the girl seemed to think there was no one in the backyard, so she just simply wrapped a bath towel, and a large area of fair skin was exposed to the air, which was just seen by Leon. Haley seemed to have noticed that she was staring at her. She subconsciously turned her head and saw Leon standing in the storage room, facing the window of her room, and was stunned. Then Haley realized her current situation, but instead of running away or pulling the curtains shyly, she straightened her back and reached out to Leon and raised her middle finger. After all, although there are not many areas wrapped in bath towels, it definitely covers more than the bikini she wore when she was swimming, so Haley is not afraid of Leon seeing what she shouldn't see. Leon was also unable to be fooled by Haley's provocation. He looked at Haley blankly for a long time before responding. The response method is also very simple, pointing to Haley's chest, then pointing to her own chest, and then sneered. Chapter 120, Looking at Each Other. Admittedly, in fact, Haley's condition is excellent in terms of figure, but this does not prevent her from becoming a reason for Leon to tease Haley. After all, it is wrapped so tightly, who can tell whether your capital is solid? Just pretend that you don't know and mock the other party's protruding and not obvious, so the killing effect is still considerable. Sure enough, after seeing Lion's movements and the sneer at the corner of her mouth, Haley widened her eyes angrily, and wanted to open the window and question Leon directly. But Leon did not stay there, and quickly walked around the front yard. He was about to find his bicycle and boarded the pedal and ran away. But when Leon just arrived at the door, he saw Emily standing next to her bicycle, holding a pair of slippers in his hand. I think I understand why you don't want to enter the house. I'm worried about smudging the carpet and floors, so I specially prepared a pair of slippers for you so that you can change your shoes and come in. Listening to Emily's speech, Leon said helplessly, "Watch it. A girl with such a keen eye can easily cause men's fear. But a caring man who likes to consider others will also attract the attention of girls." Emily retorted. "This is a basic quality that an adult should possess, right?" Leon replied. "But you will make us look strangers like this. We are obviously good friends, right? And I hate men who don't keep their promises." Emily stared at Leon and said, while naturally opening the door and putting her slippers on the ground. "Although I really want to take a break here, I don't think your sister would welcome me to visit." Leon thought of his provocation of Haley just now, but he still didn't want to go into the house for breakfast. "Welcome, of course." But to his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Haley appearing in the living room behind the door and speaking to him gritted his teeth. At this moment, Haley had already changed into a beautiful dress, but some of the wrinkles on the clothes had not been smoothed out, and her hair was still wet. It was obvious that she rushed over after putting on the clothes. "It seems that Haley welcomes you very much, so what else do you have to worry about? Come in and sit there. After all, you come here to help, and I can't let you go for nothing." Although Emily wondered why her sister who cared about her appearance the most appeared in front of Leon without even having her clothes sorted out. But what Haley said helped her to relieve Lion's concerns, so she didn't care about this detail. "Then I can only say a word of disturbance." Looking at Haley staring at her behind Emily, Leon saw from the other party's eyes that the threat of complaining if you dare to leave. Thinking that if Haley added fuel to the fire and said that she saw her in the backyard, her reputation might be ruined. Leon had no choice but to take off his sneakers under Haley's gaze. Under the gaze of Haley and Emily, they changed into slippers and entered the villa. "Sister, please entertain Leon. I have to go back and blow my hair." Seeing Leon being left behind, Haley breathed a sigh of relief, and remembered her embarrassment in rushing to stop Leon from leaving. After saying this to Emily, she quickly ran back to her room. "She has always been so popular, don't mind. Although it looks difficult to get along with, Haley is actually quite a good personality." Emily looked at her sisters hurriedly leaving back and explained to Leon with a little awkward expression. "Yeah." Leon nodded after hearing this, and did not talk much about Haley. Under Emily's guidance, he came to the restaurant on the right side of the hall. "You have a rest first. I have to fry the bacon again. The cold bacon is not delicious." After Emily took Leon to sit in the restaurant, she entered the kitchen beside her and started working. Leon was embarrassed to wander around the house. "After all, it was my first time here, so I had to maintain my respect for the owner," so Leon sat quietly on the chair next to the dining table. Not long after, Leon smelled the oily smell of bacon frying from the kitchen, and couldn't help but raise his head. After all, Leon has eaten a bun since the morning and now, and after working for a long time, he is indeed a little hungry. Just as Leon set his eyes on the kitchen door and waited for Emily to bring breakfast, the scent of fried bacon at the tip of his nose turned into a strong and enthusiastic rose perfume. Before he could turn around, Haley's angry inquiry came into his ears. "Leon, what does your gesture mean?" "Nothing special." Leon replied calmly, "I'm just reminding you not to expose you." "Where is the sneer?" Haley pulled out a chair and placed it next to Leon, sat down and asked afterwards. "Maybe I was too tired yesterday and didn't have a good rest, so my originally kind smile seemed a little stiff, which made you misunderstand." Leon continued to talk nonsense. "Haha." This time it was Haley who was sneering. At the same time, while sneering, Haley stood up and looked at Leon up and down, especially on Lion's chest, before speaking. "I thought your chest muscles were so exaggerated. Does that look the same? After all, I'm just an ordinary farmer, not the kind of muscular handsome guy in the gym." Leon replied calmly. Seeing that Leon was not in, and nothing happened, Haley was so angry that she was itchy. However, Lion's expression and way of speaking made her unable to find a flaw and could not hold her accountable again. She could only sit down again with anger, support her chin with both hands, and stare at Leon with resentment. Leon couldn't dodge this kind of gaze, because it made him feel guilty, so he looked at Haley openly. Not to mention, even without makeup, Haley's skin is still very good, smooth and delicate, while maintaining a healthy blood color. The girl's facial features are outstanding, and she is not old and has no makeup to cover her, but she looks very young. Although Haley originally intended to stare at Leon with her eyes to make him feel uncomfortable or uneasy, she began to try to avoid her eyes in order to revenge on the resentment she had been ridiculed by Leon before. But when Leon didn't play by the routine and looked at herself with admiration, Haley couldn't stand it anymore. As Lion's eyes looked at, Haley only felt her cheeks go up as she got hotter and her heartbeat was beating faster, and she felt an indescribable sense of heat all over her body, which made her breathing become more rapid. In the end, Haley had to turn her face to the other side and no longer look at Lion's face, so she felt that her annoyance had slightly calmed down. As for Leon, the moment Haley turned her head, she couldn't help laughing. It's like looking at each other inadvertently on campus, and lowering their heads tacitly before each other finds blushing. Even if you can't see the other person's appearance at the moment, it still makes people unable to help but raise their lips. However, Leon not only laughed at Haley's shyness, but also laughed at her own victory. Sure enough, as long as a person is shameless, you can remain invincible under any circumstances. Chapter 121 Annoying? Not annoying? Leon was still guessing how long Haley's neck twisting would last, and Emily in the kitchen came out with a plate. Leon, try this, breakfast is up to your taste. He placed one of them in front of Leon and the other in front of Haley, and then Emily sat down and spoke to Leon. Good. Leon looked at the beautiful sandwich in front of him and began to taste it in Emily's expectant gaze. The first thing I tasted between my lips and teeth was the bread filled with wheat fragrance, which was very soft, accompanied by the fall of teeth, followed by the sweet and sour tomatoes and the delicateness of cream, followed by the crispy and greasy bacon, and the ending was the soft bread. The overall taste is distinct and the taste is sweet, but this sweetness comes from the ingredients themselves, which Leon can accept. The taste can only be said to be average, but it can definitely be used as breakfast. What's important is that this sandwich is very large, and after eating it, Leon will probably last for a long time. Emily was paying attention to Leon. Although Leon had not spoken to evaluate the taste of the sandwich, looking at Leon's chewing and swallowing in big mouthfuls was enough to explain everything. Haley on the other side was stuttering with a sandwich, and glanced at Emily and Leon from time to time. She found that her sister was basically looking at Leon, which made her unable to help but speak. Emily, isn't there any hot milk today? Of course there is, in the kitchen, you can get it yourself. Emily replied. Oh! Haley muttered when she heard this, but did not get up to get the milk. She continued to sit in place and chew on the sandwich that was obviously half smaller than Leon. Seeing this, Emily looked at Haley helplessly, and finally stood up and went to the kitchen in person, took Haley a cup of hot milk and placed it in front of her. You guys have a good relationship, Leon said to Emily when he saw this scene. Yeah, it should be pretty good, Emily replied with a hesitant expression. Haley didn't say anything, but just chewed the sandwich silently. As for the hot milk she asked for, she never touched it. This scene allowed Leon to see some clues, but he was smart and knew very well what he could say and could not say, so he had to pretend that he didn't see it. After all the sandwiches in my hand were finished, Leon thanked Emily. Great breakfast, this will bring great help to my work day. Thank you for your hospitality, Emily, it's time for me to leave. Wait, Leon, don't you stay here for lunch? Emily asked quickly when she heard this. No, there is still a lot of work to be done. Leon shook his head and declined. But didn't we make an appointment? Emily reminded in disappointment. Yes, but this breakfast is enough in return, and I have no other reason to wait for lunch here, so I have to go one step first, Leon explained. Of course you have a reason. What's the reason for the invitation from a friend? Emily immediately helped Leon think of one. It's indeed a good reason, but I use the busy work as an excuse for not being able to go to the appointment. Emily, can you cancel this invitation? Listening to Emily, he insisting on leaving himself for lunch, Leon had to move out the inconvenient reason for rejection again. Emily looked at Leon deeply when she heard this, and finally replied with regret, "Okay, then we'll make an appointment next time." Yet. Leon breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. "Then, Emily and Haley, I'll leave first. Thank you for your hospitality. By the way, don't forget to look for Robin to see the rooftops." After reminding Emily not to forget that the roof leak was not completely fixed, Leon left the villa. As soon as Leon left, Haley put down the sandwich that had been chewed with half of it and stood up. "I'm full." Then he went to the door without looking back and changed into shoes, then went out, and happened to run into Leon riding a bicycle and preparing to set off. "Leon, wait!" Looking at Leon, who had already ridden a few meters away, Haley hurriedly shouted. "What's wrong?" Leon stopped the bicycle and turned to look at Haley and asked. "Come here and talk about it. It's embarrassing to shout like this." Haley stretched out her hand and gestured to mark the distance between the two. Leon was a little helpless, but he rode his bike to Haley. "Tell me what's wrong? Do you really have something to be busy?" Haley asked directly at Leon. "Yes." Leon thought about whether he might expand the planting scope again while he was physically improving, so he nodded seriously. "Is it very urgent?" Haley asked. "It's not too urgent. If you have anything to do, just say it." Leon didn't know what he wanted to say, but this method of question and answer was quite ingenious, so Leon directly signaled Haley not to go around the corner. "Emily knew you were here to be a guest yesterday. After work, she started preparing the ingredients needed for today's lunch until the early morning. Obviously, she was looking forward to you attending this lunch. If you leave like this, Emily would be very disappointed." Haley looked at Leon seriously and said. "If you don't want to stay here because of my problem, I can avoid it first and wait until you leave in the evening before coming back, but can you accompany Emily to finish lunch before going to work? I don't want to see her busy work for half a day last night being wasted." Listening to Haley's words, Leon was stunned for a long time, and then said, "Why do you think I am anxious to leave because of you? Don't you hate me?" Haley looked at Leon in confusion and asked. "Do I hate you?" Leon also complained in confusion. Haley was obviously fainted by Leon's answer. It took her a long time to come back to her senses and said with a somewhat awkward expression, "I thought you hated me, so I refused Emily's invitation. I feel that I've had breakfast, and it would be embarrassing to keep it for lunch," Leon explained. There is no way, after all, Haley has already said such sincere words that she could leave alone for her sister's careful preparations, so she was naturally embarrassed to be perfunctory. "What's wrong with this? You were invited by Emily, a guest," Haley said seriously. "Then I'll come back later. You don't have to leave. Tell Emily that I will invite you to make an appointment for lunch." Leon thought for a moment after hearing this, but finally decided to stay for lunch. After all, it is the most difficult to absorb beauty. Haley's decision to describe Emily made Leon feel a little ashamed, and if he refuses, he will seem inhumane. "Why have to wait and come back?" Haley asked in confusion. "How can I not bring gifts when I come to visit? I have to go back and prepare and change my body-faced clothes. Leon explained, I can't wear a regular outfit to the banquet, so I will feel inferior in front of you two beautiful girls. No, isn't it good for you to do this? Haley looked at the clothes on Leon. Although they were not fashionable, they were not ugly. Lion's tall and symmetrical figure could also support the clothes, making him look very energetic. Judging from Haley's eyes, Leon did not pick on clothes at all. Just because of his appearance and body proportions comparable to models, all clothes have a unique beauty on him. That's because you've never seen me in formal clothes. I have to leave first. By the way, don't leave either. If Emily and I were there for lunch, it would be embarrassing. After saying that, Leon waved his hand to say goodbye to Haley, then rushed towards the farm with his bicycle. Since he had decided to go to the banquet, Leon had to make some preparations. Chapter 122 Why don't we talk about gossip? The first time he returned to the farm wooden house, Leon began to search for his own suitcase. Before he arrived at Stardew Valley, he brought a lot of clothes, including several good suits. After all, he was the management of the Hoja family before, so he had to have a body like clothes when going out, right? Soon, Leon found a navy casual suit. After putting it on, Leon took a look and confirmed that there were no obvious wrinkles or damages, and then began to search for the boxes in the room. The boxes are no longer as empty as when Leon was just made. Now the boxes are basically filled with various specialties and materials that I have obtained during my time in Stardew Valley. Recalling Emily and Haley's favorite gift, Leon first took out a coconut she picked up in the Calico Desert from the box. Although it is not expensive, Haley likes it, so it should be no problem as a gift. After all, giving gifts is about one who meets his preferences. As for the gems Emily likes, Leon was a little hesitant. After all, no matter what, the price of a gem will definitely not be too low. For Leon, who is now empty-sleeved, a gem is a considerable income. But thinking of Emily's enthusiasm and friendship to herself, and what Shanghai Li said about Emily being busy in the early morning to better entertain herself, Leon finally took a citron and brought it with her. After choosing the gift, Leon changed into a pair of clean new shoes and rode his bike away from the farm. However, he did not go directly to Emily and Haley's home, but went to Hoja's supermarket and bought 2 gift boxes and ribbons. The big box was filled with coconuts, the small box was filled with citron, and a beautiful bow was tied with ribbons. Only then did Leon ride his bike back to the door of the villa at number 2 Liuxiang. Dong 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 dong. After knocking on the door, the villa door was soon opened and Haley appeared at the door. I didn't expect you to be pretty handsome in a suit. Haley, who had just opened the door, saw Lion's new outfit, and immediate lithe eyes lit up. A suit is the most attractive outfit for a man. At this moment, Leon, who completely supports this navy blue casual suit, brought Haley a very stunning look. I'm just Loki in normal times. After all, I don't know whether the clothes you wear are beautiful or not, and I will pounce on you equally. Leon quipped at Haley with a smile. It's a pity that you are a farmer. If you are willing to enter the fashion circle, maybe I can see your photos in fashion magazines. Haley sighed. How much money can a model make? Leon didn't care about this, and he had to deal with all kinds of troubles. He might be forced to serve the capital tycoon. I can't stand this kind of life. You said no problem. Haley nodded in agreement. After all, she also knew some of the messes in the fashion circle, and Leon was talking about the facts. Are you going to let me stand here and chat with you? Where is Emily? Leon complained speechlessly as he watched Haley blocking the door. Ah, sorry, please come in quickly, Emily is in the kitchen. Haley realized her rudeness and hurriedly let go and signaled Leon to come in, then guided Leon to sit down on the sofa. What do you want to drink, coffee or juice? There are also soda. After Leon sat on the sofa, Haley began to entertain Leon on behalf of Emily. Juice bar, I don't like coffee. Leon was not polite either. Then, while Haley was going to get the juice, he took out 2 packaged boxes from his backpack. When did you take out the gift? Haley, who was carrying bottled juice, looked at the 2 gift boxes, one big and one small, that were extra in Lion's hand, and asked curiously. You don't have to worry about this, guess which one is your gift? Leon asked Haley on the sofa. Is there one of mine? Then I guess the smaller one. Haley speculated based on the size. After all, big gifts are generally quite expensive, and Haley thinks that expensive gifts should belong to Emily. Wrong, this one is yours. Leon handed the big one to Haley. Haley took the gift unexpectedly, felt the weight in the box and asked Leon, wow, it's so heavy, there won't be stones inside. You open it and you'll know. Leon turned his eyes on Haley speechlessly. He was not stupid. He put stones in the gift box. He was here to visit, not to find fault. Haley felt that it was difficult to disassemble the gift, so she sat next to Leon, untied the bow with anticipation, and then opened the gift box. It's coconut. So fresh, Leon, how do you know I like coconuts? When Haley discovered that the box was filled with a round coconut, she immediately showed an extremely bright smile, and even her tone became much higher. Emily told me. Leon said casually. Thank you, this is really a good gift. Haley took the coconut out of the gift box and held it in her hand and played with it. What I like most is this kind of summer-style thing that brings me a warm feeling. Just like it. Leon also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he still kept the same thing he learned through the game, and no changes occurred. For the sake of this gift, can you tell me what you prepared for Emily? If it happens to be something she hates, I can also remind you so that you won't step on the thunder. Haley, who couldn't put down the coconut, asked, put her eyes on the remaining small box in Lion's hand. It should be what she likes. I prepared a citron. With Haley's words, Leon was naturally happy to share what the gift he prepared for Emily. Well, it's indeed one of her favorite gifts. How do you know she likes rich gems? Haley asked curiously. Sandy told me. Leon said nonsense again. Is that pen pal in Emily's Calico Desert? I didn't expect you to know her. Haley was a little surprised, after all, she and Sandy had not even met several times. I met you last time in the Calico Desert. Leon said, then looked at Haley and complained, don't you go to the kitchen to help Emily prepare lunch? I'm actually not very good at housework, and my cooking skills are even more messy, so I won't make trouble for Emily, and Emily assigned me the task to entertain you, Haley explained. Then why are you going to entertain me? Leon naturally wanted to have some fun for himself, such as teasing Haley. Or can you flip through the magazine yourself? Haley suggested, tilting her head. Not interested. Leon glanced at the fashion magazine on the coffee table in front of the sofa and shook his head. After all, he is really not very sensitive to topics like fashion. Then I'll chat with you. Haley hesitated for a moment, then changed her proposal again. What are you talking about? Leon asked back. What do you want to talk about? Haley was not very clear about what Leon was interested in. Leon raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and couldn't help but raise his lips. Why don't we talk about gossip? Chapter 123, Rebellion. For example. Haley was obviously stunned for a moment, then asked tentatively. For example, do you have a boyfriend? Aang took the lead in making a move. Ah! Haley exclaimed, then looked at Leon with a look of surprise and asked back, why do you ask me? Curious. Leon replied. Haley looked at Leon with a suspicious look, and finally shook her head, no. There are no boys you like in the town? Leon continued to ask. No, I don't like the boys in the town very much. Most of them are vulgar and the way they speak is boring. Haley complained. Is that okay with a better male friend? Leon continued to ask. If you really want to say it, Alex is one. After all, we have known each other since we were young and we graduated from a high school. At that time, I was the captain of the school cheerleader and the captain of the school football team. We have had a lot of cooperation, and the relationship can be considered friends. Haley recalled for a moment and then gave the answer. Oh, the school rugby players and cheerleaders are a very classic combination. Didn't you spark a spark? Leon continued to ask, he was really curious. How is that possible? His muscles and brain are definitely not my dear, and this guy is very fickle. Except for me, the cheerleader girls have dated him. How could I have a good impression of such a guy? Haley said with disgust. And this guy only knows how to exercise his muscles and doesn't like taking a bath. Even if I die alone, I will not become a couple with such a person. Tisk tisk tisk, Alex was probably going to cry to death when he heard it. Leon shrugged his shoulder and teased. He won't cry. I've said this in front of him, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he refuted me and said I don't understand anything. Haley continued to output, and I'm very sure, this guy is bisexual, you have to be careful. His Leon took a breath when he heard this. He really didn't know about this matter, and he suddenly felt a little scared. After all, Alex had really been in contact with him. Looking at your expression, you don't seem to know. It's a pity. I wouldn't tell you if I had known. Haley looked at Leon's expression and couldn't help laughing. I feel a little nauseous if I don't talk about this anymore. Leon waved his hand and refused to talk to Haley about Alex again. Leon lost his sex talk, but Haley was attracted to gossip. You asked me, and I answered you too, so now it's time for me to ask you, have you ever had a girlfriend before coming to Pelican Town? I really don't have this. Leon replied. After all, it's not considered a previous life. Leon in this world is really a novice who has never been in love. Really or not? Haley obviously didn't believe it. After all, Lion's appearance was here, and she didn't believe that a handsome guy like Leon had never been confessed to by a girl. Believe it or not, I'm telling the truth. Leon replied helplessly. Hearing this, Haley stared at Leon for a short while, and then complained, "That must be your problem, otherwise how could you have never been in a relationship?" "Why is it my problem?" Leon asked speechlessly. "It's not your problem, how could you have never had a girlfriend?" Haley retorted. "Is it possible? I haven't thought about this before," Leon replied. "No, when you boys reach puberty, don't you try every means to attract girls' attention?" Haley muttered in confusion. "Not all boys are like beasts in heat during adolescence," Leon complained. "But most of them look like this. If you are not, you must have a problem," Haley complained seriously. "Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you." Leon chose to lie down and ignore Haley's malicious speculation. Seeing this, Haley rolled her eyes and complained, "It was you who started this topic first. The gossip I want to talk about is someone else's, not myself," Leon defended. "But you gossip me first," Haley protested, "that's why I asked you back." "Then the topic ends here," Leon announced. Haley didn't know what to say. Seeing the atmosphere silent, Leon coughed lightly. "I'll go to the kitchen to see Emily, are you going to go to the kitchen to see you?" "You go first, I'll put away this coconut. By the way, thank you for your gift." Haley shook her head, then walked towards her room with the coconut. Leon walked towards the kitchen, and of course, the gifts prepared for Emily were naturally carried with him. "Emily, do you need help?" When he entered the kitchen, Leon saw Emily dealing with a piece of beef tenderloin in a hurry, and asked. "Hi, Leon, you are really handsome in this outfit, so in order to ensure that you can wear this outfit for a longer time, I won't let you help." Emily put down the kitchen knife in her hand and looked at Leon, answering with a smile. "You can help me get an apron," Leon suggested. After all, she was very happy to let Emily be busy in the kitchen alone, especially when she saw Emily busy, she didn't have time to wipe the sweat beads on her head. Obviously, this girl is under a lot of pressure now. "But isn't this good? After all, you are a guest," Emily asked for a moment. "But we are friends, aren't we? And my cooking skills are okay. You invite me to a meal. Isn't it natural for me to invite you to taste the dishes that belong to me?" Leon comforted Emily. "Then, please, I'm really too busy to get busy by myself." Emily immediately found a pink apron for Leon. It was a little small when she put it on Lion's body, but at least it would not allow oil stains to stick to the clothes. "Are these ingredients to use at noon?" Leon asked as he looked at the ingredients that Emily cut in advance. "Yeah." Emily nodded, "Isn't it enough?" Leon glanced at the ingredients that were enough to make a table of dishes and complained, "There are too many, 3 people can't finish it. I just think it's better to prepare more for the first time for treating you to dinner." Emily explained awkwardly, "It's the first time I've made so many dishes, and I'm not sure how many ingredients I need to prepare." Do you and Haley have any food ban? Or allergens? Leon walked to the stove and naturally picked up the frying pan and asked. No, but do you want to be the chef? Emily asked curiously as she watched Leon occupy the stove. Well, I said I want you to taste my skills and my cooking methods, but there is a big difference from the cooking methods you come into contact with every day. Leon said confidently, holding the frying pan. After all, the cooking methods in this world are basically Western style. Leon really wants to know what reactions will be from Emily and Haley if he takes out his Chinese home-cooked dishes. Chapter 124. You seem to like blue. Then look forward to your cooking. Emily said very cooperatively, and then the two began to cooperate. Cut potatoes into pieces. Give me the onion. Here. Can chili be eaten? If it's not too spicy, it's acceptable. No garlic. No. Hand me the breadcrumbs. Good. Emily, you need to beat 3 eggs for me, only egg whites. Well, wait. In simple language communication, Leon is basically talking about it. Although it looks a bit like the kitchen of a restaurant, Emily feels quite relaxed. Because of Lion's command, she only needs to deal with the ingredients needed by Leon, which is much easier than before to prepare all the ingredients. And Emily is really looking forward to the dishes presented by Leon now, because the cooking method used by Leon is so cool. Emily knew for the first time that flames could also be a seasoning in ingredients. When she watched Lion's skillful pot bring the flames into the pot to stir-fry the ingredients, Emily thought Leon was performing magic. Especially after Leon fired, the smell that Emily smelled on her nose did not repeat, and various complex fragrances stimulated Emily's appetite every moment. This made Emily unable to help but compare the difference in how Gus and Leon cooked. The final conclusion was that Gus used the characteristics and flavor of the ingredients themselves as the core of the food flavor and fully explored the original flavor of the ingredients. Then Leon used flames and ingredients to show off his perfect control of the seasoning. Each has its own characteristics, but Emily prefers Lion's cooking method because it is really ornamental, and the unobstructed fragrance and the color that makes people feel full of appetite are really attractive. Hey, the fire is too small, the bottom of the pot is too smooth, and it is impossible to perform perfectly. Leon complained. My kitchenware is recommended by Gus. Are there any problems? Emily asked in confusion. No problem, it just doesn't fit my cooking method, which will make the finished product taste worse. Leon explained. It's already great. Emily comforted Leon. I really didn't expect Leon to have such a good cooking skills. After all, if you live alone for a long time, you will starve to death if you don't learn how to cook by yourself. Leon complained. But a man who knows how to cook is really attractive. Leon, I believe you will have someone to help you share these problems in the future. Emily comforted Leon with a smile. Let's stop talking about this, help me take care of the stewed beef. By the way, Emily, where is the bathroom? Leave the second small room on the left hand of the kitchen. After confirming the location of the bathroom, Leon hurriedly left the kitchen and rushed to the bathroom. When he was chatting about gossip with Haley, he drank a whole bottle of juice. As a result, as soon as she arrived at the bathroom door, Leon noticed that the door inside was locked and immediately realized that Haley might be inside. So Leon had to stand at the door and wait, but after waiting for 3 or 4 minutes, Haley didn't come out. Realizing that her bladder could not hold back, Leon had to knock on the bathroom door and asked, "Is anyone?" "Leon? Do you need to go to the bathroom? Wait a moment." Haley was inside, and immediately responded after hearing Leon's voice. Then Leon keenly heard some drizzle, and immediately took a small step away from the bathroom door. More than 10 seconds later, Haley opened the bathroom door and walked out of it, and said with a rosy face, "Sorry, I'm fascinated by reading magazines and forgot to pay attention to time." "It's okay, after all, this is your own home." Leon shrugged his shoulders and then gave a look at Haley. Haley immediately understood what Leon meant and moved open the entrance to the bathroom. Seeing this, Leon hurried in and closed the door and let the water go, not realizing that Haley was outside the door. "Movement that's so big?" Haley muttered with a red face as she heard the voice coming from behind the door. Then she realized that she was a little strange in this way, so she quickly turned around and left quickly. But as soon as she walked into the living room, Haley suddenly realized something. That is, all the clothes she changed after taking a shower in the morning were still placed next to the washing machine in the bathroom and she was not cleaned up. She originally planned to wash together when Emily came back from get off work to take a shower in the evening. I hope Leon didn't notice it. Haley was a little nervous when she thought that her underwear was still on the side and was placed at the top because of the order of taking off her clothes. "What did you notice?" Leon, who had just put the water, happened to pass by Haley's voice and heard Haley's whisper, and immediately asked in a low voice. "I haven't had time to put my underwear in the washing machine." Haley replied subconsciously, and then immediately realized that the person who was asking was not Emily, but Leon, and her face was blushing and almost burning. "Ahem, I didn't see that." Leon was also frightened by Haley's frankness, and then quickly replied after coughing. "Are you sure?" Although Haley was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground, she still confirmed to Leon with some anxiety. "I'm sure." Leon replied seriously. He was only concerned about letting water out at that time, and his bladder was almost blowing, so he didn't have time to pay attention to anything else. "Didn't you wash your hands?" Haley asked. "Wash your hands?" Leon showed his hands that were still stained with water. He went to the kitchen to help later, so how could he not pay attention to personal hygiene? Haley immediately lowered her head and didn't dare to look at it, because there was a washing machine next to the sink, so she didn't believe Leon's words now. Leon looked at Haley's ostrich posture and recalled the scene when she just washed her hands. She actually found a special sea blue scenery in her memory. Then Leon looked at Haley's sky blue dress now, and couldn't help but complain, "You seem to like blue." "Sure enough, you saw it." Haley immediately understood what Leon meant, then suddenly raised her head and punched Leon's stomach. Fortunately, Leon had practiced it, and his excellent fighting consciousness allowed him to easily avoid Haley's raid. Haley failed to succeed in the attack and actually chased him again and made up for the second punch. Seeing that the weak fist could make a sound of breaking through the air at this moment, Leon was really shocked. If he was hit, it would hurt for a long time. Leon hurriedly dodged and ran towards the kitchen quickly. At this moment, it seemed that only Emily could help herself block Haley, who was already in a violent state. Chapter 125 My Strength is Honesty. You're back. Seeing Leon quickly entering the kitchen, Emily thought Leon was worried about the beef still stewed and hurriedly comforted, I'm watching, there's no problem. Emily, help me stop Haley. Leon hid behind Emily and spoke. Ah! Emily turned around in a daze, obviously not quite understanding what Leon meant. But soon, she understood the meaning of this sentence. Because Haley had entered the kitchen at this moment, clenched her fists and stared at Leon behind her. What happened? Emily asked in confusion as she looked at Haley's red face and the fighting posture she showed. Nothing. With Emily present, Haley couldn't tell what happened just now, but just glared at Leon fiercely. Just found a bug in the room, I came over to see if the bug had entered the kitchen. Then why did Leon say I'd stop you? Emily was quite puzzled. After all, if it was a bug, what did it have to do with Leon? Because I was worried that she would rush in to find the bug to make the kitchen mess. Since Haley did not take the initiative to mention the embarrassing incident before, Leon followed Haley's reasons. That's it. Okay, Haley, I didn't see bugs in the kitchen. You go out first. There are already 2 people here, and if there is one more person, you can't stand. Although Emily still didn't understand very well, she didn't care about this after both of them said so. How long will it take for you to finish your work? Haley returned to her normal demeanor and asked Emily. You have to ask Leon, he is the chef today. Emily replied. Well, it's enough to prepare another dish. Leon replied. Okay. After getting the answer, Haley left the kitchen directly. Before leaving, Leon noticed Haley's small fist movement at her and couldn't help but sigh. What's wrong with you? Emily became puzzled again as she heard Leon's sigh. It's nothing, it's just a bit boring. Let's prepare the last dish quickly, otherwise the dishes prepared before will be cold. Leon said casually, then ignited the fire again and started to hold the spoon. Soon, Leon finished the last spicy crab dish, and then took the dishes out of the kitchen with Emily. Haley was not idle for a while, so she actually arranged the tableware in advance and pulled out the chairs, 2 of which were on one side of the dining table and another independent chair was opposite the dining table. When Leon and Emily put the dishes on the table, Haley immediately pulled Emily to sit on the 2 adjacent seats, and then gestured with her eyes. Leon sat opposite him. Leon had no objection. After all, if the 2-person seat was sitting by himself, Emily or Haley would make him uncomfortable. Look at what Leon did, isn't it great? After sitting down, Emily praised Leon to Haley. Yet, although she was still a little angry with Leon, to be fair, the dishes on this table looked very good and had a very fragrant smell. Haley couldn't find any fault before she tasted it. Then let's have a meal together. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Emily urged. Okay. Leon nodded with Haley, and then the 2 began to choose the dish they were most interested in and stretched out their forks. Emily chose the beef stewed with freshly out of the pot and steaming potatoes, while Haley was eyeing the spicy crab. In addition, there are fried broccoli, flavored eggplant, fried mushrooms and diced kung pao chicken, which are common home-cooked dishes prepared by Leon based on the ingredients prepared by Emily. In fact, Emily prepared more than these ingredients, but Leon asked Emily to package it and put it in the refrigerator. The 6 dishes for 3 people were considered to be over the standard. Moreover, this place is not a restaurant, but a family dinner, so the portion is very large. Even for these 6 dishes, Leon is not sure if the 3 of them can finish it. At the same time, before the 2 started to taste, Leon did not use a knife or fork, but watched the 2 eat quietly, waiting for their evaluation. This crab is so spicy, but it's quite delicious. Haley also gave a positive comment, just a little bit dull. Seeing that the Chinese flavors they cooked were not used to, Leon breathed a sigh of relief. After all, there are different eating habits and the tastes are quite different. Now that Emily and Haley have no impact on this, Leon can finally enjoy his skills with confidence. Although Emily and Haley looked very happy, Leon was a little disappointed after tasting it. Emily's kitchen lacked a lot of ingredients she needed, which caused the taste to fail to meet her requirements, which made Leon very regretful. Moreover, stir-frying is really not suitable for using a frying pan, that is, a frying pan, which is not suitable for spooning. The edges are too shallow, which can easily cause an embarrassing scene of the ingredients spilling out, making Leon scattered when stir-frying. Overall, according to Leon's perception of his cooking skills, he only showed up to 70% of his skills in this meal. However, seeing Haley and Emily having a very happy meal, Leon didn't worry about this issue anymore. Let's make up for these regrets next time after preparing them all. After all, reciprocity is a fine tradition, and Leon will return the meal invited by Emily sooner or later. Just as Leon was about to have a meal with peace of mind, he suddenly felt a light hit on his calf under the table. He was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes directly locked in Haley. Sure enough, when Leon saw Haley, Haley also responded to herself with a provocative look. It was obvious that Haley was the one who had just fallen under the table. Childish. He didn't make a sound, but just said the word to Haley with his mouth. Leon saw Haley tighten the knife and fork in anger. Then Leon clearly felt the vibration from under the chair. Fortunately, he had already retracted his legs before complaining about Haley, which made Haley's shot go out of nothing. Haley, who did not kick Leon, had a painful expression. Obviously, when the chair was shaking, Haley kicked the tough guy. What's wrong? Emily noticed Haley and asked strangely. It's a bit too spicy. Haley certainly didn't dare to say the embarrassing fact that she didn't kick Leon but hit the leg of the chair, so she had to throw the pot to Leon's spicy crab. I'll get you a glass of milk. Emily immediately stood up and brought Haley a dairy product that could relieve the spicy taste. Taking this opportunity, Haley whispered to Leon, "Why are you hiding?" "Why can't I hide?" Leon asked back. "This is the price you have to bear," Haley replied, gritting her teeth. "I didn't take the initiative to peep. You put it there openly. I accidentally saw it. Is this also my fault?" Leon complained. "The reason why I was angry is what you said. Can't you continue to say that you didn't pay attention? Even if you were lying to me." "Sorry, my strength is honesty." Snort. Chapter 126, Kill You. Fortunately, the refrigerator was right next to the kitchen and was not far from the dining table, so Emily came back very quickly, and Haley also closed her mouth when Emily came back. With Emily's return, the three of them started to eat again. Emily talked to Leon about the farm work from time to time. Leon was not disappointed, and the atmosphere was quite pleasant. I must go to your farm when I have time. When she was about to finish her meal, Emily suddenly spoke. If you have the chance, I will invite you to visit my farm next time. Leon, who had already invited Emily to have dinner with him, replied naturally. Then you must notify me then, and I will prepare a gift for you. Emily replied happily when she heard this. When it comes to gifts, I almost forgot. Only then did Leon remember that there was a gift in his pocket that he was going to give to Emily. It was immediately taken out and handed to Emily. Is it for me? Emily took the gift in surprise, but couldn't help looking at Haley. I have it too. Haley naturally understood what her sister meant and immediately explained to Leon. Well, I didn't expect that Leon has a good relationship with you. Emily breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if only she received the gift from the two, it would be embarrassing if she didn't receive the gift. Fortunately, Leon did not favor one and the other, which really made Emily very happy. After all, because of her personality, Haley did not have many friends in the town. Now she has more friend Leon, and Leon has a good relationship with herself. Perhaps the three of them can often get together to play in the future. Disconnect it and see if you like it. Leon reminded from the side. Emily began to unpack the gift box with anticipation, and took out the citron from the box while Leon and Haley were watching. Wow, what a beautiful citron! This gift is amazing. Thank you so much, Leon. Emily raised the citron and placed it in front of her eyes, carefully admiring the transparency and color of the citron. The light transmittance is very high, and there are basically no impurities inside the crystal. This is a top citron, and Leon makes you spend money. It's okay, but Emily, you know how to identify gems? Leon asked after hearing this. Well, understand a little. My mother once taught me this. This is the citron you collected in the abandoned mine in Leon. If you have similar gains in the future, you can take it over and I will help you estimate the price. In this way, you will not be suppressed by the black-hearted gem merchants outside. Emily suggested to Leon. Then thank you first. Leon naturally would not refuse Emily's kindness. After all, the market for gems is too fluctuating. The same type of gems may have an extremely exaggerated value gap due to quality issues. People who don't know how to do things are really easy to be cheated. Whether it is buyers or sellers, the gem market is very deep. Emily replied with a smile, we are friends, aren't we? You can come to me to identify gems at any time. I am basically at home during the day, and at night, you can go to Starfruit to find me. Yet. Leon nodded again, then looked at the plate with few dishes left and the three of them put down the tableware and knife and fork and reminded, I've eaten almost all, let's clean up together. No, let me do it. I was embarrassed to ask you to help cook, but I could handle the small things like cleaning dishes. Emily hurriedly stopped Leon from getting up and packing the table, and then pushed Haley beside her. Haley, can you help me entertain Leon? Extremely happy. Haley smiled and responded to Emily's arrangement, then looked at Leon, and the smile on her face became strange in an instant. Seeing this, Leon couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, but he didn't say much. After Emily finished packing up, she entered the kitchen and stood up silently. Leon, where are you going? Haley stood up and leaned over to Leon and asked. Eat too much, get up and move on. Leon replied as usual, and bypassed Haley and walked towards the villa gate. Emily asked me to entertain you, don't hurry to leave, wait for me. Haley followed closely behind, and her eyes unconsciously placed on Leon's neck. Leon, who was stared at Haley's eyes a little uncomfortable, turned around and asked, what are you looking at? I saw a news on a TV show that a man was hit on the back of the head and then forgot a lot of things, so I was wondering if I could replicate this situation. Haley explained to Leon with an eager expression on her face. Don't think about it, this is an accidental event. On the contrary, the chance of you beating me to death is much higher than the chance of getting amnesia. Leon looked at Haley speechlessly. That seems to be good, too. Haley teased at Leon seriously. I don't think you don't have this opportunity. Leon complained. Why? Haley asked back. Because you can't beat me. After saying that, Leon quickly leaned over and walked behind Haley, then stretched out his arms and walked under Haley's armpits, put his arms upwards, and raised Haley. As long as Leon was willing, he could directly obey Haley with his back in the next moment. You are so despicable. You actually attacked. If you have the ability, let me down and we have the duel head-on. Haley, who was raised, swayed her legs off the ground in panic, trying to kick Leon's knee, and at the same time she did not forget the immoral sneak attack of attacking Leon. This is called tactics. Leon said, then walked to the sofa with Haley, let it go and threw it on the sofa. Tell Emily for me that I'll leave in advance. After saying that, Leon took advantage of Haley's advance to the door and opened the door before he got up, and then pushed the bicycle and slipped away. When Haley got up from the sofa, she didn't care about the messy dress on her body, so she chased her out, but only Leon had left her with the back that had already ridden her bike and ran away from a long distance. She was immediately angry with Haley. This bastard, I will definitely bite you to death when I meet you next time. Knowing that she could not catch up with Leon, Haley could only grit her teeth and mutter, but when she said this sentence, even Haley didn't know that it was not a sign of power. The tone was more like acting cute. Then Haley returned to the villa with a depressed face, quickly returned to her room and came to the floor mirror to sort out the clothes that Leon had messed up when he just raised her. While sorting it out, the scene about just now in Haley's mind was constantly replaying, which made Haley's face become more and more rosy. After all, this was the first time she was so close to a boy. And I don't know if it was her own illusion, she could actually smell some special smell from her clothes. This smell was obviously not the perfume smell that she was familiar with. This guy has perfume on his body, but why didn't you smell it before? I didn't expect it to smell it very nice. Haley, who had originally planned to clean up her clothes and go to take a shower, was reluctant to change her clothes that were stained with the smell of perfume on Leon, but this made Haley feel that this behavior was very strange, and she could only lie on the bed and mutter. I must teach this bastard a lesson when I meet next time. First of all, I would like to thank the Butter Sagittarius boss for the reward of 500 points of starting coins. Thank you for your appreciation. By the way, I would like to ask my brothers what content I want to see. The update of 10,000 words every day is too fast, and it is difficult to conceive the plot. I want to copy the comment section. Chapter 127 I am a good person who does not seek reward. Leon, who was stared at by Haley, was riding his bike towards the direction of the library. Hi Gunther, I'm here again. As soon as he entered the library, Leon was familiar with the passage and greeted the library director Gunther. Mr. Leon, welcome, are you here to read a book this time or donate? Gunther was also very happy to see Leon's appearance. After all, there are only a few people who come to the library in the town, but Leon is different. Leon is not only a reader, but also a donor. I brought some good things for you to identify. Leon glanced at the library and found that he and Gunther were the only ones in the library. He took out the antiques he harvested in the mine yesterday from the system backpack without considering it. A heavy dwarf helmet with metal coating and 2 dwarf scrolls. It seems that Mr. Leon has begun to get involved in the abandoned mine cave. Gunther was attracted by these 3 items at a glance. Mr. Gunther's eyes are still vicious. Leon exclaimed, and at the same time he was also feeling that, indeed, in front of the boss, they didn't care about his ability to retrieve goods from the system's backpack. Gunther explained, after all, dwarves usually only live in underground mines. Knowing these, it is easy to guess where you went based on these antiquities related to the dwarf civilization. When it comes to this, I have a doubt. The things Mr. Gunther gave me last time inspired a special ability to see some illusory things called ancient spots. The appearance of these things means that some ancient objects or other things must be buried under the land where it exists, but in the mine cave, I cannot see ancient spots. Does Mr. Gunther understand this situation? This trip to Leon is not only about donating antiques, but also about the special ability of the mystery of the ancient times. This question is very interesting. If Mr. Leon is interested, I can talk to you. Gunther raised his head and looked at Leon, then took out 2 chairs from the side and signaled Leon to sit down. I wonder what Mr. Leon thinks about Yuba. As soon as he sat down, Gunther asked Leon first. The creator God, the world is created by K. Leon replied. Indeed, this is a legend belonging to Yuba, but in addition to Yuba, does Mr. Leon feel that there is a possibility of his God? Gunther nodded and continued to ask. Not sure, I have not studied the myth system. Leon responded with a shook his head. Okay, then let me say it another way, the existence of ancient spots comes from the echoes of eternal life. The structure of these echoes comes from the remains of some unnatural deaths rejected by the land. Yuba is the creation god, the beginning of life, and the light, so death, or darkness, opposite to life, is the realm of another god, and the previous piece of bone comes from the remains of the bones. Gunther broke the news that shocked Leon in an understatement. Because this god's past has begun to be forgotten by the world with the fall of him, I don't know the name of him, but one thing I can be sure of is that he has absolute control over the dead, which is why you can see ancient spots after you get the ancient mystery. The mine cave is different. The appearance of mine caves is actually a mineral treasure house built by BA to satisfy his forged hobbies. Therefore, in the mine cave, because Yuba's rule preference, the power of the god of death that is opposite to it will be rejected, so you cannot see the wreckage of the vengeful spirits on the ancient objects in the mine cave, that is, the ancient spots. After saying this, Gunther stood up and held the dwarf's helmet in his hand. The dwarf is the waiter who once served Yuba. They are also the guardians of the mine. Of course, what Yuba needs them to protect is not minerals, but the peace of the mine. Except for humans and dwarves, all dangerous creatures involved in the mine will be regarded as threats and enemies by the dwarves. So that's why the dwarves will launch elemental wars with the Shadowmen? Leon asked. Yes, this is one of the origins of the elemental war. Of course there are also other factors, such as the opposition between elements, the difference in beliefs, etc., which are the main reasons for elemental warfare. Gunther continued to explain. Then what the dwarf believes in Yuba, what about the Shadowmen? Leon continued to ask. Maybe it's the god who didn't leave his name, I don't know much about it. After all, I don't have much contact with Shadowmen. Gunther replied. I know a shadow man, who seems to believe in Yuba. Leon said when he thought of coming to Korobus. Are you talking about Korobus in the sewer? Gunther looked at Leon after hearing this. How did you enter the sewer? The key is clearly in my hands. I went in from the water outlet. Realizing that he had exposed something, Leon had to answer truthfully. Curiosity can be, but if you are too curious about unknown areas, it will easily put yourself in danger. Gunther reminded Leon helplessly, if the sewer is not Korob's, but a normal shadow madman, you will be in trouble. There is a mage tower of Master Rasmades in the coal forest. If he really encounters danger, he should help me. Leon explained that after all, he dared to enter the sewer, because he knew that Korobus was a special existence in the sewer, and because he knew that Rasmades was nearby and had thighs to rely on. Oh? You actually know the Guardian? No wonder you are so confident. Gunther suddenly realized when he heard this, then stared at Leon for a long time, and finally silently took out a rusty key. Next time, use the key to enter the sewer entrance next to the Pelican Town Cemetery. I originally planned to hand over the key to you after your donation amount reaches 60 copies, so that you can get to know Korobus, a special businessman living in the sewer, but now there is no need for this surprise. Ahem, thank you. Leon took the key with a little embarrassed look and put it in his backpack. Gunther waved his hand, including the 3 antiquities you brought this time. You have already collected 5 antiquities. I originally planned to give you a gift as a reward and thank you, but now this gift is the only key. It's okay, I'm a man who does good deeds without seeking rewards. Thinking of the 5 antiques donated gifts from Gunther, Leon was not very interested, so he said it was righteous. On the contrary, Gunther thought Leon was telling the truth, and smiled happily and sighed, Mr. Leon, I am amazed by your noble qualities. Thank you for your reward of about 100 starting points coins. Thank you for your support. I wish you good health. Chapter 128 Clint's Proposal. Gunther's flattery made Lion's old face turn red, but he still didn't explain it clearly because of shame. Instead, he replied seriously, after all, I am also a member of Pelican Town now, so I should contribute to the development of the community. Well, that's true. Gunther nodded repeatedly, then stood up, took out a big bag from under his desk and handed it to Leon. Sure enough, I have to give you this gift to me to be at ease. I hope you don't refuse. This is what we agreed on when we first met, right? Preferred cauliflower seeds *50, seeds sow in spring and grow into large cauliflower after 36 days. When you buy the seeds, the system marks them, but unlike the cauliflower seeds bought by Leon from Pierre, this seed has a high-quality prefix in front of it. This is the seeds of cauliflower, which are very suitable for cultivation this season, and this batch of seeds was given by a well-known farmer when I was traveling around the world. The farmer told me that as long as these seeds are planted in the right soil, the chances of high-quality crops being produced after ripening. Gunther explained the particularity and source of the seed to Leon. I am just a library administrator, but I don't have my own farm, so I think this gift is its best destination. Thank you, Mr. Gunther. Leon naturally likes seeds. After all, he was just about to expand the planting range of farmland, but Gunther gave him 50 portions of seeds, which was definitely a timely rain. Not to mention these seeds are special seeds that improve the quality of mature cauliflower. Just like you said, I contribute to the development of the community. I am also a member of Pelican Town and understand the changes a large farm will bring to Pelican Town. Gunther smiled and replied to Leon in the way Leon said. Of course, this reply was a compliment. Happy cooperation. After holding the seeds, Leon shook hands with Gunther. Happy cooperation. Then I'll leave first. After all, these seeds cannot be moldy when they are left. After shook hands with Gunther, Leon offered to say goodbye. Of course, Mr. Leon still focuses on the work of the farm. I also want to write instructions for the 3 collections you brought and deposit them in the exhibition hall. Gunther smiled and expressed his understanding. After Leon said goodbye to Gunther, he left the library. However, before leaving, he suddenly wanted to hit him. There were 3 crystal holes in his hand that were not opened. It just so happened that Clint's blacksmith shop was not too far from the library. It was all here, so it was great to go find Clint to open a crystal hole. So Leon immediately turned the front of the car and rode towards Clint's blacksmith shop. Then he parked the car at the door of the blacksmith shop, took out 3 crystal holes in advance, and knocked on the door and entered the blacksmith shop. Oh, Leon, hello. I saw Li with Ang's appearance. Clint, who was screening ore, immediately put down his work and greeted him. Have you encountered a problem with building a furnace? If so, I can go to your farm to close the door. The furnace is fine. It's almost done. Thank you for your concern. This time I'm here to open the crystal hole. Leon explained his purpose and showed the 3 crystal holes in his hand. So, come on, put the crystal holes on the iron felt, and I'll give them a hammer. Seeing this, Clint immediately walked to the iron station and took out his sledgehammer, eager to try. Leon heard this and placed the crystal hole on the iron felt. Clint immediately opened the hammer, and each crystal hole was smashed and then cracked directly. If you have anything inside, just find it yourself. This is the greatest pleasure of opening the crystal cave. Seeing that all the crystal caves were smashed open, Clint put down his hammer and moved out of place, signaling Leon to search for the hidden things in the crystal cave by himself. Leon was not polite either. He went over and began to peel off the fragments of these crystal balls. Finally, he found the products of his 3 crystal holes in these fragments, and then his face turned dark. 2 of the 3 crystal caves are stones, and 1 is clay. Not to mention special minerals, you can't even see an ore. Maybe your fortune today is not very good, but don't be discouraged. After all, you opened a colorful fragment last time, and maybe one of the hundreds of omni-equinite crystal holes may not be able to be produced. In fact, you are already lucky. Clint also noticed the embarrassing gains of Lion's crystal hole this time, and comforted Leon. Looking at Clint, who didn't laugh out loud, Leon was sure that this guy was really an honest man. He immediately sighed and took 2 stones and a portion of clay in his hand. The 3 crystal holes have a handling fee of 75 yuan, right? Leon and Clint were confirming the price, but at the same time, they were not idle in their hands, and were fumbled in their pockets to find the banknotes they carried. Just give 30. Clint thought about the harvest of Leon just now, and felt a little reluctant. After all, 2 stones and a portion of clay would be worth a single digit if he acquired them. He was really embarrassed to charge Leon 75 handling fee. Friendship is friendship, transaction is transaction, we cannot be confused. Leon shook his head, then forced Clint to a $100 banknote. Remember to find money. Good. Lion's expression made Clint know that he was serious, and his senses about Leon were even better. After all, Lion's behavior of doing business and not taking advantage of small gains really made him feel very comfortable. Because he was stupid, he was often taken advantage of in trading, but Leon did not do this, which moved Clint. So in order to repay Lion's respect, Clint spoke to Leon after looking for change. Leon, if you need to open a large number of crystal holes in the future, I personally recommend you to prepare your own iron felt and forging hammer, which will save a lot of unnecessary expenses. I have iron felt and forging hammers, and you can even use materials to help you create a semi-automatic tool specifically for opening crystal holes. Ah, you don't do business, aren't you making money? Leon looked at Clint speechlessly. This kind of project that puts sustainable income is not maintained, but helps his potential customer find a solution. This kind of behavior will be despised in the business world. There are many miners in the town, and there are many people coming to open crystal holes. You are not the only one. And I'm considering it for you. After all, your farm is quite far from Pelican Town. Every time you have to come here to open crystal holes, you're in trouble. Clint explained. Okay, you don't mind anymore, I don't know what to say. How much does it cost to forge hammers and iron felt? Since Clint said so, Leon was no longer worried. It's not expensive, a set of 500 G, but I still recommend that you bring the materials and find me to customize semi-automatic crystal ball opening tools. Clint suggested. What materials do you want? Leon was actually quite curious about what the semi-automatic crystal ball was. After all, I had never seen it in the game. 5 pieces of refined quartz, 10 pieces of iron ingots, 50 stones, 2 pieces of copper ingots and 1 battery, I will get the rest of the materials. You only need to bring these materials and add a 600 G process fee. I promise you that this machine is definitely worth the money. If you open the crystal hole yourself, you have to spend a long time practicing. Moreover, it is easy to damage the minerals in the crystal hole before you are not proficient. This machine will not. I will set all parameters for you. Clint replied. Okay, I'll write it down. I'll come to you to customize this thing next time I'll collect enough materials. Leon believed Clint. Since Clint said so, he believed it. After all, he was really curious about the situation of the semi-automatic crystal ball opening machine that Clint mentioned. Chapter 129. The elf is not very happy. After saying goodbye to Clint, Leon did not answer Clint's question seriously before leaving. After all, this question is really telling the truth. Leon was afraid that Clint would not accept it, so he began to feel depressed. As for what is this problem? We have to start talking about it after opening the crystal cave in Leon. After Leon opened the crystal hole and learned about Clint's automatic crystal hole opening machine, Leon did not rush to leave, but started chatting with Clint. Because it was a chat, basically the two of them said whatever they thought of, but Leon was talking about it all the time, and Clint was listening. Clinton would say a few words occasionally, but he would speak so little. Perhaps it was because he realized that this might make Leon feel bored, so Clinton used Lion's beautiful casual suit as an entry point to ask Leon about the convenience of working on the farm in a suit. Lion's response to this was that other clothes were drying. He really chose a suit that he didn't wear very much because he didn't like to work in a suit. After all, he was not a friend who had never been a dog-licking friend. He had seen his mental state when he received a meal with the goddess and other men, so Leon had to choose to answer Clint's questions with a kind lie. Although Leon knew that even if he told the truth, he told Clint to visit Emily's house in this suit. The two also had breakfast and Chinese food together, and even completed the sumptuous lunch in the kitchen tacitly. Clint should not show too much emotional feedback in front of Leon. However, Leon could probably guess what Clint would think secretly, and could only express regrets but not empathy. Because Clint's ending was already destined, unrequited love would not get any reward. Emily herself did not like his style of the opposite sex at all, and she mentioned it twice in front of Leon. Therefore, the best solution to the truth of killing people is only Emily and Clint personally explain it clearly. If Leon helps pass the message, the two may not even have friends. After leaving the blacksmith shop and riding a bicycle back to the farm, Leon first glanced at the furnace he built in the morning and found that the flames in the furnace had been extinguished, and there was no temperature residue left when the furnace felt, and I don't know when the melting ended. However, the furnace is not hot and it is convenient for Leon to pull out the drawer for placing the copper or raw ore, and see the copper ingots that have been melted into ingots inside. The specifications are the same as the copper ingots I got for free in the miner's rest area, but the newly melted copper ingots are brighter and have clear edges. After opening the drawers of other furnaces, he found that the melted copper ingots were basically the same. Leon put them all away and put them in his backpack. After looking at the two lonely copper or rough stones left in his backpack, he sighed. If you can make up 5 pieces, you can melt a copper ingot. If you can make up 2 more pieces and 4 pieces, you can also use it to create a cherry bomb that can be unlocked by upgrading mining skills. Now there are only 2 pieces left alone, and Leon can only throw it in the box and wait for it to make up for it next time. Then Leon no longer paid attention to the situation of the furnace. He first went back to change into his regular clothes, and then took out his hoe to start reclaiming new land. After the land was already soft, Leon scattered high-quality cauliflower seeds into it one by one and watered it in time. After all 50 cauliflower seeds were planted, Leon left the newly reclaimed fields. I went to find 3 materials, fiber and coal wood, to create a new scarecrow, and carefully inserted it into the center of the newly planted cauliflower field. After all, among the crops grown in spring, cauliflower has the highest economic value, and this batch of seeds is still high-quality seeds. Leon does not allow any accidents in this cauliflower field. Whether he can grow hops and star fruits in large quantities next season, he has to count on these cauliflowers. After Leon confirms that the cauliflower has been sown intact, and there are no omissions or no soil coverage. Then he took off his shirt and sat under the eaves of the wooden house, enjoying the coolness brought by the spring breeze to take away the heat. After all, from the work of reclamation, sowing and watering was done by Leon alone, and there was no stop in the middle. Although the physical strength could keep up with the consumption, the large amount of exercise still made the body instinctively sweat a lot. When taking a shower, Leon plans to take a shower before going to bed at night. This operation of blowing and sweating dry and taking a break is also one of the ways for Leon to take a break. After sitting until the sun was declining, Leon stood up after feeling the temperature in the air. I didn't plan to wear the top. Anyway, Leon was the only one on the farm. If he was just barehanded, he wouldn't be a hooligan even if he was seen. And when he was wearing sweat-soaked clothes, even if the clothes were already dry, the smell was still quite good. After turning on the TV, Leon pressed the number 7 consecutively on the TV remote control as Malone said. After pressing the last 7, the TV station immediately jumped to a program with no sound coming from a black background. On the TV screen, except for the black background, the only ones that can be seen clearly are a wooden table in the middle of the screen, a crystal ball placed on it, and an old woman staring at the crystal ball with her hands on the table. At the same time, Leon noticed that the crystal ball on the table would emit a soft light on its own, and the old woman in a long robe who covered most of her face suddenly appeared in this dark background, creating a mysterious atmosphere very successfully. It is obvious that this is a charlatan. Oh, our show has ushered in a new audience. Let me see, it is actually from Stardew Valley, which is really rare. Just after Leon switched to this channel for only 3 seconds, the old woman on TV spoke in a hoarse voice. Leon was stunned when he heard this. He was not sure if the other party was talking about him. Since I found this place, I should be here to divine fortune. Let me listen to the elves. Oh no, poor kids, today's elves are not very happy, they may find ways to cause trouble for you. After saying this, the old woman suddenly raised her head, and Leon even felt like the other person was staring at her through the screen. This feeling was ridiculous, but it seemed natural to be in this world. But fortune does not represent everything. Children, life must continue. See you tomorrow. With the old woman's words, the TV channel automatically jumped to the news channel just now, as if nothing had happened. But when I came to Leon, I was sure that I had indeed seen and heard the predictions from the old woman, or Wervik, about her fortune today. Then Leon pressed 7 sevens under the remote control again, and then the TV program automatically jumped to the program channel of today's fortune. Oh, child, you are back. No matter how many times you try, I will tell you that your fortune today is very bad. If you want it to change, you can only wait for you to ask tomorrow. As soon as he saw Velvik, Leon heard her whisper, and before Leon could watch it for 2 seconds, the screen cut back again. When the prophecy is over, it will automatically change the channel. No wonder you can tell who needs divination at a glance. Confident that he was not dazzled or auditory hallucinated, Leon stopped trying to switch the TV channel to Velvik's Today's Divination channel. After all, there are so many times that if people are unhappy, won't they have to listen to the divination for free in the future? At the same time, Leon has a new understanding of this world. It seems that the lifestyles between ordinary people and extraordinary people are a bit different. I just don't know that ordinary people can find Velvix Today's divination channel in this way, and then get Velvix divination of the lucky fortunes of those who found this special channel. Chapter 130 He is very good. It was confirmed that Ma Long did not joke with him. There was really a special channel for Today's divination to make people understand his fortune that day, and Leon breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that it wasn't his face that was black, but the elves were making trouble. The 3 crystal holes were made of 2 stones and 1 portion of clay. That's right, that's the truth. Anyway, Leon comforted himself so much. I just don't know if the elves in Vicville's mouth are the Zanimo he knew or other elves races, but Leon recorded this special TV program and included it as a must-watch program every morning, no doubt about it. After reading the local news again, Leon found that apart from local news, there were basically no news about major events. For example, there was no relevant report on the war between the Fengile Republic and the Grot Empire. I don't know if it was because the Fengile Republic suppressed the Grot Empire to fight, so this kind of thing was not worth reporting, or because the Fengile Republic was defeated, which led to the blockade of relevant reports in order to appease the people. But Leon thinks it should be the former. After all, Jodie's husband is a soldier in this war. In the game, he will retire in the spring of the next year. Except for some sequelae of the war, he did not suffer any disability, which means that the pressure on the front line is not great. After turning off the TV, Leon began to consider the dinner issue, but soon Leon remembered that the bread he prepared last time to go to the mine had not finished, so he took out the bread, cut it into thin slices with a kitchen knife, and then put it in a frying pan and fry it slightly with oil, which was a simple dinner. This fried bread tastes very much like fried steamed buns. After all, they are made of wheat flour, but the fried bread slices taste drier and have a bit more dregs, but the taste is acceptable. In addition, Leon does not like to waste food, so these fried steamed buns are basically wiped out. After eating and drinking, taking a shower, and cleaning the clothes, Leon changed into new socks and shoes. It has been more than a week since he came to Stardew Valley. Leon always goes out during the day and goes to bed at night. He has not experienced the fun of night tours yet, so he plans to go out for a walk tonight. The direction of Pelican Town is no longer there. After all, it has been a long time to go back and forth, and when you meet an acquaintance, you have to say hello to chat about family matters. Leon simply chose to head towards the remote forest north of the farm. Climbing along the stone steps and feeling the night wind, Leon strolled on the mountain road, looking up from time to time. There was no other special place except for various tall trees. However, it is not boring to occasionally see birds and squirrels jumping around the canopy. Following the remote forest, Leon walked for a long time before he noticed that he had gone around the northern foothills and looked down the steep slope on the side, and could see Robin's house with lights on it. I've walked a little far, it's time to go back. There was no intention of disturbing Robin. Leon thought that the time was almost over, so he planned to return the same way, but heard a shout. Is it you, Leon? Maru. Leon looked down the hillside and noticed that the person who greeted him was Maru. If this girl was not standing on the roof and wearing a blue work clothes, Leon would have been unable to tell where she was from the darkness. This is definitely not racial discrimination, it is just someone's racial talent. Are you here for a walk? Because the two of them were only separated by a hillside, Maru and Leon shouted in front of their mouths when they spoke in a trumpet-shaped hands. Yes, and you? Come out to enjoy the moon at night? The other party said hello first, and Leon naturally turned around and ran away, shouting to Maru who was going downhill. I'm looking at the stars, I like astronomy very much. Maru shouted at Leon, pointing to the astronomical telescope beside him. Look at the stars, that's pretty good. Leon responded. Do you like to see the stars? Maru asked back. I don't like it very much. Leon replied. Why? Maru asked. Because I was almost killed by the stars before. Leon complained, there is still a star lying in my farm now. I can't knock it, and I can't move it or move it away. I'm so annoying. Ah! Did your farm be hit by a meteorite? Maru was shocked when she heard this, then looked at Leon with her head raised and looked up and down, but I have never heard of this in the town. Your farm is fine. What can happen? There is an extra hard bone that cannot be chewed. There is nothing else, otherwise I can still make some compensation from the insurance company. Leon replied in a joking tone. It's fine, but you said you couldn't move that meteorite, but after falling, it didn't hurt your farm due to the impact. I'm curious about the situation of this meteorite. Can I make an appointment with you to visit the meteorite on your farm? Maru breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked Leon with an excited and nervous expression. Of course. Leon did not refuse, after all, he just looked at the meteorites, and he was not here to fight Kai Yifeng. He could still earn personal favors without any losses. This deal was very cost-effective. Moreover, Leon also quite admires the character of a genius girl like Maru. In addition, Maru is beautiful and has a good temperament. In addition to being a little darker in her skin, she can basically be regarded as a perfect girl. Thank you, how about tomorrow? I'll take a break tomorrow. Maru got Lion's permission and the horse smiled. Her white and neat teeth could even reflect under the moonlight, which made Leon amazed. Yes, but don't come too early, otherwise I won't have time to entertain you, Leon added. I know that morning is your busiest time, and you need to water the plants. Maru immediately understood what Leon meant, then waved his arm and greeted Leon, by the way, you are going to try my astronomical telescope. It has high accuracy and can see the surface of the moon clearly. You can try it out. I think you may fall in love with astronomy. This invitation was not on Maru's whim. She just thought that the starry sky was really beautiful and mysterious. She felt that Leon was frightened by the meteorites, so she hated the stars. Maybe she could help him recognize the beauty of the starry sky. No, it's getting late, I have to go back and rest. Unfortunately, Leon didn't appreciate it. After all, he went to someone else's house at night and watched the stars with his daughter on the balcony. Leon was afraid that his daughter would be beaten to the black uncle. Yes, then you go back early, good night Leon, see you tomorrow. Good night Maru. After waving his hand to say goodbye to Maru, Leon returned to the farm along the remote forest. Maru, after watching Leon leave, noticed that his father had climbed onto the rooftop. Who are you talking to just now? As soon as we met, Maru's father, the black geologist Demetrius, asked. It's Leon, who was walking to the back mountain, the farmer who just came to Stardew Valley. Maru replied. Yes, then why should I listen to you? See you? Demetrius asked. Because a meteorite fell on the farm in Lyon, I want to go to his side to see it, Maru explained. Are you going alone? Demetrius asked back. Yes. Maru nodded. Dad, are you interested in that meteorite too? Of course. Demetrius smiled and nodded, but his teeth were about to be broken. Then let's go together tomorrow, but I have to go over and ask Leon first. After all, trespassing into the farm is a crime. Maru didn't know what her father was thinking, but was very happy that her father could go and see the meteorites in the farm with him. However, she also understood the laws and regulations, so she greeted her father in advance. Don't worry, boy, I believe he will let me go with you. Demetrius comforted Maru. Well, I think Leon won't refuse, he's very good. Maru said to his father, not paying attention to Demetrius' expression after he said this. Chapter 131 Laziness is the source of technological progress. Leon, who returned to the farm, brushed his teeth and went to bed to rest. When the sunlight the next day rose, Leon opened his eyes and began to wash and breakfast every day, and then began to water the crops in the field. This watering took more than an hour. The sprinkler kettle is still a little slower, so I have to think of a way. After watering, Leon took back the kettle, and began to think about how to improve the efficiency of watering without upgrading the sprinkler kettle. In fact, there are quite a lot of methods, such as getting some sprinklers, or digging a canal to divert water into the field, but the sprinkler formula required for the former is not unlocked by itself, while the latter is prone to excessive water diversion and flooding the crops. Leon could think of the easiest and most practical method, which was the combination of the pump and the leather pipe. However, it is a question where to buy a pump. It just so happened that Maru is going to visit her on the farm today. You can ask her about the situation. First, ask her if her stepmother Robin is there, and then ask her. Will do it. But I don't know when Maru will come, so after Leon finished watering, he entered the wooden house and turned on the TV. Oh, it's you again, a child from Stardew Valley. Let me help you listen to the elves' whispers and see your fortune today. Turning the TV channel to Velvic's Today's Divination, Velvic found Leon listening. I'm very happy today's elves, kid, you have to have good luck. After saying that, the TV channel switched back to the movie channel that Leon watched before turning off the TV yesterday. Are you lucky? It seems to be very suitable to go to the mine. As soon as I heard that my fortune is good today, Leon became addicted to mine. After all, most of the formulas unlocked by the system require mineral materials, and the gems in the mine are also an extremely attractive source of additional income. In addition, Leon is idle now, and if he doesn't go to the mine to get some things in his body, Leon always feels that he has lost 100 million yuan. But today I made an appointment with Maru again, which gave Leon a headache, so I had to check out the time of Maru's visit. He could wait until 9 o'clock at most. If Maru did not show up after 9 o'clock, he would have to drop the visit invitation and go straight to the mine. He glanced at the watch in his hand. It was only 7 o'clock now. Thinking that he was going to go to the mine today, Leon began to prepare for the march into the mine. First, he cleaned his backpack, leaving only picks, hose and 99 stones as emergency reserves. Because of the last mining level improvement, he unlocked a must-have prop for mines. Stairs. Quickly open the passage to the next floor of the mine. Required materials, 99 stones. Of course, Leon did not create stairs in advance to make reserves. After all, he was not sure whether he could use this thing. The consumption of 99 stones is quite luxurious for Leon today. Try not to use it if you can. Then I got my backpack. Although I couldn't hold any heavy items, it was also great to decorate lightweight things. Although the space for the backpack to go out to the mine last time was enough, it would be easy to bring more backpacks, so I can be considered as having a good time. And this time, Leon didn't plan to purchase material reserves. He bought mineral water last time but didn't finish drinking it. There were 18 bottles left. Leon didn't like to eat bread, so he took advantage of his spare time to take a basin of flour and 3 eggs from the refrigerator. Leon was preparing to make some pancakes himself as reserve grain. Knead the dough and roll the dough and add eggs, stack the cut leeks and sprinkle them with oil, and finally fry until both sides are golden and served on the pan. Wait for cooling. Start frying for the second pot. After 2 people used up all the dough, looking at the tall pancakes piled in the basin, Leon put them into the system backpack. Although it occupies a grid, the things stored in the system backpack will be stuck in time and are isolated from the world. The pancakes placed in it will not rot even if they are left for dozens of days. This is what Leon likes most about the system backpack, because this function is used to store food that is easily damaged and deteriorated, which is much better than that of refrigerators. When Leon started to clean the frying pan and dough basin, Maru appeared at the entrance of Red Star Farm. Hi, Leon, good morning. From a distance, I saw Leon squatting beside the wooden house washing the pot. Maru waved his hands and greeted Leon. Good morning, Maru. Leon responded, you can take a walk first, I'll finish it later. Yeah. Maru nodded, and then immediately turned her attention to the regular farmland in front of the wooden house. After a rough look, through the plants that have sprouted and even some crops that are about to enter the maturity stage, Maru sighed, the land on your farm is really fertile, and the cultivation skills are outstanding. These plants grow very well and are all very healthy. But with such a large area, can you take care of them? It's okay, just force it. Leon replied humbly. I originally planned to come here to help you early, but it seems that you have finished watering. I really can't imagine how early you get up in the morning. Seeing that the soil at the roots of plants in such a large scale was moist, Maru knew that Leon had completed the daily watering work. When it comes to watering, Maru, do you know if Robin sells pumps? Leon, who had already washed the frying pan, walked to Maru and asked. There is really no such device. You have to buy it in the city, because there are no people in the town who need it. Maru replied. Then will you do it? Leon continued to ask. Have you tried the pump? I haven't tried it, but I know the theory, it should be able to make it. Maru helped him down and thought for a moment, what's wrong, do you need a pump? Well, I plan to use a pump to pump out the water from the reservoir and then use the hose and pressurized nozzle to complete the semi-automation of the watering work. Leon explained. It's indeed a good idea. Maru's eyes lit up when she heard this. Leon, I didn't expect you to think of using this method to liberate complex farm work. I thought you were the traditional farmer. After all, technology changes life, and there are more convenient and fast ways. Why do we have to follow tradition? Laziness is the driving force for technological progress, right? Leon replied to Maru. When Maru listened to Lion's words, she couldn't help but hold her glasses, and nodded excitedly. Yeah, Leon, you summarized it so well. It's true that you are from a big city. This has nothing to do with whether I came from a big city. Just like you live in Pelican Town, you don't hide your scientific research talent, right? Leon asked back. I just learned more and more than others. Moreover, my father is also an excellent scientist, so I have the current knowledge reserves under his guidance. Maru hurriedly explained, as if he was not adapted to Lion's praise. Oh, by the way, my dad wants to come and see the meteorite. Leon, can I let him come together? Speaking of his father, Maru immediately remembered that his father was still waiting outside the farm to help him get Lion's application to approve him to enter the farm. Of course. Leon did not refuse, and at the same time he could understand Demetrius's thoughts. Chapter 132 Like Cabello. The daughter-slave Demetrius could be assured that Maru, a girl, came to her place, probably without knowing it. If he knew in Demetrius that Maru had planned to go to a farm run by a strange man alone and agreed to Maru to go to the meeting alone, then he would not have to be called a daughter-slave. Now Maru said that her father also wanted to visit the meteorites. When he heard in Leon, he meant that her father was coming to supervise the scene and ensured that the two did not do any other extreme behavior other than studying meteorites. With Lion's permission, Maru immediately thanked Leon, then turned around and ran out of the farm. After a while, Maru appeared on the farm with a tall Nigo wearing a blue shirt and a black charcoal face. Hello, Mr. Leon, I took the liberty to bother. I am Maru's father, geologist and botanist, Demetrius. As soon as they met, Demetrius introduced himself to Leon. Leon, the farmer of Red Star Farm, I'm glad to know you, Mr. Demetrius. Leon responded with a smile. Since you two are here for the meteorite, we don't need to exchange greetings. Let's go and see our protagonist today. Leon glanced at the time on his watch. It was almost 8 o'clock, so in order not to waste his time in the mine in the future, he went straight to the point. Demetrius was a little surprised when he heard this, as if he was not used to Lion's simple behavior. On the contrary, when Maru heard this, she clapped her hands excitedly. Okay, let's go and have a look. I really want to know the situation of this meteorite and what interesting things can be found on it. Leon didn't say anything else, walked forward and led the way. After a moment, he took the two of them to the meteorite landing point next to the greenhouse, and then moved away from his position. It is a real meteorite, and it is an extremely rare mineral-containing meteorite. This color and state should be able to mine iridium ore. Maru reached the conclusion at the first glance when she saw the meteorite. Maru is right, but I'm very confused. The movement of this type of meteorite landing will not be too small. If it really falls from outer space, not to mention your farm, I'm afraid even Pelican Town will be affected by the shock wave of its fall. Why is there only a shallow pit left here? Compared to the meteorite that Maru is concerned about, Demetrius cares more about the origin of this meteorite. When he saw the landing point of this meteorite, he did not believe that the meteorite fell from the sky because it was unscientific. So in his guess, this meteorite is more like the young man Leon who knew that his daughter liked to study astronomy and spent a lot of money to attract Maru's attention to his preferences. Although Mr. Demetrius is a scientist, I would like to ask, do you believe in the existence of Yuba? Leon could naturally understand Demetrius' subtext, but he did not directly explain the actual situation, but chose to ask rhetorically. I don't believe it. Demetrius shook his head and replied, after all, this is just a legend, a myth that begins with folk customs. So you are a scientific scholar? Leon asked. Well, what I pursue is the truth of science, not the so-called faith. Demetrius nodded and confirmed. Then I have nothing to explain to you. Leon shrugged. Leon really has nothing to say about such a person who only recognizes science. If it is on Earth, then Leon is definitely standing in Demetrius's point of view. After all, he is also an atheist, but this world is different. This world really has extraordinary power. Is it because you can't find an excuse? Demetrius asked, squinting his eyes at Leon. No, I just feel that our understanding of the world is not on the same level. Leon was not angry when he heard Demetrius's sarcastic tone. After all, the other party may have made some achievements on the scientific side, but on the mysterious side, he is just a Lai Cabello who is looking at the sky from a well. Is that? I think young people should read more books and learn some useful knowledge. Beliefs can have, but it seems a bit irrational to use faith as an excuse for certain things. Demetrius mocked again. Leon laughed loudly and unrestrainedly when he heard this. His laughter scared Maru and Demetrius. Ha ha ha, then what do you think of monsters as a scientist, Mr. Demetrius? Leon continued to ask. Some dangerous creatures that are different from the direction of human evolution. Although Demetrius was a little confused, but he answered according to his own understanding. What about those explorers who can fight monsters? Leon asked. The elite warriors who have strengthened their physical fitness and mastered combat skills through exercise. What is the meaning of asking these questions? You won't tell me that monsters are the punishments of gods for humanity, and explorers are the believers of God, right? Demetrius continued, while also guessing the purpose of Lion's asking these questions. That's not, I'm just curious about what the world looks like in the eyes of ordinary people. Leon replied with his shoulders shrugged. Then Leon stopped paying attention to Demetrius and asked Maru, Maru, do you see what's going on with this meteorite? Do you think this thing is valuable? Can it be sold? There should be people you like to buy at a high price, but it is difficult to find such people. It should be difficult for you to sell this meteorite. Although he realized that Leon was a little inconsistent with his father, Maru still helped Leon do an analysis. Can it be broken through scientific instruments? Leon asked. After all, such a large meteorite was placed on the farm. Leon felt that it was annoying. He either broke it and took the ore, or sold it for money. It was understandable to keep it as a souvenir in the game, but it was meaningless in reality. It's very difficult. Meteorites containing iridium ore are very strong and require a polymer cutting machine to completely break it. Maru replied. What a pity. Leon knew when he heard this, he could not clean up the meteorite for the time being. Do you have anything else you want to see? Or you want to study it? If you don't have it, you can go back. I will have to go to the mine to mine later. Seeing that neither of them seemed to be able to help him deal with the meteorite, Leon planned to issue an order to expel the guest. "I want to collect a small piece of meteorite fragments and go back to do research," Maru asked. "Of course, but how do you take the pieces? After all, the hardness is here." Leon was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then asked curiously. "You can use this." Maru took out a translucent knife from her body and the blade was as thin as a cicada's wing and explained, "This is a diamond carving knife. If you spend some effort, you should be able to cut a small piece of fragments." Chapter 133 Are you waiting for death here? Leon didn't expect that Maru had such a good thing, but it wasn't too surprising. After all, are they a scientist or a scientist with strong Hansen ability? Isn't it normal for some useful tools to have some easy Taos tools? Then you try it. Since Maru has the means to collect samples, Leon will naturally not be stingy. After all, cutting such a large meteorite can only be considered a drop in the bucket after cutting a small piece of fragments. After getting the agreement, Maru immediately smiled happily. "Thank you, Leon, I will try to take samples from some inconspicuous corners to ensure that it will not affect your meteorite structure and appearance." Then Maru began to look for the location of the cut around the meteorite. At this moment, Demetrius whispered to Leon, "Young man, I don't know what you meant before, but I have to tell you that Maru is a real scientist. She is very smart. Although she is a little confused in character, I don't think you can attract her curiosity with some illusory things." "Do you think I want to fuck her?" Leon almost laughed out loud when he heard Demetrius's words. Although Maru is an absolute beauty among the black group, Leon really has no interest in Maru. "Isn't it? After all, she is so outstanding," Demetrius asked proudly. "Just be happy." Leon shrugged, too lazy to say more to this frog in the well, especially when he knew he was still a daughter. "If you can stay away from this kind of person, try to stay away if you don't contact him. Although he won't bite people, it's disgusting." Demetrius thought Leon was too exhausted, and his expression was even more proud. "I have been young too. I know what you young people think. Instead of using these meaningless myths and behaviors that do not conform to scientific common sense to attract girls, it is better to learn more useful knowledge to build common topics with excellent girls. Of course, for Maru, this method may not work. She is a real genius and is not from the same world as you." "Ah!" Just as Demetrius was chattering in Lion's ears, Maru's screams planned his nagging. At this moment, Leon and Demetrius rushed towards Maru together. Demetrius was worried about Maru's safety, while Leon was worried about Maru's accident and would be unlucky on his farm, so both of them were anxious and moved very quickly. Fortunately, it was only a few steps away, and the two of them came to Maru when they were dizzy and noticed Maru's situation. At this moment, Maru was covering her mouth and pointing at a small, inconspicuous gap on the meteorite. There was a piece of meteorite fragment she cut with a diamond carving knife on the ground, about the size of a fingernail. But these are not the key points. The key point is that in the small gap, a sticky purple mucus actually poured out, and the flowing speed quickly piled up on the ground into a small purple pool. "Can meteorites bleed?" Leon complained when he saw this. "It should be some kind of liquid hidden in the meteorite, which flowed out because there was a gap in the meteorite shell. Demetrius used the latest update scientific statements speculate. Am I in trouble? Maru looked at Leon at a loss and said. Leon was just about to comfort Maru. This was not a problem, as long as your father could lose money. But the next moment, Leon felt his heartbeat start to accelerate, and a sense of crisis surged into his heart, and the blood in his body also accelerated the circulation under the influence of this feeling, making Leon feel a little excited. I feel in danger, you two stay away. After saying this, Leon did not worry about Maru and Demetrius being by his side, and directly took out the Galaxy watermelon knife from the system backpack. Then, in the shocked eyes of Demetrius and Maru, the blade extended to the length of 1 meter that was most convenient for Leon to use. Where did he take out the weapon? Demetrius stared at the Galaxy watermelon sword in Lion's hand with a blank look. This weapon is different from the carving knife that Maru could carry with him. Before it became longer, the length of this strange-looking weapon was 40 or 50 centimeters, not like something that could be kept close to the body. After all, Leon was wearing a relatively close-fitting dress, and Demetrius had not seen anything hidden and raised on Leon before. It's so cool. This is Maru's sigh. After all, Lion's temperament changed a lot after holding the weapon, and his serious expression and excellent appearance are even more charming. Although they were all sighing, they did not forget Lion's advice, and they stayed away from the vicinity of the meteorite together, and then stood there looking at Leon holding a weapon. Leon had no time to pay attention to the onlookers. At this moment, he had locked his vision in the pool of purple slime on the ground. Leon was sure that the source of the sense of crisis was this purple mucus. Sure enough, after the last drop of purple mucus flowing out of the small gap of the meteorite merged with the piece underground, the ball of purple mucus condensed into a spherical shape and began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a giant purple slime appeared next to the meteorite. This guy's body size is smaller than the giant green slime that Leon encountered in the mine before, but it also has a diameter of nearly 2 meters, which brings a much stronger sense of pressure than the giant green slime. Because at the moment of expansion, the guy jumped up with a sensitivity that was completely inconsistent with his body shape and smashed towards where Leon was. Leon, who was prepared for a long time, would naturally not stay in place and wait for being flattened. While leaning back, his waist exerted force. A chic backflip avoided the impact of the giant purple slime, and then quickly adjusted his movements. He stepped forward and slashed with a heavy blow. The sharp Galaxy watermelon knife easily cut through the giant purple slime's body, leaving an extremely conspicuous crack. However, after Leon took back the Galaxy watermelon knife, the crack was filled and restored by mucus. However, Leon also noticed that the giant purple slime after the wound was restored to a circle. Stay away, are you waiting to die here? Again avoiding the collision of the giant purple slime, Leon noticed that Maru and Demetrius, who were only 10 meters away from the place where he fought with the giant purple slime, roared. Oh! The father and daughter came to their senses as Lion's scolding sounds and understood the current dangerous situation. Demetrius directly pulled Maru away, and at the same time did not forget to shout, "Leon, hold on, I'll help find someone to help you." No need. After saying this, Leon directly lengthened and thickened the Galaxy watermelon knife in his hand, and rushed sideways, using the joint force between his hands and waist to let the blade pass through the center of the giant purple slime's body, successfully dividing it into two. This time the giant purple slime of the wound could not heal. Just like the monster in the mine died, it began to decompose and weather, and finally only 3 rhombus ores were left with glossy blue and purple. Iridium ore, resource, a unique ore with many rare attributes that can be melted into an iridium ingot. The 3 iridium ores were held in their hands and the system consciously marked them. Chapter 134, I Want It All. Tisk 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 tisk, it's only 3. If you make up 5, you can melt an iridium ingot. 3 pieces are useful. Although Leon disliked him, he still honestly put it in his backpack. After all, this is iridium ore, a genuine top mineral resource. Leon, are you okay? After seeing that Leon had solved the giant purple slime, Maru immediately ran to Leon despite his father's obstruction and asked. After all, this matter has a lot to do with her. If she hadn't broken the shell of the meteorite and released this dangerous monster, Leon wouldn't have had to take the risk of fighting with it. It's just a slime, just take it. Leon waved his hand, then restored the galaxy watermelon knife in his hand to its permanent state and put it into his backpack. Anyway, when I took it out, I had already seen it by Maru and Demetrius when I took it out, so there was no need to hide it. It's so cool, where did you hide that weapon? Maru watched Lion's hand disappear out of thin air, and was immediately aroused by curiosity. Space folding technology, black technology. Leon said perfunctorily. Sorry, Maru's behavior has caused you trouble, as long as you're fine. Demetrius also came over at this moment, apologizing to Leon with a complex expression. It's okay, there is no threat anyway. It's the loss caused by this unexpected situation. Mr. Demetrius, look. Leon bypassed Maru and came to Demetrius and rubbed his hands, implying that Demetrius had some blood. Demetrius naturally understood what Leon meant and nodded, I will compensate, but it's not cash. Then what can you compensate? Leon asked back. When this farm was abandoned, I visited it once during a land survey. I noticed that there was a natural cave here, and the space and environment were excellent, so I could help you transform the cave. Demetrius said this and patiently explained, I can now provide 2 solutions, one is to transform it into a fruit bat cave. This transformation will attract fruit bat populations. Their habit is to like to hide fruit in the caves where they live, which can allow you to obtain fresh fruits collected by these fruit bats for a long time. The other is the transformation solution is a mushroom cave. I will arrange about 6 fungi cultivation tanks inside, and take advantage of the environmental advantages of the cave to enable you to achieve fully automatic mushroom cultivation origin. Let's go to the fruit bat cave. Leon decided directly. He is really familiar with the cave renovation. Although this is a fixed plot triggered by Demetrius when the player's total assets reach 25,000 G. Demetrius will come to your farm in the morning to tell you that some of his research needs help. He will then improve the cave to attract fruit bats or produce mushrooms, and the transformation type is chosen by the player. Although it has become compensation, Leon is not unacceptable. After all, he has not made enough money yet, and he is not sure if he has made enough money. Demetrius will follow the plot. It would be better to use it as compensation to unlock this additional profit item as soon as possible. As for choosing to open a fruit bat cave, it is also the result of Lion's consideration, because Leon can not only rely on the fruits brought back by these fruit bats to make money, but also gain experience in wild picking by harvesting these fruits. These fruits are likely to have high-quality individuals, and the fruit output range is very wide, some of which even require planting fruit trees to obtain. Leon has not found where to buy fruit trees, and the sacrifices in the old community center require fruits from various types of fruit trees, which can provide additional channels for fruit trees to produce fruits, so Leon will naturally not let it go. Although the mushroom hole is also pretty good, considering that the mushroom hole needs to be picked every day, and picking mushrooms does not increase wild picking experience and cannot obtain high-quality mushrooms, Leon is still not willing to consider the mushroom hole option. Dad, why don't you add both transformations? After all, the living environment of fruit bats and mushrooms is basically the same, and one is on the ground and the other is on the top of the rock, and the living space does not overlap. Maru, who was listening on the side, suddenly spoke. Oh, can this be done? Leon became interested in hearing that he could actually enjoy the benefits of the two transformations. It's true, but this is quite troublesome, and the fruit bats may destroy the incubator. Demetrius glanced at Maru helplessly and explained to Leon. It's good to use birch wood on the fungi seed incubator. Fruit bats hate the taste of birch the most. As long as birch is used as the incubator, those fruit bats will not actively destroy the growth environment of the mycelium, and the feces of fruit bats can also become fertilizer for fungi development, killing two birds with one stone. Maru analyzed seriously. Ahem, Mr. Demetrius, I think Maru's proposal is very good, and if both transformations can be carried out, it is also a good research direction. The topic is the symbiotic relationship between animals and plants. I think it is very confusing. Leon echoed on the side. After all, it would be too cruel to let him choose one of them when he knew that he could ask for everything. Then Leon refused because he was worried that Demetrius would hate trouble and continued, if it is troublesome, Mr. Demetrius cannot modify the cave. After all, it was an accident, and it was a good result for Maru to ensure safety. However, I am still a little unfamiliar with the situation of the meteorite. I may invite Merido to the farm several times in the future to help me study. Of course, I will accompany Maru to study with him to avoid such an accident today. As soon as he heard this, Demetrius immediately realized Leon's ulterior motives. He knew that Leon was using Maru as an excuse to threaten him, but Demetrius dared not bet whether Leon had any other intentions. This was a pure plot, but he had no choice. Okay, I will help you transform the cave into an environment suitable for the symbiosis of fruit bats and mushrooms. As for the study of this meteorite, a small sample is enough to analyze. Maru still needs to deal with academic and clinic work, so there is not much time to come here to study meteorites. It's understandable, then thank you Mr. Demetrius first. Seeing that Demetrius compromised, Leon could no longer suppress the smile on his face. Maru was also relieved while being happy for Leon. After all, her previous behavior caused a big trouble. Fortunately, Leon's military value was very high, avoiding the danger of monsters. Demetrius sighed and urged Maru, Maru, let's take the sample of this meteorite and leave. Didn't Mr. Leon say he would go to the mine to mine? We can't delay his work arrangements. Well, I'll bother you this time Aang, I must thank you for your help when I have the chance. Maru nodded obediently, and then took the small meteorite sample that had been cut off before with Demetrius, and said goodbye to Leon in Demetrius' unhappy expression. It's all a trivial matter. Goodbye, Mr. Demetrius, look forward to your cave renovation plan. Leon waved his arms and happily sent Demetrius and Maru away. Chapter 135 The Master's Commission. Watching Maru and Dmitrius leave the farm, Leon immediately came to the edge of the meteorite and knocked on the appearance of the meteorite that had not changed. Except for the pain in the fingers, he did not feel the feeling of emptying because of the flow of purple slime body fluids. If it were you, I would choose to use a high-strength pick to break it instead of using my hands. Just as Leon was about to squat down and look inside the gap to look at the internal structure of the meteorite, the voice of Master Razmedes came to his ears. "Master Razmedes, why are you here?" Leon asked curiously as he looked at Razmedes standing next to the meteorite at some point. "Your farm barrier is activated, so I'll come and see what's going on." Master Razmedes explained, "I should have reminded you when the slime that makes up purple slimes flowed out, but it seems that your perception of danger is okay, so I chose to watch." "So before this meteorite is broken, you don't know that there is a slime hidden inside?" Leon was a little curious when he heard this. "Yes, the shell of the iridium meteorite is very powerful, insulated from magic, so I didn't notice that there was a living purple slime hidden inside," Master Razmedes said, then stretched out his hand to build 9 slimes in the air with magic. Although these slimes look the same, the color difference is huge. "Look, the creature of slime is very special. It has many types of formation, and it can be classified as a variety of elemental attributes because of the difference in color. Each slime has its own color. For example, the green slime you encounter in a mine represents life. In addition to having the basic characteristics of slime, this slime can reproduce quickly is the characteristic ability given by its elemental attributes, but most slimes are born according to the attributes originally possessed by this world." After saying that, Master Razmedes pointed to the meteorite. "Iridium meteorite is different. It is a creature that does not belong to our planet, but it likes to fall on this planet. Iridium's power is very special and powerful, so the purple slime individual born in its star marrow can be regarded as a dangerous monster. You are very lucky to find such an individual on the farm that was weakened by the power of the barrier. If there is no barrier, you may be in big trouble." In other words, is the purple slime I just killed a weakened version? Thinking of the speed and healing ability of the purple slime before, Leon was a little shocked. The weakened version is at this strength, so why is the complete body going to take off? Yes, the size and strength of the purple slimes that were truly born in iridium will definitely surprise you, but you won't encounter them in a short time. Razmedes confirmed. "Thank you for popular science." Leon thanked Razmedes in his heart. After all, this big guy will come to see the situation as long as there is any trouble here. He can also help Leonco, limited to spread some special knowledge. He is definitely a reliable elder, and this is also a benefit from his grandfather. "I just took advantage of your battle and checked this iridium meteorite. The purple slime you killed was the only individual among the meteorites, so you don't need to worry about the meteorite's other threats." Razmedes continued to say to Leon, "And you stripped this purple slime in advance, which is also a good thing for you. Is it because the threat was eliminated in advance?" Leon asked back. "That's right, slimes need to eat. If it is trapped in this ore, it will consume the energy in this iridium meteorite because it needs to maintain its activity. While it becomes stronger, it will also swallow all the iridium ore inside into ordinary stones. When you have a powerful enough tool to knock it open, you may only have a powerful slime and some stones without any attributes." Razmedes explained. "So that's it." Leon nodded, and the useful knowledge increased again. "Okay, that's all I've said. I just heard from the side that you plan to explore the mine today, right? Razmedes waved his hand and then suddenly changed the topic. Yeah. Leon looked at the time. It was not yet 9 o'clock, so there was plenty of time to go to the mine. Then I need to entrust you to do a favor. Razmedes said. The 9 slime models in his hand dissipated and replaced by a single slime, but unlike other slimes, the color of this slime has been changing. Multicolored slime, a variant of slime, a very strange little guy. It can drop magical substance such as colorful rubber. I need it for research. It is a commission. If you encounter it, remember to take it back and bring me. I will give you a generous reward. How rich? Leon asked curiously. That depends on your choice. Razmedes said to Leon with a smile, I can provide 2 kinds of rewards, one is money, and the other is only gadget that is very helpful to you. Can you understand the bottom? Leon tentatively. You can only know after you meet the colorful slime and successfully get the colorful slime. I will not stipulate that you can complete this task within a limited time. You just need to get the colorful slime. After Razmedes said that, he disappeared directly in front of Leon. I hate Ritter man. This sentence is not the first time Leon has said it. It is about to become his catchphrase. After all, most of the big guys in Stardew Valley are riddle people. I don't know if it is to maintain their unfathomable personality or simply be in the bad taste. However, since the mage Razmedes has thrown out the bait, whether in interest or curious, Leon will not give up on the idea of accepting this commission. After all, if you reveal something in the cracks of your fingers, you can feed yourself now. Such a good opportunity to fetch the wool, you can't miss it, especially the helpful gadgets mentioned by Razmedes, which Leon is very interested in. Originally, going to the mine was Leon's personal plan, but now he was commissioned by a mage. With double motivation, Leon went back to the wooden house and carried his backpack, and rode his bike towards the mine. However, this time Leon did not start from Pelican Town, but walked directly from the remote forest on the northern side of the farm. It took only 20 minutes to walk to the northern foothills yesterday. Now there are bicycles as transportation tools, so the speed is much faster. It's just that most of the terrain is not suitable for riding a bicycle. Fortunately, there is a system backpack, so Leon doesn't need to carry a bicycle. There are basically no people in this area, so Leon doesn't have to be afraid of exposing the existence of the system backpack. Although it has been exposed once today, Leon is not worried about it at all. After all, if a person is special or may easily attract unnecessary attention and danger, but this special existence occurs in groups, then your particularity may not be so eye-catching. After all, there are still tall men holding on to the sky, and there are many big guys on it. Just develop like this little Karami, who is just a little bitch. Chapter 136 Dumbfire. On the way to the mine, Leon thought he would meet Linus, but when he walked around the back mountain behind Robin's house, he took a special glance at Linus' camp and found that there was no trace of Linus there. Linus was not seen when passing by the mountain lake in front of the mine, which made him a little curious about where Linus was going. As for the Explorer Guild, Leon did not mean to say hello. After all, the door is open at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Seeing that the business hours are open, I should have been staying up all night and taking a rest during the day. I knocked on the door early in the morning and disturbed my dreams. Leon was afraid that he would be chopped by Ma along with his sword. The entrance to the mine is still the same. It looks pitch black from the outside and you can only see clearly the situation inside the entrance to the mine after entering. This time, Leon did not take the stairs, but went straight to the elevator and went down to the 5th underground floor of the mine. After leaving the elevator door, Leon was stunned for a moment, then silently took out a pickaxe and began to knock on the stones and copper-containing ore that had been cleaned up last time, but this time it was filled with the stones and copper-containing ore again. Dang dang dang. The sound of knocking echoing in the mine cave was endless. Leon basically did not let go of any copper ore. After cleaning up all the copper-containing ore in this layer, he began to target the pickaxe at the stone. Looking at the stairs tunnel that appeared under the stones that were broken by himself, Leon raised his eyebrows and looked at the remaining stones in the 5th underground mine, and suddenly felt inexplicably sad. Today's fortune is pretty good, so I knocked on more than a dozen copper ore and the first ordinary stone, and found the stairway leading to the next floor. Compared to the last time I went down the mine, I almost knocked a whole floor of mine before I could see the stairs tunnel. Leon didn't dare to imagine how bad my fortune was that day. After looking at the 5th underground mine cave again and confirming that there were no missing copper-containing ore, Leon went down the stairs to the 6th floor underground. The environment of this layer is a little different. The overall space is not wide, but is similar to a tunnel, and mine truck tracks are also laid on the underground rock formations. Moreover, the number of stones and copper-containing ore on this layer is obviously scarce, but there are quite a lot of green slimes, and Leon remembers correctly that wherever there are tracks, there are mine cars loaded with coal. Walking along the mine truck track to the other side, and cleaning up the nearby green slimes, Leon saw a broken mine truck at the end of the track. The mine cart is different from the game. The mine cart seen by Leon is 3 carriages. The first car has been destroyed and only the wheel hubs and a little wooden boards laid in the shelf shop. However, the second and third carriages are well preserved, and one is filled with coal and the other is filled with copper ore. This made Leon's eyes lit up, and then he climbed directly onto the mine cart, using the characteristics of the small magnetic ring to cooperate with the system backpack to take all of these unknown items into his pocket. Subtracting the 22 copper ores he had just obtained on the 5th underground floor, Leon just plundered these 2 cars and got 90 copper ore and 68 coal. Such a fortune made Leon uncontrollably feel an impulse in his heart and he planned to take action for him. I found the system panel, found the manufacturing page, and chose the cherry bomb. Synthesis. In an instant, all 112 copper ores were converted into cherry bombs, totaling 28. Then Leon took out a cherry bomb from his backpack, and looked at it as the red projectile as the size of a cherry, rubbed his hands excitedly. Cherry bomb, made it will cause a small explosion, stand behind. Simple and clear but meaningless annotations, there is no detailed data on the explosion range at all, and only a small explosion outline was used. The specific explosion range still needs Leon to explore it himself. However, Leon did not plan to try this floor. After all, he had found a stair pit leading to the next floor near the mine cart, and the density of stones on this floor was too low, so it would definitely be a loss of blood with a bomb. Following the stairs and tunnels to the 7th floor underground, Leon nodded with satisfaction. The density of the stones and copper-containing ore in this mine is quite high, so Leon aims at a rock cluster and throws out the cherry bomb in his hand. But something embarrassing happened. The cherry bomb landed and rolled around, then Leon waited for a long time without waiting for the expected explosion. Then Leon carefully came over and realized that it was because he did not ignite the lead fire. This situation made Leon a little speechless, but what he was speechless was not that the cherry bomb needed to ignite the lead, but that he did not carry a match or lighter that could ignite. There is a farm. Last time I bought a large bag of matches from Hoja for cooking, but Leon didn't bring it out. The cherry bomb that was built after a lot of effort has now become a stone, which makes Leon speechless. Just Leon took back the cherry bomb, then continued to take out his pickaxe to start mining. After activating the elevator on the 10th floor, he immediately took the elevator back to the surface. After leaving the mine, he took out his bicycle and rushed towards Robin's house. "Hi, Leon, did you come here for a walk?" As soon as he knocked on the door, Robin came over and opened the door and greeted Leon enthusiastically. "Robin, can you borrow a match or lighter from you?" "Of course, I can buy it too." Leon directly explained his purpose. "Well, there are no matches. There are a few lighters, but they are all gadgets. You don't need to borrow or buy them. You can just take them if you need them and wait for me." After Robin finished speaking, he ran away and handed it to Leon a lighter for a moment, and asked casually, "Do you still like smoking?" "That's not, it just needs something to ignite it," Leon explained. "Oh, by the way, what's wrong at noon? If not, stay for dinner." Robin did not ask more, but instead took this opportunity to invite Leon for lunch. "Thank you, but I still have some things to be busy with. Next time, thank you for your help." Leon politely declined Robin's proposal. After all, his relationship with Robin is not very familiar. Moreover, Demetrius had to suspect that he had a bad intention when eating here. Instead of falling into such an embarrassing scene, Leon still felt that going to the mine to detect the power of the cherry bomb would be much happier. "Okay, then let's have a date next time." Robin did not force it, and reminded Leon, "By the way, if you consider starting breeding, remember to come to me to build a chicken coop or a livestock shed." "I will, goodbye." Leon nodded and waved goodbye to Robin. Thank you to the 500 starting point coins rewards from the 3 bosses of the Demon Kings and the Hidden Waliang. Thank you for your support and generous donation. I love you. Chapter 137 The Second Person in the Mine. Back to the mine, Leon went straight to the 10th floor underground through the elevator. After leaving the elevator, he noticed that the mine on the 10th floor underground was pitiful, and there was no ore in sight. When I came down from the 9th floor, Leon was thinking about the cherry bomb in his mind, so as soon as he came down, Leon found the elevator, turned it on and returned to the surface directly. Now that he returned to the 10th floor underground, Leon noticed the situation on the 10th floor underground. And there was a little bit of doubt about Leon, that was, he didn't see the treasure chest that should have been placed in the center here. In the 10th floor of the game, there is a treasure chest that can open a piece of shoe equipment, which comes from Mr. Chi's gift. Now that the 10th floor is empty, Leon is bound to guess that Mr. Chi is not prepared for this reward for mine explorers? Or maybe Mr. Chi had never considered setting up a treasure chest here. With doubts, Leon still walked around the 10th floor and did not find the treasure chest, but at the angle of the rock wall on the right, he found a staircase pit leading to the 11th floor. After looking at the empty 10th floor again, Leon sighed, then went down the stairs hole to the 11th floor underground. As soon as he arrived at the 11th floor, Leon threw away the regret of not finding the treasure chest on the 10th floor and began to look for a denser rock gathering area. The terrain on the 11th floor is slightly complex, with many tunnels, and there is a not so large space behind each tunnel. After cleaning up 2 blind slimes, Leon finally saw a small piece of copper-containing ore gathered together in the space at the end of a tunnel. Then he couldn't wait to find the cherry bomb and ignite the lead and threw it into the gap between these copper-containing ores. The sound of the lead burning was very subtle, but it could be heard clearly in the closed terrain of the mine. After Leon counted for 3 seconds, the cherry bomb suddenly exploded. Bang! After a dull explosion, with the cherry bomb as the center, all the copper-containing ore around it was blown up, and the debris quickly merged into the rock formation, leaving only 1 copper ore in the ground. Leon got over, first took the copper ore into his pocket, then looked at the approximate range of the cleared area, and determined that the explosion range of the cherry bomb was about 2 meters, which was worthy of the evaluation of the system's small explosion. And what is very interesting is that the cherry bomb can easily explode. It requires Leon to use the manuscript to hit the copper-containing ore several times, but it does not cause any damage to the underground rock formations that bear its greatest explosion damage. Whether it is because the rock formation is too hard or the rules of the mine, Leon is very glad that this result has occurred. After all, if the rock formation is too fragile, it can be affected by a small-scale explosion like a cherry bomb. Leon must carefully consider whether he should continue to use bombs to explode ores. If the explosion can destroy the structure and stability of the mine, Leon will definitely prohibit the use of bombs to open mines because he does not want to hand over his first blood to the mine collapse accident. Now that the cherry bomb has no effect on the structure and stability of the mine cave, Leon was relieved, and was curious about the effects of the standard bomb and super bomb after the cherry bomb. During the subsequent mining period, Leon still maintained a pickaxe as the main force. As for large-scale copper-containing ore gathered together, they would use cherry bombs to mine. After all, the cost of cherry bombs is here. Leon has not yet achieved mineral freedom, so how can we waste cherry bombs to blow up stones? Perhaps because of the good fortune today, Leon soon knocked out the stairway tunnel leading to the underground. Leon looked at his watch. It was just 12 o'clock, and he came to the mine from around 9 o'clock. In 3 hours, he had pushed the mine to the 10th floor. He also went out to find a lighter and wasted a little time. This is surprisingly efficient and also makes Leon realize the importance of fortune. At the same time, Leon did not rush to explore the 12th floor mine cave, but sat directly on the ground and started to have lunch. Lunch was naturally the pancakes prepared in advance in the morning. The pancakes taken out of the system backpack were still a little warm, and the state and taste were not much different from those just after the pan. With a mouthful of water and a mouthful of cake, Leon soon filled his stomach. Then he sorted out his clothes and patted the dust off his butt. Leon went down the stairs and mined to the 12th underground floor. But when Leon came to this floor, he was surprised to find that he actually saw a familiar back here. Linus. Looking at the white-haired old man hiding behind a hayperson high stone and wearing a slightly dirty and shabby windbreaker, Leon shouted subconsciously. SHH. Linus made a silent move to Leon, then waved to Leon and signaled to Leon to go over. As soon as Leon came to Linus, he pulled Leon down and pointed at the direction of the two at 6 o'clock. "Speak quietly, don't disturb those two little guys." With Linus' guidance, Leon saw a slime whose colors were constantly changing, pressing another green slime next to a rock. The two slimes overlapped, making them look very awkward. "Are they mating?" Leon couldn't help swallowing and asked. "Well, how about it, it's very interesting," Linus replied in a low voice. "You came to the mine to see this." Leon didn't know how to describe Linus' behavior at this moment, after all, it was too vulgar. It is understandable to watch pornographic movies and do manual work, after all, it is normal for human nature. But the first time Leon saw someone like watching slime live broadcasts to create small slimes. "I think you're thinking about something bad." Linus glanced at Leon suspiciously before explaining in a low voice. "The colorful slime is a variant of slime. It has a very low chance of appearing and is extremely timid. I have been following it for a long time before I found such one." "Do you also need the colorful jelly it dropped?" Leon asked curiously. If Linus answered yes, then he had to give up this colorful slime. After all, this colorful slime was discovered by Linus County. "I don't need colorful rubber jelly. I'm waiting for it to find other slimes to reproduce and then capture the newly born small colorful slimes." "But you actually know that colorful slimes will drop colorful rubber jelly? Did Rasmides tell you?" Linus asked curiously. "Well, he needs colorful rubber jelly. Let me pay attention when I see colorful slimes in the mine. It's a commission." Leon did not hide it. "Oh, fortunately, our needs do not conflict. You will wait for me here later. I will go there first. As I said, the colorful slime is very brave. If the battle cannot be resolved quickly, it will drill into the rock formation and escape directly. If you want to find it later, it will be difficult," Linus reminded Leon. Chapter 138 Mr. Chi Who Almost Took the Blame. Faced with such a situation where the boss was leading him to fly, Leon naturally accepted it happily, but seeing the two slimes being in a stalemate for a while, Leon was not idle either and began to find out about Linus. "Linus, why are you thinking about grabbing the newborn colorful slime?" "A friend needs it, and I owe her a favor, so I have to come and go there myself." Linus had no intention of hiding it, and told Lee openly, hold head high. "In addition to being able to drop colorful rubber jelly, are there any other uses for colorful slime?" Leon asked. "I don't know either. I just like to collect strange things. Maybe I want to collect them," Linus said, and asked Leon at the same time, "By the way, will you consider raising slimes in the future?" "I'm not sure." Leon shook his head. He had not even built a chicken coop, so it was too early to consider raising slimes. "If you want to raise it one day, remember to come to me. I still have a few slime eggs here. It doesn't make sense for me to keep it anyway. You can keep it for fun," Linus said. "Then thank you in advance." Leon was not polite, and there was no question of asking for money, because he knew that even if he gave it himself, Linus would not have asked for it. Otherwise, this big man would not have been able to live in a tent and sleeping bag in the northern foothills. "Here you." At this time, Linus suddenly reminded Leon, and Leon immediately turned his attention to the two mating slimes. The green slime breast began to expand at this moment, and a small ball of gel-like substance began to split out from its expanded body. The process was very slow, but when the gel-like object completely split, a look similar to the facial features began to appear on it, and a tentacle also extended. This newborn slime was green at first, but when it moved, red, blue, purple, yellow and other colors began to appear on its body one by one, and changed its body color alternately, looking like a revolving lantern. After Linus confirmed that the small colorful slime had completely separated from the mother body and could live independently, he immediately reached out and placed it on the stone where the two were hiding, pinched 2 pieces of gravel like pinching tofu, and threw it out at the large colorful slime and green slime at will. At the same time, after throwing out the stone, Linus' figure suddenly disappeared in front of him like a ghost. The next moment, Leon saw Linus appear next to the little colorful slime and held it in his hand. At this moment, the stone that Linus threw out had just arrived and accurately hit 2 slimes that had just been mate. The stone tore the colorful slimes and the green slimes apart like large diameter shotguns. Then it continued to cast out and was deeply embedded in the underground rock formation. Then under the influence of mine cave rules, it began to merge into the rock formation, leaving only 2 sunken holes as traces of their past existence. All this happened too quickly. I watched it in Leon like a slide. In the previous picture, Linus was still by his side, and in the next picture, Linus appeared in front of the little colorful slime 5 meters away to capture it. Of course, what shocked Leon even more was that Linus grabbed the stones with his bare hands and threw them out to kill 2 slimes accurately, while also being able to drill out a pit of rock formations that could not even be blown up by the cherry bomb. The stones that Linus himself could throw appeared at the destination first before they arrived. This is the world of the strong. Leon sorted out what happened in the flash and couldn't help but sigh. My mission is completed, it's time to go back, your colorful gel. During the time when Leon was sighing, Linus had already returned with the little colorful slime, and he was still holding such a 5-color glue object with a faint luster in his free hand. Thank you, Linus, but I really didn't expect that you were moving so fast. Leon couldn't help but sigh after taking the colorful rubber. You can do it in the future, you have this potential. Linus smiled and patted Lion's shoulder to encourage, and then took the little colorful slime along the upward stairs to prepare to leave. But just after taking 2 steps, Linus turned back, took out a pair of leather boots that were obviously not in line with the size of the pocket and threw them to Leon. This is what I saw in a box on the 10th floor when I came down. This pair of boots can provide a certain amount of protection and is very suitable for newcomers like you who are just entering the mine. I will give it to you. Leather boots, shoes +1 defense +1 immunity. When you start with the boots, the system immediately gave an attribute description. Thank you. Leon then understood why he didn't find the treasure chest prepared by Mr. Chi on the 10th floor. It turned out that Mr. Chi was not prepared, but was taken away by Linus, who had stepped down first. I'll leave first, be careful in the mine. After Linus said that, he really left, but the way he left was a bit ordinary. He climbed up the stairs, and it didn't look cool at all. If Leon hadn't just watched the battle performance of Linus pinching stones and throwing out shotgun-like attack strength, and moving at a fast speed, Leon would have thought Linus was just an ordinary old man. When Linus climbed up the stairs and disappeared in front of Lion's eyes, Leon retracted his gaze, put the colorful rubber into his backpack, and then continued his journey to the mine. As we gradually deepened, the chances of copper-containing ore in the mine cave became higher and higher. Leon also discovered new monsters after the 11th floor. One was a fat maggot with the length of the ring ruler. It looked disgusting, and the body after being killed would explode, and the green blood also emitted a fishy smell, which became even more disgusting. And Leon cannot be killed, because as long as Leon is like this, the maggot discovered that it could not be killed in a short period of time, and it would directly puppet into a flying fly. During the puppetization process, its skin hardness could not be broken even by the Milky Way watermelon knife. And when the maggots become successful, the speed of their pupa becomes faster, the noise made by flapping their wings is extremely harsh and extremely difficult to deal with. Fortunately, it still cannot resist the slash of the Galaxy watermelon knife. As long as it seizes the opportunity to cut, it can basically take away its vitality. In this way, Leon, who was hunting monsters while mining, finally pushed the progress to the 24th level before 8 o'clock in the evening. This time, without Linus's first step, Leon saw a box standing in the center on this floor. After opening it, he took out a long sword. Chapter 139, The Ice Zero. Steel Long Sword, Level 1 Sword, 48 damage plus 2 speed. Looking at the attributes marked by the system, Leon smacked his tongue. Compared with the Galaxy watermelon knife, the attributes of this weapon are really very particular. But after all, it was a free job, and Leon was not polite and stuffed it into his backpack. Then Leon set his sights on an underground lake located on the right side of this area. Although there is lights above your head, the underground lake that looks deep and weird from a distance. The lake surface that can be seen from the naked eye is calm and you can't see anything hidden inside. Unfortunately, Leon did not come with a fishing rod, otherwise he would throw 2 poles to see the situation. I wonder if there are other creatures in this underground lake besides ghost fish and stonefish. Without stopping in the mine for too long, Leon got on the elevator and returned to the surface after connecting the 20-story elevator power supply. After leaving the mine, he headed straight for the farm. When he returned to the wooden house on the farm, Leon took a shower first, then took out all the pancakes that had not been eaten in the morning and ate them all, and then began to sort out what he had today's harvest. Starting from the 5th floor of the mine cave and ending from the 20th floor of the mine cave, although it spans 15th floor at a time, because I found the stairs and mines very early, Leon did not sweep away the ore and stones on each floor in order to catch up with the progress. There were 186 copper ore, 221 stones, and 94 coal. This was the number of residual coal from a wave of abandoned mine trucks. During the mining process in Leon, he found that coal was scarce than copper ore. The following few special mineral harvests are much rarer than those of these basic minerals. For example, gemstones. Leon encountered 6 gem mines and mined 4 amethyst and 2 citrons. In addition, some mineral resources found in the mine cave that can be picked up directly without mining, such as earth crystals and quartz. This thing has been made, including 9 earth crystals and 14 quartz. 4 of the earth crystals were dropped by ground-digging insects. The chance of this thing dropping the earth crystals is quite high. As for the fall of other monsters, it was a bit unsatisfactory. There were 24 slime mud, 11 pieces of insect meat, 6 white algae, plus the colorful gels and ground crystals dropped by the ground-digging insects that were made with linas. This would be the profit of all monster loot. I never encountered a rock crab in the middle, and Leon could clearly detect the sharp decline in the frequency and number of monsters, and I had never encountered the monster layer. This made Leon speculate whether luck could also affect the chance of monsters appearing. If this is true, maybe I can choose to go to the mine when I have a good fortune. After all, Leon really doesn't want to take action without facing monsters. In addition to these harvests, Leon also upgraded the mining level 1 level to unlock a recipe, and this recipe also has some attribute increase. Miner's Special Offer, a meal that keeps you full of energy. After eating, you can get a special effect of mining level +3 and magnetic +32 for 8 hours. Required for making, cave radish 1, sugar 1, and animal raw milk, any animal output, *1. Leon is quite interested in this recipe because he wants to know what the effect of mining level +3 is, whether it will make his mining income more, or increase the physical strength increase gained by his mining level, or both, which is very exciting. However, the cave radish Leon is in stock, and sugar has been sold in Pierre's grocery store, so there is no channel for obtaining animal raw milk. In the game, players usually need to start raising cows or goats by themselves to obtain milk output. However, in reality, Leon does not believe that there is no other way to obtain it. For example, when you go to Marnie's ranch, you should be able to buy fresh animal milk. If the formula provided by the system is not marked with the animal raw milk, Leon plans to go to Hoja's house to buy boxed milk to try this food specially provided by the miner. Unfortunately, the system is marked too clearly and he deliberately uses any animal output as an additional description, which means that this formula only recognizes freshly squeezed milk sources. After saving most of the things into the treasure chest, Leon left only 20 pieces of copper ore and 4 coals, as well as a piece of amethyst and a citron, and then left the door. After throwing the amethyst and citron into the delivery box, Leon went back to the furnace again, stuffed copper ore and coal into it, and returned to the wooden house. As for why amethyst and citron are placed in the shipping box, it is because Leon wants to see the price of the sales channel of the delivery box. When you have the chance tomorrow, go to Emily to estimate the price, and finally go to Clinton to see his purchase price. Compare the 3 items so that you can ensure your own profits are maximized. Other things are not available for the time being, but Leon will not sell them stupidly, so they are all stored in treasure chests, so they will not be able to find the corresponding materials when they need to be used in the future. After planning tomorrow's daily arrangements, Leon lay down on the bed and fell asleep. But when Leon opened his eyes again, he did not wait for the sun that must be sunbathed in the house every day. Although it was 6:30 in the morning, the sun was already rising at this point, but now the sky outside is still a little dark. So Leon walked to the window and looked up at the sky, and found that a large area of dark clouds had gathered above his head. Is it going to rain again? Leon turned on the TV and adjusted the channel to the weather forecast. Sure enough, he saw the show that the host announced that there was rainfall in the Stardew Valley area today. Then Leon switched to Velvic's divination today. When he learned that his fortune was ordinary today, he extinguished his idea of going to the mine. In the future, if it is not a judgment of good luck, the mine will never enter the arrangement of Lion's schedule. This is the new rule set by Leon for himself. After all, he had 2 mine trips with different fortunes, and he deeply understood the gap between Europeans and Africans. Because it was going to rain, Leon didn't need to rush to water it. He took advantage of the rain before it was still raining and cooked a bowl of pasta to eat. He began to search for treasure chests and took out the remaining amethyst and citron, as well as other tools and the 21 cherry bombs left after yesterday's mining. After putting on his raincoat, he rode his bike away from the farm. It is a good day to catch catfish in spring, and the rainy weather will also affect other fish. In order to make some money and to meet the sacrifice tasks in the fish tank area of the old community, Leon plans to spend all his time fishing today. Moreover, he hates that he is still at 0 fishing level. Although he is also 0 in farming, it is because the crop is not yet mature, which is an objective factor. There is no improvement in fishing level, which is entirely because Leon is lazy. Chapter 140 The Bad-Hearted Old Man. Good morning, Leon, it's raining. You don't have to water the plants. Do you feel much more relaxed all of a sudden? As soon as he arrived in Pelican's town, Leon saw Louis standing under a tree on the edge of the square and greeting him. Yes. Leon replied, Louis, what are you doing here? I like to watch the smiling faces of people passing by on Friday mornings here every week. Louis explained, I will not leave until most businesses start business and visit each household to investigate the economic situation of Pelican Town. Is it Friday today? Leon repeated in confusion. You are so busy on the farm that you can't even remember the date. Occasionally, you should pay attention to the combination of work and rest. Louis dissuaded Leon helplessly when he heard this. After all, I don't need to work for others now. I go to work on time. All I need to do is what I want to do, so it's not necessary to pay attention to whether it's a day off or what day it is, Leon explained. After all, his life is really fulfilling and relaxing now. He doesn't need to count the holidays or go to a company like a cage. It's meaningless to pay attention to the date. Then you have to pay attention to the date. Isn't it a pity if I miss my friend's birthday or a festival in the town? Louis gave an example. I don't know other people's birthday, and I haven't asked about it. As for the holidays, I don't know much about the celebration date of Pelican Town. Leon was a little embarrassed when he heard this. If the time of this world is based on the game, it only takes 4 months a year, 28 days a month, then Leon can carry the birthdays and dates of the residents in the town with his eyes closed. But the actual date is 12 months a year, and each month is divided into large and small months and special Pingrun February. He has no idea about the exact dates of the residents' birthdays and festivals after the expansion. I will write letters to everyone in the town 2 days in advance for every important festival. Don't worry about this. As for celebrating my friend's birthday, I have a way to help you. Louis said, and then called Leon to approach. Leon leaned over and Louis whispered, I remember everyone's birthday in the town. If you need it, I can mark the date on your calendar, but you have to buy it yourself. Where to buy a calendar? Pierre's grocery store, Robin's carpenter's house, and Hoja's supermarket. Louis replied. Okay, wait for me, Louis, you should bring your pen. Leon nodded and then confirmed to Louis. Of course, this is my meal guy after all. Go quickly, Leon, I'll wait for you. Louis said to Leon while patting his shirt pocket, but the expression on his face seemed to be holding back his smile. Although Leon was puzzled, he still rode his bicycle toward the nearest Pierre's grocery store. At the door, Leon noticed that Pierre's shop was locked at the moment, and the announcement posted on the side was also very conspicuous. It will be open from 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day. The doors should be opened earlier and the business hours should be longer, but considering that most people in the town will get up early to buy fresh ingredients, Leon can understand this change. After all, if the door really opened at 9 o'clock every day, then Pierre would have been Hoja long ago. The supermarket is suppressed and can't find you. After all, the price is not advantageous and it's still open so late. Others won't spoil you. It was only 6:30 now, and Leon looked speechlessly at the locked door of Pierre's grocery store, thinking of Louis's smile just now. Lao Deng knew the business hours and knew that Leon would hit a wall, so he thought of laughing. And he had not reminded Leon in advance that this harmless prank was performed, and Leon had already thought about how unrestrained Louis would laugh when he went back empty-handed and told Louis that the door was not open. Just as Leon was considering whether to leave Louis, the unscrupulous old man, there and go to find a place to fish, Leon suddenly felt water dripping above his head. Has it started to rain? Leon subconsciously raised his head and found that although the sky was covered with dark clouds, no raindrops fell. However, when he touched the top of his head, it was indeed a little wet. Obviously, it was not an illusion that the water dripping just now. So Leon squinted his eyes and pretended not to notice, then lowered his head again, but his eyes kept glancing up. Soon, the protagonist of the prank appeared again, but when Leon noticed the water drop, he took a step back and looked up at the purple-haired girl who had not yet run in. Abigail, what do you want to do? Listening to Lion's inquiry, the purple-haired girl stopped hiding and lay openly on the balcony railing on the second floor of Pierre's grocery store and spoke to Leon. I didn't mean it. I got up early to help water the flowers upstairs. Who knows you are down there? The first time was not intentional, what about the second time? Leon pointed at himself and complained to avoid the stone foundation that had been soaked in water. Okay, my question, I will stop when I see it next time. Abigail apologized with his tongue, but this apology method is more like provocation. Forget it, I'll ask you if you have something to do. Can you help me get a calendar from the store? Let me tell me how much I'll throw it to you later. Leon asked Abigail with his head raised. Calendar? Wait. After Abigail said that, he got into the house and did not let Leon wait too much. Abigail shouted to Leon, it's time to take it. If I get hit on my head, I won't apologize to you. After saying that, Abigail threw down a calendar in his hand from the balcony, and Leon caught it. Thank you, how much is it? No money, there are many things in the house and few people buy them. I'll give it to you. Abigail waved his hand indifferently and replied. Let your father know that he will definitely scold you for being a loser. Leon complained. Although he is stingy, he is not so stingy yet, it doesn't matter. Abigail explained. Abigail. I can hear it. Sorry, Leon, let you laugh at it. The calendar does not require money, it is not a valuable item after all. At this moment, Pierre, wearing glasses, appeared on the balcony, stood beside Abigail, roared, and then looked at Leon with an apology expression. Then thank you for your generosity, Mr. Pierre, I wish you a prosperous business. Leon waved to Pierre, and then stopped paying attention to Abigail who was ready to be with Pierre solo, and returned to Louis's side as usual. Louis saw the brand new calendar in Lion's hand and slammed his mouth, and said with regret, okay, since you have got the calendar, I will help you mark the birthdays of most residents in the town. Chapter 141, I have to slap myself when I think about it at the age of 80. Seeing Louis holding a desk calendar in one hand and writing in the other hand, Leon came over curiously. But what made him speechless was that Louis first marked the traditional festivals of Stardew Valley every year, and then began to mark the birthdays of the residents in the town, and wrote the birthday names of the birthday stars on that day. However, although there were many residents in Stardew Valley, Louis only wrote 6 names. "Okay, I'll give it to you again." Louis, who had received the pen, handed the calendar to Leon and reminded him. "Why did you write 6? And they are all girls about my age." Leon looked at Louis speechlessly and complained. "Of course it's because my pen has no ink." Louis replied with confidence, "I'll make up for the others next time." "When is the next time?" Leon asked. "Next time is next time. I won't tell you that I have to go to Marnie's side, otherwise it will rain later and the road to the coal forest will be difficult to walk." After Louis said that, he left with a swagger, leaving only Leon alone holding the calendar. Well, no matter how much I complain, Leon understands Louis's meaning, but there are some things that I really can't force. Everyone knows to make a nest when fishing, let alone feelings, not to mention Lion's determination to be the most affectionate person in Stardew Valley. Some things are really not suitable to do now. After taking back the calendar and getting back into his backpack, Leon swayed to the river channel under the 2 separate villas, number 1 and number 2 of Liuxiang, found a very obvious right-angle embankment uphill and began to prepare for fishing. The bait is fermented dough, and the preferred auxiliary material of Leon is added to it, which is the insect meat dropped by the insects in the mine. Although it looks quite disgusting, these insects do not have a terrible smell, but the fishy smell is quite strong, and it is suitable for fishing. From a small piece was taken off and hung on the fish hook. Leon looked at the water surface of the river that was so stuffy that it was bubbled in the water because it was about to rain, and threw out the fishing line vigorously. Leon, who was waiting for the fish to take the bait, quietly sat cross-legged on the stone embankment beside the river channel. Seeing that the drop from the water was almost 1 meter away, it was obviously a repaired embankment. He was thinking about whether he would blow up the river ridge if he took out the cherry bomb at this moment, ignited it and threw it into the water. After all, before leaving the house in the morning, Leon considered using a cherry bomb to blow up fish. He had wanted to do this for a long time. Unfortunately, the game does not support it, but there are no restrictions set by the game framework in reality. However, Leon was a little worried that the cherry bomb would blow up the river bank, so he was very conflicted. Just as Leon was thinking about whether to go to other rarely visited river areas to try the power of the cherry bomb in the water or whether it could be successfully detonated, the fishing rod in Lion's hand was suddenly pulled with a big bent bow. If it weren't for the excellent toughness of the bamboo fishing rod, Leon would have suspected that the pole would be broken. Realizing that he had hit a big guy, Leon quickly got up and began to control the fishing rod's retraction and lay the line. At the same time, according to the direction the fish caught by the hook struggled and escaped, he pulled the fishing rod in the opposite direction and swayed him. But this guy in the water is not a safe master. Not only does he have great strength in the water, but he is also extremely flexible. While running around in the water, he also tried to drill into some areas with complex water environments, which made Leon clearly feel the additional resistance when pulling. Fortunately, the fishing rod line is of excellent quality, and Lion's strength is not small. He barely stabilized the situation and controlled the fish in the area of the maximum length of the online group. Leon and the fish in the hook were fighting each other for 5 or 6 minutes. The fish in the water lost the strength to struggle first. Leon felt that the pulling feeling from the fishing line was significantly weakened, and quickly began to close the line. After half of the fishing line was retracted, Leon could already see the rough appearance of the greedy and unlucky guy on the water, a black figure with tentacles. It is the target fish that appears in the river on rainy days, catfish. It seemed that he had noticed that his life was hanging on his back. The exhausted catfish returned to his back and burst out with terrible power again, which made Leon, who had not pulled down the damper, not noticed for a moment, and was pulled out of the fishing line on the reel again. Fortunately, Leon reacted and began to fight with him again after controlling the situation. At the same time, he did not give up the retraction. If he let the catfish pull it, he was still worried that the fishing line would break due to long-term tightness. After all, this catfish is really big and is a giant. In the words of the fisherman, if he runs away, he will have to slap himself at the 80th birthday party. Fortunately, the return of the catfish does not mean that the catfish can be resurrected. The final fierce resistance lasted only more than 20 seconds, and the catfish was completely depressed. In the orderly reclamation of Leon, it was finally dragged to the shore in its orderly manner. Looking at this chubby big guy, Leon looked at it and said that it was at least 1 meter 2 in length, so it was no wonder that he had so much strength in the water. However, the catfish was covered with secreted mucus, which seemed a little difficult to get started. Leon glanced around and confirmed that there was no one, and then directly put it into the system backpack. The first battle won and caught such a giant catfish. Leon was in a good mood. At the same time, he also expressed his approval for his bait of his characteristics, and did not waste the grievances he encountered in order to make it. You should know that in order to fully integrate the dough and the insect meat, Leon first chopped the insect meat and rubbed the two together with bare hands. Not only was he a victim, but the same was true for the Galaxy watermelon knife. Leon only has a kitchen knife, which is usually used for cooking. If it is used to cut insect meat, even if it can be washed clean, Leon will be disgusted with the idea of the highlight moment of this kitchen knife in the future, so the Galaxy watermelon knife takes on this dirty job. Now it seems that I have not wasted my efforts with the Galaxy watermelon knife. At least this type of bait is in line with the taste of catfish. He pulled a ball from the large dough again and hung it on the hook and threw it into the water. Leon sat cross-legged again, staring at the water surface and waiting for the fish float to be pulled into the water. I thought it was Willy, but I didn't expect it was you. It was raining, so you don't need to work on the farm today. Just as Leon was waiting for the fish to take the bait, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. Leon didn't have to look back, and he knew it was Haley when he heard the sound. Yes, why did you get up so early? Leon glanced at the time on his watch. He had just been in the early 7 o'clock. At this time, except for those who need work, most young people who have nothing to do will basically choose to sleep in their bed. The room is too boring. Haley explained, then squatted beside Leon, looking at Leon with nothing else around except the fishing rod in his hand, and asked in confusion, "Are you not ready to put the fish box?" Brothers, there are really a lot of words in the 5-day update a day, and the number of words is about 12,000. My buddy is a human being, an older person. I am purely handmade content and do not paste it without data. This amount is already considered diligent. Don't urge me, leave a way out for my buddy. Chapter 142. Since everyone has their own skills, I'll show down too. What I fish is not fishing, but artistic conception. After Leon said that, the fish float was moving at this moment. He pulled the fishing rod a little, and the force returned was not very strong. So Leon directly retracted the line and lifted the rod, and pulled a small-mouthed bass out of the water with brute force. The fish are carrying water droplets in the sky. After passing a graceful arc, Leon, who had stood up, held it directly with one hand, then quickly removed the hook and threw it into his backpack. "Where is the fish?" Haley asked at Leon with a shocked look. After all, she watched Leon catch a small-mouthed bass and grabbed it in her hand, but how could it be gone in the blink of an eye? "Released," Leon replied seriously. "But I didn't see you throw it into the water," Haley muttered blankly. "That's because you haven't had a good rest and are in a daze. Go back and continue to sleep for a while. Look at you, your dark circles are coming out," Leon casually said perfunctorily. After hearing this, Haley immediately covered her face and turned around and ran back, at an amazing speed. Leon shrugged, then hung up the bait again and threw the fish float into the river. I don't know if it was because the bait was strong or the fish came out to breathe on rainy days, so it was more concentrated. In just a short while, the second fish had already taken the bait. But the third fish made Leon wait for 5 or 6 minutes but didn't see any movement in the fish float. Instead, he waited until raindrops fell in the sky. Fortunately, Leon put on his raincoat in advance and put on the hat attached to the raincoat. Leon stood in the rain and stared patiently at the fish float. "You lied to me, I didn't have dark circles at all, and I'm sure I did see the fish disappearing out of thin air in your hand. How did you do it?" At this time, Haley, who ran back, appeared next to Leon again, and was holding a small flower umbrella in her hand to cover the raindrops. If it were normal, Haley would definitely crouch in her bed on rainy days. She hated rainy days and also hated the road that became sticky and slippery because of the rain, because it would stick to mud and water on her clothes and shoes. However, her curiosity suppressed her cleanliness because of the sudden disappearance of the fish in Lion's hand just now. "What fish? Did I catch fish? Why don't I know?" Leon continued to pretend to be stupid, just not telling Haley the truth. Haley stared at herself as angrily as Leon expected, then stopped leaving, and stood beside Leon. "Humph, I see what to do if you catch the third fish later." Leon smiled, then stopped paying attention to Haley, staring at the fish float silently. The fish float, which had not been moved for 5 or 6 minutes, began to move after Haley appeared, and the movement was quite large. The entire bean float was dragged into the water, but the pulling force returned was much smaller than that of the previous catfish. But it is also very powerful, at least Leon cannot directly pull him out of the water with a miracle. It took only more than 2 minutes to drag it to the shore. This is a somewhat flat fish with a larger head and eye. It is obvious that the sharp angled lip shape of the lower jaw edge is meshed with the maxillary groove. At the same time, the back of the body has a metallic blue-green, and the lower half of the body is silver-white. It looks very beautiful, and Leon has never seen this kind of fish. After grabbing it in his hand, Leon saw the system's information about the fish. Span rats, fish live in the sea in groups, but they will return to the river to lay eggs in spring. It turned out to be sprats, which are a bit different from the color of the game. I almost couldn't recognize it after changing my skin. Leon complained in his heart, then grabbed the sprat gills about 40 centimeters, took out the hook from his mouth, and threw it into the system backpack. It disappeared again. This time I didn't even blink. Leon, how did you do it? Since Leon caught fish, Haley has been staring at Lion's movements, especially when Leon held the sprat in her hand. Her eyes widened. But even so, she still couldn't see clearly how Leon did it and how to hide the sprats. Magic. Leon continued to talk nonsense. Haley looked at Leon speechlessly. She was arrogant and did not raise her middle finger to express her dissatisfaction for a long time. In the end, she could only complain patiently. Do you treat me like a fool? Magic are all tricks, and you are definitely not magic. Then you can treat it as magic. Leon continued to answer. Magic? Who are you lying to? Haley shook her head straight after hearing this. Magic is just an illusion in the story. Where does magic come from in reality? Then do you know the monster? Leon asked back. I know. Haley nodded subconsciously. Since all monsters can exist, why can't magic work? Do you think monsters are mutated life forms? Leon complained. Forward. Haley was asked by Lion's words. She had never thought about these things before, and most of her attention was on fashion magazines and photography. Although he knew about monsters, Haley rarely saw the ugly thing called dangerous creatures, because most human gathering places have the existence of the Explorer Guild, protecting the safety of local life. At this moment, Lion's words made her start thinking about these issues for the first time. Looking at Haley's contemplative look, Leon smiled, and found it quite interesting. After all, he could not always hide some of his own convenient means. Yesterday, when Maru and Demetrius noticed the special thing they could take from the air, they were just curious and not frightened. This made Leon realize that perhaps the people in this world were not so resistant to supernatural powers. Now Haley has become his second experimental target. If even Haley can, if you accept this, then in the future, Leon will no longer intend to hide the fact that he has a special ability to store items at any time. After all, every time you store and withdraw things, you have to find a place where no one pays attention. Just like being a thief, it's not convenient to say that Leon himself is not used to such sneaky things, especially when he was fishing for Willie last time. He carried a fishing rod from the farm in advance, not to mention how stupid he looked. Especially in Leon, Willie also has a unique skill. The fishing box in his hand can actually hold fish catches much larger than the box, and can even ensure that they have sufficient swimming space and air intake to ensure that the fish in the fishing box can remain vibrant. Isn't this a storage ability? Since everyone has unique skills, there is not much more for me, so Leon feels that he can come out with a little bit of it. Chapter 143 Pervert or Mental Illness. Continuing to hang the bait hook, Leon listened to the sound of raindrops hitting the rocky slope under the water, and admired Haley's contemplative face. Suddenly, this feeling was quite wonderful. After all, most of the fishermen outside are each with one rod, one umbrella, and one pack of cigarettes. There is also a beautiful girl by his side to fish. It is still rainy, and in terms of artistic conception and treatment, it overwhelms most of the fishermen. So, you know how to magic. Leon, who was waiting for the fish to take the bait, heard Haley speaking for a long time. Leon did not answer directly, in order to tease Haley. He liked to see Haley jumping in anger. Sure enough, Haley was unable to be fooled by Lion's reaction. She originally thought that when she asked this, Leon would either show off her specialty to her or just fool herself like before. Who would have thought that Leon would use this erratic response to make her not know how to deal with it? So, did I know a magician who can only be seen in fairy tales? Leon didn't speak, and Haley was curious, so she chose to take the lead. No, I'm not a magician. Leon chose to answer directly this time. But you said that the ability to disappear out of thin air is magic. Haley complained, you don't plan to fool me, are you? That's not, but that is indeed a kind of magic, but I am indeed not a magician, Leon explained. You can understand that this is an innate ability, which tends to be magical, but I don't have any learning about magic. Leon said nonsense again. After all, he can show his ability to store items at will, but he will never expose the system. Then do you have many people like this? Haley asked with a comprehension when she heard this. Many, otherwise where do you think the explorer comes from? Leon fooled Haley. In fact, he saw only the serious explorers, Malone and Jill, and he didn't know what a normal explorer looked like, but Leon believed that Haley probably had never seen a real explorer. So that's it. No wonder they can be the ones who fight monsters. Haley nodded when she heard this, obviously believing Lion's words. Then Haley asked curiously, then is your ability to turn things away like this? To be precise, it was stored and placed in a different space. Leon said, and also gave a demonstration, which was to remove the small mouth base from his backpack, because this thing looked the cleanest and not big, so it just fits in his hand. What a convenient ability! If I have it, I don't need to carry a backpack when I go out, and I don't need to carry more than a dozen shopping bags when shopping. Haley sighed with some envy. Born, I can't force it. Leon comforted Haley, although you don't have this talent, you are pretty. Isn't this a special ability? The view that appearance is justice is basically a Homo sapiens, as long as they are hominids, they are basically unavoidable. Handsome men and beautiful women are often the innate advantages of carriers in interpersonal communication. Isn't this a superpower? Of course I know I'm very good looking. Haley replied proudly, with red clouds floating on her face. After all, this seemed to be the first time that Leon praised her since she had known her. When the two first met, Haley thought Leon was a face-blind patient. Now it seems that Leon still has the ability to appreciate beauty. Leon smiled and didn't say anything. He was afraid that he could not help but complain and directly made the girl autistic. Haley wasn't talking anymore, but just quietly held an umbrella and watched the ripples falling on the water of the river. Although she hated rainy days because it would make her proud blonde hair lose its luster and become soft, she really liked to enjoy the natural and peaceful scenery in the rain. Wait for me. As if he had thought of something, Haley left with an umbrella after saying something to Leon. About 2 minutes later, Haley appeared next to Leon again. In addition to the umbrella, there was also an old-fashioned camera in her hand. Leon, can you help me hold an umbrella? I want to take 2 photos. Haley, who returned to Leon, suddenly asked Leon. Certainly. Leon naturally would not refuse such a small thing. After grabbing the fishing rod with one hand, he took Haley's small flower umbrella with the other hand and supported it on Haley's head. And because the umbrella is in Lion's hands because of this, Haley naturally approached Leon, then confirmed that the rain would not wet her clothes and the camera in her hand, so she raised the camera and put it in front of her, and began to take pictures of the scene in the rain. The crackling sound accompanied by the flashing of the flash, and Haley's film was passing by rapidly, but she did not feel sorry for the consumption of the film. Instead, she took pictures of the film more and more. She even got out of the space covered by the umbrella and came to the rain and quickly took a picture at Leon before she got back under the umbrella. Then Leon saw Haley checking whether water was in the camera. He made sure there was no problem, but there were some water droplets on the shell and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "If you take me, what are you going to take the photo?" Leon asked Haley. "I just think it's too monotonous to take pictures of the scenery alone, and you, the fisherman, need to provide some freshness for the composition of the photos." Speaking of photography, Haley showed very professional qualities. "Don't you think the picture of the river on a rainy day and the people fishing in the rain is interesting? When this photo is presented to the eyes of others, what will they think? Do you think the fisherman in you, the photo, is busy making a living, so he ignores the barrier of rain and fishing, or you think you are the kind of crazy fishing enthusiast that appears by the river without any obstacles? Isn't this interesting? But don't you think it's strange? After all, I, a fisherman in a raincoat, don't need to hold an umbrella at all. Even if I hold an umbrella, it's impossible to wear this kind of umbrella that is obviously a woman style. Doesn't it seem abrupt?" Leon complained. "This happens to be what I need. It is because of the special nature that those who appreciate the photos will have infinite imagination. Leon, if it were you, what kind of story would you imagine when you see the scenes presented in such photos?" Haley asked Leon curiously. "Me? If I saw this photo, I would think this person is a pervert or mentally ill." Leon was self-deprecating. After all, there was no need to guess this kind of picture. Just looking at it makes me feel very crazy, even if the person in this photo was himself. Chapter 144 I Don't Have a Fish Important Yet? Haley was obviously shocked by Lion's answer. After a long time, she slowly spoke, "You are really merciless to yourself. Can't you say something good? Then I'll change the story." After looking at the fish float, there was no movement to get on the fish, and I was idle, so Leon was naturally happy to cooperate with Haley to pass the time. "I'll listen." Although he didn't think Leon would conceive a good story, Haley couldn't help but be curious. "Then I'll say it." Leon thought for a moment before speaking. The man in the photo was holding a flower umbrella, which was the favorite baby of the girl he loved. He came to the riverside and held his lover's umbrella to the place where his lover last appeared, so he threw down the hook representing longing and tried to find the girl who once walked by the riverside with the umbrella and met her for the last time. After saying that, Leon looked at Haley and joked, "How is this story? It's good." "No, not good at all." At this moment, Haley's eyes were red, and she obviously heard it. "How could you think of such a tragic story? It's too abusive." "Horrid." Leon was just about to say that no one watched the female plot. Why did Haley react so much? Isn't it popular to write tragedies in the literary circle in this world? "And this umbrella belongs to mine. Are you cursing me? Leon didn't say anything, but Haley didn't stop complaining. Before, Leon had just complained, but now he has put himself in, and his ending is quite tragic. Haley was very angry. You are not my lover. Leon looked at Haley speechlessly and complained, didn't you say you want to listen to the story? The story is not reality. Forget it, you'd better not to tell it, but this story is pretty good. If you use it as the background story for the photo, I think the chance of winning is very high. Haley rolled her eyes and then thought seriously. Then you take it, but if you really win the prize, remember to give it to me as the authorization fee for using my portrait rights. Leon reminded Haley. Okay, I'll give you all the awards. Haley waved her hand, but she didn't care about the prizes that were not yet traced. Even if she really won the award, she probably wouldn't care about the money. After all, her family really doesn't short of money. Okay, I agreed, then you can go back and wash the photos now, and send them out to submit them. Hurry, I feel that my bonus is waiting for me. Seeing that the fourth fish had not been caught for a long time, Leon planned to change places and continue fishing, so he began to send Haley away. No hurry, why do you want to urge me to leave? Besides, this is my doorstep. It has nothing to do with you when I take photos here. Haley was not stupid either. It was obvious that Leon wanted to drive her away, but she didn't want Leon to succeed. Moreover, the feeling of waving it and going out was very bad, which would make her feel that she would obey Lion's words. Then you hold an umbrella yourself. I have to change the place. The fish in this broken place are probably scared and will not bite the hook. Leon returned the umbrella in his hand to Haley, and then began to close the line, preparing to go to the coal forest area to redump the hook. Humph, I think it must be because your fishing skills are not good. Haley complained without hesitation when she heard this. You can do it. Leon made a move and handed the fishing rod to Haley. But Haley really took the fishing rod with one hand. I'll do it if I come. The moment Haley got the fishing rod, the underwater fishing line suddenly straightened, and then the fishing rod began to be dragged toward the water by this huge force. Haley, caught off guard, subconsciously held the fishing rod tightly, but was led to the pulling force directly transmitted by the fishing rod because she did not stand firmly, and she fell down the river bank. Ah! Haley subconsciously closed her eyes only when she could scream. She had already predicted that she might be rolling down the river bank into the cold river water in the next second, and she inexplicably remembered the story of Leon just now. Unfortunately, there is no such a bloody plot in reality. When Leon noticed that something was wrong with the fishing rod, he reached out to help Haley hold the fishing rod firmly. He saw Haley being dragged by the fish hooked in the water and fell towards the lake. Leon stopped Haley's slender but familiar waist, hugged her, and took the fishing rod back. Haley also felt a thick and powerful arm on her waist, and at the same time, some prominent body fat areas on her body also felt some pressure. When she opened her eyes, she realized that she was now being surrounded by Leon in front of her chest. I was saved by this guy again, but in the final analysis, I still have to blame the fishing rod handed over by this guy. Haley complained silently in her heart. But I forgot to break free from Lion's slightly intimate embrace, and I don't know if I got used to it or really forgot it. But Leon had to control the fishing rod, and the fish in the water that could pull Haley almost fell off the river was a big guy. It was inconvenient to operate with one hand, so Leon quickly pushed Haley aside. After confirming that she was standing firm, he held the fishing rod with both hands and began to wrestle with the giant objects in the water. This abrupt and rough movement made Haley stunned for a long time, and she didn't care that the skirt on her body was soaked with a large area because it was pressed against Lion's raincoat. Isn't a fish important? This is the only thought in Haley's mind that is in infinite circulation. Unfortunately, Leon didn't know how to read his mind, nor did he pay attention to Haley's expression. At this moment, he really only had the big guy in the river. The strength of this fish is far beyond the previous catfish, and Leon speculated that this should be a catfish. And it was the elder who caught the one I had caught before, because the intensity of the opponent's resistance was as strong as a motorcycle driving with bare hands. Even the bamboo fishing rod began to bend into a C shape, and the fishing line began to make a slight tearing sound due to the tight pulling feeling. Although Leon still has strength, he felt that the fishing rod might not be able to hold on to the strength of this big guy. So Leon stopped communicating and stole the horse, locked the damper on the reel, and started to fight for strength. As Leon retreated step by step, the bamboo fishing rod also made a crack sound, and Leon clearly saw the cracks on the bamboo fishing rod. But the arrow had to be fired on the string. Leon could only continue to keep his line retraction, pulling the fishing rod hard, and finally dragging the catfish in the river out of the water. The catfish that came out of the water fluttered wildly, and the splashing water was like smashing a big rock into the water. The sound of drainage was extremely clear even in the sound of rain. Haley, who was watching on the shore, also saw the catfish struggling in the water at this moment. Her exaggerated body and huge body made her unable to help but cover her mouth. Just looking at her body shape, this catfish was even larger than herself. Now Haley understands why she was almost dragged into the water. You believe this catfish, you can say that it can eat people. The strength of fish in the water is much stronger than that of land creatures of the same size, not to mention big fish of this level. At this moment, Haley found that Leon actually had the advantage in this fight, which made Haley couldn't help but guess how much energy there was in Lion's body. Chapter 145 Don't Be Blue. This is a rare big fish, and the struggle between people and fish is also very exciting. Haley immediately lifted the camera with one hand, and took the catfish on the water, the fishing rod that was curved and folded together, the tight fishing line, and the Leon, which was stalemate with the catfish like a rock, and was not pulled at all. She took a picture of it. While Haley was taking the photo, Leon was not idle either. At this moment, he had already leaned back halfway and began to lift the heavy fishing rod with all his strength. Realizing that the catfish's struggle power began to weaken, Leon gritted his teeth and accelerated his movements. While crazily retracting the line, he took 2 steps back, then suddenly exerted force and pulled the giant catfish out of the water. Click! With a crisp sound, the bamboo fishing rod that had followed Willie for many years finally couldn't hold on. It was the first to sacrifice in the duel between Leon and the giant catfish, and completely broke into 2 pieces. However, the giant catfish was pulled out of the water at this moment, and because of inertia, even if the fishing rod was broken, it was still flying in the air and landed on the river bank with a twisted parabola. Leon dropped the fishing rod that was only half left in his hand, stepped forward and stepped on the giant catfish jumping on the river bank, then grabbed its mouth and dragged it to an area away from the river bank. Who? Seeing that the catfish had completely lost the possibility of escaping, Leon breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure and tension in his fight just now were no worse than the catfish that wanted to escape the hook and gain vitality. Fortunately, he won in the end. Although it is damaged, the loss was heavy, and the fishing rod sent by Willie was completely broken, and even repaired might not be able to be well repaired, which made Leon feel embarrassed and wondered what to say next time he met Willie. However, compared to these things that need to be worried about in the future, the culprit who broke the fishing rod in front of me is Lion's main focus. Judging from the vision of Leon, this catfish starts at least 2 meters. The head of this giant catfish can be compared with most of Lion's body. The tentacles of the catfish are as thick as a cucumber, and the black and grey skin is covered with earth-brown mucus, and its huge body is like an oil barrel. This body shape and the unique special appearance of the catfish look like a water monster. Even if it was not posted on it, just standing aside, Leon could smell the strong earthy and fishy smell, which made Leon not want to contact this giant catfish again. Haley, do you still have film? Can you help me take a photo with this catfish? However, it is rare to see such a big catfish. Leon doesn't want to miss this memorable moment. It just so happened that Haley has a camera on hand. He wants to take this spoil together into a photo to save it. He will also have confidence and evidence to brag about others in the future. Can. Haley nodded, then directed Leon how to stand, and asked Leon to gesture out scissors as a celebration, but Leon rejected it. Leon chose to use the broken fishing rod as a display on his hand. After all, without the final insistence of this fishing rod, he would not be able to pull such a big catfish up. As a hero, he is definitely qualified to be a member of the photo. Seeing this, Haley was not worried about the celebration posture. She took 3 photos of Leon, the giant catfish and the broken rod in a row, and then said to Leon, "It will take time to rinse. I will give you the photos next time I meet." "Okay, thank you." Leon nodded, and then, under Haley's gaze, he put the giant catfish into the system backpack. After all, he didn't want to carry it back with such a big guy, and Leon didn't want to touch the smelly mucus on the giant catfish. Moreover, dead fish are definitely not as valuable as live fish. Putting them in the system backpack can also freeze the life of this giant catfish. This is the information that Leon has experimented with. The sardine that was reserved as a sacrifice item last time was put into the backpack and took it out all day long. It could still struggle in Lion's hands, which shows the magic of the system backpack. It's a pity that Leon didn't dare to try to get humans into the system backpack. Although he was very curious, his reason told him that this matter could not be done, so Leon never took it. "No matter how many times I watch it, it always feels amazing." Haley sighed as she witnessed Lion's operation. "By the way, do anyone except me know your ability?" Leon thought for a moment, but felt that he still didn't tell Haley the truth, and instead teased, "No, you are the first one, so, can you keep it a secret for me?" "Then I have to consider it." Haley couldn't help but smile proudly when she heard this, but she still showed a sharp expression. "After all, do you know your little secret? I have to use it to get some benefits for myself." It's a matter of money, but it's a matter of life. Leon knew that Haley was joking, but he was still willing to cooperate. After all, this was very interesting. As a fun person, he really wanted to see how Haley would answer his words. "Money, why do you always care about these things? This is how you asked for bonuses before, and now you mention the benefits. Do you only have money in mind? Haley looked at Leon speechlessly and complained. What else? Leon shrugged his shoulders. No money is needed for anything now. If you don't have money, you may not even bother to look at you when you chase girls. Not all girls value money so much. Haley has a different view on Lion's statement. You are not short of money. Leon reminded. That's true, but compared to the large living expenses sent by my parents every month, I still think it's better to use this money to exchange for them to be by their side. After all, they have been traveling around the world for 2 years and have not been home. Haley's expression was much sadder because of this topic. Realizing that he might have aroused some sad things about Haley, Leon took back his funny thoughts and walked to Haley to comfort him. Your parents are also humans, and they also have their own lifestyles and ideas. This does not mean that they don't love you, right? Maybe. Haley's expression was still a little disappointed. Seeing this, Leon was a little helpless, and just as he was about to say something, he noticed that the clothes that became somewhat transparent were exposed to another layer of private clothes under Haley's clothes. He quickly raised his head and said, "Don't look at them." What are you doing when you suddenly look up at the sky? Is there anything in the sky? Haley noticed Lion's sudden head-up action, and raised her head and asked curiously. I think compared to looking up, what you need to look down now is to look down. Leon still kept looking up, but he did not forget to remind Haley. Haley subconsciously lowered her head when she heard this. Seeing the conspicuous blue color on her chest, she immediately understood what Leon meant. While her face turned red, her strong shyness made her subconsciously punch Lion's chest. You really like blue. Leon is not a fool, he won't let Haley. I vented my shame and anger, but when the target was punched in vain, he avoided Haley's fist and grabbed the broken fishing rod and ran away. However, before leaving, I couldn't help but tease Haley. Leon! You bastard, I'm going to kill you! Haley subconsciously covered her chest when she heard this, regardless of the umbrella in her hand falling to the ground, and roared at Leon, who had run away in front of the rain. Ha 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 ha! But only Lion's hearty laughter was responding to her. Confident that she couldn't catch up with her, and that she was not suitable for chasing her in her current state, Haley had to wrap her hands around her chest and ran back towards her home. Fortunately, the river embankment is not far from the villa in Liuxiang No. 2, and because it was raining, there was no one nearby. Haley successfully returned to the house and rushed into the bathroom under Emily's confusing gaze. After a moment, Emily heard Haley's call. Emily, help me get a new set of clothes and underwear from the room. By the way, don't choose blue underwear, be sure not blue. Thanks to the book friend 20230914004200634 for the boss's 500 starting point coins. The boss is not only handsome but also has a long ID. It seems that the boss's capital should be very powerful, and the boss is awesome. Chapter 146 The Price of Gems. On the other side, Leon strolled in the rain and rushed towards Clint's blacksmith shop. Emily can't go there for the time being. Leon plans to go to Clint to ask the price of gemstone minerals first, and then wait for Emily to work at Starfruit to find Emily to consult the price so that she doesn't have to meet Haley. Leon, what do you need? Clint stayed at the counter of his blacksmith shop as always in a daze. He came to his senses after seeing Leon wearing a raincoat entering the blacksmith shop. "Clint, can I consult the price of gem minerals?" Leon asked Clint at the door. "Of course, but at least you can come in and talk. What are you doing when standing at the door?" Clint pointed his head and expressed his doubts about Leon's behavior when he entered the door but did not enter. "Don't dirty your floor with my rain," Leon explained. "It doesn't matter, the temperature in the blacksmith shop is very high, so a little water stain will dry soon, come in quickly." Clint walked over with a smile and pushed Leon into the blacksmith shop. "What gems are you going to sell, about how many?" After Leon entered the store, Clint brought a chair to Leon, then returned to the counter and took out a pair of glasses that looked strange, and did not forget to ask Leon. "Citron amethyst." Leon took out 2 crystals from his backpack and placed them in front of Clint. "Let me see the transparency and weight," Clint said, then raised 2 crystals of different colors, put on the strange pair of glasses and carefully observed for a moment, then opened the offer. "The purity is standard and the body is moderate. I can give you 210 citrons like this, and I can give you 330 amethyst." After observing for a while, Clint gave his own offer and returned the 2 crystals in his hand to Leon. "Thank you." After learning about Clint's offer, Leon was not in a hurry to sell it. After all, he agreed to just consult the price when he came. This price may be relatively low. After all, it is a gemstone that has not been processed and cut. If it is made into jewelry that can be worn directly, the price will have to be several times. Clint took the lead and took advantage of the situation to maximize the value of Leon Copdu gems. "Are all gemstones not expensive?" Leon asked. "No, this is based on the rarity of gemstones. For example, yellow amethyst is a common gem, with a high probability of production and easy mining, so the price has not been increased. If you explore underground, you can still find jade and aquamarine in the underground permafrost layer area. The prices of these 2 gems are high, with standard transparency. If well preserved, 1 jade can be sold for 550, and aquamarine can also be sold for 500. And go further down and enter a deeper lava layer. The emeralds and rubies produced are considered precious gems. Because of their low yield and rich color, they are deeply loved by gem merchants. The price of both gems can reach 800 plus, and the richer the color, the higher the price." Clinton explained patiently to Leon. "Where is the diamond?" Leon asked after hearing that Clint had missed diamonds in his valuation. "The production quantity of diamonds is too small, and it is generally difficult to find. However, if you find one, it can be sold at least 1,500 G. Moreover, the price of diamonds is not fixed, the larger the size, the higher the value," Clint added. "So that's it." Leon was still a little disappointed when he heard this. After all, although the price was a little higher than the price in the game, it was not much higher. After all, it is a raw stone. Without processing, it cannot realize commercial value, Clint said again. "But you can take gems to Emily. Her parents are famous gem designers and jewelers in the Fengire Republic. Emily has also inherited her parents' talent for jewelry craftsmanship. If you can persuade her to help you process these jewelry, the price will definitely increase a lot. You can cooperate at that time. In this way, Emily doesn't need to work at Starfruit. The reward for being a jewelry designer is much richer than being a waiter." Well, thank you, Clint, I will consider your suggestions, let's go first. Leon was serious when he heard this thank you Clint, and also want to complain about Clint. Although this guy was considering Emily's future, he didn't think about how many opportunities he would have to see Emily again if Emily really cooperated with him to start working in jewelry design. Maybe Clint thought about it, but he might think it is much more important to make Emily live a better life than to be able to see her in the tavern often. It is not understandable, but it can be respected. Leaving Clint's blacksmith shop, Leon thought for a moment, then turned toward the beach. After all, the fishing rod that Willie gave was broken, so he had to explain to Willie and buy a new fishing rod, otherwise his fishing would have been maintained at level 0, which would really make him feel uncomfortable. On a rainy beach, it is like stepping on a sponge. While stepping on one foot, the shoes are easily soaked by the moisture absorbed in the sand. Fortunately, Leon is wearing rain boots, so he has not encountered this situation. It is just a bit difficult to walk on the beach. And I don't know if it was raining or low tide, Leon saw a lot of shellfish washed ashore on the beach. Since I saw it, Leon naturally would not be polite, so he picked it up and took it all into his pocket. Clam, fish, something has lived in it once. Cockle, fish, a common saltwater clam. Mint, fish, a bivalve that lives in clean groups. The three types of harvest are all bivalve invertebrates. The difference is their size and body shape. The clams are round and full, the clams are flat and slender, while the cockles are round and full, and the size of a palm. The straight and ordinary clams are 2 or 3 times larger. These clams and clams are quite familiar with each other. After all, these are regular customers who cook seafood soup, but they are a bit troublesome to deal with, and there is not much edible meat under the tough clam shell. In addition to the edible meaning, these 3 seafood are also the necessary items for the fish tank crab cage branch in the old community sacrifice, which is considered an unexpected harvest from coming to the beach. Dong 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 dong. Knocking at Willie's wooden door of the sea fish house, Willie soon opened them in a blanket. Oh, Leon! It's so happy to see you because it's so heavy rain outside. Willie saw Leon and hurriedly pulled it into the house, closed the door, and prepared a cup of hot water for Leon. Are you? Leon asked, looking at Willie's blanket. Every rainy day, my knees and waist will hurt. Only by ensuring the warmth of these parts can I feel more comfortable. Willie explained. It turns out to be rheumatism, no wonder. Leon realized after hearing this. It was understandable. After all, Willie lived by the sea and had been dealing with the sea all his life. But he didn't say this directly, but suggested, maybe you should install a fireplace. Chapter 147 News about the Fish King. I will consider it, but my house is basically made of wooden structure, and it is easy to catch fire with a fireplace, so I need to find Robin to design it specifically. Willie nodded, and Lion's proposal was quite useful to him. By the way, Leon, what do you want to do when you come here in the rain? You can't come and see me, a lonely fisherman. Why can't you come to see you? Leon complained. Although I'm glad you can say that, I think you should look for those young girls more than to find me. Willie suggested to Leon seriously. Don't, you'll be beaten out as a hooligan. Leon complained. Ha ha ha. Willie laughed and patted Leon on the shoulder. It's okay, as you fight, you may even have a relationship. Forget it, I have something to tell you. Leon said, taking out the 2 broken fishing rod wrecks from his backpack and handing them to Willie. Today I was fishing in the river in Pelican Town, and I met a big guy. The fishing rod you gave me was completely broken because I couldn't bear the struggle of fish of this size. Sorry, Willie. It doesn't matter, this old guy should have retired a long time ago, and I gave it to you just to let you try to learn the newcomer equipment used to fish. If you really want to catch a big guy, this old guy can't stand it. Willie heard Leon apologize to him, and took the broken rod with a smile and comforted him. By the way, the fishing rod is broken. Did that guy run away? Have you pulled it out of the water before breaking the rod? Have you seen it look? Of course, and I pulled it up. As Leon said, he threw the culprit who broke the fishing rod out of his backpack without any hesitation. The giant catfish fell to the wooden floor and made a dull sound. As soon as it landed, the giant catfish began to flap and was suppressed by Willie's quick eyes and hands. Wow, this catfish is so big. Even I have never caught a big guy of this size. Leon, you are so lucky and have excellent skills. It is not easy to pull this big guy out of the water. Willie stared at the giant catfish under her body that was suppressed by herself, as if she only had this fish in her eyes, and she didn't care about the special thing that Leon took out this big guy out of thin air. Although this giant catfish has a bad meat quality, it must be the favorite of many aquariums. Leon, are you planning to sell it? If you want, I can help you keep it, and then when the fishing boats of fish vendors come over, you will make a big profit. It is rare to see this giant catfish, and it is still alive. Willie immediately thought of how to maximize the interests of this catfish, of course, not for himself, but for Leon. Is that okay? Leon actually planned to throw the big fish into the shipping box after returning to the farm, but Willie had other channels, so Leon naturally would not let it go. Of course, after all, rare things are precious, and fish are the same. Extra-large individual fish are a good gimmick. There will definitely be aquariums or private collectors interested in this kind of giant thing. Willie confirmed. Then please let Willie. After the matter is done, you can get 20% of the handling fee. Leon directly handed over the future of the catfish to Willie after hearing this. The handling fee is not needed, it is a convenient thing. And helping you get rid of this catfish also has some hidden benefits for me, which is a win-win situation. Willie politely rejected Lion's profit sharing, and turned to find his magical fishing box, and worked with Leon to stuff it into the fishing box. I didn't expect that you could get such a big guy just after you got involved in fishing. Maybe in the future you can become the first person in Stardew Valley to fish the Four Seasons Fish King. After getting the giant catfish done, Willie pulled Leon and sat down and started chatting. Four Seasons Fish King. Leon certainly knew about the 4 special fish kings in Stardew Valley, but he still pretended to be curious. Yes, the 4 seasons of Fish Kings, the most famous fish in Stardew Valley that only appear in specific seasons. Every year, many anglers come to challenge these 4 fish kings, but they basically return in a miserable way, which can be regarded as one of the ultimate challenge events for anglers. Willie explained. Willie, have you caught these fish kings? Leon asked curiously. I only caught the Crimson Fish King at the Tide Pool Pier in summer. Its difficulty is the lowest among the 4 Fish Kings. As for the other 3, there is nothing I can do. They are all too cunning and powerful. Willy's expression seemed a little regretful at this moment. Where are the other 3? Leon and Willy started chatting about the Fish King's question. The King of Fish in spring is in the mountainous lake in front of the abandoned mine cave, the King of Fish in autumn is under the stream waterfall above the Hoja supermarket, and the King of Fish in winter is on the small island on the left side of the coal forest sewer. Willy's location of the King of Fish in 4 seasons is well known. But Leon was very curious. There should be 5 Fish Kings in the 4 seasons, and there is also a sewer mutant carp, which is also the Fish King. It can fall in all 4 seasons regardless of seasons. Leon wondered why Willy didn't say it. Didn't he know? Of course, in addition to these 4 seasons of Fish Kings, there is also a legendary Fish King, who is hiding in the sewage. However, because the entrance to the sewage is sealed, I have no chance to verify whether this legend is true or false. Here, Leon just thought of the problem of the Fish King in the sewer, and Willy on the other side added this sentence in a timely manner. Do you think I can catch these 4 Fish Kings? Lion's expression was a little entangled at this moment. He did catch it in the game, but the difficulty was really the nemesis of the slack party. If it weren't for the cork buoy and the fishing plus 4 pudding, Leon would have no choice but to use these Fish Kings. As for the difficulty of the Fish King in reality, Leon is probably higher than the game. After all, veteran sailors like Willy have only caught the simplest Scarlet Fish King. Of course, I believe you are still young, and your physical strength and reaction are much better than me, the old guy. When you catch these 4 Fish Kings, I will give you a special gift. Willy encouraged Leon, patting his shoulder. What gift? Leon asked curiously. You will know then, but I believe you will like it. Willy smiled mysteriously and assured Leon. Leon didn't say anything, but probably guessed Willy's gift, because it should be the star fruit collected by his family. Chapter 148 New Fishing Rod. Okay, but if you want to catch these Fish Kings, I have to have a useful fishing rod. Willy, do you have any recommendations here? Leon asked, asking with fishing rods of different styles on the shelves on the right side of the cottage. The glass carbon fiber fishing rod is very strong and light. If you use this rod to catch the giant catfish, there will definitely be no problems. Willy stood up and took down a bright silver fishing rod from the shelf and handed it to Leon. You try the feel first. Leon took the fishing rod, and it was indeed very light in his hand. He tried accessories such as reels, which were much smoother than the bamboo fishing rod I used before. Is there anything better? Leon asked. Of course, but the price is a bit expensive. Willy nodded, then took out a fishing rod with a light purple luster and handed it to Leon. Iridium gold fishing rod integrates the flexibility of gold and the special ability of iridium ingots. It can also minimize the weight of the fishing rod while ensuring the strength of the fishing rod. It is like a feather in your hand. Moreover, the moment you catch the fish, the holder can clearly feel the unique vibration feedback prompt when the fish bites. The characteristic reels and fishing lines can also provide you with absolute safety guarantees during the fight with the fish, and will make the fight easier. The most important point is that iridium gold fishing rod does not require special maintenance, and there is no accidental conversation. This fishing rod can be used for your whole life. Willie introduced the characteristics of this iridium gold fishing rod in detail to Leon. Where is the price? Leon was very moved by this fishing rod. After all, tools related to iridium are basically the top-notch. The market price is 7,500 G, you want me to sell it to you at a cost price, 5,000 G. Willie revealed the price. I can't afford it. Thinking of his current deposit, Leon couldn't help but shake his head. Although Louis provided 10,000 yuan of farm development funds, Leon didn't plan to move that 10,000 yuan for the time being, and the money he could take out was only more than 3,000 yuan. Then let's use this fiberglass fishing rod first. I only charge you a cost of 800 G, but you can use it first. When the giant catfish is sold, I will see the auction price, and refund the price more or less. Willie put away the iridium gold fishing rod, and then handed the fiberglass fishing rod directly to Leon. Thank you, Willie. Leon also agreed with Willie's proposal. After all, he doesn't carry that much money on him now. Why are you polite to me? Willie complained to Leon in dissatisfaction, then took out a small box filled with squirming and slender red bugs. Take this box of bait away, they are all fresh and good goods, which can greatly increase the probability of fish being caught. Don't withdraw money from me, this thing is not worth it. Okay, thank you, but I have also developed a bait myself. Leon took the box of fresh fish, and then took out the homemade bait that was rubbing the dough with insect meat. Huh? Our bait made from flour and a kind of fishy meat? It smells like insect meat. You are very talented, Leon. This kind of bait may not be popular in the seawater area, but its ability to attract fish in the freshwater area will not be weaker than the box of red insect bait I gave you. Willie broke off a small piece from the pink dough and served it on her nose before sniffing it. He immediately understood the ingredients combination of the bait and gave his own evaluation. I feel more and more that it is correct to find you after knowing that you moved to Pelican Town and give you a fishing rod to guide you on a fishing journey. Leon, you have the talent of a fisherman. If you hadn't already owned a farm, I might have invited you to invest in my fishing industry and then hand over all of this industry to you before I plan to retire. Willie's expression was a little happy and a little regretful at this moment. You are so strong, it's too early to retire. Leon comforted Willie. Haha, maybe, but the sailors who went to sea are all ready. No one knows whether they will return with a full load or be buried at the bottom of the sea next time they go to sea. Willie sighed. You shouldn't be short of money now, why do you still have to fight on the sea? Although Willie lives in a wooden house on the sea, Leon would not think that Willie is a poor fisherman because of this. The wealth of this big man who monopolizes the Stardew Valley fishery has probably been considered as financial freedom. I've been on the sea all my life. I've been used to this kind of life. If you let me stay on the shore quietly, that kind of life would be too boring. Willie shook his head. Okay, you young man shouldn't have talked with an old man like me for too long. Hurry up and try it with your new fishing rod. I'm going to be ready to lie in the quilt. After saying that, Willie pushed Nyan and pushed it out of the house. Before closing, Willie reminded Leon, Leon, if you want to challenge the Fish King, I suggest you sharpen your fishing skills, then prepare 300 pieces of wood, and find Robin to repair the broken wooden bridge leading to the tidal pool, starting with the Fish King in summer. I will, goodbye, Willie. Leon nodded seriously and waved goodbye to Willie. After Willie closed the door, Leon did not stay at the pier to start fishing, because it was impossible to catch eels with night-walking habits at this point. Other fish that appear in offshore areas in spring can be caught even if it does not rain. Therefore, Leon is more inclined to go to the river to continue fishing catfish. However, before fishing for catfish, he had to go to the coal forest to find the mage Rasmades, because he had the colorful jelly needed by the mage. If he had not taken out the giant catfish and showed it to Willy, he almost forgot about it. Lion's style of doing what he said was. After determining his goal was to find a mage, Leon went straight to the coal forest. This time it took an hour and a half to go. When Leon walked to the mage tower, he was already a little tired. After all, most areas of Stardew Valley on rainy days are muddy roads. The mud roads that absorb rainwater and soften into mud are very sticky. Every time I pull out the rain boots from these mud, I have to take some effort. Even with Lion's current strong physical fitness, I can't bear it. Come in. As a result, as soon as he arrived at the entrance of the mage tower, Leon, who had not yet come to remember to knock on the door, made Rasmades' voice louder, and the gate of the mage tower also opened automatically. It seems that every time you come to me, it rains in the sky. Rasmades couldn't help but tease him as he looked at Lion's miserable appearance. Chapter 149 The Remuneration of the Mage. It's a coincidence, and I'm only here for the second time. Maybe the sky will be clear next time. Leon replied with a smile, and at the same time took out the colorful rubber from his backpack and handed it to Rasmades. Well, it's the material I need. I didn't expect you to complete it so fast. I thought I would have to wait at least 1 week or even a month. Rasmades took the colorful rubber jelly and swept away all the remaining rainwater on the Leon raincoat and the mud on his pants. Come in. Since you have already received the colorful rubber jelly, then the promised reward should be given to you. Leon entered the mage tower and watched Rasmades go around a wall with colorful glue and disappear for more than a minute. When he came out, Rasmades had 2 more things in his hand. This is 5000 G, and this is an interesting potion formula and finished product. Which one do you choose as your reward? Looking at the wizard Rasmades holding a thick banknote in his left hand, a bottle of purple-black unknown liquid and a piece of purple paper pressing under the bottle, Leon fell into a tangle. Money can be made, but the formula and finished product of this potion may be gone if you miss it, but it is a bit reluctant to let Leon give up 5000 G and choose a potion that doesn't know the effect. Can I want all of them? So Leon thought about it for a long time and finally decided not to make a choice, because it was too difficult, so I should just leave this question to Rasmades, the questioner. Although he may be despised and even thrown out of the mage tower directly, Leon probably wouldn't have done so much. What surprised Leon was that when Rasmades heard this, he actually handed over the money, mysterious potions and formula in his hand to himself. You are greedy, but I appreciate your straightforwardness. Rasmades smiled and said to Leon, actually, even if you choose only one, I will hand over the reward you didn't choose to you. So you're teasing me? Leon happily accepted the money, and took the mysterious bottle of potion and recipe and asked at the same time. A learning formula was detected: monster perfume making materials, bat wings 30, slime mud 30. Monster perfume. Spraying this can attract more monsters to come out and find your trace. With the introduction of potions and formulas, 2 system prompts followed. Well, this is very interesting, isn't it? I like to observe the various emotions that ordinary people show when facing choices, which is very research-worthy. Razmedes looked at Leon with a funny smile and continued. Actually, this money is my reward, and this monster perfume made by the formula is my investment in you. In the future, I may need you to help me obtain special materials that can be produced by many monsters, and of course, it is rewarded. In order to help me complete my work better, this potion that can attract more monsters, enable you to speed up the efficiency of collection, and improve your combat experience is a very good auxiliary prop. As he said that, Razmedes retrieved the potion called Monster Perfume from Lion's hand, poured out some of it and sprinkled it on Lion's raincoat. As soon as it was sprinkled, the purple-black liquid evaporated directly. At the same time, Leon also smelled a strange smell that emerged from his body. It doesn't smell too bad, it's a bit like a mixture of burnt rubber and car exhaust. How is this kind of thing? There won't be an embarrassing scene when I was beaten to death after spraying it. Sniffing this strange smell, Leon couldn't figure out what the effect of this thing called monster perfume was. It probably won't. Razmedes replied, after all, it's just a perfume that allows monsters to smell a special fragrance, not a bait puppet with a sarcastic nature. What is a bait puppet? Leon couldn't help asking curiously when he heard a new thing. A magic prop that attracts monsters' attention and facilitates escape. It is commonly used by explorers. If you are interested, you can go to the Explorer Guild to purchase it yourself. Master Razmedes explained. Leon nodded and silently remembered this thing in his heart. Perhaps he could go to Ma Long for a question if he had the chance in the future. If it is not expensive, Leon feels that he can buy a few and put them in his backpack to prevent accidents in the future. If he encounters unexpected situations in the future, he can use this thing to buy time for himself to run away. As a trump card, it should be quite suitable. Okay, the reward has been paid to you, and I have received the stuff, it's time for you to leave. Seeing Leon standing in the mage tower in a daze, Razmedes reminded Leon. Ah! Isn't it almost time to have lunch? Why don't I stay here to have lunch with you? Leon immediately suggested when he heard this. After all, I have come here, so I have to be familiar with this big guy Razmedes and communicate with each other. I may be able to get along with other good things. At the same time, Leon was also very curious about what would he eat at noon for a paranormal like Razmedes? Or maybe the other party only needs to absorb energy to be able to eat and drink like the photosynthesis of plants. Anyway, Leon wants to know no matter what the situation is. But Razmedes just glanced at Leon, and Leon felt a flash in front of him. When he saw the surroundings again, he found that he had appeared under the largest ancient tree in the coal forest. Leon looked around embarrassedly, knowing that he was forcibly expelled, but what he seemed to complain about was why did Master Razmedes send him to the farm directly. Although it is quite close to the farm in this location, Leon still has to walk for a few minutes before he can go back. I glanced at the time on my watch. It was just 10:30 and I had nothing to do when I went back, so Leon walked towards the small dock in the south, intending to try his new fishing rod there. Just halfway through, Leon suddenly noticed some big movements coming from the west. Even here, Leon could feel the ground trembling. This sudden change made him very interested in what happened to the west. If Leon remembers correctly, the west side of the coal forest should be a secret forest area. In addition to the abundant collection and hardwood stumps, the most common ones are slimes, but Leon does not think that slimes can make such a big noise. So Leon walked towards the west with his heart, not worried at all that he might be involved in any dangerous situation. After all, he also possesses forest magic, so he will naturally protect him. This is Lion's confidence in taking risks. The closer to the west, the denser the surrounding forests. After walking a short distance, Leon even needed to bypass some thick trees to move forward. There was not much exposed soil on the ground, and various green grass vines occupied the space on the ground, and it was quite a bit frustrating to walk. At this moment, the movement in the west also disappeared. It seemed that what happened there had calmed down, but he had walked over and Leon didn't want to go back in vain. And until now, Leon has not seen the mage Rasmades appear and prevents him from going to the west. This proves that what happened there is actually not as dangerous as Leon imagined. Otherwise, Rasmades, known as the Guardian, would have come forward long ago. Chapter 150 Human, you smell so good. Continue to move forward, at a place that is obviously the entrance. Leon noticed that the place was blocked by a dead tree that fell to the ground. The trunk was very thick and lying across the ground was more than 1 meter high. In the game, you need to use a steel axe to break the wooden stake and enter it. Of course, there are also players who like to use bugs to use the characteristics of the chair to move the space to cross this barrier dead tree trunk. However, in reality, Leon can choose to flip over this not too large cover. Although the fallen dead tree looks very slippery due to the rain, it is really not a problem for Leon. He supported the trunk with one hand and jumped up with his knees, which simply exceeded this obstacle. After crossing this dead tree, Leon clearly noticed the difference between the land on both sides. If the ground of the coal forest is overgrown, then the land in the area of the secret forest is more like a carefully repaired football field. The turf is flat like a green carpet, soft when you step on it, and there is not much water accumulation. If it weren't for the existence of slimes inside, it would definitely be a good place for traveling. Stepping on the soft grass and entering the inside surrounded by trees, Leon also took out the Galaxy watermelon knife. After all, there are slimes in this area, so it is reasonable to take out weapons to defend yourself. What surprised Leon was that as Leon went deeper into the secret forest, he would forget it if he didn't see the slime, but Leon didn't even see a hardwood stump. The huge secret forest is surrounded by densely covered by trees that are densely integrated with walls, but the internal space is empty except for the flat turf. Leon continued to explore the depths of the secret forest without giving up, and finally saw something different. It was a square pond, which looked like it was dug out by hand. After all, this shape is too regular, and on the shore, you can see some ramps that are obviously artificially made, so that people on the shore can get into the water. The question is, who is the person who makes such a pond in the secret forest and still likes to go into the water? The first thing that came to mind was Master Rasmades, and he maliciously speculated that the boss regarded the secret forest as his back garden, and this pond was the swimming pool he built for himself. The second thought came to mind was what Rasmades once said about the boss who settled in the secret forest and guarded the path here to prevent monsters from entering Stardew Valley. Just as Leon was thinking, a black shadow suddenly appeared under the pond in front of him, and then the black shadow quickly surfaced, revealing his true appearance. The black shadow drilled out of the water was actually a brown bear, and Leon noticed that the brown bear's size was twice as big as a normal brown bear, and the height of the body lying on the ground was comparable to lion's upright height. You should know that Leon is 1.85 meters tall. Only then did Leon understand who the ramp that was convenient for water was for. Seeing the brown bear climbing ashore along the ramp and shaking the water droplets on his fur, Leon did not take this opportunity to escape. Because he knew this bear, Brother Xiang from the secret forest, brought it a maple syrup through the tips of the secret note. Brother Xiang will teach the players a special ability to double the price of all fruits collected in the wild bushes. Brother Xiang is also the top wingman who promoted Emily's Tenster favorability plot. Anyway, it's just harmless, and the appearance of this bear also solved Lion's doubts. Perhaps this guy is the existence that settled in the secret forest, as Master Rasmades said. Hoo-ha, human, you smell so good. The brown bear also noticed the appearance of Leon, a human, and moved its nose, then gasped and crawled closer to Lion's face. He asked, "Can I lick you?" There's no need. This smell may be because I'm sprayed with monster perfume. If you want it, I can give you monster perfume and lick it yourself. Leon quickly rejected Brother Xiang's suggestion. After all, Brother Xiang is a brown bear, and the brown bear's tongue has barbed. If you are licked, you will have to peel off even if you don't die. So it's that thing, no wonder. The brown bear shook his head when he heard this. Since it's the effect of magic, there is no need to lick it. After saying that, the brown bear was going to ask Leon what he was doing here. Suddenly he remembered that it had a conversation with a human like Leon. He asked in surprise, "Can you understand what I say?" "Yes, otherwise why did I have been chatting with you for so long?" Leon looked at the brown bear speechlessly, always feeling that this guy's reflex arc was a bit long. After hearing this, the brown bear came to Lion's side. After sniffing it carefully, the bear's face suddenly had an expression of enlightenment. It turns out to be the son of the forest. No wonder he can communicate with me. It's been a long time since I saw you forest magic holders. It's really nostalgic. Brother Xiang, I heard a lot of noise outside just now. Did you do it? Leon looked at the brown bear's easytotak look and immediately asked about the source of the noise before. After all, he came for this. Yes, a cursed dragon came in the forest. I fought with it. It died and I won. Then I had dirty things on my body and went into the water to take a shower. The brown bear replied, and finally added, "Do you call me Brother Xiang? I like this title. You, the son of the forest, are very good. I allow you to enter and exit the secret forest at will in the future." Where is the corpse that cursed the flying dragon? The creature that can be called a dragon sounded very powerful. Leon was curious about what this monster that he had never heard of in the game looked like. Ah! It disappeared. Have you never hunted monsters? Didn't you know that after they die, they will directly turn into pure energy bodies and return to their own world? The brown bear looked at Leon in confusion, especially the galaxy watermelon knife that Leon was still holding in his hand, and complained. No, you have the star weapon, so you should be a warrior who has experienced many battles. I know, I just didn't remember it for a while. Leon also realized that he had asked a stupid question when he heard this. After all, he had killed many monsters so far, and there was no situation where a monster's complete corpse could be preserved. It seems you are not very smart either, but it doesn't matter, I don't dislike you. The brown bear pressed his head on Lion's chest, as if encouraging Leon. It's just that such a big brown bear is still a bit scary, especially when Leon can still smell some blood on it. However, Leon also knew that Brother Xiang did not have any threat to him, so he immediately continued to ask, "Brother Xiang, there is another question. Do you know where the slimes here are going?" They are not protected by the barrier. Anyone who moves the cursed flying dragon, and I can't bear the impact they cause. However, these little guys should be resurrected tomorrow. After all, I still need them to help me clean up the weeds. The brown bear explained. The fire at the city gate will affect the pond. Leon sighed silently, and at the same time understood why the secret forest was empty when he came. He was defeated by the two bigwigs in battle, but the trees and turf of the secret forest itself were not damaged. It seems that there are many secrets in this place. Thanks to the Butter Sagittarius boss for the reward of 500 starting points. The boss is so generous. They are all buddies. Why are you so polite? I feel embarrassed.